said she tried to blame it on her because she was sending her mail to her parents' house instead of her apartment, and it's like, okay, you would think that my stuff would be safe. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Right.
sending.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apparently not. Like, honey, well, you just found out a very hard lesson. A very hard lesson. And it's sad to say, your mom most
But I think,
likely was leaning on the other side. Hmm?
yeah. And I think she kind of knew how her mom was because I went to her page and there was another video and she was like, if y'all only knew like what I deal with. And so,
Oh, okay.
yeah. And I think sometimes that be the issue that, kids who are adopted, um, like they be wanting to share that stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like it just pissed me off when I saw it and I was like, how do you do that? And then
Right.
like that's against the law too, right? Like her
It
mom
is.
could go to
It
jail for
is.
that shit. Like, and it's on social media. Why Jake? Why is that the only place? Jake from YouTube. That's your name now. You're no longer Jake. Like it's not Jake from State Farm. You're now Jake from YouTube. But why is this the only place? What happened to your TikTok account? Were you banned, or does it not work for you on TikTok? What's up to the YouTube audience over there? As everybody comes in. Damn, my mind got stuck. Um, yeah,
You remember yesterday I sent you and do that video well, that recording. I
yeah.
forgot to tell you. There was a description of what Jesus looked like also.
Oh God,
He had long brown wavy hair,
where is she
funny
getting this
colored
from?
eyes,
Hmm? Like
funny colored,
Hazel?
yeah, something like that. That's funny colored
Hmm.
eyes. And he wasn't black and he wasn't white.
Where did she get this description?
She said she saw that when she was a little girl. She saw him like a vision. I guess he showed himself to her somehow.
Oh, so
And yeah.
and the Jesuses that showed themselves being white with brown hair looked like Jake from State Farm. Uh, that Jesus is lying to all the people that showed
Mm,
himself to them.
mm.
Kind of like
I
Jesus has
got
like 5,000 wives out here.
right. Like how is that even possible? And then what about the black Jesuses? Like,
Like what? That's so crazy because like in the Greco-Roman period, Domitian, I think that's how you say his name. Um, he went around and I think it was him. It started with a D, whatever that emperor's name was. It started with a D, but he went around and destroyed everybody's images that they had created of Jesus, what they felt Jesus looked like to them and their culture. So each culture had their own version of what they believed Jesus looked like. And he sent his army, his military around to destroy all of those images. And so, like, even still today, people are imagining this Jesus to look somewhat to what they think that he should look like, or what,
right.
to their culture, you know? Um, it's just interesting how it's just going back to that, you know. But everybody claims that they know what the man looks like, and don't even realize that they're they're making a claim, and then they expect you to say, "Yep, what you said is
Hmm.
fact," and then they get mad at
Right.
you if you don't say it's fact. Like it's crazy.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm waiting on Bando Ray to respond to me because he said, "Thinker, you need to watch your mouth." I'm
Who
like, his name is Bando Ray. I'm
or
waiting on his
what
response. That's yeah. Trying to figure that out.
or what or what, Bandore? Like, is
Because
this a
I promise you,
threat?
you can't beat me up.
Are you threatening me?
Don't block them yet, y'all.
Yeah, don't block them. Let me see. Like this is the crazy thing. It's telling me that I need to watch my mouth. Sounds like have you ever been talking to someone who is very narcissistic, right? And you know they're gaslighting the fuck out of you. But when you
Right.
tell them that you know they're gaslighting, it makes them even more mad. Like
Yeah.
have you
Yep.
ever like dealt with
Mm-hmm.
somebody like that? That's what he
Yes.
sounds like, right? Like it doesn't matter, right, that what you're saying is truth. It doesn't matter that what you're saying you can back up with facts. Just don't say it because you're blowing you're blowing my high, basically. You're
Right.
blowing my cover.
Mm-hmm.
Believe the
Exactly.
lie because I said believe the lie. Like I'm just waiting for you to tell me or what. Like how do you come in here and type something like that and then just disappear?
Yep. Intimidated as fuck. Like,
Hey, Black
don't
Atheist
even
Rants.
have the balls to say anything else.
Like that's crazy. And then like why is your God so worried about what little old me has to say?
Right.
Is it your God that's worried about what's coming out of my mouth or is it you?
That part.
Yeah, because it sounds like to me that obviously what's coming out of my mouth is shaking your faith or your belief or your identity. That doesn't sound like a God. That sounds like a human talking.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a very insecure God and a very insecure person. You're not in here anymore? I did not expect the chat to get to 400 this quick. I really didn't because of all of the other lives that's going on. Don't rush me, Jack. You will come up when I start the show.
All right.
I see. I trust me. I see you in the request box, but I didn't expect it. Damn, we're at 500. Like, I think everybody just needs to get
Wow.
their mind off of,
Yeah, I
what I'm
think
saying? Because
so.
we don't hit
Because it's
these
a
numbers
lot.
till like
It's a
well
lot.
after midnight.
Well,
Huh?
you know what? Since we're hitting those numbers right now, let's get these likes up to 25,000. As well as please help Thinker with her gift goal of roses. Don't forget the team bracelets and the heart knees. The heart knees and team bracelets are located in the gifts, but you have to look at the bottom and you hit the exclusive and you can find them right there. Subscribe to her live here as well as on YouTube at Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker. Let's run those numbers up over there, as well as Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash on
Yeah.
YouTube. And don't forget us, me and Rhea, the co host and mods. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. And let's get the shares up. Over 100. What's up, Rodney? From YouTube. I appreciate the compliment, Jake. Hey, Auntie, over there, our YouTube crew. We need to get some subscriptions over there. I did see that we can do subs on YouTube too, so we can have a nerd YouTube community. I
Damn.
just got to figure out what the benefits would be. Um,
Nobody
but yeah, we're
know.
gonna create a nerd YouTube community over there too. So
Hey, Free Will.
what's up? What's up? What's up, y'all? All right, are y'all ready to go ahead and get started? See what
Yes.
Jack has to
He
say.
better
Jack,
have something real good to say to be doing all that.
yeah. And I'm just gonna warn you, like, come up here respectful, right? I don't feel like coming out the gate having to cut somebody out. It's too fucking early for that, right? Respect will be given if respect is also given. Okay, Jack,
All right.
how old are you?
18.
Unfortunately, I have to drop you. Do you see that host note up there? It says you have to be 21, okay?
That's cap. It says 18, but all right.
You can't read if you think that says 18. Like you literally it says 21 plus. And you just gonna lie like that and say it says 18?
That's
Like that's
wild.
crazy. He said that's cap. It says 18. Like, does Jesus teach you to lie? Is that what the Holy Spirit does for you?
Apparently. And y'all, I'm here too, right? Y'all do see me. I'm not invisible. I'm just making sure. That's all I had to
We see
say.
you.
No, because they be acting like I'm invisible up here night after night.
Who? You talking
Thank
about,
you. Thank you, Rhea.
oh, okay,
Rhea
with the
sees
gifting.
me. Yeah.
That's why I have to like double up on my gifts. So I'm like, ain't no way in hell you be sitting there live all night and your gifts is like less than 1,000. We're not gonna have that anymore. Hey, Hanji. Let's see who's next.
You got it open?
It's trying to
I
open.
don't I don't see anyone.
You don't see Hassan?
It was a zero. It says zero on my end.
Thinking Link said, I gifted you when I came in. La la dang.
Thank
Oh,
you for
Jake,
that.
Jake, Jack, get out of my box. Jacob, too shifty. You think I don't know it's you? You think I don't know it's you? It's the same profile picture, and your name is Jacob.
Thank you for
Uh,
the
is
gifting.
it Hassan?
Yeah, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm okay.
You don't sound like it. Are you tired?
Nah,
Okay. How old are you?
I'm in my 20s,
How old?
25.
What year were you born?
Damn.
Yeah,
All of that's necessary?
it is.
Look,
Respectfully asking.
we ain't gonna do that. You
I
see
mean,
that host note up there? It says 21 plus. There's a reason why we're asking. If you
uh,
can't answer that, then we can drop you. It's not that serious.
why you don't accept my answer by face value? What data have I given you?
We don't know you.
I said 25. Now move on. I feel like I'm at the.
Oh, you know what? Mm-mm.
We moved on, Hassan.
Yep.
We have moved on.
But see, I
Your
wanted to
wish is
block
my
them.
command.
What? And why not just answer the question? We don't know you. We're just supposed to
Accept,
just take your word for it.
that's how accept it at face value. Don't like Josephus said, Moses lived to be 900 years old, but don't go check the history. Don't go looking for the history. Accept it at face value. That's how you're supposed to live life. You didn't know that. You're not supposed to ask questions. You're not supposed to verify
Right.
data. You're not supposed to verify anything.
I guess that transfers over to them, right?
Yeah.
That's weird. Okay, here we go. I got you, boo. Bye. Never see you
Bye.
again. Won't miss you.
You don't have to worry about data anymore.
Mm-mm.
Let's see who's in there now. JR believes.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How y'all
You
doing,
have a
ladies?
very nice voice. Oh my God.
Appreciate you.
I
You're
hope
welcome.
that personality matches.
Are you on a microphone?
No, ma'am. I'm just
Oh
talking to you.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, that is
Um,
super deep.
ain't it? Okay. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Nah, I believe in the Bible or the God of the Bible.
Okay. And which topic over here did you want to discuss?
Oh, okay. I didn't know how your setup was. So I gotta choose one of the topics.
Yes.
Alright, let me see. No, so believers, God can stop sin or simply forgive. Believers don't like the Old Testament. Let's do that one.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, can you explain how your platform works? I'm new.
It's just a conversation. I don't believe in the God of the Bible. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in any of the Abrahamic gods. And so these are my stances or my questions that I have while I deconstruct from Christianity. This is the only time I will say this tonight. I was a Christian for 28 years. I was a missionary for 5 years, a pastor's daughter. My mother is also an evangelist, and my family still does Christian things. So I was raised in Christianity. But this is just my stance from having these conversations with Christians for almost a year now. It'll be a year next month. I've had conversations with Christians 11 hours a day, started out 7 days a week, now down to 5 days a week. And out of these conversations, it appears that believers don't like the Old Testament or that God really. And they don't like the things that he did.
Okay. All right, bet. Believers don't like the Old Testament because they get they believe that the Old Testament or the old laws are done away with, meaning they believe that Christ is the grace. That's your covering, grace. But when Christ walked the earth, he was teaching. There was no Bibles when Christ was walking the earth. So if we are followers of Christ and Christ was teaching the Old Testament, then by default, we should read the Old Testament. Secondly, you wouldn't pick up any book, putting the Bible down. You wouldn't pick up any book and just start reading it from the middle. You'll be confused. A lot of Christians don't know the characters of the Bible, so it's kind of hard to follow it, and a lot of the stories get confusing. In terms of faith and belief, I believe that we are the people of the Bible. I believe the Bible is speaking to us directly. And I believe that history is biblical history. I believe we have enemies, those that put us in slavery. And I believe that we went into slavery because we stopped following God's laws. And I'll go ahead.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and stop you right there for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that you believe that we are the people in the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
and you're talking about every story in here.
Mm-hmm.
So you also believe that the God of this Bible told our people to enslave foreigners, to go into lands far away from us, ravage those lands, and force people into our servitude.
Yes, ma'am.
And when did we do that?
If you go to Deuteronomy.
No. When did we do that in history? When did we, as a people in Africa, go around from land to land, foreigners, and conquer their lands and enslave them?
Oh, no, not us. We the slaves. We were the slaves. We didn't conquer anybody.
No, that's not what I asked. The God of this Bible in Leviticus 25 and in Deuteronomy told the Israelites that they could enslave foreigners for life and pass them down as inheritance to their children. That they could treat them as slaves, but they could not treat each other as slaves. That if they were to enslave an Israelite, they were to treat them as an indentured servant only, but other people that they were to treat as chattel. In Deuteronomy, he tells them that they can go into foreign lands far away from Israel and offer terms of peace and give them the opportunity to become your slaves. If they reject your terms of peace, then you are to kill every man and take the women and children for yourself. When did Africans do that?
Africans played a small part in the transatlantic slave trade.
When did Africans go from land to land and force people to become their slaves? Foreign
Africans
lands.
didn't do that.
Africans didn't do that, but your God told the Israelites to do that.
No, ma'am.
Yes, he did. In Deuteronomy 20, starting with verse 10 all the way to verse 18.
If you check out Deuteronomy 28.
I understand what Deuteronomy 28 is. That's a threat. That's a if you do this, if you do that covenant speech that Moses is giving before he dies. He says, if you follow the law, you will be blessed. If you don't follow the law, you will be cursed, and you will be sent back into Egypt, not America, into Egypt on ships. And that actually happened in Jeremiah, right? When Nebuchadnezzar came in, destroyed the Davidic monarchy, a great portion of them were hauled off to Babylon, and then some of them escaped into Egypt and became the Elephantine Jews. And they were enslaved on Elephantine Island. They weren't actually chattel. They were servants in Egypt. And that's where a lot of them became Hellenized Jews. But what I'm asking about is Leviticus 25, where they owned chattel slaves, and Deuteronomy 20, where they went into foreign lands and got their foreign slaves and forced them into labor. Africans didn't do that, especially West Africans, where I'm from, where my ancestry is from. My ancestors never did that.
I'm not saying that your ancestors did do that. In terms of Deuteronomy 28, Moses is talking to the Israelites. You have a choice. If you want to follow.
Wait. Are you going to ignore the rest of this? Like, I understand that you want to talk about this speech that Moses gave before he died, right? This, if you do this, then this will happen speech, right? I get that you want to, hold on just 1 second. I get that you want to do that, but let's deal with what I brought up first. Okay, the question that I asked was, when did Africans, specifically West Africans, right, go into foreign lands and enslave people as chattel, foreigners?
I'm not sure.
We didn't. Our ancestors didn't do that.
Okay.
So my people are not in this book. I'm not an Israelite. And then on top of that, Jacob, Deuteronomy, you said that we are the people in this book. What people were you referring to?
African Americans.
Where does it say African American in this book?
It doesn't. They changed
so
their
what
names.
People in this? So what people in the book are you referring to?
The Israelites.
Okay,
now,
so I am not an Israelite. I'm not an Israelite.
Now
right? I am African American. Hold on. No. You don't get to tell me to wait. You don't get to tell me this is my show, right? I'm not an African. Yes, you were. Like, I asked you a question, and you keep trying to revert to this talking point of Deuteronomy 28.
I was going to refer to
Ham. Deuteronomy also says that Jacob, which is one of the major patriarchs of the Israelites, was an Aramaean, not an African, an Aramaean. Abraham is from from Iraq, not Africa.
Do you believe in the flood, man?
No. You know what else I don't believe in? I don't have to not believe in it, because there's archaeological data, over 200 excavations that says that the Israelites were never enslaved in Egypt. And I'm going to tell you why. One, if you do the math, where this God told Abraham that they would be enslaved in Egypt over 400 years. And then Exodus says that they were there for 430 years. They were foreigners in Egypt for 430 years, and they were enslaved in that land. Except when you do the math, when Jacob went to Egypt, when I think what's his father's name, Kath of Qatar, had Amram, which is Moses' father, and then Amram had Moses, right? If you do the math, they were only in Egypt 269 years, not 430. That's one problem. The second problem is over 200 excavations in Egypt, and looking over Egyptian records, there is not one mention of these Israelites in Egypt as slaves.
Ma'am,
They have
there
tried
was
to say the Hyksos were the Egyptians, but that's been debunked. The timeline doesn't match up. They have tried to say the Hyperu are the Hebrew, but that has also been debunked. One, because the etymology of the word doesn't match, and then also it's used in other nations' records just to mean a nomad or mercenary. It's not
Can I
referring.
respond?
When I get done, I'm explaining to you why I do not believe that the Exodus happened. When I present all of my information, then you can respond.
I didn't say anything about the Exodus, ma'am. You made
You
a
asked me about the
statement,
flood, and I said no, and I said I'm gonna tell you what I also do not believe happened.
but you said there's no Africans in the Bible.
I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that.
Okay, go ahead.
I said African Americans. So, like, I'm gonna tell you something else, okay? I am very intentional about my words. I pay attention to what I say. I also pay attention to what you say, and I write it down. I did not say there were no Africans in the Bible. That would be crazy for me to say when Egypt is in Africa. But Egypt should be mentioned more in this Bible if, in fact, the Israelites escaped Egyptian slavery all in one day, 2.3 million of them. And with all of the garrisons that were set up, the administrations that were set up along the border, right? That should have been mentioned. Egypt controlled Canaan at the time. They occupied Canaan. They had armies of 50 or more marching through Canaan to keep out, to stop rebellion from within Canaan and to keep out those that were wanting to come in and conquer. They had vassals living in Canaan, military families living in Canaan. If the Israelites actually escaped Egypt and went into Canaan and warred against Canaan, Egypt should be mentioned more. So Africa should, in fact, be mentioned more in this book, but it's not. But I was trying to present to you why I don't believe that the Israelites were ever enslaved in Egypt.
They weren't called Israelites. They were Hebrews.
It doesn't matter. They were never enslaved in Egypt.
They didn't become Israelites until they left Egypt.
It doesn't matter what you call them. They were not enslaved
Wow.
in Egypt. Wow, what?
You're calling them Israelites. They were Hebrews.
I said it doesn't matter what you call them. You
What
can
do
call
you
them
mean?
Israelites. You can call them Hebrews. You can call them people.
So
You
then
can
who
call
was
them
enslaved in
Semitics.
Egypt?
They were not enslaved in it wasn't
Then
them.
who was it? Who were the people?
There were Semitic people that were in Egypt that did trade with Egypt.
Israelites
There
are
were
Semitic.
Semitic people, but they were not enslaved. Did you hear me say they traded with Egypt?
Who were the enslaved people?
There were no Israelites, no Hebrews enslaved in Egypt.
Okay, so
None.
So no slavery was in Egypt. That's a
I
lie.
didn't say there was no slavery in Egypt, but it wasn't these Hebrews.
So I'm asking you,
It's a
man,
lie.
who
And then
is the slaves?
what? So I don't know. You tell me.
The Hebrews. You're telling me
No, they
now?
weren't.
No, they weren't. There's been different records of
Mm.
slaves in Egypt, especially like during the Arab slave trade. They've had like a multitude of different times where they've had like enslaved people in Egypt, and there's no record of them being the what do you call them, the
So
what is
so
it, what
who
are
did,
they called from the what's
so
that
who
called,
did who
The
did
Eden?
Hysocks. You talking about
No,
the
the
Hyssop?
who did God
what are they
guide
called?
The
out of
Levant
Hey,
Egypt?
let me
area?
get the
It
fucking
never
question out.
happened.
Shut
It's a
up.
story. It's a symbolic story about King Josiah. its symbolism, and it was written in the 7th century.
What do they call the Arabs? You know that area, the
The Levant,
Levant. Yeah. So the people from that area, like, there's never been a record of mass slavery
mass.
of those kind. Yeah,
Uh,
or mass exile, mass slavery of those people in Egypt. But black people have been enslaved in Egypt by those people, or by their relatives, or whatever you want to call them.
and then they excavated the wilderness path. There is no strata, no pottery, no settlements on that path that they claimed that they were that they where they camped for. One of them, they camped 38 years of the 40. There are no settlements along any of that path that shows that a large group of people, let alone a large group of Israelites, and camped in that wilderness for 38 years.
Where are
Yep,
the
no
Egyptians?
coins and nothing.
Where are the Egyptians at?
What Egyptian?
What?
The Egyptians died off because of the god.
No, they
Where
died off
What?
because of slave trade,
Are
and they died. So, what Egyptians are you talking about? Like the actual Egyptians, or the
the
ones in the Bible?
Mizraim, the Africans, those Africans.
Okay, so the reason why you
They
don't see,
migrated.
yeah, not yeah, why are you laughing? This is actual history. People suffered for that. Like, people literally went through the worst times that you could possibly think of.
Yeah, like
And then
my
it
Okay,
was
my
it
yeah. So
wasn't
what
auntie.
the
even
fuck are you laughing about?
it wasn't Israel or your God that did it. Like literally,
Right.
over time, it was the Assyrians and the Greek.
The
Like your
Greek
God didn't. Yes, that conquered Egypt. It
man.
was the
Yeah, the
Assyrians, it
first
was the
conquerors.
Persians and the Greeks. Like what, like your God didn't do anything. Israel, you do realize that Israel wasn't even a factor in the ancient Near East for a very long time. The northern kingdom, right? The northern kingdom of Israel was a prominent kingdom, but still wasn't as big or as recognized as Assyria or Egypt or even Babylon for that. Judah was a little village, and Judah didn't grow and influence until after the north had been conquered by Assyria.
Who's Judah?
Oh my God. I think we're wasting our time, Ria. Like I really do.
Yeah,
I think
where
I
is
think like
Judah?
talking history, talking actual history, actual data,
Ma'am, Judah is an
it has no
Israelite.
effect. Like
But do you
He's
even
do you
care
realize that
where
there were
he's
two
his
kingdoms? You realize there were two
right?
kingdoms. There was Israel and Judah. Like you do
yes.
realize that, right? Okay, so why are you asking me who is Judah? Like if I'm telling you that Judah was a small unimportant place until after the Assyrians conquered Israel, conquered the northern kingdom. Why is your next question who is Judah?
I mean, they wouldn't be black
he thinks
either,
he
but
thinks biblical history trumps actual history.
right. That's why I'm asking him, like, which Egypt are you asking about? The one in the Bible or the real?
Yeah, because like that's why I said I think that like if actual history or data doesn't matter to you, then that would be a waste of time for you and us.
Y'all
Like
won't
because
let me get
it
out a
sounds like to
full
me
point.
you want to use the Bible as your proof and the claim, right? The difference is what we do is we take the claim, which is the Bible, and we verify the claim, we research the claim, right? And we do that with actual data, archaeological data, scholarly articles, right? But you don't do that. Like you just take what you believe. Like there's absolutely nothing in this book that says that the African Americans in America are the Israelites. There's actually more information against that ideology than there is for. The only thing that African Americans really can identify with is the word slavery, and that's sad because African Americans were enslaved in America, right?
We were
Black
brought
people say,
here.
"Oh, this book is about us."
We were
Slavery
brought
is the
we were
only
brought here.
thing. Yep, it that book has nothing to do with African Americans.
So
First
then
off,
how did
black
we
people were
get
not
here?
the only ones ever in slavery in this world. Our identity has become slavery.
When you say our, who are you? You talking about Africans or African
African
Americans?
Americans, every time African Americans, especially African American Christians,
Okay,
every
African
time we talk
Americans.
to an African American believer, right, they see themselves in this book because of slavery.
Okay, fine. Who are African Americans then? Where do we come from? What
I
happened?
know where I come from. I did my
I'm not talking
genealogy. I come
about
from
you.
Wait,
Nigeria. I'm
but
I'm
you
talking.
just
African
said they brought
American.
you. Thinker, he just said they brought us here. So where are you thinking they brought you from?
Jerusalem.
Are
Jerusalem.
you serious?
You think you were brought here from Jerusalem?
Get the get the fuck out of here.
So if I wasn't, then where were we coming
Are
from?
Do
you
Who?
your
How did we
As
get
an
here?
genealogy.
African
I love you. Gonna have to do
American,
your genealogy. Like I
African
said,
No,
American,
I
no.
am
Y'all are
African
telling me I'm
American.
African.
wrong. I'm
I'm
asking
African.
y'all to tell me.
Listen, listen. I did my genealogy. Okay,
Oh my God. If I'm wrong, then enlighten me. Tell me where I'm
I'm
wrong
from
at.
West Africa, Nigeria, Igbo tribe. That's where my people come from. There is no Middle Eastern heritage in any of my genealogy. None.
Okay, so are you saying the African Americans in the United States come from Nigeria?
Some of them, yes.
Predominantly
Some of them
West
come from
Africa,
Congo.
yes.
I come from Nigeria. I do.
Okay. Okay. You from Nigeria.
Predominantly
Got you.
West
I'm
African. How are you
Nigerian,
getting
Cameroon.
Jerusalem? Do the people in
I'm
Jerusalem
putting on
look
my
like
shit
you?
right now.
Listen,
Did you
you all
find
have your
anyone in
own belief
Jerusalem that
setups
has
right now,
any
so I
ties with
can't
you
even
culturally, physically, in any way?
say that again. I'm sorry.
What people in Jerusalem have any similarities with you? Like what culture in Jerusalem do you identify with?
The Bible.
The Bible.
Yeah.
Are you listening
You're
to
on
yourself?
serious, man. You're on
You
serious.
can't be.
You're
You
on
can't be.
serious.
Who was Christ a Jew? Was Jesus a Jew?
Did Jesus
What
look
the
like
fuck
you?
does
Do
that
Jews
have?
do the people in that area, do they look like you?
Not right now. No.
Not right. Have they ever looked like you, sir?
Yeah.
When? Tell me in
Historically,
what time?
yeah.
Give me proof that Africans have ever occupied that land predominantly. Show it to me.
Why are you saying that Africans occupied that
Show
land?
me that people that have looked like you have occupied Jerusalem predominantly to say that you have some kind of ancestry there. Show it to me.
Tell me, where did we come from?
Because literally you have a whole continent that looks like you, sir. You have a whole continent of people that look like you, talk like you.
There's a lot
They
of
look like
African
you, talk
Americans
like
who
you,
do
walk
not.
like you. They do everything like you, but you're going to Jerusalem to find your ancestors. Are you
No,
serious right now?
I'm not going to
Jr. Can you
Jerusalem.
answer this question? Can you answer this
What?
question? This question came from Conquistador on YouTube. Why would Moses take the Hebrews out of Egypt just to bring them back to Egyptian controlled territory?
The Israelites kept disobeying God.
No. From the Exodus, okay.
I'm talking about from the
From the
Exodus.
no,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
from the hold on, because they when Moses came to get them out of slavery, they didn't know this God like that, so
Hmm.
they were not disobeying. The
That's not true,
plan
ma'am.
was listen. The promise was Canaan from the beginning, and that is very much true. That's why they
Yep.
oh my God, the promise was Canaan from the beginning. Okay, Canaan was occupied by Egypt when the promise was given to Abraham. Okay, why would Moses take them out of Egypt to march them right back into Egyptian controlled territory? And then why is there no war between the Israelites and Egypt and Canaan? Because Egypt controlled Canaan.
Got you. Um, to answer your first question, Moses led the Israelites or the Hebrews out of Egypt to go into the promised land of Canaan. Canaan couldn't inherit the promised land because he was cursed from what his father did, Ham.
Did you hear my question?
I was trying to
Did you
answer
hear
you, but
my
go ahead.
question? No, you're
Yeah.
not answering my question. I started to make a video today, y'all, that says if I ask a question that starts with why, right? I don't want a what answer, right? If I ask a question that starts with what, I don't want a why answer. And then I'm going to stop you, right? Because I don't have to, I'm not obligated to listen to what you have to say when you're not answering my question. My question was why, right? Would Moses take the Israelites or the Hebrews, whatever you call them, out of Egyptian controlled territory right back into Egyptian controlled territory? Why would that be the plan from Egypt to Egypt?
What is the? I don't understand the Egypt to Egypt.
Okay.
Why are you saying
Egypt
Egypt to
Egypt
Egypt?
occupied Egypt occupied Canaan. That means Egypt ruled over Canaan. Even when your God gave Moses this promise that Canaan would be their land, Egypt ruled Canaan. Egypt had armies in Canaan, patrolling Canaan. Egypt had vassals reporting to the king, to the Pharaoh in Canaan. Egypt had military living with their families in Canaan. Okay? So if they had to leave Egypt to escape slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And go through the wilderness, when they got to Canaan, they still would have been fighting Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So from Egypt to Egypt, why would that be the plan?
So God told the Israelites to go over into that land and kill every man, woman, and beast so you can inhabit it. The Canaanites were the ones who made it with the Nephilim. So those were irregular people.
Do
So,
you think you're answering my question?
yes, ma'am. That's why he did it.
Do, so,
God told him to do it.
so if I told you that
Mm-hmm.
I don't want you in your mother's house, right? If I say, Junior, I don't want you in your mother's house, I'm coming to take you out of your mother's house. I'm going to take you to a house on a street over. But your mother owns that house too, Junior. So I take you from your mother's house and I lead you to the house, the street over that your mother also owns. What would be the purpose of that?
I don't know. That's
That's
your
what your
knowledge.
God did, Junior. Your God said, I don't want you in Egypt, but I'm going to take you out of Egypt to take you right back into Egypt.
Well, ma'am.
Because Canaan was Egypt. Egypt controlled Canaan. Egypt ruled Canaan. Egypt occupied Canaan.
You know those are brothers, right? Canaan and Egypt or Mizraim. Those are brothers, sons of Ham.
He
Egypt
can't
didn't
get away.
rule.
He
Egypt
can't
didn't
get
rule
away from
Canaan
the ham part. He can't get away from the fact, like the ham.
because
That's the only tie you guys have. There's no,
all
no, no.
Africans
Talk for
come from
yourself,
Ham.
sir. Talk for
All
yourself.
Africans come
Africans
from
don't
Ham.
come from ham. There's nothing to back that up.
Every
You have
African comes from
nothing to
Ham.
back that up, sir. You have
Look up
nothing to
Ham.
back that up.
All you gotta do is
Ham, ham is nonsense. It's just a story in a book. Ham is just a character in a book. That's all
look
it
him up.
is. That's all he is.
Can't look him up. There is no archaeological data on a ham.
Exactly.
Look, thank you for the $5 super chat, Conquifador. Conquifador says, this question is to you, Junior.
Mm-hmm.
How were the Canaanites mating with angels and creating Nephilims if the whole point of the flood was to destroy them?
Because the Bible says there was giants before and after the flood.
Right. So the question is, how did the Nephilim survive the flood?
Some hid in caves. Some survived underwater.
Are the caves are the caves on the ground? Were the caves in
Mountains.
the air?
Mountains.
So the caves were in the mountains.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
they hid in the which mountain? Mount Everest, the highest. Because it says that the waters went 22. No, listen. It says that the waters went 22 feet above the highest mountain. That means that even the highest mountain in the world was underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're trying to figure out, right, is how the Nephilim survived this flood.
Do you know what a Nephilim is, ma'am?
I do.
That's
It's
how.
your God's grandchildren.
Well, not the God, the angels.
No. The sons of God, the Red Sea's
Angels.
go. Oh my God, fucking Oso, fucking Oso.
What?
What the fuck?
Wait a minute. Wait.
No,
What did I
keep
just
going,
miss?
keep going, keep going. Go ahead. You said it right. You
Oh
said it
my
right. You
God.
said it right. Lala, she said the Red Sea Scrolls. She was trying to say something. She was trying to describe the story in the Dead Sea Scrolls. She said the Red Sea Scrolls.
Oh my God.
Oh, oh, so
Oh my
it's
God.
everywhere.
Just let it go. Let it go. Just move on from there. That's all you have to do. Just move on.
Oh my God. The Dead Sea Scrolls say sons of God, right? It was the Greek Septuagint that changed it to angels of God. But either way, it's the sons of God. And they mated with humans and created their children were demigods, were half divinity, half human, right?
Mm-hmm.
Half
Mm-hmm.
supernatural, half human,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? So these were your God's grandchildren. Your God did not want demigods
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
on the earth, so
Mm-hmm.
he flooded it. But how did they survive if his whole point was to get rid of the demigods?
They survive. It's his story.
How?
I told you.
So he failed. Your
Yes.
God
Yeah.
failed.
Yes.
He's a failure.
Well, that's your opinion, but okay.
Well,
Yeah,
you just said he failed. If he
right.
failed, he's a failure. It's not an
If
opinion. You agreed.
Okay, if y'all want to say he failed at killing the Nephilim, that is true. Nephilim survived. Yes, ma'am.
Why are you saying if we want to say as if that's an opinion?
You're right. I apologize. It's a fact. He failed at killing the Nephilim.
There's your answer, Conquistador. The God failed at killing the Nephilim. Now, back to Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my question's still there.
You said your question is still there for Egypt to Egypt?
Yeah, you haven't answered that.
I thought I did. I'm sorry. You said
What
why.
what what, what was
God
your
said.
answer?
You said why, right? Just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the reason why God told them to go into Canaan to kill every man, woman, and beast.
No, listen, don't. I'm Egypt. Egypt to Egypt. Why would
Oh,
he
okay. So
take
you
them
want to know why
out
they went
of?
into Egypt first? Why they went into Egypt in
No,
the first
no,
time?
no, no. The whole purpose of them coming out of Egypt was so that they would no longer be under slavery in Egypt. Correct?
Nah,
They
it
would
was
no
to go
longer be
to the
under.
land. It was to go to the land
No,
of milk and honey.
no. He took them out of slavery. He said, "I heard they're suffering. I don't want them suffering anymore." Right? He took them out of slavery. He freed them. That's what the Passover is about.
So
They would
wait,
no
yeah,
longer
okay.
be slaves.
So
Right?
wait, I'm confused, man. If you know these stories and you
I
don't
do know these stories
believe,
because I studied them. That's why I don't believe them because I study. That's why I
What?
don't believe
what?
them.
Why
I
would
don't.
we believe them if we're showing you the holes in them? We're telling you that the Exodus never actually happened.
But
Why
the
would we
Bible
then
said it
believe
did.
the story? Yeah, just it's just a book. Just because a book says it's real doesn't mean it's real.
The
Like
Bible is
what?
the most sold
The
book
Bible is
in all
just
of
a book,
history.
sir. It's just a book. That's because of colonization. There's a reason why it's the most sold book. It's the best production.
In
Every other day you
history,
get every other day. Yes, I can say that in history. At this point, the fact that people have to keep buying 500,000 different versions, I think the whole idea was fucking genius because there are people that are still buying this stupid ass book even though we know that none of it is even true. Even though
okay.
we know that none of the stories match up to any actual history. There's a reason why people are still buying that book because it's colonization, because
So
people have been
everybody that
colonized to think that that book is supposed to be saying some truth. And even though when you see that it's not saying the truth, like people like you still say it's true. So people like you keep buying the book. That's why.
so is
As
everybody
they're
dumb?
JR, I'm gonna ask you this one time. As they are talking, please wait until they finish their thoughts, and then you can chime in.
But
Thank you.
you do realize I be getting cut off a lot, right?
You're
When I be trying to
supposed
finish.
to.
They're
That's
Huh?
inter
that's the point.
yeah, they're gonna you're spilling a whole lot of misinformation, so they have to correct it. There's over 400 people in here, and we're not about to allow them to leave this live thinking that what you are saying is fact.
Like imagine being
Reading the Bible.
presented with
So
this
see,
much fact. You weren't talking when I started talking, so you can be quiet. Imagine being presented with this much fact
yo, why
and
y'all
then
so
still
rude
saying
though, yo?
and
What's
then
going
still say,
on?
stop talking while I'm talking. That's why I'm rude, because you don't have any self-control. I'm talking and you feel the need to talk. Like I was saying, imagine being presented with this much fact, this much historical fact that you can go look up for yourself and then turn around and say, well, the Bible says it's true, so it must be true. Like you're not even wanting to do any work for yourself. Oh, go look up actual facts that back up any of the things in the Bible. Nope. Nope. The Bible says it's true, so it's true. As an adult, a grown man. Come on now.
Look, this is the research that we've done. These are notes on the research that we've done. All right.
Why you ain't look up Ham?
Are you serious?
There's no Ham to look up. He never existed. That is just a character. How old are you?
All of those are characters then. Josiah,
Duh.
Joakim, all of them.
Listen, this has to do with the claim of the Israelites in Egypt. Ham ain't got shit to do with that.
Like,
Ham
Ham,
ain't even mentioned in that story. Where is Ham in the Egyptian story of the
Ham
Moses story?
is the father of the
Where is he
Africans.
named in the Moses story? What does he have to do with them being enslaved and being set free in that story?
he's still trying to say because of like that doesn't make any sense. They don't even mention him. So where are you getting Ham
What,
from? You trying to go back to Noah's curse. That has nothing to do with what she's talking about.
where is Ham in the Moses story? For him to be mentioned here in this discussion about them in Egypt. Where is Ham in the Bible in that story?
He's not in that story.
Thank you. So there's no need for me to be talking about Ham if I am discussing debunking or validating the claim that they were enslaved in Egypt. Agreed?
Y'all haven't answered who was enslaved if it wasn't the Israelites. Who
You
was
haven't
it?
even engaged with the data. It doesn't fucking matter
Right.
who it was.
It don't matter.
It,
So
it
history
wasn't
don't matter.
it wasn't the people in this book. It wasn't
So
the Israelites. The story is made up. It is a symbolic story about King Josiah and Pharaoh Necho II. It is symbolism, and it was written in 7th century BCE.
all of those have genealogies. If you look at the genealogies of all these people, they will go right back up into history.
What?
Sure, go ahead. Pull your genealogy up. Pull it up. I want to see your data. Pull it
Yeah,
up.
me too.
I,
I would
I,
And
love
I want to
to.
see like
Yeah, go ahead.
where's their genealogy as well. And I'm not talking about in the Bible. I'm talking outside the Bible. There should be something.
Yeah, I
Pull
want to
that
see your
up.
extra biblical resources, your extra biblical archaeological data for Ham, for all these people, please. And when I say extra biblical, I mean outside of the Bible.
but everything's the Bible. You can't do that.
So the Bible is a collection of stories and claims,
You're
correct?
you're
Hold on,
saying
stop,
this.
stop,
You're
stop, stop,
saying it's
stop.
a story.
Junior,
I'm not.
Junior,
What?
Junior,
Oh
Junior,
my God! This is crazy.
Junior. Alexander the Great, right, is inside the Bible, correct?
Who was that? Who was Alexander the
Hold
Great?
on, is he in the Bible?
Yes, he is. Who is that?
Okay, now, yeah, you should be able to
Wow.
go outside of the Bible, right, and find records, right, like actual records in reality that corroborate Alexander the Great's existence, or what the claim that Alexander the Great did in Israel. Right? Do you know? Well, hold on, not what he did. Hold on, let's do Antiochus. Antiochus Epiphanes the fourth, right, is in the Bible, right? There is a claim that Antiochus desecrated the temple and killed a pig in the sanctuary in the temple, right? You should be able to go outside of this book, right, and find extra biblical records to corroborate that claim inside this book. That's what I mean when I say extra biblical and validating or debunking a claim. Right?
Is
There are
Ale-
other records. There are other records, right, from around the Levant area in history that either corroborate the claims in this book. For example, Hazazel. You
is
know who
Alexander a
Hazazel
real
is?
person? Is he a fictional character?
He
He's
has
just a
more.
judge.
Alexander the Great has more extra biblical uh, records than your Jesus, than your Israelites.
Okay, and yet he's in the Bible. Make that make sense?
What
Oh my
what sense are
gosh.
you
What?
making?
Alexander's in the
Well, no,
Bible,
no.
and
What's
he's a
okay?
real
What's your point?
historical person. He's
And
in the
therefore, what?
Bible, and he's a real historical person. That's my
Okay,
point.
and therefore, what?
The If he's real, why isn't nobody else real?
Do you think one person wrote this book?
No.
Okay. Do you think that snakes talked?
Yes.
Do you think um uh cows had striped babies because they looked at striped poles while they were fucking?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's in the book. Do you believe that we get spotted cows because two cows looked at a striped pole while they were fucking, and that made their babies come out with spots?
You said it's in the Bible? All right, let's go with it.
Yeah.
All right.
No, do you believe that that's how
If it's
cows
in the
get spots?
Yeah, that's
if
what
it's
he's
in the
telling you,
Bible,
thinker. He's believing it because it's in the Bible. That's what he's telling you.
So every claim in this Bible for you is real, regardless of um, science, regardless of data,
the Bible says don't believe in
regardless of
science.
historical records. What?
The Bible says don't believe in science.
Yet your Bible uses astrology to as a sign to say that your Jesus is on the way. Your Bible uses 3 astrologers,
Mm.
right, to say that the star in the sky is a sign,
Well,
right?
Jesus created everything, so of course.
But no, you just said that the Bible said don't use science.
Falsely.
What? Give me the scripture for that.
This man is dishonest and disingenuous. I don't know what kind
First
of
Timothy
conversation we're
6
gonna
and
have.
20.
Read it.
Oh, you want me to read? All right, let me get the jump for you.
Mm-hmm.
I got you.
While we're trying to read, y'all, there's 400 people in here, so I know we can get these likes up. Do that already threaten y'all with the comments being turned off? So I know we can get these likes up. Let's get to tapping, and also caps. Some of y'all going crazy in the comments with these caps. Do not use caps if you are not a moderator. Okay, you are not allowed to use caps if you're not a moderator and you've not been given prior permission to use caps from the host. You are not allowed to use caps in the comments. Please stop doing that.
Where do you see the word science here?
All right. First Timothy 6 and 20. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings
Wait,
and
it says
oppositions.
Timothy, guard the deposit entrusted to you.
Oh,
Do you see that on
I'm
the
reading.
screen?
I'm reading out of King James. My fault. What version is that?
It's the NRSVUE, and it's
Yeah.
closest to it's closest to. Actually, let's see. Hold on. Let's
Mhm.
go to GreekCenter.org right quick. What is it? First Timothy 6 and what?
20.
And 20. Yep. O Timothy, the deposit guard, turning away the profane, empty babblings and oppositions of the falsely called knowledge. That's what the original text says. The oldest copy that we have is Witness 1, and it's from the year 325 CE, between 325 CE and 360 CE. But it literally says deposit. King James left that out. So, Timothy, guard the deposit entrusted to you. avoid the profane chatter and contradictions of what is falsely called knowledge. Let's see what the next. Let's read a little bit further. Hold on. By professing it, some have missed the mark as regards the faith. Grace be to you. Where does it say science there? Where does it say don't deal with science?
Well, it doesn't say that on yours, but in the
Wait,
apocrypha.
King James says science.
Yes, ma'am. It says, "O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science falsely so called."
Let's go to the Blue Letter Bible. Let's see what that word science. King James asks, will hide shit. Their people did a number on our minds with their deceptive interpretations. Let's see. Translate. No sales.
There's just gnosis. It just means knowledge.
Gnosis. Oh, okay. So
Hello, sir.
hold on. Yeah, I didn't even see you up there. I can't see my screen.
Yeah, I
Hold
don't.
on. Good. How are you? Hold on.
Pink bird.
Why is it? What is happening? Hold on.
I was gonna be bashed for Halloween, y'all. I was thinking about it.
It was
Oh,
gonna be
that would
pink
have
beard.
been dope.
It was gonna be pink beard or bash.
Hey, no, pink
That would have
beard,
been
pink
dope.
beard. Like you don't know how into like the whole thing. I'm so into it, y'all. Like I love it. Every time I see the pictures come up, the videos, I'm so into all of it. The beard, the grill, the chains, the overall. Man, I get so
I appreciate that.
Okay,
I'm
can y'all
aware of
see
that.
that? Why does it look
Yes.
different? Okay, yeah, gnosis and yeah, it's just knowledge.
Why would it use science? Why would it say
Because
like
King,
going against science? That's so weird.
I think is knowledge a type of science though? Would you consider knowledge a type of
Well,
like?
science is a type of knowledge per se.
I mean, yeah, science is a type of
Yeah,
knowledge.
Yeah,
yeah.
but like you know how you say like omniscient, right? That means to know all. Like omniscient or science is the same root word. Omniscient means just to know everything.
JR, are you there? It's like intelligence, understanding. So basically, whoever wrote Timothy, it's saying just to stay away from false knowledge, false intelligence. Which I could understand something like that because it's very frustrating for people to make claims without any resources to back it up. It's frustrating.
Mm-hmm. Nah, most definitely. I definitely agree. But it is knowledge. Science is knowledge. Knowledge is science. But there's good science and there's bad science. Could we attest to that?
You said that this book said to stay away from science, period.
No, I said falsely. Science, like false science.
You said all science.
Nah.
You
You
started
read
off
false
saying
science.
all
Yeah,
science.
Yeah,
and that's
you
Yeah.
Okay.
said
that's
all
what she
science.
said.
I
You
apologize.
changed it later.
I apologize, ladies. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me.
But what would be a false science?
Right. Would it even be science if it's false?
Like, how would we declare a science false?
Well,
Like alchemy or something?
who started science? Where it come from?
Science is just the endeavor of knowledge. So no one started science.
So it just what?
Science
It's
is a
got to be the
process.
first. Everything got an origin, right?
No. Science is just a process of gaining knowledge. And it's long. Every human being that's ever tried to gain knowledge has engaged in science.
So what's a scientist?
A scientist is a person who specializes in a science.
You realize that scientists are not just like general, like I guess you can have like a general scientist, but a lot of them specialize in specific things. That's why they're scientists of blah blah blah, scientists of blah blah blah. Like it's not just like a, oh, you're a scientist now. Now you know every single thing there is to know about science. That's not how that works.
Nah, I feel you on that. I was just like, I guess my question is coming from like since everything has a beginning, what's the beginning of science?
Whoever the first person was who wanted to know something,
Who was that?
the first person.
Oh, you talking about Adam?
Well, Adam wasn't the first person, but I mean, if that's your placeholder, that's fine. Yeah.
He
So
didn't
the
want to
first
know
person.
nothing,
Science
but
is science is
Adam didn't want
Adam
to know
is.
anything though. Where does Adam seek knowledge? Why would it be Adam?
He had to want to know something.
Did
Yeah, he had to-
he? He just sat there.
I mean, if you're engaging in life, you learn it something, right? Even if you just learn, oh, that bug moves, or
Yeah.
that, he learned something. Anybody who learns anything is engaging in science.
Okay, I ain't never get it from that perspective. So,
And now our scientific method, now you make a hypothesis and then you test the hypothesis. We make it a bit complicated, but even babies do that. You give them something, they throw it down. They're learning, oh, when I do that with my hands, it goes down, right? They do it again. They test that hypothesis again. It always works that way, right? You engage in that process all the time. Anybody that's learning anything or making any hypothesis or any prediction is engaging in the scientific method. Right. And now there are some sciences that we call pseudosciences, right? In other words, you make predictions and those predictions don't come to pass, right? Like alchemy, right? Where I can turn lead into gold. I can't do that, right? There's lots of people who claimed that they could, but that was pseudoscientific, right? But
gotcha. So, do you believe in the Bible?
when you say believe in, do I believe the Bible exists? Yes. Do I believe that all the words in the Bible are true? Absolutely not.
What about Christ?
What about him?
You believe in him?
Do I believe that a man named Jesus existed in the first century of Judea?
No, I'm just saying Christ. Everything about him, the stories, everything that happened with him. You believe that?
Hell no.
Got you.
But do I believe that a man lived in the first century named Yeshua ben Joseph? Yeah, more than likely.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, I get you now. Yeah. Yeshaya. Yeah. My fault.
Probably closer to Yeshua, but okay.
Well, you believe in him, so that's cool. That's good.
That's not what he said.
I believe he could have been a person. I do believe that. But do I think he walked on water, dead?
The plausibility, the possibility of a human existing named Yahshua or Yeshua. I mean, it's possible, right? It's possible that a human named Yahshua built a cult, lying and telling people that he was the Jewish Messiah. That is very possible. There were multiple of them.
Yeah, and I believe that. I believe that could have been a guy that existed and did that. Do I think he, I don't know, spit in somebody's eye and they could see? No. Do I think he, I don't know, walked on water? No.
Yakota, can you come to TikTok and teach me better methodology for research? Since my methodology is terrible, considering that I got it from actual scholars. I would love to know yours and use it so that it's not so terrible. The box is open for you. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Conquifador. JR, Conquifador asked, why was Jesus in a park at 3 a.m. with a naked boy Hold on. Why was Jesus in a park at 3 a.m. with a naked boy screaming, he's not a pirate, when he was arrested? according to the Greek?
I'm not familiar with that.
It's in the book of John.
What's the chapter?
I think it's, give me just a second. I'm 14. No. Is it John? Let me see. This is his prayer. It's at the Garden of Gethsemane in John. Now Judas had betrayed him, so Judas brought the detachment. Then Jesus, knowing the time came forth, I am he. Judas, who betrayed him, was standing with them. When Jesus said to them, I am he. Can y'all see this? They stepped back and fell to the ground. Again, he asked, whom are you looking for? They said, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus answered, I told you that I am he. So if you're looking for me, let these people go. This was to fulfill the word that he had spoken. I did not lose a single one of those whom you gave me. Then Simon Peter, who had a sword, drew it, struck the highest priest slave, and the high priest's slave, and cut off his right ear. The slave's name was Malchus. Jesus said to Peter, put your sword back in its sheath. Am I not to drink the cup that the Father has given me? So the soldiers, their officer, and the Jewish police arrested Jesus and bound him. First, they took him to Ananias, who was the father-in-law of Caiaphas.
Caiaphas.
Caiaphas, the high priest that year. Caiaphas was the one who had advised the Jews that it was better to have one person die for the people.
It's Mark. It's in Mark 14.
Where the naked boy was there?
51.
I know it's in John too.
They probably
Where he said that, where does he say I'm not a thief in Mark?
Yeah, it says hold on. It says they were seized
You said
when they
Mark
were
what?
14:51, not 50, not 52, 51.
And there followed a certain man having a linen cloth about his naked body. No, the part where he says I'm not a thief.
Yeah, it says hold on here. Hold on.
And they all forsook him, and there followed a.
It says I'm leading and then you not to come out to the sword, to the club and teaching. And so others and teachers.
I see him, and he returned. They find, and he come at the time and sleeping. Rise up and go. And immediately while they spake, Judas came, and he betrayed him. And as soon as he came, they stood,
I
drew a
don't
sword
know
and
the
smote
man.
against a thief. Here we go, 48. And Jesus answered and said unto them, are ye come out as against a thief with swords and with staffs to take me? The Greek word there means pirate. What was that? Mark 14. 48.
Wait, so 48.
A robber, plunder, the freebooter. That word right there. Yeah. So that's what he's asking. Why was he in the garden with this naked boy, claiming not to be a freebooter? Are you there?
Junior.
I'm sorry.
Did you hear my question?
No, ma'am, my bad.
The question that Conquistador asked, right, is why was Jesus in a garden at 3:00 in the morning with this young man, with this naked young man, claiming not to be a freebooter?
What chapter is this?
Mark 14,
Mm-hmm.
starting at verse 48 to 51.
48, 51. And ye shall answer and say unto them, are ye come out as against a thief with swords and with staves to take me out? I was daily with you in the temple teaching, and ye took me not, but the scriptures must be fulfilled. And they all forsook him and fled. And there followed him a certain young man, having a linen cloth cast about his naked body. And the young men laid hold on him, and he left the linen cloth and fled from them naked.
Burn,
Okay.
James. Burn. The fuck?
It says it. The young man followed them, having his linen cloth cast about him naked. He went and laid hold on Jesus's
The
garment.
question is, why was he in this garden with this naked little boy? And this naked young man? That's his question to you.
You're asking why the young man approached Jesus.
So Conquistador from YouTube asked you this question. He says, hey, JR, why was Jesus in a park at 3 a.m. with a naked boy screaming he's not a pirate, which is a freebooter in Greek, when he was arrested according to the Greek?
Why is he saying 3 a.m. and at the park?
He's being sarcastic right there. The question is, why was Jesus in the garden with this naked boy, right? When he got arrested. That's the main part of the question.
Where does it say he's in the park though?
Okay, he's calling. That's why I say garden. He's being sarcastic when he says park, but he's in the garden.
You making fun? Oh,
Who's making fun? He's in the garden. He's at the Garden of Gethsemane. He's calling the garden a park.
Okay. And you want to
But
know why?
the main important thing is, the question here is, why was he with this naked young man in the garden when he got arrested? That's the meat of the question. That's the real part of the question.
We're reading it in 51. The boy.
Okay, so what purpose does the naked young man have?
To lay hold of Christ. When you touch Christ, you got healed. That was the whole kill.
You sure that's what you want to say?
We're reading it. Having linen cloth cast about his naked body, the young man laid hold on him, and he left the linen cloth and fled naked. He fled. So I don't understand.
Do you know what's happening
before?
here?
Huh?
Do you know what's happening here?
Nah, I mean before he get arrested, like you asking me why is he in the garden with a naked boy? The boy came there like that, touched him,
No,
and
he
left.
didn't. He was laying there. He was laying there with a naked he was laying there on the ground naked with a linen cloth laid on him. They came to arrest Jesus. The boy got up, right?
And
ran after Jesus.
Listen, it says in 51, and there
It says, and the
followed.
young men, not young men, and the young men laid hold on him.
Who's
right?
him? Who's him?
Who? Okay, we're gonna read. All right. Let's stop right here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 49. I was daily with you in the temple teaching, and ye took me not. But the scriptures must be fulfilled. And they all forsook him and fled. Who's him here?
Christ.
Okay.
Hmm.
Who is they all fled?
Whoever he's teaching to in the temple.
Maybe let's start from the beginning
40,
here.
49. I was daily
Do you know
with
where
him in the
he is
temple,
here? Do you know where
teaching.
he is here? Where where is he in this scene?
Hold on. The scriptures y'all gave me.
Right.
The
Well,
boy came.
I thought you were familiar with the Garden of Gethsemane. So we didn't think that we have to like go all the way back. The garden scene in this story is very famous. So didn't think that we would have to like walk you through this, right? He's in the Garden of Gethsemane where he's praying to God, asking God, let this cup be passed, right? He goes a ways away from the disciples who are with him. This is after the supper, right? They leave the Last Supper. They walk to this garden. He's like, come on before they come and find us, right? Let's get out of this place before they come and find us. They go like 40 miles away to the Garden of Gethsemane, right? He goes off a ways away from them to go pray to himself, to God, who is himself. And he asked them to keep watch. He comes back, they're asleep. He goes off, like, while y'all sleep, I asked y'all to watch. He goes off to beg himself again. He comes back, they're asleep again, right? And then Judas walks up and kisses him on the cheek. And the Roman army, the Jewish leaders are there to arrest Jesus. That's the scene. That's where we are. Okay?
Mm-hmm. So this is where Judas sold him out, right?
Yeah, where Judas followed your God's plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Then it says, and immediately while he yet spake, cometh Judas, one of the 12, and with him a great multitude with swords and staves from the chief priests and the scribes and the elders. So who's there? Who came with swords and staves?
I'm listening.
Right, because you're asking who is the they, right?
No. No.
You did.
I'm good. From the question you
No,
asked
you're
me
not.
earlier.
No,
You
you're
asked
not,
me
because
48 to 51.
Jesus healed this young boy when it says they laid hold on him. You think that's the young boy touching Jesus and getting healed. You're not good. I'm trying to show you the characters in the story. You think that Jesus was talking to the people that he talked to in the temple. I mean, you think the people that fled away were the ones that he talked to in the temple. Literally, at the beginning of this, Jesus is telling the disciples that he's about to fulfill a prophecy, which don't make no fucking sense to me. But anyway, he says to them, and Jesus said unto them, all ye shall be offended because of me this night. He's telling them what's about to go down. Let me get the fuck out of King James, because hold on. That motherfucker just be lying like a motherfucker. Hold on. Okay, so he tells them at the beginning of Mark 14, and Jesus said to them, his disciples, right? This is after the supper. You will all fall away, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. He's telling them what happens tonight, y'all are going to leave me. Y'all are going to scatter. Y'all are going to run away. Right? You see that? Who is he talking to here?
And Jesus says to them, you will all fall away.
Hey, Thinker, I'm gonna run do some election checking. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Hey, don't come back and tell us, because I don't want to know right now.
Okay.
I don't want to know right now. Okay.
Okay.
Who is he talking to right here?
Wait, what happened to 48 to 51?
We're still
What
in the
happened? Oh,
we are
okay.
still in the same chapter. I'm trying to help catch you up, because the characters are not falling in line for you right now. Who is he talking to right here when he says, and Jesus said to them? Who is the them here?
I don't know. You in a whole nother Bible.
I'm.
All right, 27.
It
And Jesus
says the
said unto
same
them,
thing.
all ye should be offended because of me this night, for it is written.
Who is all ye? Who is all ye? It, since for some reason them, you don't understand the word them. Who is all ye?
Whoever who's talking to, I don't
Who
know.
is he talking to?
Bam. I don't know. We're starting in the middle of the whole chapter. I don't know.
So
He
you don't know
wasn't
who he was
listening.
talking to at the Last Supper?
He wasn't
Oh, his
listening.
disciples.
Okay, you didn't hear me say this was after the supper?
No, I
They're
didn't.
at
I'm
the
sorry.
supper, and
Okay.
he says to them,
Uh-huh.
them and all ye mean the same thing. Yeah, like King, I don't know why y'all want to like suffer with King James. I don't know, but and Jesus said to them, "You will all fall away, for it is written, right? I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered." Who's gonna flee? Who's gonna scatter when he says this? When this happens to me, y'all gonna all leave me. Who is he saying will leave him?
The disciples.
The disciples. All right. So then when we get down to verse 48
Mm-hmm.
in the same chapter,
Still talking to the disciple. Okay, I'm with you. Okay.
all right.
Mm-hmm.
So when it says, okay, verse 49. Day after day, I was with you in the temple teaching, and you did not arrest me, but let the scriptures be fulfilled. Then it says, all of them deserted him and fled. Who is all of them that deserted him and fled?
Disciples. Mm-hmm.
The disciples, not the people he was teaching in the
Right.
not that
Right.
he was talking to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's why we had to go through all of that, because you
Gotcha.
originally said that was that, right?
Yes,
Then it
ma'am.
says a certain young man was
Mm-hmm.
following him, wearing nothing but a linen cloth. They
Mm-hmm.
caught hold of him, but he left the linen cloth and ran off naked.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, why was Jesus in this garden with this young man naked, laying with a linen cloth on him?
You saying Jesus was laying with the boy? Is that what
No,
he's
the
trying to?
boy was laying in the garden with Jesus under a linen cloth, but he was butt naked under the linen cloth. When they came to arrest Jesus, he got up, he ran after Jesus. When they arrested him, he running after him like, no! And his linen cloth fell off and he ran off butt ass naked. The question is, why was he there butt ass naked?
I don't know why the young man came there naked. Why did he come naked?
He was there with Jesus in the garden, naked, laying on the ground.
It says he followed him, and
Oh,
there
that,
followed a certain young
uh-huh.
man.
And he followed him when they arrested him, right? He followed him when they arrested him. Look, read your King James.
It says, and there followed him, Christ, a certain young man, having a linen cloth. So the young man has the cloth, cast about his naked body. The young man's doing this.
He followed after Jesus when they arrested him. He ran after Jesus, right?
Okay. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And the linen cloth fell off of him.
Okay. When was
Why
Christ
was he
laying down with
there?
him?
I said the young. Okay, let me go to the book of John, because John gives a little bit more. John says that he was on the ground when they came and got him. Hold on. I know that. Hold on. This. Give me just a second. I think it's in John.
Louise, you know you talking about your God, right? He about to smite you.
So y'all probably don't believe that women shouldn't usurp authority over a man.
The fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yep.
What the fuck kind of dumbass question was that?
My bad. I ain't mean to get you mad.
Yeah, don't do that again. The fuck?
But it's in the Bible. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a stupid ass Bible, so that's why it says
Ooh.
stupid ass things.
Ow.
Don't say that again.
Ouch.
Don't ask
Yikes.
no dumbass question like that again.
Wait, why did you ask that question? For what?
I
For
don't
that
even care
reason
at
right
this
there.
point.
She's so angry to me.
Cause you're a fucking weirdo.
No,
That's
why?
why.
Why did you ask that? Like, what does her being angry got to do with what you asked?
I mean, he thinks
Yeah,
femininity
he's trying
is
to
witchcraft.
antagonize.
Yeah, he
No,
did
No,
that on
he's
purpose.
trying to trigger.
no,
He's
no,
trying to
he
He did
trigger.
that shit
Yeah,
on
literally
purpose.
no, he literally
yeah.
thinks femininity is witchcraft. It's on his page.
Like
No,
he's
that's why I'm
So
saying
asking. So, like, why did you
nonsense.
ask that question out of the blue? Like what prompted that question right now?
Just ask the question. It just came to my mind.
Yeah,
No,
because
I,
you're
I want to know like
childish.
why. My question is why.
It just came to my mind.
Yeah, to antagonize.
Had an assumption.
Are
Was right.
are you feeling some type of way right
You
now?
know he,
Nah.
you
Are
know
you,
he is.
yeah. Hold on.
1:34 in the morning.
Are you feeling some type of way right now because we do know the Bible? Because we just had to show you something. Like, are you feeling some type of way about that?
Of course not. That wouldn't be the
I think
spirit
you
of
are.
Christ.
I think you are feeling because we had to show you that, and it's making you feel, I don't know, small, that
You're
you had to
entitled.
like go to misogyny. No, like literally,
You're entitled to how you
you
feel.
had a misogynistic thought out of nowhere, right? You don't have any uh um intellectual grounds from this conversation that led you to that. It just popped out of nowhere, right?
Well, I mean,
And
honestly, if
then it came out of your mouth,
you want me to
right?
answer,
So
if you,
that, to me, I did
okay, go
ask you
ahead.
2 times. I asked you twice what led you to that question, right? And you
Come on
said
now.
it just out of nowhere. You already answered me and said it came out of nowhere. So that tells me that it actually came from your ego, right? It came from your emotions, and either you were feeling small, right? Because women are showing you your book.
What have you showed me? You're asking me questions. I give you the answer, and you tell me I'm wrong. What are you
Oh,
talking
so
about?
you were correct when you said that Jesus was talking to the people that he taught in the temples daily. You were
I'm talking
correct.
about before this, before that, way
Before
before
what?
that. The
Before
conversation.
what?
In the
Before what?
conversation.
Like, tell me, like what?
What
Because
I'm
again, I'm
saying
asking
is,
you what led you to that thought. So help me
I'm
figure
about
it
to
out.
tell you. You're
Hmm.
picking and choosing what you want to dive into. I've asked
It's
questions that
my
I haven't
show.
got answers to, and you
Yeah,
told me
it's
it
my
doesn't
show.
matter.
It's my show.
So
Like, you literally started out with the Old Testament question, right? You asked me if I believe in the flood. I answered you no. And then I told you what I also do not believe in. Then you started with this bullshit. Black people are the people in the Bible. I told you why I do
African
not believe
American.
that. And I told you why I do not believe that.
So let me ask you, because you don't believe it, does that make it not true?
It makes it not true for me because I deal with facts and data. You don't. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I told you why
Got
I
you.
don't believe it.
Got you. Got you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And that made you feel small
I don't know why you trying to put that on me. I'm good.
because you
Go
came with
ahead.
this misogynistic bullshit about women not speaking over men or teaching men or whatever the fuck you said. I barely paid attention. But like,
I mean,
that's
that's
why. I'm
a.
just trying to figure out why you jumped to that. I'm just trying to figure
I
out your
just,
mind.
I just told you. Y'all choose what you want to spend your time
Because
on.
it's my, you do realize that this is my show.
Okay, then make your point.
Who else get to choose it?
Why are you? What's wrong with you, yo? Yo? You was looking up something in the Bible. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Can you answer the question? Who else get to choose what I spend time on my life?
Do your thing, baby.
Can you answer the question? Don't fucking call me baby. I'm not your baby.
You angry?
Yeah, don't
Matter of
fucking
fact, I'm not.
disrespect me like
God
that
dang
and
it.
call
Go
me
ahead.
baby. I'm not your baby. I'm not your baby. I don't fucking know you. Small ass ego. Sorry, Conquifador. I didn't see your super chat. Conquifador says Dr. Ammon Hillman has a very interesting take on this. He translates the Greek Bible using a mix of ancient medical texts. His channel is Lady Babylon. I'm familiar with Dr. Hillman. Thank you. Damn temper tantrums and shit.
It's always like that though. They come on with these deep voices, sound so smooth, but they end up being misogynistic pigs.
Because they can't take an intelligent woman, especially intelligent black woman,
Black woman. Yep.
especially fucking three of them at one time.
And then like the way he asked the
Oh, I'm
question,
not.
he was being like, he wanted a reaction. He's like, so I guess y'all don't believe that women shouldn't be like, why the fuck would we believe it if we don't believe in the Bible? Like why would we even believe that? Why would any woman believe any of that? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like what?
Yeah, I just wanted to know. Well, then why the fuck are you watching us, James? It's not intelligent to watch people that you think are stupid. I will say that because I would never come and watch you.
That
The
shows
fuck?
stupidity, doesn't it?
It's very stupid. Like you'll stay up all night and watch us. It's very dumb. Um, what was I getting ready to say? Oh, uh, is it King Nicole?
Yes, ma'am. Hi. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. King, the Y represents the yoni, and it's just, I, I was listening, and I wish that he didn't leave or you didn't kick him off, but
Oh, I wouldn't have let you talk to him anyway. I don't do that.
fair enough.
Yeah, I don't allow people to come up and talk about the previous guests. Um, so if you come up, I do ask that you start a conversation with one of the topics on the screen, and only if you are a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're currently deconstructing from Christianity, or if you have deconstructed from Christianity and are now either a non-believer or an atheist.
Okay. Well, I have already deconstructed. Um, so I guess I'll pick a title. Um,
I didn't even know
the law.
they huh?
I was
So
reading.
Mezzo said that you are very talented and that you should sign up for the next talent show. Do you sing?
Yeah, I'm a singer, songwriter, and I loop. Thank you, Mezzo, for that. Um, oh man. Well, I'm looking to branch my content out into talking about these things as well as it's just a global awakening amongst the feminine. I can't really say I know exactly where you're coming from with any topic on the board. Like the devil belongs to the believers. Not that I disagree or anything like that. Can I ask why? And I'm not gonna go. Let me know if I'm pushing too much boundaries. But may I ask why you don't allow that particularly?
Because it creates confusion. I don't do confusion, and I don't like the having to clean up somebody else's mess because somebody misquotes somebody. And I'm not interested in talking about another person that's not on the stage with somebody else. Like
Especially
I
not
may
him.
discuss a conversation. Yeah, and I may discuss a conversation with the co-host here, but not with like somebody that wasn't a part of the conversation. Does that make sense?
Um, I definitely respect that. All right. Well, thank you for having me up, and please continue doing what you're doing. A lot of people need the space.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Can you sing something for us? Would you mind?
Oh no, 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 no.
Are you shy?
No, I'm not shy. I just
Uh,
don't like to be put on the spot. I like to plan those things out, and
I
um,
respect that.
yeah.
We're having a talent show. Not us. We just had one, but Mutual Aim is having a talent show to raise money for Central Africa. She's trying to build a transitional village in Chad, and she's raised about a little over $20,000 of her $220,000 goal. And she does talent shows every month. First prize is always a cash prize. If you're interested in that, her account is Mutual Aim. Uh, if you ever participate in talent shows or things like that, would love to
It's
extend that invite to you.
it's on
Absolutely.
the auditions start on the 14th. So if you follow her, just know, if you want to audition, they start on the 14th and they go all the way to the 20th. Okay. And then the actual show is on the 24th. And that goes all the way to the 1st of December.
Can you can you type her name in the chat so I can copy it instead of winging it? And I'll just go ahead and send an inbox there.
Yeah, that's for anybody. Well, Thinker, is that okay? I'm just gonna like for
Yeah.
anybody that wants to. That's for anybody that wants to audition, guys. It
Yeah. Can
starts
you
on the
pin it?
14th. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Sorry, how do I do that? Lala, can you help me?
Unfortunately, they don't give the host the pinning capabilities.
I
But I
think
think
La.
if you like hold
Hold
down or
on.
something.
Yeah, how do you
Thank you
do
for
it,
the
Lala? So I can
roses.
know from.
That
I
was
can.
nice.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Sorry. But yeah, if you guys want to audition again, you wanted to participate, it starts on the 14th, auditions, and it's going on all the way to the 20th. So if you miss the first one, the second one is going to be there, the third one, So,
Ooh, thank you. Oh, there it is. Prophet Muhammad, I'm not really sure. I appreciate the roses. I hope you don't think that I'm in any way patriarchal. Just wanted to throw that out there, Muhammad. So you might want to save your yeah. Oh, there it is. Got it. Thank you. All right, I'll go
You're
ahead and
so
step
welcome.
down.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well.
Okay, y'all. So I know y'all have heard the news. Take a deep breath.
it's not over. They're still counting, right?
Yeah, it's not
No,
over.
it's
Yeah, it's not over.
the Lord's just came in and said that he
No,
won.
they still gonna keep counting.
Okay. Okay. Y'all, please don't come in here with like just wait. Please just wait. Ain't playing like why is people saying it's over and some people saying it's not?
It can be over because they still haven't done like colleges. There's still like students that still have to vote.
Oh, she lost PA. Okay. That's why they're calling it. She did need PA. Um, yeah. Yeah. I swear. Do y'all remember the dream I told y'all I had?
Yeah.
I don't want that to come true. I
No,
swear I
you
don't.
guys, they said, like, okay, so a lot of reporters have been trying to spread the word that Republican, dang, why did I say that word? Okay, so the our people's votes get counted first. So they've been trying to spread that word. The our people get their votes counted first. So that's why a lot of the times we see the our people's results first. We see like all their numbers go up first. So just you guys just take a breath. We'll check back in later. At least like
Lord said they just called it. I don't know.
who called it?
I
The
don't know, but
AP has not called for Pennsylvania yet.
Yeah, they can't call it yet. Is it election day?
yeah,
They call it this early on election day?
It hasn't been
yeah.
called yet.
No, I've
But
never seen that.
they said Fox called it. Kamala went home.
Fox, duh.
Come on, Fox.
Fox and
Really?
CNN, but Fox and CNN called it, right?
Yeah, no, it's not
So
ready yet.
yeah, but I'm just saying, take a deep breath. I don't even want to talk about it while we're on the live. Like I don't. Um, yeah, I don't want to talk about it while we're on the live. So if we can keep it out of the chat, I would greatly appreciate it, y'all. I just rather focus on what we're here for. I appreciate that. All right, let's bring up the next person. Let's see. Cordy, Cord, Cordivia. Okay, that was an accident. Coco, it's on the Discord. I had this dream in 2020. Ronell Pierre.
Renal, hi, how are you?
Ronald. I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you ladies
That's
doing?
good. We're doing good. Are you a Christian, a believer of the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
You have quite a few here. Gentiles weren't guilty of the law. What do you mean by that? That they were not, that they had no uh, governing authority over them, in a sense? Any heavenly governing authority?
Let me ask you a question. What was the purpose of the Mosaic law that was given to the Israelites? What was the purpose of that law?
There were a couple purposes. One of the purposes
What's the purpose of a
was
law? What's the purpose of a legal code? That's what I'm asking.
okay. Purpose of a legal code is to govern a nation, and if there are any breaking of the laws, there would be consequences.
Similar to, like, do you live in America?
Yes,
And whatever state you live in, you also have a legal code there?
that's correct. That's
So
correct.
if I don't live in your state, right? And I'm not governed by your state laws, right?
Correct.
Right. So Gentiles were not governed by the laws of Israel, correct? Unless they lived in the land of Israel.
Yes, there were for the majority of, I guess, the laws, no, but in reference to the simplistic laws, the overarching general laws, that would extend to the Gentiles as well.
No, those laws they knew on their own. And Paul states they did. Like not harming
Correct.
other humans, right? Like that's just,
Yes,
I guess, common sense,
according
right?
to
Like, I'm going. Is there a reason you're
Romans
talking
2.
while I'm talking? Is there a reason why you're talking while I'm talking?
I apologize.
I
I
don't
didn't mean to.
understand. I don't understand. Like for some reason, here in America, we were not taught how to have conversations, right? We were not taught how to listen to each other. We were not taught how to answer questions properly. While you were talking, I was not talking.
I apologize.
Thank you. When you call them simplistic laws, you're talking about just not harming other humans, not killing humans, not stealing from humans, right? Like common sense type things, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the law, right, the Mosaic law, the Gentiles were not guilty of sinning against that law.
Yes, for the most part, yes, except for one law, I would say. Um, let's see here. You know what? I'm just going to retract that. I'm not going to say that yet. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so that's what that means. That's why I
Correct.
said that. So anything else?
So now, you mean as far as another question?
No, like that's the
Or
question.
another?
That's not a question, that's a stance. That's the topic you chose. We agree. So there's nothing else?
Well, they weren't guilty of the law, but they did have a law from God, and that's why they were punished throughout the Old Testament. I don't know if I'm going off topic. Correct me if I am.
What law did this God give to the Gentiles in the Old Testament?
Well, those basic laws that you were referring to
Yeah,
were
when
the
did he give them
reasons
to the
why.
Gentiles is my question.
Well, those laws were written on their hearts, as it says in Romans chapter 2.
Where does it say that this God wrote them on their hearts? They had their own gods. And literally Romans chapter 2 says that it was just already there and their conscience governs them, not this God.
Right, but they had their own laws from their own gods, their fallen gods. But ultimately, it was the God of Israel that created them, because He is responsible for all creation, and so therefore they do have to give an account to the God that actually created them.
That's your belief. And nowhere in this book does it say your God gave them any law.
About their, like,
Well,
what about their
the
creation?
God.
What about what they believe their creation story is? Like, does that matter? Whatever they believe their God did, what about the God that they're serving? They think the God created them, so they are giving reference to the God that they know.
I understand. I understand, ma'am. But ultimately, just like if a gang had their own laws, the overarching government that is over this gang would ultimately bring forth consequences for breaking of laws, even though they have laws among themselves.
Yeah, what I asked you was, in the Old Testament, what laws, right? In the Old Testament, not what you think or what you believe. Show me in the
hmm
Old Testament where this God is giving the Gentiles these laws that you say is written on their heart and punishing them for it. That's what I'm asking you
well,
for.
the giving the laws of the heart. Let's go to Romans chapter 2.
Did you hear me say Old Testament? You said in the Old Testament, that's why they kept sinning against that law, and that's why they kept getting punished in the Old Testament. Where is this God continuously punishing Gentiles for not following His law in the Old Testament? And is that humming coming from you?
No, I
I
have
think it is, and it's
in
like really loud in my ears. There is a humming. Like, can you go on mute for a second?
yes.
I think the last time you were on stage, you had an issue with your microphone too. But there is like a loud humming. It's so loud that it's making my eardrums vibrate because I have earbuds in. Can you fix that for me?
Yeah, I was just on mute. Did you hear that hum?
No,
Okay, do you hear it now?
no, not right now.
Okay, okay. Well, you can go to Genesis chapter 15, where God is talking to Abraham, and God is stating to Abraham that when the sins of the Amorites have fully come, meaning when the level of sin against the God of Israel has been done, then that's when the descendants of Abraham would be allowed to take that specific nation from the Gentiles that violated the specific laws that were done against the
Why
God
are
of
you
Israel.
adding to that? Why are you adding to that? You're adding to that. You
Um,
realize that, right?
what am I adding?
Is where it says, "But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full." It doesn't say anything about a law. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have a law at that time. What law was Abraham bound by at that time?
Abraham was simply following the God of Israel, the
But
God in
but
whom
by what
led
law?
the law of circumcision.
And the Amorites were also under the law of circumcision?
No, no, no. The Amorites were under the simplistic laws, not killing, not stealing, the basic laws, like you said earlier.
But where does it say that the Amorites were sinning against this God's law?
But that's why I was going to Romans, but Romans was looking in retrospect and
Romans says they have
explaining.
their own law. Romans says they have their own law. They are a law to themselves. It doesn't say that they are a law to
Okay.
this God. But what I'm asking you about is what you brought up in Genesis 15, right? Genesis 15 and
hmm
16 says, "But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full." What law, right, was, you said Abraham was bound by the circumcision law, so not the simplistic laws, not that, right? By the,
Yes.
just like killing, and so when Abraham kills, that's okay.
Well, some of the laws that they broke was laws of witchcraft,
When,
necromancy. They were
when was that law given? There was no Mosaic law at this time. When was that law given to the Amorites? Are you saying they had all of these laws before the Israelites did?
these were practices that were forbidden, and they
Forbidden by who?
by God.
Okay, where in this text before Genesis 15 does your God list that?
No, he doesn't list that to the Gentiles. Let me see. Let me see if I can.
No,
Matter
where
of
does
fact,
he
before
give
I
it
say
to the?
that,
Where
let
does
me.
he give it to Abraham? Where does he give it to Abraham or Noah or Adam? All before Moses. Like, where does
Well,
he give these laws to them?
in the book of Deuteronomy, he speaks
Before
of these
Abraham?
specific laws.
I mean, before Moses? Did you hear my question?
Oh no, no,
Listen
I
to my
thought you were
question.
referring to the Mosaic law.
I'm still talking. We are at the time before they go into Canaan, and you're saying the Amorites sinned against the law of the God of Israel. The Amorites at this point in time in Genesis 15. And your God is calling judgment on the Amorites for sinning against his law. I'm trying to figure out what was in this law and where can I read it prior to Genesis 15.
Understood. I understood what you're saying, but there was no specific laws here. We're talking about knowledge that the Gentiles should have known, and as a result, God ultimately brought consequences because of that inward knowing.
Okay. So do the Gentiles have higher expectations than the God's chosen people of knowing what this God wants?
Do they
Because
have
you
higher
said they should have
expectations?
known. Yeah. Are there higher expectations of Gentiles who don't know this God? Right. Keep in mind,
Well,
even hold on. Keep in mind, even Paul said, "How can they hear except they have a preacher? Except there be a preacher." They did not know this God. Right. Paul even says that they didn't know him. So how, like, there, it seems to be a higher expectation of Gentiles to just automatically know what a unknown foreign God expected of them than it does of his chosen people, because he hadn't given his chosen people a law yet. Or are you saying that the chosen just knew what this God wanted too before he gave them the law?
okay, let me answer. Okay, so one of the things that I can say is that through one of the things that the Word of God says is that God's ways we know by we understand God by his ways. I'm kind of paraphrasing that, but what I'm saying is when God brings consequences, like he did when the Philistines stole the Ark of the Covenant, there's knowledge that is gained through that consequence. And so that knowledge should have told them that what they were doing was wrong. And so God continually brought forth consequences in that manner that should have revealed to both and all of them were Gentiles. It's God choosing a specific people to come out and be the Israelites that he wanted them to be. But everyone was Gentiles at one point. No one was a chosen people per se. It's Abraham who eventually is the one chosen to be the individual that will be the father of many nations.
So they just should have known, and nobody should have known more than his chosen, correct?
Well, no, because
Those
of
that
the
engage with
inward
this God,
knowledge
they
of
should just know, right? The inward knowledge, like, his chosen talked to him, his chosen engaged with him, so they should have known more than the Gentiles, correct? Even before he gave this law. a knowing?
Well, all mankind has that inner knowing, whether you're
But
saved or
I asked a
unsaved.
very specific question. Should those that actually engaged with this God, his chosen, known more? They should have known, right?
Yes, his chosen, yes, should
Yeah,
know more,
even before
especially
he
when they
gave the
have the
law,
law.
even before he gave this Levitical law, they should have known better because it's just written on their hearts from the time that they're born, right?
Correct. Correct.
So, can you tell me why your God chose an incestuous relationship to bring forth the promised child instead of the relationship between non-relatives? Why did he choose the relationship between a brother and a sister? When
Your reference?
incest, Abraham and Sarah were half sisters, and there actually is a law that I guess should have been written on his heart. There actually is a law that says not to uncover the nakedness of your sister, whether that sister is from your dad or your mother or from a faraway parent, which Abraham and Sarah were. So why did your God choose an incestuous relationship to bring forth the promise instead of the relationship between two strangers, Abraham and Hagar?
Because it wasn't incestuous to God.
Why wasn't it incestuous if it's in the law? Incest, that specific situation is in the Levitical law. So why wasn't it incestuous?
Because he was before the Levitical law. He was.
Oh wait, no.
we were talking
Don't
about
forget the
Moses.
knowing. No. Don't forget the knowing.
And
Nope.
understood.
The knowing. There's a
Yes.
knowing.
Yes, there is a knowing.
Okay. So why didn't Abraham know? That
Because
incest.
that was not incestuous at the time.
So what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. Then there is a higher expectation for Gentiles who don't know your God, who never engaged with your God, to know what your God wants of them.
No,
Am I to understand that
wasn't
correctly?
incestuous at the time.
I get it.
Yeah.
But you thought that they should have just known. There is a knowing, right? Because I very specifically asked you about the law. I very specifically said there was no law at the time. What law, right, did the Amorites have or know about this God before the Levitical law was given? What law did they know? You said it doesn't need to be a law. It's a knowing. Do you remember saying that? So it doesn't matter if there was no Levitical law. It doesn't matter if there was no Levitical law. Your God literally made it a law not to have sex with your sister.
Okay.
Yet your God chose a incestuous relationship. And then Moses's parents were niece and nephew. Were auntie and nephew. Moses' father married his daddy's sister. Moses is a product of incest. Your God likes incest. Or he blesses it while he makes laws against it. He blesses the sinful thing and then looks down on the thing of integrity, just like he did in Genesis 20. In Genesis 20, he stopped the Abimelech king from sinning against him because, hey, Abraham's lying ass, who was married to his sister, lied and told the king that Sarah was his sister, not his wife. And your God was going to kill Abimelech for Abraham lying and deceiving Abimelech. And told Abimelech, I know you have integrity. I know you didn't do this. I know he did it. But give her back before I kill you. And then he punished all the women in Abimelech's house for Abimelech doing the right thing and didn't do shit to Abraham, who was in an incestuous relationship with his sister and a liar and pimping his sister out and told his sister that she had to do it because she owed him. Should Abraham had known?
Okay, I was just trying to make sure you were finished. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Did you hear my question?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't. You just went out for a second there.
No, you didn't
Go
hear my
ahead.
question. What was the last thing I said?
No, you were going off on
What was the last thing I said?
the incestual relationship between. That's what you're saying. You're
What was the
calling it
last? What
incestual
was the
relationship.
question that I asked you? If you can't tell me the question that I asked you, I'm moving on. What was the
No,
question that I
I didn't hear a
asked?
question.
You did hear
No,
it.
I didn't hear a
Yes, you
question.
did. That's how you know I stopped talking. You're not listening.
No,
You're listening to
no. I
respond.
heard.
I literally asked you a question. You're listening to respond, right? And as soon as I stop talking, you do what all men do when they come on this stage. Not, let me take that back. Not all men, all Christian men, most Christian men, right? I'm sorry. Is it my turn to speak now? Hello? I'm
I'm being
sorry.
honest. I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
hear.
Like, no, literally, what does it mean? Like, this is what I mean when I say, like, y'all don't know how to have conversations, right? Now I have to tell you that it's okay for you to speak when there is a pause because you don't know how to not interrupt when someone else is speaking. Now you forgot how to have a conversation. You need to be guided and
Yes,
said, now you can speak.
I didn't hear the question.
Right, because you were
I'm
not paying
totally
attention
honest.
because you
No,
was
I
not
was.
actively listening.
It went out and in. I didn't hear it.
No, it
I'm
didn't.
sorry.
I sat there. I heard it did not go out and in. I sat there and I heard you say, hello, hello. Is it my turn to speak? I purposely did not respond to you. It did not go out. I sat there and listened to you do that because my next response to you was going to be that you could have answered the question with all the words that you've used to say, is it my turn to speak? I was waiting for you to get done. Hello, hello. Are you there? Because you
No,
needed me to say, now you can speak because you were being condescending.
no, I was not. I was trying to understand what you're saying because I didn't hear that question. I seriously did not hear it. I don't know what happened to the transmission, but I honestly, I'm not lying. I am so serious. I did not hear your question.
So your next thing was okay because I was trying to wait for you to get done. How
I'm
did you know I
simply
was
telling you
done? How did you know I was done?
because it was going in and out. I did not
That
hear. I did not understand your
sure.
question.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not repeating it.
Okay, no, that's fine. So um, ultimately, you can have your perspective in reference to the incest, but the reality is that God didn't call it incest. That there was a specific preservation that happened at the beginning of mankind. And so
Wait,
when
have we talked
God
about
did,
this before? You and I. You apologized for this once already, did you not?
did I apologize for this?
Yeah, you're
I just
apologetic.
apologized.
Yeah, no, we've had this conversation before. Are you
Okay.
the one who said that he winked at it? He
I'm not sure what
excused
you're
it?
referring to.
That he excused it
I'm not.
because they had to preserve the bloodline.
I'm not. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
The incest.
Yes, the incest. Of course, you have Abraham, who is a chosen vessel of God.
Yeah, it's you. We've had this conversation before. Why are you acting surprised?
Okay.
Why are you acting
I
surprised?
I speak on these lives a lot. I don't know who you are.
You you trying to say that you've never been on this stage?
I probably have. I probably have. I'm not sure.
Oh, you're
Probably
full of
have.
shit. I
But
can't.
ultimately, what I'm
You're lying. I cannot.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, you're lying. All right.
So Abraham. Okay.
Yeah, I know, y'all. That this is the same damn argument he gave last time about the incest. He's the one. This is why I say now, God just winked at it because it came from him. The same Abraham was chosen. This is the same guy. It is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, he is chosen.
Mm-hmm. And therefore,
Yeah.
Abraham's. It doesn't matter that Abraham had an incestuous relationship because, and I think you remember
Well,
me
you're
asking
calling it
this
that.
question, right? It's only sin when a chosen one doesn't do it. If a chosen one does it, it's not sin. But if someone who is not chosen does it, then it is sin. And they should know about somebody else's God better than the people who claim the God. Does your God change? Like, don't you think it's hypocritical of your God to not see it as incest when Abraham and Sarah and Amram and Moses' mother's name? I can't say her name, but don't you think it's hypocritical for him to say that it's not incest when they do it, but it's incest when everybody else do it? Like, your God knew that he was going to give Moses a law that's saying sleeping with your sister or your auntie is a sin worthy of death, but he just winked at it for the chosen.
This is very early.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking about your God. I'm not asking about humans. I'm asking about your God. Don't you think it's hypocritical for your God, who is all-knowing, to accept incest when it comes from the so-called chosen, to bless an incestuous marriage, and then create a law later on saying that it's worthy of death? Did he not know that he was going to hate incest?
It's not incestuous in the early aspects of humanity.
Did your God know that he was not going to like this act?
When it's done later on,
did your God know that he was not going? Listen to the question. Did your God know that he was not going to like this act?
This act is not wrong.
Did he know that he was going to make it wrong? Did he know that he was going to make it wrong? By this time, don't forget, Ronell, Hagar is not kin to Abraham. So there was no need for Sarah and Abraham to be fucking. By this time, there were Babylonians, there were Egyptians, there were Assyrians. There was no need for Abraham to be fucking his sister. Did your God know that he was going to outlaw this act when he blessed the incestuous relationship of Abraham and Sarah? Knowing that Abraham already had a woman who was not his sister. Abraham already had a child with a woman who was not his sister.
After the population is enough, yes, he makes it
again, there was no need, there was no necessity. Abraham already had a child that did not come from incest. So the necessity is gone. There is no need there anymore.
According to you?
No, according to population. There were Canaanites, there were Sodomites, there were Assyrians, there were Babylonians, there were Egyptians, there were Hittites. It doesn't. So it's not about populating the earth. It's about a bloodline. Then your God okayed it. Your God winked at it. Your God winked at it for the chosen. You are the one who said that you think that you're better because you are a Christian. I know who the fuck you are. You are the winked at it guy. You think that you're better because you're a Christian. You think that Christians having privilege is a good thing. Do you remember being on my stage now? You did say that.
Possibly, yeah. Well, yeah, that's something. Well, the thing is, I don't believe
I
I'm
remember
better
your
than
blue suit
anyone.
now. I remember your
Okay,
blue suit now. You definitely said it.
okay.
You
Well, I
definitely
don't believe
said
I'm
it.
better than anyone. Christians don't believe we're better than people.
What
We
did you
don't
say
believe that.
specifically? What did you say that night?
I
What did
don't
you
know.
say that night?
Honestly, I don't know what I said. I'm on these lives a
You
lot.
are
I don't know what I
you
said.
are a liar. You are a liar.
Oh,
You apologize.
okay.
You think that the chosen. You think first off, you think that the chosen should be able to get away with shit.
No, I didn't say that. David didn't get
It's
away with
okay. It's
sleeping with
recorded. It
Bathsheba.
was a week ago. It's okay. It
No,
was a
it
week ago,
wasn't. Well, I don't
and
know when it
yes, it was,
was.
and it was recorded.
It couldn't have been a week ago.
It was recorded. It was recorded. I remember your blue suit. You literally
Okay.
said that privilege as a Christian, you believe that you have privilege as a Christian, as a chosen. We've had this
Then why
conversation
did
before, and
David?
I'm not interested in having this conversation with you again. You made the
Okay.
same tired ass argument about Abraham and Sarah and their incestuous fucking.
You brought that up. I
I
didn't.
said you
I
made
didn't
the
bring up
same
Abraham.
argument about it. I did not say
Okay.
you brought it up. You made the same argument about, oh, the chosen, oh, they have to there was a promise, they have to keep the bloodline pure. And I said the same things to you last time. There was no need for them to be fucking each other when there were other humans on the earth. But you make excuses because it's God's
According to your
chosen.
perspective.
Exactly,
No,
because
that's your perspective.
you think that the chosen can do whatever the fuck they want to do.
No. That's why David lost his sons. He was a chosen one and he lost his sons.
David should have lost his life. What was the law? What was the
Yeah,
adultery
yeah.
law?
Yeah, he
Did
should have
David
lost
lose
his
his life?
life.
Did he
No,
lose his
David
life?
did not lose his life. No, he did not.
Exactly. So David got away with the shit because he's chosen.
He didn't get away with it. He
He
got
got away with the
punished.
shit. He should have lost his life,
That's true.
not
That's
his
true. He should
children.
have. That's true.
Exactly. So he
He.
got special treatment. Like y'all are full of shit.
That's not special treatment. That's
Yeah.
not.
Oh
That's
my
not. That's
god.
not light. That's
Yeah.
not something
Y'all
light.
are full of shit. Y'all are full of
You know.
shit. Your whole entire promise comes from incest. Your whole entire thing banks on what your God later calls sin.
I'm sad that you think that.
It is what it is. Fucking your sister is sin according to your God. And if your God
That
is all knowing and your God nature never changes, your God knew when he winked at Abraham and Sarah fucking, when he winked at Abraham and Sarah and said, I'm going to send the promise through Isaac, through Sarah, knowing that Sarah was Abraham's sister, right? Your God knew then that he was going to call it abominable, that he was going to put a death penalty on it, and he still blessed it and winked at it. He did it when Amram married his auntie and chose Moses. Even after that, chose another incestuous relationship to bring forth the promise. Your God is full of incest and hypocriticalness. And then you sit on here and say Gentiles who didn't give a fuck about your God, had never heard of your God, should have known what your God wanted. Therefore, it's okay that your God killed them. And while winking at things that he thinks is sin of his chosen, y'all are full of shit. I wish the fuck I would. I wish the fuck I would.
he put it in their hearts to know.
Oh, you're full of shit.
Yeah, I
Bye.
understand. Bye.
Yeah. Fuck, you gonna say some Gentile should have known what your God don't even know his goddamn self.
Y'all, let's get these likes up to 150K and please help Thinker out with her gift goal of paper creams. Continue to share and subscribe.
Miyagi. Thank you, Mr. Evolving. When I saw that suit, as soon as he said what he said, I was like, wait, I've had this conversation before. Like the same damn talking points. He's the wink at it guy and the Christian privilege guy. Kevin,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I was just
That's
listening to
good.
you. Yeah, you was going off.
I can't stand people that lie. Like I can understand like not having an understanding, right? Like
Yeah,
I can understand if we had like a misunderstanding, but when you blatantly lie, like I can't stand. There's no fucking need for that.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially when you can
Are
fact.
you are you, huh?
No, I said especially when you can fact check.
Right. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist, or a believer of the God of the Bible?
Damn, I prescribe to Islam, but was raised Christian and and studied a few different things, but I'm Muslim.
Unfortunately, this conversation is about Christianity. We are working on getting someone in here that can help us integrate Islam, but
Uh
right
huh.
now we don't. So I do have to take you down, but stick around. We're working on getting someone in here that can have those conversations. Okay.
No, we could talk about Christianity. Yeah, I was raised.
No, that I don't just have conversations just to have them. I'm not that I'm not that type of person. So like what the purpose of the conversations for people who currently have the belief in Christianity, right? And they're willing to explore their faith, people who
Yeah,
are thinking about or are deconstructing, right? And those who have deconstructed and still have questions. So like
yeah.
I'm not interested in just talking just to talk, if that makes sense.
I got you. I respect it.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming up, though. Like I said, stick around. I'm working on getting someone that has knowledge of Islam that can help weave that into the conversation. Okay.
All right. Y'all have a good
All
one.
right. Thank you. You too. I'm not here to answer questions about Christianity. Who told y'all that I was your teacher or your preacher? That's not my job. Top, how are you? Damn, what's going on with that? Hello? Oh, damn. I don't fucking know who you are. Like you are a markup. How the fuck am I not gonna want you on if you are a fucking TikTok jail number? I don't know who you are. And then saying that shit and hopping in my box, that shit ain't gonna
We
work.
pay for that.
Fuck, you think I got a fucking
Dummy.
weak ass mind? Who are you talking to?
Who you think paid for that?
Who are you talking to? Hello? Are you talking to us?
Oh,
Slim Roski?
shoot. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not mean to come up. I am so sorry.
No worries. I'll take you back down. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
I thought I'm like, whoa. Golly. Oh, that was an accident. Okay, Top. Who got? How did we get flagged for hate speech? Oh my
What?
god! Because when he came up and he said dummy, They flagged me for hate speech.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. But you can't, don't say it again. Don't repeat it.
And it literally says repeated violations by guest. Like they know I didn't say it. Could result in your live being discontinued. Like, so I'm responsible for what
For what comes
another
out.
human.
Hmm.
Exactly. When y'all come up, please come up on mute. That shit is so unfair. The guest wasn't taken down. He didn't mean to come up. That he came up on accident, and we heard his conversation that he was having with somebody else. Like he wasn't taken down. Trey, how are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I have a
No,
question.
Slim Roski, it's okay. It's okay. That TikTok is full of crap. I understand that TikTok threw you on stage. Like that's the crazy thing. They'll throw you on stage when you're nowhere near your phone, or if you're on a phone talking to somebody, they'll just throw you on stage and then give you a violation for some shit they should never have been listening to in the first place. It's not your fault. Uh, Trey, are you a Christian, a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
You said that the devil belongs to believers. I would
Yes.
honestly like to discuss all of them, but we can start with that one if
We,
you like.
we can only discuss one.
Okay, let's start with then the devil belongs to believers.
Go ahead. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just wonder what makes you think that he belongs to believers.
Because I don't believe in your God, why would I believe in your God's devil? It's not my belief system. It's yours.
Because of his teachings.
I
That
don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your God's teachings. Why would I believe in your God's devil? That's your belief system.
because you're a part of the system that he created.
That's your belief.
I mean, so what you believe in the human belief,
It doesn't
or
matter what I
your
believe
own
in.
belief?
I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your devil. That's all you need to know. That's your belief. That's the topic, not my belief system.
I understand.
Oh, okay. Well, then you might want to make it $5.99, Venus. Why are you here? I don't have to be mindful of shit except for the kids that I birth. Mm. Vanish.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a follower of Christ.
Okay. Which topic do you want to discuss?
Oh, I was just tuned in about the last guy. I like that
I don't
he
want to
started
discuss
at
the
the
last guy.
beginning.
I don't.
The
Yeah, I
devil
don't want to
belongs
discuss the
to the
last guy.
believer. The so the devil belongs to the believers. I'll just go back to that topic.
Okay, go ahead.
You say you don't believe in the devil because
No,
it's it's what so you don't believe in fallen angels, things of that sort.
no,
Have you ever seen anything of the paranormal as far as
no,
like no?
no. Have
Have you
you?
done any? Yeah,
You've seen
yeah.
the
I mean,
devil?
no, I haven't seen the devil, but I've seen things to know that the devil exists.
Like what?
What do you mean? As far as paranormal things, poltergeist things,
Whatever it is that you're asking me if I've seen that you're
possession,
claiming to have seen.
possession.
Like what? Okay,
No,
so
no, I'm not asking you. I'm
you did
stating a
ask me if I've
statistic.
seen anything paranormal. You did ask me that.
You've never seen any statistics of possessions of or hauntings?
Seeing statistics of what do you mean? Seeing statistics of like clarify that. What do you mean by that?
As far as what the Catholic Church does.
Are you saying? Are you asking me that
Possessions and hauntings, people being
when you
possessed
say
by demons,
no?
the
Hold on.
devil.
You said statistics of. What do you mean by that?
You can find statistics of people who've been possessed or so
Okay,
called
can you
have
pull
been
up the
possessed by the
resource?
devil.
Can you pull up the
I
resource for
can't
me?
I can't pull it up for you on
Well,
your
where is the resource? What's the resource?
just look it
And
up.
I'll pull it up.
Possessions.
No, tell me. No, this is your information that you're bringing to me. What is the resource? And I will pull it up.
Catholic Church possessions.
No, statistics, data, right? I'm not asking for a YouTube video. Hold on. I'm not
No,
asking for
it's
a.
not.
Can you
It's
stop
not.
talking while I'm
It's not a
talking?
YouTube video.
Can you
It's
stop talking?
Google.
Listen, I'm telling you what I'm asking you for. Okay, I'm
Google.
asking. I'm not asking for a random ass blog post,
No, it's
right?
not blog.
Okay, so
It's
what
the
is the
Catholic Church.
resource? Think what? Name
It's
the
you. You
resource
see
for
the
me.
Catholic. You
What
see. You
what
see the
website?
Catholic churches. Go to the Catholic Church. Go to the
What
Catholic Church's website.
and type and get what? Like on the first page, it says statistics of possessions.
No, you'd have to research that inside
I,
the
but
church's
did you research
archive.
it?
You'd have to research it inside
Did
the church's
you?
archive.
But did
Yeah,
you research it? Okay, so what
yeah.
is the
I've
source?
seen these
What's the name of the source
Catholic Church archives.
and the name of the source that you're giving
Once you
me
go,
a you're
once
giving me a database, right? You're giving me the name of a
once.
database. You're hold on. You're giving me the name of a database. What is the name of the article or the publication, right? That you are referring to with this statistics.
So if you type in Catholic Church in Google, it'll take Catholic Church archives, and then it'll take you to another website, which you'll be able to type in the keyword possessions.
What
You'll
is the
be
name
able
of
to
the other
type in any
website?
keyword. I would have to get off the phone. I would have to
Okay, let's
not
move
talk.
forward. No, I don't know. Like again, no. This is it's your belief. So no.
So if you
You don't
never,
have
you've never had anybody or any witnesses or
no.
to any of these things, no?
No. I've heard claims, but no witnesses.
You've heard claims.
Yes.
Okay. You know what a Ouija board is?
Yep.
Have you ever played with one?
No. What the fuck does this have to do with the fact that the devil belongs to you? Like, do you realize that you're
Well,
asking me all of these questions because these are your beliefs,
if
right?
if you
I
don't
don't
if you don't
believe, I
believe
don't, it's your belief.
if
Therefore,
you
this
don't
shit
believe, pull
belongs
the
to
Ouija
you.
board out and play with it. If
Why
you
the
don't
fuck would I
believe,
want to
you're
do
not a
that?
believer. Because you don't believe. It's my
Have you
I
seen
belief.
have no
Santa
need to
Claus?
do that. The
It
fuck?
seems fear. It seems more of a fear of God that you have, and
Sure,
we all should be fearful of God,
sure.
but not in the way you fear Him.
I think, like, do you think,
Which is what
hold
I'm
on, do
trying to
you think that what
understand.
you're saying makes sense?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that I've not ever been around Christianity before?
No, I
Do you think
don't
that I am?
assume
Do you think
anything
that I am
about you.
novel to this? Do you think that I've never been around someone
I don't
claiming
assume.
to? I'm talking right now.
I know. I don't assume
Yeah,
anything about you.
there is no need for you to be talking while I'm talking. Do you think that I've never been around people claiming to exorcise a demon out of a human? Hello, are you there?
Yeah, my mic got turned off. I never assumed that about you. That's why I asked questions out of curiosity.
And I answered your questions. You just don't like the answers.
You didn't know. You didn't answer my questions. You
I
more
did
asked
answer
me.
your question.
You answered my
I
question with
didn't
a
ask
yes.
you a fucking question. I asked you for your resource of your claim. I didn't ask you a fucking question. I answered your question.
You answered my question with a question.
What was my question?
There was never an answer.
What was my question? If I answered your question with the
What are
question,
the
what was the question that I
resources?
asked you?
What is the website? What is the resource? What is the These were things you were asking.
Do you realize you said the same thing 3 times? Which I
That's
already
what you were saying.
stated that the
That's what
only
you
thing
were
that I
saying.
asked you for was a
That's what you
resource,
were
but I
saying.
answered your questions. Every time you asked me a question, no, 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 and then you made a
It was
claim.
never no.
I did
It
not
was
just
never
reject your
no.
claim, I asked you to back up your claim, and you couldn't.
It was
That's
never
what
no.
happened.
It was never no. A clear no
You are
answer.
you are also a liar.
We both know that.
You are also a liar.
You can
Did
try.
you
Yeah,
not
that's a
ask me?
flat lie.
Yeah, that they are liars.
What
What?
Y'all, like, if
That's a
this
flat
religion
lie.
makes you be a liar while claiming lying to be a sin. What is the magic there? Can you explain that to me?
I will be down on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
Why, like, what the fuck?
Forgive those who trespass
I
against
think
us.
he's casting a spell on you. I think
What the hell?
he's casting a spell on you, thinker.
No, I just said a prayer. No, no,
I told you he was
Why,
casting a
like,
spell on you.
we don't cast spells.
you
That's
seem
exactly
like
what that is.
you seem kind of, I don't know, like you think that you may have
What about you?
engaged with the devil. Do you engage with the devil?
No, no. I've engaged with sin.
Like, do you believe that you have engaged with the
I
demons?
understand.
Do you believe that you
No,
have
I
engaged with
understand. I'm a
demons?
sinful person.
But you engage with demons on a daily
No,
basis. I think you do
you
think that you
repeating
believe.
it.
I
You
think you do
repeating it
believe
doesn't.
that you
You
do.
repeating it doesn't make it true. No.
No, I asked you a question. I didn't repeat a
Let's play.
statement.
You wanna play? We can match energy. We can
Yeah,
go
I
back and
mean,
forth, but that doesn't get
I mean,
us. That doesn't
if
get
that's
us
what you
in
came up
agreement.
here to do, like you picked the question that the
No,
devil belongs to believers,
I
right?
asked
You
you
picked that
if you
question,
believe in the devil.
and I
You
told you
said
no.
no, no.
Okay,
So I asked you another question, right, about the Ouija board.
and I told you no.
You know what the Ouija board is.
I think
You
the shit is
know
fake. What the fuck?
you think it's fake.
Yes.
With all the claims that's happened across the world, all the stories that you've seen, you
Do you
think
know
it's
what
fake?
a pendulum is? A pendulum is,
Yes.
and you know how the pendulum works.
Yes.
The pendulum uses the same energy that the Ouija board uses, correct?
And what energy is that? Where's that energy coming from?
It's thought. The pendulum is going to swing the way that your thoughts are going.
Have you ever seen the pendulum move by itself?
Yes, I have.
And
I
you're
actually have a
saying that
video. I
you're
actually have
saying
a
that's
video of
thought.
it.
And this is
Yes.
me trying to understand, not being
No, it's
argumentative.
not. No, it's not because I gave you my answer and you didn't accept it.
No, I
Yeah.
just asked you the answer about the Ouija board, and that's why I'm
And I
making.
gave you my answer and you did not accept it. You
I
started
just, I
talking about,
just,
I think you are afraid. You are afraid of God. And as we all should be afraid of God. And then you started praying.
yeah, rightfully so.
Yeah, because for some reason, like, why do you feel like you needed to pray? What was happening to you that you needed to go to your God?
He was perplexed.
It's
I'm
nothing.
curious.
It's nothing that has to do with you. Why does it matter
Because
if you
I'm
don't
just
believe?
asking. Like, I think you're interrupting the conversations. Like, I feel like this is a waste of time.
Okay.
Like, you came
Well,
up here to talk about
I
the
apologize. I
devil belonging to
apologize for
believers. Like, you're just
wasting.
saying a bunch of stuff. Like, you're just
I
saying a bunch of
apologize.
stuff.
I
You're
apologize
talking at the
for
same time that
wasting.
I'm talking to irritate me on
May
purpose.
you all
Right? I
have
don't like
a
rude
blessed
individuals.
night. May you all
I
find
don't like rude ass individuals. Right? Like, for some reason, all of you that believe in this God, you act like the devil that you are afraid of.
have a good.
Like, your whole entire spirit stinks like that. You have rude, inconsiderate, nasty ass personalities,
Have a
egotistical, right? Unable to learn, unable to grow, closed off, gross personalities. And that's sad.
One after another.
That's about the third one. They don't know how, the issue is they don't know how to be respectful. That's the issue. They can't take someone saying, don't disrespect me, right? They can't take someone not agreeing with them, somebody asking them for a resource. Like, if you come up here and you make a claim, I'm going to ask you to back it up. Sure, Capo. If you feel that way, you're entitled to that. I'm not going to fight you on that. Anne, how are you? Anne is knocked out. Lala, I think Giovanni got a crush on you. I saw the post that in the comments last night, and it's like Lala is a baddie. And then tonight they're like Lala is fine as fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, hold on. Before this next guest, Batista, can you mute for me for just a second?
Yes.
Rhea,
What happened? What I do now? What happened?
Rhea, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said what I do wrong. What I do now?
I'm gonna hold your hand while I say this.
Oh hell.
Okay. Why the fuck was you watching True Blood, Rhea? Why? This is some rom com bullshit, bad acting
Because
shit.
I'm cheesy, bro. I'm
Yeah, I
cheesy.
can't. I'm done with it. I said, you know what? I tried. I tried.
You
I'm
have
done
to
with it. The
you have to
acting
get
is
into it. You
horrible.
gotta get into it.
That the acting is
You gotta shake
horrible.
it off,
The guy is
Empress.
like, "Come here, you.
Yeah. It's
I'm gonna get you."
romantic.
No, hell, motherfucking no. I can't. Ain't no way in
Nigga.
hell.
You
Nope.
cannot look. Come on now.
I'm sorry. I
This
tried.
is romance.
No,
What?
the acting is fucking. The acting is
You don't even like
horrible.
Lafayette? You don't like Lafayette?
There are some actors in the show that are okay, but the lead character's acting is so motherfucking bad that it just like I can't. I can't.
Wow. I just
Her,
I mean,
and
I
I
just
kept trying to ask myself, like, is she supposed to be acting like she don't know how to act? Is that a part of the show? Like
yeah,
acting
she's
like
supposed to be clueless. Like,
not
small
clueless.
town.
Mm-mm, she don't know how. She's not good at act. Like you can tell she's acting clueless.
Yeah. Thinking you got to get into the romance of it. It's like watching the Notebook now as an adult, right? If you watch a Notebook right now, you're like, what the fuck are y'all doing, right? But
Fuck
you got to
that.
get into it.
Nope. I tried. I turned that shit off today. I can't. Fuck it. I can't do 7 seasons of that bullshit. I cannot.
I feel you. I feel
Mm-mm.
you. Let's move on.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna
Yeah.
start Dracula on Netflix, so we'll see.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
I
gonna go
feel
ahead
you.
and go to that one.
We can move on. It's okay.
Okay. But Batista, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Well, definitely not a Christian, but I'm not an
I can
atheist.
barely hear him.
No, I say I'm not a Christian, but I'm not an atheist. Do that make sense?
Are you a Muslim?
No,
We can't hear him.
Y'all
can
can't hear him?
y'all can't hear me?
I can.
No.
You're
I can hear
you're
him.
barely audible, but I can hear him.
Yeah,
He said he's not a Christian,
I'm
but
not a
he's not an
Christian.
atheist. Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
No, there's no such thing as a black Hebrew Israelite. There's a such thing as an Israelite, but
Do you
Can
believe in the
you?
God of the Bible?
the God
Yeah.
of the Bible. I believe in God. Now, the God of the Bible, I don't know who the
Okay. Can
Bible.
you just tell us who you are, what you are, so we can, like, instead of thinking
Yeah,
having to
we're
do
trying to
20
like
questions.
clarify. Yeah, we're trying to qualify you for the conversation, right?
Right.
Like, that
Okay.
we're only having conversations with people who believe in the God of the Bible,
Okay.
um, are either deconstructing from that God or have deconstructed from that God and still have questions, right? So, like, we're not here just to talk about a God. We're not here to talk about finding spirituality, right? Like, that's not the topic,
Okay.
right?
Okay. I was just trying to see, was this some kind of spirituality conversation?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
no,
So I get
no.
it. I get it. Okay. I was just trying to see, but I'm cool. Y'all can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye. Have a good day. We need more vampire shows. Like what? Like what? Which ones are y'all talking about? What new shows? Sold Out.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I
I
take
take
it
it
that
that
means
means.
that you are a Christian. Your username.
No, it's actually the opposite.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me about your name.
Sold Out is just a homage to how I deconstructed and how I no longer attribute myself or my person to that name.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Thank you.
So you've deconstructed from Christianity?
Yes. I just wanted to come up here and give y'all praise. I know I'm not a Christian. I know that's what y'all want up here right now.
No, no, no. If you've deconstructed and you have like something to add or a question about one of the topics, you can participate.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, you know.
Oh, okay. Are you a nerd yet?
I'm not a nerd. I'm just a
What?
Christian, you know. I subscribe to the pink beard right now, but
Okay.
I may, become a nerd, and I'm just listening and hearing what you guys have to offer. But I love it so far, and I'm just here for you all.
Thank
I
you.
love it. Yeah, it like everybody, the moderators, what you do. I think it's important for our community, in the Black community, especially, to have our voices heard and have people transfer over, because it's detrimental to our community, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. So yeah, that's all. But yeah, in support of Bash, in support of you. Love everything y'all do, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hopefully one day that you'll be coming. Are you going on the family trip?
I heard it was coming up
I
soon, but I'm
haven't
not
heard
sure
about
when
that
it
one.
is.
The list is closed. Like we're not adding anybody else to the list if you haven't signed up, just for safety reasons. But we are happy to have you in the community. There'll be more trips in the future. But thank you so much for sharing that feedback with us. It means a lot.
I appreciate it. I'll drop down now, but yeah.
You're so
The
welcome.
next trip I'll be on.
You're welcome. Okay. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye. Y'all, I forgot to tell y'all. I don't know if y'all have been in the Discord or not, but African Goddess's mother died. And she posted it in the Discord in
What happened?
my channel, in the African Goddess. Y'all remember when her mother came on stage and she wanted to ask
Oh,
questions? Yeah, her mother died Sunday.
my
So,
goodness.
mhm. um, and remember, she lost her father a month ago. Like they're in
Oh,
their,
my
they're
goodness.
elderly, up in age. Um, but please, if you can, make sure that we show her love on the Discord.
Do you know what channel?
She posted it in my channel, in the Thinker Live chat channel.
Okay.
What's up, guys?
Uh,
Hello?
oh, my daughter just buzzed in here. She's like, I'm fucking terrified. Um, I'm sorry. Give me just a second, Joshua. What do you say, Lala?
Oh, nothing. I didn't say anything else.
So, Trump
Okay.
wins, huh?
Yeah, we're not discussing politics in here. Did you come up to talk about one of the
Hi.
topics?
Yeah.
Okay. Are
The
you a
devil
Christian? Are
belongs
you?
to
I'm sorry.
believers.
Are you? One second. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Um, I believe that God loves all people and there is no hell.
That's not what I asked you, friend.
Well, I mean, I'm none of those things. So I guess my answer would be
Do
I'm
you?
none of those things.
Okay. Do you believe in the God of the Bible, in Jesus Christ, or follow the teachings of the Bible?
Not in the way that the Bible portrays it.
Okay. So this conversation is for people who are currently Christians or believers and they're questioning, doing research or questioning um, their religion or their book. People who are deconstructing from that religion, or people who have and they still have questions. Okay. So it's not just like a random, uh,
Well, I
you know,
guess I'd be in that.
so,
I guess I'd be deconstructing. Because, yeah,
so
I'm
you're
deconstructing from, yeah,
from
I guess I'd fit in
Christianity.
that category.
Okay.
I'm
And so which one of these
deconstructing
topics?
from, yeah, I'm deconstructing from the idea that God is going to judge somebody for anything that they do on this planet. And that
Okay. So
I'm deconstructing from
hold on,
the
hold on, hold
thought
on, hold
that
on, hold on, hold on,
Jesus.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. So, okay. So there are 7 topics on the board that we're discussing in here, right? And the idea of being judged isn't one of them.
Okay.
So when I ask if you are deconstructing, I mean, are you deconstructing your beliefs in Christianity? And it kind of sounds like you are, right? Because the traditional Christian belief is that you go to hell. I mean, on Judgment Day, you get judged. You either go to heaven or you go to hell, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. One of the topics that you could choose would be Gentiles weren't guilty of the law, right? And we can, I don't know if that's something that you have thought about, and we
What
can
are
start a
Gentiles?
conversation.
Just what are Gentiles again?
Christian, anyone that's not an Israelite by blood,
Oh.
like it
Um.
mentions Gentiles in the Bible, right? Or
Yeah.
they call them heathens or dogs or pagans.
Yeah. See, that's like I don't think Jesus would Jesus call those people heathens? You know what I'm saying?
Jesus actually called them dogs.
call them dogs, huh? Well, then maybe that's not the Jesus I know.
It probably is not. It
You know what
probably
I'm
is not. A
saying?
lot of
Like,
people
could it
have
be
created their
possible
own
that
version
that
of a
book
Jesus.
misinterprets Jesus?
No, no. If you look at the original, the oldest copies of the text that we have, it's there. So
Yeah.
it's not
Could
a
it be that all
misinterpretation,
texts
unfortunately.
misinterpret Jesus?
No, that's what I'm saying. And then do me a favor, okay? Like while I'm talking, just wait until I'm finished, and then, right? That's how we have conversations here.
Okay. I
Uh,
apologize.
that's okay. Um, so if there is a website called GreekCenter.org, right? And center is spelled CNTR. On this website, actually, I can kind of show you it right quick. This is a website that houses the oldest copies of the New Testament that we have today. And it lists the copies here on this side and the dates that they were written
Interesting.
and found. So this is 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20, right? If you click on the hyperlink there and the magnifying glass, it'll show you what we have. Actually, hold on, let me open this too. Why is it doing that? Oh, I think this is what it did. Hold on. Well, hold on. All right. Can you see at the top up here? This up here at the top? You see that?
So it
That's
shows like the actual copy of the thing.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. And then let me close that down. And then so you can read down here at the bottom of it. It ain't gonna scroll up anymore. But you see this area down here, it tells you like it hyperlinks to like the actual lexicon. And then below that, for some reason it's not let me see. Do you see the English translation down here at the bottom, right? And it tells you what it actually says there in the oldest copies that we have. So this would be one way to double check, you know. So and what I will say is in the earlier days, like in the 4th century, early 5th century, there were interpolations made to the text because the goal was to make sure that what was already in rotation and what people were already believing matched orthodoxy, right? Of what was kind of building to become the Catholic Christian religion. So there were some changes made to the text, some scribal changes made to the text as it developed. It took a couple of 100 years, right, before we finally had like a finished product and a final list of what would be considered Orthodox Christian scripture. And so during that time, there may have been some redactions and some interpolations, but most of what the book says about Jesus is found in the oldest copies so far, from just correlating them and matching them up.
What year was the earliest copies found? Like, what's the earliest copy?
So they were all found at different points in time, right? Like they were. It
Yeah.
wasn't like they were found
All at
as
once.
one book. Yeah. So like Matthew chapter 1, the earliest copy that we have was written around 225 to 274 CE. That's the oldest copy that we have of Matthew chapter 1. But then we could go to like Matthew 12, and the oldest copy that we have was written around 325 to 360. Because in those days, people had to write their own copies, right? And different cultures would read different parts of the book. Like nobody had just one book of Matthew. They had different chapters and different things that they believed. So early church fathers had to like pull it all together to create just one gospel. Marcion is an early church father who was the first church father in history to have a New Testament, like a canon of a New Testament, which included the books of Paul and like a shorter version of Luke. uh, which would be our Acts today. And so they kind of took what Marcion had and put it with the Synoptic Gospels and kind of blended them together, and then they blended the Hebrew scriptures together. And that's kind of how it evolved over time.
Interesting. And hold on, let me put this in a notepad so I can remember this. What was the website called?
Greek Center, and center is spelled CNTR.org. This is fucking nuts.
Nice. Thanks for that.
You're so welcome.
I like that. I like being able to like dissect the. I need to go and read the New Testament over again with my like new eyes of how I view Christ. You know, just to be like, what does this really say?
Yeah, and I think you might find that the Jesus that you believe in or have a relationship with might not match the Jesus in the book.
Yeah. I mean, I can always tell by just asking this one question. Do you think that Muslims and Buddhists and Hindus are just automatically condemned because they don't embrace Christ?
I don't think anyone's condemned for not embracing this Christ.
Nice.
I don't believe in this Christ. I don't believe in any of this. I study it. I was a Christian, but I study it. I just don't. I don't believe in it.
Yeah.
Not saying that there are things in the book that didn't happen in history. Right, the people of Israel were real people. The northern kingdom and the southern kingdom were real kingdoms. Nebuchadnezzar was a real person. King Cyrus was a real person. There are real characters in the book that actually existed in history, but there are stories in the book that necessarily are mythology. So I don't have a belief system in the book, but it is it's an interesting thing to dissect, should I say?
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting book compared to all other books. It does have quite about. It has impacted the world in a way, in a
It's
negative.
manipulated the world. Yeah,
Yeah, in a
yeah.
very
There's
negative way, I'd say.
agreed upon that. We agree on that 100%. And people ask like, why do you do this? There is the book is used to control the influence and the thoughts of humans.
Yeah,
For a certain group of people to be able to get their way on this earth, unfortunately.
exactly. The book literally has people thinking that they are sinners and that they are like almost like wretched people, like that they come out of the womb wretched people. Like a lot of people think that they think that they're people in need of salvation. They're just wretched people. They're born sinners. And if you
And
and it
then
says in
like a
there,
lot of time.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were finished.
It says in there that if any man claims that he does not have sin, he's a liar. So you have no other choice but to identify as this like wretched creature that needs a savior. It's almost like my kids. I love my children, right? If somebody were to walk up to my kids and tell them, "Hey, your dad thinks you're a heathen, and your dad, he needs to sacrifice something to, for him to love you again. Though that person would be misrepresenting me, extremely, because I love my children. And I think that's what the Bible is doing, is it's misrepresenting the God that it claims to be presenting to people,
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't
I
even need the
agree.
Bible to draw that conclusion, but I don't know. So do you
I agree.
just reject the damage that organized religion's done, or do you
Yeah.
reject the concept of a creator in general?
I don't there's no need for me to even think about a creator. Like, even if there was one, no one has been able to prove that they can actually engage with one, right? Here in the physical world. I think that it harms society that most of our minds are in outer space or in some spiritual realm instead of focused on what the fuck is happening here in this physical world. Damage just they keep turning a blind eye to the damage and blaming it on a mythical entity called the devil, or
Exactly.
waiting on a mythical entity called God to fix the shit that humans need to fix. And then
Yeah.
because their minds are in this mythical place, I liken it to being in the Garden of Eden, right?
Yeah.
Their thoughts, their minds, their consciousness is like enslaved in this garden, and the
Mhm.
God of that garden is willing their thoughts and their minds and their will to accomplish His goal. And as
We are
long as
willingly
yeah, I'm
we are
sorry, just 1 second.
willingly sorry.
One, as long as that garden is filled, it's going to be very difficult for us to not see, this land here filled with what they call sin or evil or wickedness, because it's not coming from, the majority of people here don't want to live in this type of turmoil. The majority of people here aren't seeking to hate, the next human. They just want to live their life, laugh, enjoy it, love their families. Um, it's a small few, unfortunately. And it's humans causing it, not some entity.
Yeah. It's like we have divided ourselves with our delusions.
Hmm.
We use
I
these
agree.
delusions about these fictional deities, and we war over our delusions. And it's the biggest dividing, that in politics are the biggest things that divide people.
Which is odd how they both go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Like, politics was involved in the early start of Christianity, you
Yeah.
know?
Do you think
Yeah.
that's
So
on
they go
purpose?
hand in hand. Absolutely.
Do you
That
think they
Christianity
weaponize
is a
this?
tool.
Is that the
Religion
tool?
is a tool. Yeah. It's a tool to control the masses, to control the minds of the masses, to control the will of the masses. And as long as you live in fear, right, and you think that um, there's always going to be like this higher power over you, whether that higher power is this deity, whether this higher power is someone who lives and speaks for this deity here on this plane, then that person or that human representative will be able to wield that power any way that they want, right? It's like controlling the machine and just like moving his hands, and it goes wherever it needs it to go. That's what they did in Rome. And like what's so crazy is like at the beginning of like 2020, I was telling everybody like to look at the campaign slogans, because Tiberius Augustus ran his slogan, "Make Rome Great Again," right? It literally started with that. Um, and we can see like over time how many times that plan has been has been used. Babylon was one of the first to start using religion to control the people, and other nations just saw how beneficial it was with keeping order as their populations grew, and it's still a tool for that today.
It's almost like a Santa Claus for the masses.
Yeah.
Rule by fear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And it's sad when you have people on stage who will fight you when you try to tell them like there's no need for you to see yourself as wretched, right? There's no
yeah,
need for you to just automatically think that when you popped out the womb that aren't worthy of the things that you want to have in life. You know, there's no need for you to hate, giving yourself credit for the things that you do, and they'll argue with you and tell you, I am wretched, I am a sinner, I do deserve to be a slave, I do deserve to be judged.
yeah. That's what I was
It's a
saying.
it's a weird thing.
I mean, you said that in the Bible. I mean, there are some historical characters that are actual, like, we know that those are actual living people. Do you
Mm-hmm.
think Jesus was one of those?
I think that there is a possibility that a human named Yeshua could have lived. It's a strong possibility that there was a cult that he built, convincing people that he was the Messiah that the Jewish people were waiting on. I don't think that he was a divine God or anything like that.
Yeah, I gotcha. Um,
But
I
there were many
deconstructed from.
Yeshuas.
I guess I deconstructed from the thought that I am a wretched. Everyone's a wretched sinner in need of God's forgiveness and salvation. I don't think Jesus came here to be a sacrifice. I don't think that was his message. I think that he was here to tell us, like, you guys are all manifestations and expressions of God. Like, almost like God is Michael Jackson, we're Thriller. You know what I'm saying? And we're
I think it's
all,
a
yeah,
cute thought, right? Somebody said that this morning, right? And the first thing I thought was like, if we are all like manifestations of this God, right? Then one would also have to say that this God is the one that is harming children in the Catholic Church, right? Or harming children in families that are hiding SA, right?
yeah,
That this God is the one that's causing people to starve and poisoning our food and things like that.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah, my answer to that is that it is not his intention when his intention is to not have puppets. His intention is to create things with a complete control over their decisions, complete freedom to make the decisions that they want.
not if it's
And
him.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? Like to
Right.
say that like the God is one. Hold on, Ray, I got you. To say that everybody is this God, right?
yeah,
If it
is
is
an
him,
expression.
right, and to say that he wants to give us complete control, he would either have to have the goal of separating from him, right, or having control over him. If it is in fact him having these lived experiences through each of us, because you're still talking about one entity and billions and billions and billions of like avatars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So the goal would have to be
you're
to
still
separate
saying
from
it's
him.
him behind people's hands. It's
Well,
him
if you're
making the
saying that it's
decision.
one God, if you're saying that he's living through each person, right? It's still one God. It would be one consciousness, one God, and many many bodies, right? But it's still one God. And so one would have to say that if the God is living through the people, then the God is also the one causing the harm.
Well, I don't think I think the main cancer to these that creates these monsters that act in such a way is the fact that they don't realize that everyone, when they harm another person, they're literally harming themselves,
But
and they're
then you would have
blind
to
to the
figure out
fact.
how do you
Yeah.
separate the God? It's either he's
What do you
one,
mean?
because so like you have a concept of one consciousness, right, and many bodies. right? That's your concept.
Well, I'll forever be me. I'll be forever be my own little. It's not like when I pass that I lose my individualism. Like I'll forever be me for all eternity. But I'm one in essence with the divine, but I'm separate in presence. Like I don't know what's going to
No,
happen tomorrow. I can't control the weather.
no, I'm
You
not.
know.
I'm not talking about like what's going to happen tomorrow. What I'm trying to understand is your concept. You're saying like take a big circle, right? You got a big circle. That's
Yeah.
the divine, right? And then you fill that circle with billions and billions and billions of little dots. Those are
Yeah.
the billions of bodies that that the divine encompass. That's your concept. And so like you have the one circle, right, with all these billions of bodies inside of the one. You would have to then explain how it separates from being in infused, right, when it's doing the bad thing. How does it separate and say, nope, out of the one, this is bad and that's not me? Then the one is no longer one.
It is one, but it's he basically all when you see all those atrocities, all those human behavior that makes you go, what is go? How could somebody do that? It's you're born into a world where you don't know that you are a being of light, and then you are almost like a product of your environment. So as you live, you kind of create this persona, this kind of mask that you identify with, and you say, this is me. And some people, their environment is a terrible one where they're assaulted and they're violated. So then they grow up and hurt people,
But
So,
how is that still not, the one? How are they separated from the oneness? If the one is living through all of us,
yes,
how is it no longer the one when a part of the one is doing bad? That's what I'm
because
not
it's not,
understanding.
it's the one with blind. It's the one
Even if it's
blind to the
blind,
fact.
it's still the one having an experience, right? Of
Yeah.
it's
But
still
he's
the
not
one.
responsible for that.
Why
You know what
not?
I'm saying? He's responsible for giving him free will, yes, but he's not responsive. Was not his main intention.
It doesn't matter what his main intention is. It's still him. It's still his one body in
Yeah.
billions of bodies. It's still him having his own experience, right? So, like in
Yeah.
your concept, he would be using these bodies to have these billions of experiences. So it's still him driving. It's still him playing the game,
Okay. Yeah.
right?
So
It's
let's
still
say
him
that.
making the
Yeah.
choices.
Okay. So yeah. So then he would be the kids, being pulled out of rubble. So and he would be the kids being assaulted,
And
and
he
he
would be the
would
one
be
doing
the
the
person
assaulting.
assaulting.
Yeah.
Yes. And he would be experiencing this the same way we experience a movie with those things in it.
Right.
And is he cruel for creating this experience? It would be if it wasn't him doing it to himself. If it's cruel for me to harm another person. And it's hard for us to grasp this concept as people. We can't grasp the concept of being multiple things at once. So it would be cruel if God was inflicting this kind of suffering on
It
beings
is
that weren't
very
him.
cruel. It is very cruel
But if
because
it's
then
him doing it to himself,
it would still be
witnessing to
cruel.
him,
It would still be cruel.
according to who though? Because it's him
According
experiencing it,
it's
doing it
it's
to
him
himself.
being right. It's him being cruel to himself. It's
Well, it's
still
him.
cruel.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Like because like if you were to take a knife and cut yourself over and
Yeah.
over and over again, is it okay? Is it not cruel because you're doing it to yourself?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
But I mean,
still
I'm
cruel.
there's not a way to define it. But
What do
from
you
God's
mean?
perspective, it's not because it's him doing it to himself. And it's the
It's
same reason we
still
like to watch
the
horror
definition of
movies.
cruelty doesn't change based on who does it.
Yeah.
It's
We
still
make some
cruel.
pretty nasty movies and that we call entertainment, but it's entertainment nonetheless. When you watch
It's no
Saw,
entertainment. Whether it's entertainment is subjective, right?
yeah,
There are movies that I don't watch because I think they're deplorable.
yeah, but some people enjoy them.
Right. So the calling it entertainment is subjective, depending on the person.
Well, if it's just an experience and if it's just as real as a movie you're watching, and these things are, if it's just really God having an experience, if it's God at the cinema, like then it doesn't become cruel because it's just God doing it to God.
That's not true though.
And
It's like you've never heard anyone say, "Why are you being so cruel to yourself?" Like, wouldn't you say that the believers who believe that they were born in sin and that they deserve wretchedness, they deserve suffering, they deserve to be called a dog, wouldn't you say to that believer, "Why are you being so cruel to yourself?" Or would you just allow that, just turn a blind eye because they're choosing to do it to themselves?
No, I would feel sympathy for those people because they're blind. Like anybody harming another person, their action is a testament that they're blind. Because if they don't
No, not
see,
harming another person. Like you came on here and you said, right, that you don't understand and you don't like, and you're deconstructing from the idea that believers believe that they are born in sin, that they are wretched from the beginning,
yeah,
right? So you believe that they are being cruel to themselves, correct?
yeah, I think they're lying. I think they've been taught lies.
Therefore, being cruel to themselves for believing the lie and acting out the lie, living out the lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So regardless, like they're doing it to themselves, it's cruel.
Okay.
And it's cruel when they do it to themselves.
Yeah.
It's still the
Okay.
same
So it
thing.
is cruel. So God is cruel, but also there's a balance. God is cruel, but God also does a lot of beautiful things. In the next 24 hours, there's going to be some people meeting the person that they wake up next to 40 years from now. Tomorrow when they wake up, they don't know that they're going to meet the love of their life today.
But do you know what you
Some
are
people are going
really
to hold their
explaining?
children for the first time today.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what you are really explaining, though? What you are really describing? Let me say it that way.
Balance.
No.
A night and day. Everything, there's a night and a day cycle. There's a
You
Satan
are
and a devil. Or not
describing
Jesus and the devil.
You're describing humanness. You're describing humanity. The thing that we have been trained to ignore, to deny, right? And you're calling it God. There are good humans, there are bad humans. There are humans who do good, there are humans who do wicked. You're describing humans.
Would you say it's 50-50, or would you say that it's more bad than
No.
good?
I honestly don't know. I have not looked at I think that there are more good humans in the world than there are bad, but I think the bad, it depends on when you get to like actions, right? Like the bad can outweigh the good because the thoughts of a bad human tend to turn into bad actions, whether that be somebody murdering another human, saying another human, verbally abusing another human to kill their soul, their spirit, their confidence, their self-esteem, right? So I think genuinely there are good people in the world and people who want to be good. But for some, there are, outside influences that have caused the bad to have just a little bit more influence with humanity at this moment in time.
Yeah, I agree. I look at it like a buffet why do you watch movies? Why do we watch movies? Why do when a
I don't
movie
like
makes you
movies. I hate
cry?
the fact that they end.
But you know, the good movies, when you go out of the theater and a movie's made you cry, you go, man, that was a good movie. That made me feel something. It made me cry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you go, that was a good movie. It made me feel something. So imagine like a buffet of sweet and sour food. And sour would be like, you know, hurting others and greed and, you know, the worst possible things that people do to themselves. And the sweet is like love and harmony and helping people with their groceries and, you know, people adopting kids. You know what I'm saying? All the good things that people do. It's like God is at the buffet and he doesn't want to just experience the good ice cream. He wants to experience some of the sour stuff too. So he is
No,
collectively experiencing what it's like to be crushed by rubble. And he's,
I mean that's
you know,
like again, like I don't see the need, right, to add that. I think that might be you trying to create an answer of why there's evil in the world, right? Instead of engaging with the fact that there are people in the world that just do bad things, that do bad shit, that plan bad
yeah.
shit, right? And like I said, like needing to say that it is a God when you explain humans and human behavior, like I don't necessarily need to do that, but I understand why some people do. It provides
It just
answers
makes
to things
perfect
that you don't
sense to
have
me.
an answer for.
Yeah, it's just it it's it must be lonely. Imagine if you were God and you knew all things, right? And you're sitting there in like just sitting there, the all-knowing being. It
How
must be
when did he
boring.
realize he was lonely? I mean, if he's
Well,
eternal,
I'm just saying, as like it must be like lonely and it must be boring knowing everything. You'd almost want to have an
but at
experience where
what
you
point did
don't
he
know.
realize that he was bored? If he's
I don't know.
eternal, then he just realized he was bored within the last 6,000 years. And then, if that is the case, then why in the hell are so many humans fighting for eternal life? Why are so many humans fighting for the thing that they believe that the God needed to create them for? Like, are they planning on like
Yeah, I mean, they're not
not being
fighting to
bored?
like sit there alone, you know.
I mean, they're
But
still
I don't
planning.
believe in
They
like
still
the
want to
heaven
live
and hell type stuff.
like no. But a lot of humans are fighting to have eternal life.
Exactly.
Right. And they say, oh, God created us because God needed somebody to love. At what point did this eternal being realize that he was missing love? At what point did this
Yeah, no,
eternal
yeah.
being get bored? He's
It's not
infinite.
about it's not, I don't really think it's about boredom. It's about wanting to express himself
Yeah. At what
and
point did
to
he have this
experience
desire?
itself in a more immersive way.
Yeah, I get it. At
Yeah.
what point did this desire come about? He's infinite.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a
Yeah, it
human.
doesn't make sense. Right.
You
It
know,
doesn't.
think of like the
It's
smartest human, right?
a human. Like what I'm saying is like the need to say that what humans do on earth is a God experiencing human life through humans, right? It's another way to just detach yourself from your humanness and your humanity instead of facing humanity and saying this is humanity,
Well, I
right? Like
see.
this is
I'm a human
humanity.
too. I have eyes. I see. I see. I
But
watch the news. I
needing
see
to
the
say that it's
atrocities.
a God doing the things. That's what I'm saying.
It's free will being exercised.
It's still you're still putting a God there, regardless if you say it's free will or not. You're still putting a God there, and you're choosing to not just accept humanity for who they are, like that. This is humanity. Humanity is rough. Humanity is ugly.
Exactly.
Humanity is beautiful, right? Humanity
Yeah, it's
is
beautifully
loving.
horrific.
This is just humanity. Like there's no need, honestly, to say that a God is having a human experience or that a God is sitting above judging humanity. Well, I see the need for them to do that. That's so that they could control humans, right? But
Yeah, the Santa
there are
Claus type
some
deal.
that need to be controlled that way. No lie. Some need to have some type of fear because humans can
Yep.
just be some unthoughtful, rogue ass people. But like I said, the majority of humanity don't want to live in this type of turmoil.
Yeah. And it's funny because it's almost religion that causes like a good portion of this division and this kind of like, think about how much suffering religion has caused to
Mm-hmm.
humans as far as people battling over their own little interpretation of life. But the way I look at it is like imagine a like a second grade class of kids with complete freedom to do whatever they want. Like the teacher leaves the room. Some of the kids are going to play nice, but some of the kids are going to pick on the other kids. Some of the kids are going to take crayons and like trash the classroom. Some kids are going to be stealing the other kids' lunch. You know, some kids are going to be picking on the other kids, calling them names. You know, like, was it God's intention for all those things to happen? Was that his motivator in letting the kids have complete
But
freedom
you're
of
like
choice?
you're assigning this. You're basically describing the same thing and assigning a God to these kids' actions, right? Like you're just
Well,
using a
he gave
different
them their free
allegory.
will,
But
and
why do
with
you
that,
keep wanting to go to free will?
well, that's what it is. It's not like his main
No, that's
motivation
your
was like,
belief. That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
this is a belief that you hold, right? And this
yeah,
one consciousness, right? But you're only just explaining humans and saying, and you like because you have a question of
yeah,
why humans behave the way they behave, and your answer is, oh, God is living through humans so that he can have an experience because he was bored at some point in infinite time, right? That is the
not really
uh
bored. I mean, but you know what I'm saying.
well,
Like
that's
he
the word
wants to
that you used.
experience it. It's like
Yeah,
it's
so
like the reason we go to the
but
movies. We go to the movies to
but
feel.
hold on. Right, Joshua, I got it. I like trust me, I got it. Like, three allegories in, I trust me, you're still just explaining humans, right?
Okay, well then, yeah, I'm
You're
explaining
explaining
humans.
humanness, you're explaining humanity, and then your answer to why do humans behave the way they behave? Why is there so much wickedness, right? Why do humans
Yeah,
love the way that they love? Why do humans think what they think? Oh, it has to be that God wanted to experience all these different situations, right? For
yeah,
whatever reason, like we don't even have to say he was born, but for whatever reason, God wanted to have all of these experiences. So it's not the human, right? Acting like this. It is God having these experiences.
yeah,
Regardless, like you're still doing what Christians do or Muslims or you know God is the answer to the your unanswered questions.
yeah. I mean, well, I'm pretty convinced that my reality wouldn't come to be like flowers and fruits and vegetables and like beauty and sunsets don't just come into being from some random process. You know, I see creation around me.
Yeah, but
So,
you
and
still
I mean,
cannot prove
I
that a
know, I
being
realize
did
that life
it.
is like a Rorschach test. There is no correct answer. It's all
Right. So
subjective.
why? So exactly. And
And I'm
so
just
it's
sharing
okay
my
for you
perspective
to.
of the Rorschach test.
I'm
Like, I'm
sorry.
not saying that
Right.
it's right. I'm just sharing with you
I
my
get it.
view of the
But
Rorschach test.
right. But after I've already said I understand what your view is, right? Even though I don't accept it as a view that I would adopt, you came in with two more allegories as if I didn't get the first one, right? And I'm saying that there's no need to tell another allegory because I got it, right? You're just basically saying humans behave the way they behave because God is having all these experiences. It's
Yeah.
still the same thing as a believer of any other religious system, right? Their unanswered questions are answered with a God. You
Yeah.
also, like believers, say creation is so beautiful it could not have happened through some random process. Therefore, there must be an intelligent being somewhere that created all of this. It's still an unanswered question that you have that you've answered with a God.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I don't have the discussions in here about whether a God exists. One, because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Right. The thing that would matter to me would be if that God did exist, right, as a being that existed outside of time and space, right, and this God is limitless. How then can this infinite, immaterial being who exists outside of time and space engage with those who are finite inside of time and space? Right?
Because
That would
those things
be,
would
to
be
me,
him.
again, that's a
Not him,
belief.
it's an it, but
I don't,
it's
Joshua, um, that's
that's
your
just my belief.
belief.
I'm sorry. It's
Right.
just
Yeah, that's your belief. That
you know.
isn't something that you can provide empirical evidence for, right? And so when I talk about
Yeah,
like
and I'm not trying
the
to.
I don't
I'm just sharing with you.
Joshua, I give you respect and I don't talk when you talk, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. All I'm trying to say is, and I'm not knocking your belief, right? Me saying that I don't adopt it for myself is not me just knocking your belief. That's your belief. You have every right to believe what you believe is the answer to your questions for yourself, right?
Exactly.
I don't question uh, whether God exists.
Hmm.
It doesn't change anything for me whether a God
Yeah, it's not
exists or
important.
not. Mm-mm. Nope. What matters to me is what happens here in the physical world.
Yeah. What's the most important thing to you?
I don't know.
What do you believe? Like, you got a pretty good grip of what I believe.
Yeah, I
What
don't
do you
talk about
believe
my
about
beliefs.
your
I think people should
existence?
keep their beliefs to themselves.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Much respect. It's whatever, you know. But I really do think it's like a Rorschach blot. It's like it's
Yeah,
just
I
for
know.
any
You
one
told us
person to
that.
go around and say, like, I have the correct way of the thinking of the
Which
world,
is
and
why
this
it
is
should
the
be
absolute truth.
personal. Which is why it should be personal.
Yeah.
Because
But I mean,
none
I
of
go all over these lives, and it's just people battling. Like, I call it spiritual peacocking. Like,
well,
I know more about my Bible than you.
well, the thing is, right? And here we deconstruct ideologies that are being
Yeah.
taught in society. Those beliefs that a person holds in their mind and their heart turn into actions that they carry out against other humans, right? So the only
Right.
way that those actions are going to change is if you have to deconstruct the belief that is causing the action. And then you have to go to where that belief came from, right? So that's what we talk about in here. I could give less than two fucks about winning a debate, right? About who knows the Bible more. People come in here all the time thinking you don't know what you're talking about, thinking you don't know the Bible. Okay, then come up and teach me.
Yeah.
There are several people that come in here that I learn from on a daily basis. Like this isn't a knowledge contest. The goal, right, is to deconstruct beliefs and ideologies that affect us here in the physical world that is causing people harm or even causing themselves harm. That's one of the
Uh-huh.
reasons that I can engage with you on the topic of why do they believe that they're wretched sinners from the very beginning, right? Because it causes them harm. It causes them mental anguish. It causes them depression. And I know because I can speak from experience. I can
Yeah.
speak from my personal experience of being a believer and sharing that belief, right? And I can speak from experience of all of the conversations that I've had with believers who get up here and say that thing, or believers who, former believers who shared that belief.
Yeah. You got to tell people that they're sick so they'll come to you for the cure. So you got to convince them that they're sick so they'll keep coming back to be like, oh, please heal me.
That you're
So you
talking
got to
about a
convince them they're
church.
sick.
I'm not a church. A
Yeah.
person could
It's
come in here
just,
and have this conversation with me and reject everything that we say and then go on about their day. I'm not going to worry about them. That's
yeah,
not my
because it's
job.
just Rorschach blot. It doesn't matter.
No, that's not it. The conversation that you and I are having, there are other people listening. You may reject, right? You may not accept the conversation, or you may not get a thought about your life, but somebody will that's listening. There's
Yeah. How do you
645
have so
people
many
listening
people
right
watching
now.
you?
What do you mean, how?
Like you got like 600 people watching you. Like I've flipped through these. There's like most people I've seen is like 20.
What do you mean, how?
I
We
don't
have good
know. Like what do
conversations.
you
Like,
like?
we're
Are you
intentional
like
here.
are you like somebody like well known or something?
No, we just have
I've just
intentional
never seen somebody with
conversations
so many views or so many people watching at the same time.
because one, we're structured in here. Two, it's intentional. Like, I don't like just having. I don't like talking just to talk, and we're intentional in here, right? That's why I was just explaining to you the the purpose of the live.
Okay. Well, it's almost 3 o'clock. It's getting late. I apologize for talking over you, and if I got a little jumpy with my words and jumped in front of you. I'm still a novice in my communication skills. I admit it, but it's been a pleasure.
Same, I agree, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, yeah. Take her easy. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Miss Coffee. Uh, y'all silly. How did you do that, Aiden? We're gonna take a deep breath, waved out. It's all we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So,
Just hope that, yeah, that's all we can do. This religion is a powerful motherfucker.
you said
I'm trying
what?
to open the box. I said, this religion is a powerful motherfucker. Like
Isn't
that.
it?
Yeah. It's,
Lala, you talking about something? Lala, you talking
no, I
about
think she
something else?
talked. No, we're on the same page.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm about to say.
Yeah. You didn't see how it was used?
Yeah,
You didn't see how it was used?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Uh, oh, damn. I added somebody to the stage. They popped off. That's a dumbass question. Like, how do y'all preach about your God giving you free will and then come in here and ask a grown ass woman why she curse?
Why do you
Because I
think that
fucking
you
want
just say
to.
anything? Cuss words is not. What?
Yeah. What the fuck kind of question is that? And then, like, if you're like you at your big ass age, your ears hurt from hearing somebody say a cuss word, then just get the fuck out. Don't sit amongst heathens. Like, y'all don't even listen to your God, but you want to come in here and preach your God to us. Your God told you not to sit amongst heathens. Why are you here? To be offended is bad as offending the is as bad as the I don't know who's in here on purpose. Uh if y'all could comment and let me know, that would be helpful. Waka flocka. Wasn't there on purpose. Uh okay. DYE. No, unfortunately, no.
What?
No, that's gonna be a no. DYE, I don't see you in the request box. If you can send a request, so we can bring you up. Uh, Joshua, hey Joshua, where have you been? How is it that I thought about you a couple of days ago, and here you are? Where you haven't been around?
Because I've been trying to avoid the social medias.
Oh,
Hello.
how are you?
Hey.
Hi, Lala. Hi, Ria. Hi, Miss Thinker. How are you all?
Doing good.
Yeah.
We're doing good.
I know it's been a minute. I know this is annoying, but I honestly just came up to say what's good because it's been a minute.
Yeah, I thought about you. I think like 2 days ago, and was like, man, he hadn't been in here in a
I
while.
know.
It's been
I know.
yeah, it's been like a month, hasn't it?
It has been, I think it actually has been, which is crazy
Yeah,
because, normally I'm like, hey, let me stop in at least once or twice a week.
yeah.
But it's been a moment. How have things been in here though? Because that last conversation, I was trying to keep up, but for a second, I was like, I'm getting a little bit of mental whiplash. What's going on?
It's the the oneness conversation. Um, it can get like that because you have to like think about dimensions and all of this stuff. But yeah, when I first started deconstructing, I went to spirituality because I tried my best to hang on to the concept of a God in Jesus. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just humans doing human shit and looking for answers.
Which I definitely can understand that because we're all trying to understand. I think that's something I really appreciate about, um, I think I've told you this before, but I think it's the questions that you ask, which I think challenge people to think about what they're thinking about, think about what they know, what they believe, and how they came to their conclusions, whether they're absolute conclusions or they're loose conclusions. It's something that I've been just kind of just talking about with someone else, I think it was today or yesterday, is even with my feet planted in the ground of what I truly believe about Jesus, I'm still very open to learn what I don't really know because as you know from having read the Bible too, the Bible just says we see in a glass dimly. So I'm trying to learn how to be able to say, I don't have every answer right now. I don't. I have an answer, but I'm still trying to remain open to say I don't have every answer and to learn from the people across from me who don't always believe exactly what I believe.
Yeah, and then also like being able to adjust, right? Um,
And, right, recalibrate.
yeah, I think that's the main important part. Sometimes like we get too stuck on one thing, and then when we come into new information, it kind of like shocks us, and we're like we don't want to budge. And speaking even to myself, um, but learning how to not get stuck on one idea. Somebody had put something in the Discord one time, and it was saying, um, like give yourself grace to change your mind,
Mm,
right? And give yourself grace to be wrong. That's the thing, and I think that's a hard thing for us to do as humans
mhm.
because being wrong does not feel good. It doesn't
Especially
feel
when you
good.
face, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think that's hard for us, especially when we've made choices and decisions based on the things that we felt, very certain about.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I think I mean, obviously we live in attention-based society right now because people have dug their heels in a certain way and they feel as though the only way they can survive is by staying the course. Even if they're like, this doesn't feel right, they're just going to continue to go down that direction because it's like, well, that would mean that I was wrong about everything that preceded this point. And so what does that say about me? It's deeper than cognitive dissonance. It's an identity crisis that I think a lot of people are concerned about when they come to even questioning what they believe.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I changed the format of the show too. It's because I did realize that some people's belief is not just a belief; it's their whole entire identity. And so I had asked Bash the question of how do you, like, it was difficult for me to have empathy for a lot of Christians because a lot of them that come on this stage come off very aggressive, rude, um, disrespectful, and hateful, right? And so it was difficult for me to have empathy for believers. And so I set a rule for myself, right? Not to be more aware and not take the frustration from the last guest to the new guest, like, and see each person as themselves. Just because they may identify or have a shared identification of a belief system doesn't necessarily mean that they are the same person, right? And so the person before that person don't deserve to get the frustration of the next person. So I have to, I've set a rule for myself to be intentional so that I am able to empathize with the believer and kind of see where they're coming from, right? And then in turn, hopefully they give it back, right? And they allow themselves to hear where we're coming from and here, and then we can have like genuine discussions about it. That makes sense.
1,000%. I think that is something that when we talk about like how do we have these kinds of conversations, right? And I know I'm not on the topics, but I think that it's fair to have this conversation right now, is that how do we have these kinds of conversations? Like you and I have had conversations that have been, to me, really fruitful, productive, engaging, thoughtful, as well as respectful. And I think that's the goal, is to, in in some ways, yes, I'm going to share what I believe in the right environments, in the right context, because I firmly believe that these things are what lead to life. But there's also comes a point when I want to be curious about, similar to what you're saying, well, why does the other person stand where they stand? And also, my goal is to know that other person, because truly we're both human beings. So there are going to be very relatable experiences in this life. And I'd rather respect how you come to experience your life, because I also want to be respected how I experience life. Not to mention, just because you identify a certain way or beliefs things a certain way, it's not monolithic. So I surely, like you're just saying, I need to have the respect and the empathy for anyone I come across who espouses a different belief system, for a couple of reasons that I can, but mainly because that person, I can't assume I know everything about that person just because of one thing that they expressed. I don't know them. And it's very unfair of me to demand that they respect me and my belief when I have already judged them based on their belief. And by judge, I mean judged everything about who they are and how and what they've done or what they're doing in their life. I think it's unfair.
It's very much so unfair, especially when one, like, you have multiple different belief systems within the belief system that we discuss in here, Christianity, right? There's 45,000 different denominations and growing. Within those 45,000 denominations, there are different understandings, right? So it's the way that I see it. It's I just engage with humans, if that makes sense, and then the human brings their belief for discussion. And so when I'm discussing a belief and I'm discussing information, I think on the other side, a lot of times the Christian is discussing themselves. And so when I say, nope, this data says otherwise, this data says this, they see it as I'm attacking them instead of attacking the information. And then in turn, they turn around, instead of attacking the information, they attack me. or another host in here that may have attacked a piece of information that they've presented. They'll attack the person instead of the information. And so we're seeing it, we're having conversations from two different standpoints. And so I think like the change of flow with the conversation will help us with that, hopefully.
I agree. And again, I understand the vigilance, not vigilance, hypervigilance of people who come in and, and I say this with all due respect to the members of your audience who align on one side versus another. I understand the hypervigilance. I think everyone as human beings can sometimes get very hypervigilant about their ideologies, or their beliefs, and feel that it is their position in life to aggressively correct um, someone else and how they think or live, right? We're seeing that played out. And I think that you made a point about that in the person you last spoke with, regarding religion, if not specifically Christianity. Now, do I think that Christianity is the problem? No. I believe that people who misunderstand what the Bible is teaching, religious people, very much like the Pharisees and even wayward Israel who misunderstood God's desire and will with absolute certainty antagonize their neighbors because they think they have everything correct and they understand everything perfectly, and everyone else around them does not. That's a form of arrogance that I think is beneath the personality that a Christian is supposed to carry.
So
And
can I ask you a question?
anytime, this.
So when you say that it's people who misunderstand or misinterpret what Christianity is really about or what the Bible is actually teaching, would you be making a claim that you do understand, that you have the right understanding of what Christianity is about and what the Bible is teaching?
You're asking me on a personal level.
Yeah.
I think that the things that are ingrained in me that I'm becoming, so the things that I'm becoming more and more certain about, one of those is how do I approach others who don't believe in Jesus with the humility and the confidence and the willingness to genuinely know that person and connect with them, that I believe is required to establish social equity with them in order to have access to them with the gospel. In other words, if my only goal in getting to talk with you is to proselytize you, I'm already going to lose. If my goal is to genuinely know you, love you, care for you, then there's opportunity to have social equity where you're more open to hearing me and where I come from and where I stand. And I think that's the same across the board for all of us, regardless of what we believe. When we have social equity with other people, we have opportunity to have mutual access into one another's lives and to share and cross pollinate ideas, thoughts, beliefs, etc. But when I come to you with a hammer, you're not going to receive me very well. And I think that that's a reality in what we see played out in various parts of our culture, as well as, unfortunately, in the microcosm of your life.
So, but do you think that there is a such thing as an objective fact and objective truth, right?
Oh,
Just,
okay, yes.
just really quickly, yes. Okay. So, because I asked you a very specific question, and I'm just using this as an example. My question was, by you saying that you think that people misinterpreted or misunderstand what the Bible and Christianity is actually teaching. And in turn, by you saying that you think it's misinterpretation or a misunderstanding, my question to you was, wouldn't that be you saying that you actually do understand what the Bible and Christianity is teaching? And then the answer that you gave, while I think it was a beautiful answer, it didn't answer my question, right? And so in this situation, there is an objective fact, right? The objective fact is that I asked a very specific question, right? And the objective truth is that you did not answer the question. So, like, if we take the conversations that we have in here with Christians, and I say, um, we talk about the Exodus story, with the Israelites coming out of Egypt and all these miracles that this book makes claim that a God did to free them. Give me just a second. Have a good day at work. I love you. Cheer up. It's gonna be okay. Yes, it is. Goodness gracious. Um, um. So, and I say, here is the data that shows that this story is mythology and is symbolic for blah 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 blah. Right. That is me bringing objective facts to the conversation. A Christian will then say, you misunderstand, you misinterpret, right? And it's not that I misunderstand or that I'm misinterpreting what the Bible says. I'm presenting objective facts about what the Bible says. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I do get that.
Yeah. And so that a lot of times that is the disconnect between believers and non-believers of this book, not necessarily a misinterpretation or a misunderstanding. And so, like, based off of what the objective facts that I use as I'm assessing or analyzing this belief system, I would say that I do understand, the purpose of Christianity and the goal of the God in this Bible. And then I think that a lot of Christians, because they don't necessarily study the book or study the history around the book, they have a different understanding or a different belief, right, than what the book actually says. And I think this is why Bash says a lot of times that there are no two Christians in the world at the same time, and that each Christian has a different God.
And
Does
I
that
would
make
agree
sense?
that, yeah, I agree. I agree that biblical literacy is a challenge because unfortunately, in a lot of instances, some people are just not spending enough time actually reading the Bible to know it, to understand it, not just to parrot the few verses that are commonly known and you know, quoted frequently, but to really be intimately engaged with the Bible, to develop their literacy, not just knowledge of what the word says verbatim, but also the knowledge of the context. I think you brought up even the historical context, who the culture is. Like that's a deep form of biblical literacy, a deep form of hermeneutics to really truly study the Bible. Um, Especially as a Christian who believes that the Bible is the living word of God, how am I developing a relationship then with the living God through his word? And to say that I believe something, but I don't know it is disingenuous. I think that's across the board in anything. If I say I believe something, but I don't know, if I say I'm a huge fan of Sandra Bullock, but I've only seen one movie, I'm not a huge fan. That's disingenuous. I've seen one movie. The other movies I might probably dislike completely. And so I think for people who say they truly believe something, you have to really know it. Um, and it's a journey of becoming intimately knowledgeable of something. Um, but I think that that's one of the issues is when people who claim they believe something and don't know it, and then want to hammer other people into trying to believe something that they themselves do not know. That's when we're going to see the problem. And even more so, it's a problem
Yes.
because the Bible itself um, has a heavy emphasis on how we're supposed to go about sharing our faith. And so not only do you have people who don't know what they're sharing it in a way that's outside of the guidelines, the directions that we're taught we're taught through the Word of God how to do so. So that's one of my tension points, because I believe the Bible. I firmly believe in Jesus Christ. I firmly follow Him and surrender my life to Him. And I also see those, whether they're brothers and sisters in Christ or people who claim to be Christians, I struggle in the tension of, uh, please, how can you so unabashedly present yourself in a way that does not align with how we are called to present ourselves? That's a struggle for me. It's a tension point, you know.
Yeah, and I also think like the important thing to remember, right, is that not only like when you're sharing your faith, you're sharing what you believe this book is saying to you, right? But the reality is that this book was written uh, at a time for a different culture who had different cultural norms and societal norms, right? So it was written in that context for those people, and then it's being reinterpreted, right, by scholars, by scribes, and then by individuals for it to fit an audience or an individual in today's society. So it the message ends up becoming an individual personal message, and then an individual will be like, yep, this is it, and then let me go and tell the world that I've figured it out, right? So they must adopt this. So even like when you say that we are charged with sharing the gospel, whose gospel are you sharing? Because 9 times out of 10 it is your gospel or some other human's gospel that you've adopted as truth.
So KK17 asked a question that kind of actually helps me in what I was going to say in response to what you were just talking about regarding how do I know that or what was it like? How do the objective truth, right? How can I say that they misinterpreted or whatever? And then he asked the question about what's the difference between me and someone who believes in Harry Potter. I think regarding the Bible and Christianity, because I believe there's one God who, through the Bible, in the Bible, has expressed that He wants to be known. That it's not just having intimate knowledge of the Bible by just reading the Bible. The other component that is part of the faith is praying and prayerfully taking the Word of God to know God. People don't do that with Harry Potter. People read Harry Potter and they either grab a hold of its um, writings and assume it to either be true or fictional and playful, whatever. But with the Bible, it's read and prayed through. And so I think that that's an additional part of coming to know
I don't know
deep in
what you
my
mean
faith.
by pray through. So let's take what you just said. There is a God in the Bible that expresses He wants to be known, right? Now, from someone like myself and Ria and Lala who study the Bible and we study the history, right? So we understand one where this God came from, right? We know that the God was a part of the Canaanite pantheon of gods, right? The God didn't start with the Israelites. We know that some of the stories that were written about this God were written about Baal, right? And we know that because we can read the stone tablets of these stories that existed pre Yahweh, right? So we know where this God came from. Okay, that's one point. The second point is just from reading the story that was written about this God in this book, we know that the God had a chosen people, right, in this book, and his chosen people were the Israelites. We know that the mission of this God was for the Israelites to create a kingdom, right? And for that kingdom to become so grand and great with this God leading them that all the other people who were not chosen by this God, who were called Gentiles, would serve this God and serve the Israelites as their servants. Right? The Israelites were to bring everybody else to this God under servitude, right? We know that that was the mission of the God in the Old Testament, and that his love, his first love, was his chosen, the Israelites. Then, when you get to the New Testament, we know that there was a promised Messiah because of all of the oppression that the Israelites went through, regardless if it was for disobedience or not, because there's multiple tales there of multiple reasons why they went through what they went through. There was a promised Messiah, not Messiah, yeah, Messiah. That was a promised Messiah that was going to be a militant king that was going to come, and that king was going to restore a physical kingdom, right? So, like, this is what the book says, right? A kingdom was going to, the Davidic kingdom was going to be restored, and this Messiah was going to sit on that throne, and he was going to reign so well that the Israelites were going to live in safety, and they were going to be successful, right? And everybody was going to serve the Israelites because their kingdom was going to outdo Egypt. It was going to outdo Babylon. It was going to outdo Assyria. It was going to be the primary kingdom where everybody in the world worshiped God of Israel and served the Israelites as the chosen people. That Messiah then shows up in the New Testament. He goes to the Israelites and tells the Israelites that he is him. They reject him because he doesn't fit their prophecy. He doesn't have a kingdom, uh, to rule. There was nothing in their works, their previous text that said that he was going to be born of a woman. That goes against everything that they know about their God. They realize that saying that this person is half God, half human is more so, it falls in line with Greek mythology, and so they're rejecting it, right? Because it does not fit Jewish custom. So then, because the Israelites reject this Messiah, and by getting him killed, then there are stories that are written later on, or much later, that say that he resurrected, and after he resurrected, he said, "Take my message to the Gentiles." Right? Okay, so that's enough history. That we don't need to go any further. So, well, and then we go to Paul. Let me add that. Paul is preaching about a Christ who came to fix, basically, but Paul preaches loving your neighbor, basically, in grace, right, and moral law, right, not um, covenant law, but moral law. That's what Paul teaches, right? Okay, so we're there. Now, all of that is objective facts. None of that is interpretation, right? All of that can be verified by reading the book. Can be verified through archaeological data, right? That's what we call objective facts and objective truth. I would say to what you said, that there is one God in the Bible that expresses he wants to be known, right? And through Jesus, I forgot what you said about Jesus, like the love or something like that. I would reject that, and I would say, no, that's not what this book says. This book says otherwise. So then I would be told, right, that I'm wrong because I accept objective fact and not a reinterpretation of the facts.
Well, I think, yeah, you jumped over a few sections that I do believe are important parts of this tapestry. The full picture
Sure,
has to
which
be
one?
considered.
Mm-hmm.
Hosea, I think, is a really important book that shows
What did I miss?
God's persistent pursuit and love for Israel, because all of the Old Testament, the Old Testament starts off with God creating
Yeah,
the
I said
world,
his first love is Israel.
right? So God creates the
Mm-hmm.
whole world.
Mm-hmm.
He creates humans. We
Mm-hmm.
see the fall of humanity from um, creating the separation between God and man through Adam and Eve. We see the first murder, Cain and Abel, and then we see uh, humanity crumble under the weight of sin multiplying, manifesting in different ways. We see one family redeemed, and then we through Noah and his family, and then we get Abraham, and that is where we start to
But
get
hold on. Everything that you just said, right? Does that take away from the fact that your God's mission, right? It's stated in this book, is for his chosen people to build a kingdom on earth.
no,
Does
they weren't
any of
supposed to.
that?
They actually weren't called to build a kingdom. They were called to live out the covenant law so that they could also be a blessing to the people around them. That was what
No,
they
they
were
were
called
called
to
to
do.
build a kingdom. That's why he chose King Cyrus as his Messiah to finish the job. Your God's mission was to build the kingdom. That's why Jesus, the Messiah, was promised. The Messiah was supposed to restore the kingdom under one Godhead. And they were supposed to restore the Davidic kingdom. That's why he promised David the unconditional covenant through Solomon.
But
So
that Davidic kingdom,
the mission was for there to be a kingdom where God of Israel was the God, the chosen were the rulers of the kingdom, and then everybody else served God and the Israelites in that kingdom around the world. That was the God's mission. So like anything that you say when you talk about like the original sin, right? Abraham, what Abraham did, all of that, it doesn't take away from the mission of one kingdom, one God, and one chosen. It doesn't take away from that.
it doesn't take away from it, no, but it's also missing pieces. So it's not taking away, it's saying that you're missing pieces. And the pieces that are missed are, yes, Christ came to restore the kingdom, but he said it's not a kingdom of this world. It's a kingdom
But the
that
objective fact is that it went from. That's why I don't think you heard me say a physical kingdom, right?
I heard that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a physical kingdom. Christ never ruled on a physical kingdom. That's why I said that part. It becomes a spiritual kingdom, which is why the Israelites rejected him because he didn't fit what the God said to them in the Hebrew scriptures. That's why I said that part.
Which I caught that. So when Jesus was preaching the kingdom of God to them, he was letting them know, you guys have got this, you guys are missing the point. God is not trying to have you create your own kingdom on the earth. He is trying to get you to come into his kingdom that is not of this earth.
But you do
And
realize that it goes against everything that their scripture says, right? The scripture literally says that they would live safe in the land, that it would be a physical kingdom. So he came preaching a different message, right, than what they had been taught their whole life and what their physical scriptures said. So that would be why they rejected him, because he was preaching something completely different. He wasn't fulfilling the requirements of the prophecy that they had been waiting on. So that's why they rejected him. I get you saying Jesus was preaching like um, everything is within. Like that's the point. Like the message changed. So they rejected him. He didn't fit their prophecies. He didn't fit any of their prophecies.
he fit plenty of prophecies. And even
No, he
not only
didn't.
did he did, the disciples themselves who wrote the four
He did not.
gospels,
He didn't fit any of those prophecies.
he did. He
No, he
fulfilled,
didn't,
he said they
Joshua.
show it throughout the four gospels, which is why
They
they said that's why it says it's written here, and then they refer to that scripture in the Old
that's
Testament.
But Joshua, you do realize that if you were to go back and study those prophecies, right, when Jesus says, for example, let's look at this one right quick. Give me just a second. We'll go to Mark 14:27 really quickly. So I need to pull up one more Bible Gateway because we're going to have to use 3 different scriptures here.
Not you got me turning on my nightstand lamp.
It's on the screen. Look, just look in front of you. That's why I got this machine so that
I
I can do
appreciate it.
this.
Okay.
You're welcome. Yeah. 1427. All right. So this is a prophecy that Jesus says that he's fulfilling, right? So it says, and Jesus said to them, you will all fall away, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Jesus is saying right here?
That he, the shepherd, is going to be, well, based on his knowledge, he's going to be crucified, and all of his disciples are going to essentially scatter.
Can we give me just a second?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like disappointing people, so I have to fix something right quick. There you go. I hope they're satisfied. All right, I'm sorry. Say it again.
That he, the shepherd, would be crucified. He'd, be struck, and his disciples would be scattered.
What when it says that they'll be scattered, what do you think he means by scattered?
For one, I think he's referring to the disciples being scattered when Jesus, like the night of Jesus' betrayal, but also on the earth after Jesus' resurrection, when they are spread out beyond um, Israel itself into Gentile nations to spread the gospel.
So, give me just a second. I'm going to show you something. All right. All right. So, in the Greek, okay, we're looking at it in the Greek. The word used there is
Strong's G 4624, scandalizo. Scandalizo.
and it means to cause, to make stumble, to offend is how it's being used there, right? To entice to sin, right? To make stumble, to offend. It's not in the Greek, right? Jesus isn't using it to say that they're going to be scattered abroad. Jesus is saying that they're going to leave him. They're going to turn away from him because he's going to get arrested, right? He's not saying that they're going to be scattered abroad here. So when Jesus quotes this, or the writer of Mark has Jesus quoting this prophecy, it's reinterpreted, right, to fit the night that Jesus gets arrested. And Jesus is saying the prophecy is that when this happens, you guys are going to all run. You're going to leave me. You're going to deny me, right? That's how Jesus is using this prophecy. Okay. So when we go back, and let's go to let's go with 29. We can see after Jesus tells them, hey, I'm about to fulfill this prophecy, he says, but after I am raised up, I will go before you to Galilee. So he's saying, after I'm struck on the cross, or just struck, right? And you all leave and abandon me and deny me. After that, when I'm raised up, I'll meet y'all in Galilee. Right. So he's not talking about a broad scattering, right? And then Peter says to him, even though they'll fall away, right? Even though they'll deny you, I won't. And of course, we know what Jesus says after this, right? When Peter says that he won't deny, he won't fall away, he won't offend, right? Jesus says that I tell you this day, this very night, right? So he's talking, when he says, you all will leave me, you all follow me, he's talking about that night. Before the cock crows twice, you will deny me 3 times, right? So that's how Jesus is using that prophecy, okay? So now let's go to Zechariah 13:7 so that we know what prophecy Jesus is quoting. Well, actually, let's start with Zechariah 11. We're going to start with Zechariah 11:15 through 17 to get the full prophecy. Okay, so this is, have you read Zechariah 11 before?
Nope. I think I told you earlier too that I'm still going through the Bible this year. This is my goal, is
Okay,
to finish it.
all right. So Zechariah 11 is a book about 2 shepherds. Like Zechariah writes about 2 shepherds. God tells him to Zechariah is the first shepherd that he writes about. Zechariah feels like he's doing good, but the people are not valuing him, right? They pay him 30 pieces of silver. God tells him to throw the silver back into the temple, back to the people, and to break his covenant with the people as their shepherd. So Zechariah says, I took my staff, favor, and broke it, annulling the covenant that I had made with all the people. So it was annulled on that day. And the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. Then I said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out as my wages 30 shekels of silver. The Lord said to me, throw it in the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. All right, so I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury and the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff unity, annulling the family ties between Judah and Israel. So the first shepherd in this, as we can see, is Zechariah, right? And he says here, thus says the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich, and their own shepherds have no pity on them. For I will no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them, everyone to fall, each into the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of the king, and they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand. And then Zechariah, so the quotation marks here, in King James, you won't see quotation marks, and all you'll see in the King James is thus says the Lord, because back then they did not use quotation marks. So this statement right here would be what they call messenger quotes, and that was basically their quotation marks back then. And then you'll see verse 7 is where Zechariah picks back up. So Zechariah says, so on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. So Zechariah became the first shepherd in this story. Okay. So then when we get to verse 15, a second shepherd, the Lord tells Zechariah about a second shepherd. Okay. So then Zechariah says, then the Lord said to me, take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd, for I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. O my worthless shepherd, who deserts the flock, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye. Let his arm be completely withered, his right eye utterly blinded. So here, this is a prophecy that Zechariah is getting, and starting in verse 15. Right? This is a prophecy that this God, the God of Israel, is going to raise up a shepherd who will fail the children of Israel. He's going to do bad things. And he's going to, then the God is going to rain judgment on that shepherd who does bad things. And he's going to strike the shepherd with a sword. You see that when he strikes the shepherd in Israel, when it failed, when judgment is called on a failed shepherd, the sheep scatter. Right. I think Jeroboam in 1 Kings 14, 7:14. I think it's 7:14. 7:14. No, 1 Kings 14. I think. Yeah, Jeroboam. Yeah. Phoenix came into Jeroboam's wife and pretended another girl to Jeroboam. Thus says the Lord. Okay, so starts at verse 7. So we see that the same type of archetype happened with Jeroboam, right? This God rose up Jeroboam. Go tell Jeroboam, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, because I exalted you from among the people, made you leader over my people Israel, and tore the kingdom away from the house of David to give it to you. Yet you have not been like my servant David, who kept my commandments and followed me with all his heart, doing only that which was right in my sight. But you have done evil above all those who were before you, and have gone and made yourself other gods and cast images, provoking me to anger, and have thrust me behind your back. Therefore I will bring evil upon the house of Jeroboam. I will cut off Jeroboam every male, both bond and free, in Israel, and will consume the house of Jeroboam just as one burns up dung until it's all gone. Anyone belonging to Jeroboam who dies in the city, the dog shall eat, and anyone who dies in the open country, the birds of the air shall eat, for the Lord has spoken. Therefore set out, go to your house. When your feet enter the city, the child shall die. All of Israel shall mourn for him and bury him, for he alone of Jeroboam's family shall come to the grave, because in him there is found something pleasing to the Lord, the God of Israel, and the house of Jeroboam. Moreover, the Lord will raise up for himself a king over Israel, who shall cut off the house of Jeroboam today, even right now. The Lord will strike Israel as a reed is shaken in the water. He will root up Israel out of this good land that he gave to their ancestors, and scatter them beyond the Euphrates, because they have made their sacred poles, provoking the Lord anger. He will give Israel up because of the sins of Jeroboam, which he sinned, and because he caused Israel to commit. Right. So here you have a shepherd, right? A king that the God chose, rose up. He did bad things. Judgment was called on him, and the sheep scattered. That's a archetype for a worthless shepherd in Israel, right? When the shepherd does bad, the God calls down judgment, and the sheep scatter, right? So we have this prophecy here. And the prophecy that Jesus is saying that he's filling is the command to strike this worthless shepherd in Zechariah's prophecy, right? Zechariah 13:7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little ones. And so the question here, right, is why would Jesus, or the writer of Mark, say that Jesus is fulfilling this prophecy when it is about a shepherd who does bad things, and then just demand punishment is called down on that bad shepherd that causes the sheep to be scattered like Jeroboam? Why is Jesus saying that he is that shepherd?
You're asking me a good question because, like I said, I have not yet gotten through Zechariah. And I would like to understand that myself. I feel like there's actually scriptures that even Paul references and says that's why it says X, Y, Z. And sometimes I'll be like, wait, Paul, did you understand that correctly? Which for me is basically like, okay, I need to go back and really dig into that because some reason I'm not understanding this the way that the writer understood this. Or I'm not understanding this in your case, this instance. Why did Jesus say this? So that's one of those things that's like, I need better understanding. And clearly, like I said right now, I don't have that understanding to answer your question directly because I've not read Zechariah. And so in good faith, I'm going to say I do not.
So when you make a statement and say Jesus fulfilled the prophecies, right, for that the Israelites had, the Hebrews had, And I say, no, he didn't. Based on their scriptures, no, he didn't. Right? And this would be one of those because it's reinterpreted in the Greek. And then I think, one of your fellow Christian brothers and sisters made a great point of what, like, kind of like what I've been saying during this conversation with you, is that he said, this is all trivial, right? The objective facts don't matter, right? The history doesn't matter. And then his next statement was, it can mean whatever you want it to. And he's not wrong. Like, you can interpret it however way you want it to. Because again, it's personal to you. But then to reject the objective facts for a personal interpretation and then say, you must believe this, that's where the problem comes in, right? And then when someone who deals with objective facts or with the history, and you make a claim and say Jesus did fulfill the prophecies, right? And then when we're able to walk you through and say he didn't fulfill this prophecy, when you choose to reject the objective fact, right? Then the proper thing would be to do is say, right, like, okay, regardless of what I see right here, I choose to believe the opposite, right? And this is my personal belief, instead of continuing to go out and say, because I believe Jesus fulfilled the prophecies, everybody else must believe that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies.
But I feel like you isolated that prophecy. There are so many others that Jesus did fulfill. Isaiah 53 is a really good one
He
where
did
that's a
not. No,
he
he
did
didn't.
fulfill Isaiah 53.
Does Jesus have offspring? What
Yes.
offspring? What offspring did Jesus have?
Those in the faith who come to Christ, that's
Do you
those
see
who
that
come
that's
his
a
offspring.
reinterpretation? Because the Hebrew scriptures are not talking about spiritual offspring. It says that he will live to see his offspring grow and survive. It's not talking about a spiritual offspring. That's a reinterpretation of Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 says that the suffering servant, which is a um, uh, uh, metaphor for Israel, right, would be disease ridden, not beaten. Right? It says that he would have diseases. Jesus didn't have any diseases. Jesus wasn't sickly. So to retrofit it, right, or dang near rewrite Isaiah 53 in the Christian Bible to fit Jesus, like the Israelites would have rejected that because that's not what their scriptures said. And then throughout the entire book of Isaiah, the servant, the God says who the servant is. The God literally says multiple times leading up to Isaiah 53 that his servant is Jacob. His servant is Israel. Right? And they're disease ridden because they're filled with sin. It's not talking about a Messiah that would die on a cross and get beaten on the cross. And then even in Isaiah 53, it says nothing about the promised Messiah or the suffering servant dying for the sins of the world and raising again on the third day. There is no prophecy in the Hebrew scriptures that says that a Savior would come, die for the sins of the world, and then resurrect. It just doesn't exist.
No, I'm reading Isaiah 53 and even the preceding parts in Isaiah 52. And Isaiah 53 says he was despised and rejected by men, which Jesus was, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And as one from whom men hide their faces, he was despised and we esteemed him not, which is exactly what
Are you
happened when he
reading
was
that in the
carried.
King James or are you reading that in Hebrew?
ESV, which I know you do not like. And I'm not doing that to spite you. That's what I read.
But do you realize that what I said to you was in the Hebrew scriptures, right? And then you read to me a reinterpretation and say, nope, it says this. But the Hebrew scriptures say something different. So the point that I'm making, right, is that, of course, at that time, the Israelites, the Jews, would have rejected a Messiah, a proclaimed Messiah, right? if the criteria was that, oh, he was hung on a cross, he was beaten, right, for your sins, and he resurrected. Because Isaiah 53 in the Hebrew scriptures does not say that. That was not the prophecy, right? It says, it's starting at verse 4. Hold on. Verse 3. Actually, let's go from the beginning. Who would have believed our report? And to whom hath the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shot up right forth as a sapling, and as a root out of a dry ground. He had no form or comeliness that we should look upon him, nor beauty that we should delight in him. He was despised and forsaken of men, a man of pains and acquainted with disease. When was Jesus a man of pains and acquainted with disease? Joshua, are you there?
I'm absolutely here.
And as one from whom men hide their face, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely our diseases he did bear, not our sins. Our diseases he did bear, and our pains he carried. Whereas we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded because of our transgressions. He was crushed because of our iniquities. The chastisement of our welfare was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. All we, like sheep, did go astray. We turned every one to his own way, and the Lord hath made to light on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed, though he humbled himself, and opened not his mouth, as a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and as a sheep that before her shearers is dumb. Yea, he opened not his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away, and with his generation who did reason? For he was cut off out of the land of the living for the transgression of my people, to whom the stroke was due. And they made his grave with the wicked, and with the rich his tomb, although he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to crush him by disease, to see if his soul would offer itself in restitution. Then he might see his seed prolong his days, and that the purpose of the Lord might prosper by his hand. Of the travail of his soul he shall see to the full, even my servant, who by his knowledge did justify the righteous one. To the many in their iniquities he did bear. Therefore will I divide him a portion among the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the mighty, because he bared his soul up unto death, and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. So it says I said it wrong at first about his seed. It says that the Lord saw it to crush him by disease, to see if his soul would offer itself in restitution, so that he would see his kids prolong, that he might see his seed prolong their days.
You want to start from
But
the
this
top
is
again?
for what?
Oh, I thought you wanted to line by line it, because you asked me about um, verse 4, correct?
No, I was going to start at verse 4, and I just went on ahead and read the whole thing. What I'm saying is, like in Israel, the suffering servant was diseased ridden, not stabbed, not beaten on or hung on a cross. He was diseased ridden. He was inflicted with pain. He was sickly. That's not Jesus. But this is a portrayal of how the God is saying Israel is, because Israel was in sin. Israel is the suffering servant. It's metaphorical.
Yeah, I'm not tracking because I don't see how this is a metaphor for Israel and not a metaphor for
Yeah, we can go.
or maybe I should say I don't understand how this can be a metaphor for Israel but not a metaphor for Christ, for Jesus. And I think when you're specifically reaching for the word disease, my struggle with that isn't because of the fact that it says the word disease. Obviously, that word is what we are using for English to interpret the word that's in Hebrew, right? And I'm struggling because I've
Because
also always
you're saying
understood.
he was bruised for our iniquities, right? Because he was beat on the cross, right? This analogy was a sick man. Pains. He was acquainted with sickness. He was acquainted with disease, right? Jesus was not acquainted with disease. Jesus didn't have any sicknesses. In Israel's diseases equated to sin. That if you were sick, then you were a sinner. That was a punishment. Like that's what they believed.
I no, Jesus was acquainted with disease and
What
sickness.
diseases did Jesus have?
He didn't have them.
We're not
He
talking
didn't
about being
he
friends
didn't
with.
have them. He
No,
touched lepers. No one else touched lepers. You could not
that's
touch a
not what
leper.
that means. Like
He
that's a
was
reinterpretation, but
no,
that's
it's not.
not.
He was
Yes, it
acquainted with it.
is. You're talking about acquainted, like friendships, like meeting it. That's not what he's saying.
Actually, it
That's not
was
what that means.
because if you look at
He
the Old
was
Testament,
listen in
actually,
forsaken of man,
can I
a
ask for
man
an
of
opportunity to speak
pains.
without interruption? Because I have
Hold on,
not interrupted you.
I don't no Joshua, like you know the rules on the stage. It says a man of pains, a man of pains. Like you're doing a reinterpretation of the word acquainted to mean that he came in contact with. And it says that they hid their face from him. He was acquainted with disease, and as one whom men hid their face. He was so acquainted with disease that he was in quarantine, that people wouldn't go near him. Like you're doing a reinterpretation of the word acquainted.
I'm not. He was acquainted with disease because in Israel, you could not associate nor touch a leper because you then yourself would become unclean. When Jesus
Then what
healed
does it mean when he
lepers,
been a man of pains?
when he was flogged
Mm-hmm.
with a cat of nine tails
Mm-hmm.
and a crown of thorns placed on his head, and
Mm-hmm.
to be crucified, that is someone who's experiencing excruciating pain. But the other part of the pain isn't just the pain that was physical. His experience with pain was also his encounters with sin oppressing him from all sides, causing a distress that in the Garden of Gethsemane said that he started to sweat blood. So it's a
No,
pain that's
it
both
said like
mental.
drops of blood. It didn't say he sweated blood. It
Thank
said
you.
like big drops of blood.
Thank
But
you.
surely our diseases he did bear. What diseases did Jesus bear?
I just said it. He
No.
in
What if he
every
bare the diseases? That means that the diseases went on him, right? What diseases were on Jesus?
That's exactly what it says in the when we look at
What
Jewish
diseases?
law. When we look at Jewish law, if you were to touch somebody else who had leprosy, and leprosy wasn't just spots, it could be any form of disease.
Mm-hmm.
If you touch someone who had if you touch someone who had leprosy, you yourself were also considered to be
Listen,
unclean.
but Joshua, here it says, "Surely our diseases he did bear, and our pains he carried, whereas we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God." That means he looked sick.
Wait, where does how are you interpreting that it says he looked sick?
It says we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. Do you see? Like it literally saying that when he carried their diseases and their pains, that when they looked at him, he appeared to be stricken and afflicted and smitten of God. He was so disease ridden that people hid their face from him, right? He was comely, right? No beauty whatsoever. Because the suffering servant in Israel is a metaphor, and I'm getting ready to walk you through the time where the God, literally leading up to Isaiah 53, all the times the God says, Israel, my servant. I'm getting ready to walk you through that because it's a progression in Isaiah. But and what I'm saying to you is how the Israelites were taught this, right? In their scriptures. What you're doing right now is a reinterpretation. If you didn't already have the the Greek story, like the story of Jesus being beat on the cross, you wouldn't be trying to reinterpret disease or the word acquainted. But because you needed to fit Jesus, then that reinterpretation is a natural thing. And again, I'm not saying like that you're wrong for doing that. Like that's your belief system. But expecting me to accept that as truth when objectively the text does not fit that, I cannot do. And neither does the historical context. Um, but let's go to Isaiah 41, verse 8 through 9. But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth and called from its farthest corner, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off. Right? This leads up to the suffering servant. Isaiah 44, 1 through 2. But now hear, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus says the Lord, who made you, who formed you in the womb, and who will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen. 44 and 21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me. Isaiah 45 and 4. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. I give you a title, though you do not know me. 48 and 20. Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the end of the earth. Say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. And then Isaiah 49, 3. And he said to me, you are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified. So it leads up to the suffering servant, which is Israel. And Israel is in sin, and it's a like an allegory or a metaphor. Israel's body is sick with diseases. It's filled with sin. That's the Jewish history. It gets reinterpreted to fit Jesus.
So my disagreement with you, did you read chapter 42 for Isaiah?
Yes.
What verse?
42:2 and 42:21. No, I'm sorry. No, I didn't. No.
Okay. Because one thing that stands out is, can you read verse or chapter 42, verse 1, the from the Hebrew, I guess, or whichever whatever, you know, version you want to read is totally fine, actually.
Behold, my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall make the right to go forth to the nations. He shall not cry up, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street.
Oh,
A
just verse one
bruised,
is fine for now. For
well,
now.
this whole thing, right? A
No, no, but I
bruised reed
guess.
shall he not break. Why not?
Oh, I was just gonna say let's because I noticed when you were calling out all the other ones, he's very specific in when he says my servant Jacob. But here he says my servant. He never specifies Jacob in this particular passage in which we lift a messianic prophecy. And so God has a lot of servants, and he's very specific when he says, "Like my servant David," or "My servant Jacob." You know, he uses he'll identify his servant. But in chapters 42 and 53, there isn't "my servant Jacob," which God was explicit in every chapter and verse you read, saying "my servant." So now there's an opportunity for us to explore, well, who is he referring to as his servant? Because he doesn't say Jacob,
Mm-hmm.
which
Okay,
lends themselves to the messianic prophecies.
so it so it starts with Isaiah 41, right? And the whole entire progression from Isaiah 41 to Isaiah 53, the God identifies the servant that he's talking to. And it's a prophecy of them coming out of Babylonian exile, right? When God calls Israel his son, right? He uses singular, but he's talking about Israel as a nation. But throughout the whole entire progression, like, so we go from Isaiah 41 all the way to Isaiah 53. What I was showing you was the times that he clearly identifies who the servant is. But there are several times in the text where he just says, my servant.
He's not referring to Israel when he says, just my servant.
So I guess you would have to prove that he's not talking to Israel.
Well, I mean, obviously, like I said, the other ones that you called out, he specifically says, my servant Jacob. But a couple times in between, he doesn't say, my servant Jacob.
So,
And those
so
prophecies aren't fulfilled by Jacob or Israel. None of those are fulfilled by Israel themselves.
sure. Okay, hold on. The Lord, have called thee in righteousness and have taken hold of thy hand and kept thee. This is past tense. And set thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the nations. Who was called to be a light to the nations, to the Gentiles? Who did this God take by hand and keep thee?
Israel.
Mm-hmm. And so he's talking to his servant here, right? And he says that I have called you in righteousness and have taken hold of your hand, past tense, and I have kept thee, right? I've called you to be a light to the nations, to the Gentiles. Why would he, in verse 6 in chapter 42, not be talking to Israel? He was talking to Israel in 41 because he didn't say Israel, because he didn't say my servant Israel Jacob in 42. Why would he not be talking to Israel as his servant in 42?
We understand how these are written, right? That's why. By
No,
understanding that,
explain how they're written.
oh, like we know that we put the chapters in there and stuff like that. Like that's just kind of how the Bible
No,
got assembled. The Bible got
what
assembled.
do you mean we put the chapters in there? No, this is Isaiah. This is Isaiah 2. This is uh Deutero Isaiah. So Isaiah was written in three parts by three different groups. So the first chapters of Isaiah, chapters 1 through 39, was written by, is believed to have been written by the true Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah. Verses 40 through 54, I believe, is written by multiple people during the Babylonian exile by different authors. And then Isaiah 56 through 66 is written by, it's believed to be written by one author after the Babylonian exile during the Hellenistic period.
Right.
So these are three different books, but Isaiah 41 was written all during the same time period during Babylonian exile. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah 40 through 56 was all written during the Babylonian exile.
Mm-hmm. And so what I was trying to get at is that when we look at these blocks of text, sometimes they're connected, sometimes they're not connected. It's like there's a
Except Isaiah 41 through Isaiah 56 is connected.
as one whole long text.
Yeah, they were all written at the same time during Babylonian exile by a different person saying that they were Isaiah. That's why it's called Deutero Isaiah.
Oh, sorry. I hope
Hold on,
that's
hold
this.
on. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, tap the screen, y'all. Thinker has a gift goal of the on-air gifts, so please gift, continue to share and subscribe.
Okay, thank you. Were you getting ready to say something before I left?
Oh, I was like, man, I know somebody heard that smoke alarm. Y'all have to forgive me. It's in a vaulted ceiling in my apartment, and maintenance has not come here to fix that for me. I'm like, y'all need to change this dang battery for me, please, because it's part of keeping me awake. Um, which I'm sure you just heard that chirp. Um, yeah, no, I think it's challenging, honestly, because you're right on certain the objective layer, right, of what is written. I'm not going to argue that. And yet, I think similar to exactly how you're processing it from the Israelite perspective of how they read the text, straightforward, literal, this is what it is, to how Jesus manifested it, created a sense of true cognitive dissonance for them. I'm not in the place I can say right now to do a whole exposition on that because I'm not going to stay for another hour on that. But I do know that in a lot of ways, Jesus fulfilled a lot of these texts. And I was trying to go through that specifically with Isaiah 53 as well as Isaiah 42. Um, but I can see that you've isolated several texts to say, well, he didn't fulfill this specifically. And I'm like, well, actually,
I didn't isolate anything. I just like I can't talk to you about every prophecy at the same time, and I wish believers would not do that. Like when y'all say, "Oh, you isolated it," I'm talking to you about a very specific prophecy because there is detail in the prophecy, right? So saying that I isolated one prophecy, there's multiple prophecies that he didn't fulfill. I've done extensive study on this, but I can only talk to you about one prophecy at a time.
that's fair. That's fair. I think I was trying to also acknowledge the other prophecies here, and I felt that that was dismissed.
What other prophecy? You brought up this one. What other prophecy did you bring up?
Well, within Isaiah 53, maybe that's why I was saying isolated. So if I was wrong, and I apologize. I don't know if I was wrong, but I was trying
I
to say
read the entire chapter to you. We went through the entire chapter of Isaiah 53 and
we did not
discussed
go through
it.
the entire chapter. You
I,
read
I
the entire.
literally,
You read the entire
right.
chapter, and
And
I didn't
asked
get
you,
to. I didn't get to
I,
speak on it. You read
I,
it.
I asked you, you didn't say anything.
I was
You
going
asked me,
to.
I didn't stop you.
I waited.
What do you mean you waited? You asked me if I was going to go line by line. I said, no, I don't need to. You said, I thought you said something about verse 4. I said, no, I was going to start at verse 4, but I read the entire thing. I
Okay,
didn't
well,
know that you had, like, what do you want to say
oh,
about
that's what I was saying. I don't
Isaiah
mind
53?
going. I just thought you were. I thought you were leading. Um, what I was going to say is when it says surely he's born our. Well, you read it obviously from the Hebrew, which is diseases, and I specified what I believe about that one. He was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. Obviously, the piercing is through his hands and his feet.
Except there is no Hebrew word for pierce. That word is made up.
Okay, so what is the word there for five?
There
I'm
is
sorry,
no
can you
there is no Hebrew word for pierced. That's why I said the word is made up.
wait? So what word
There's
was there in that text that you had pulled up?
in the Hebrew, it says pierce. Now, what does it say? I think it says. Give me just a second. Let me go back to it. Hold on. But I was wounded because of our transgressions. Is it verse 5?
Correct.
Yeah, wounded. But he was wounded because of our transgressions. He was crushed because of our iniquities. The chastisement of our welfare was upon him, and with his stripes we were healed.
So that verse is referring to him being, like I said, mine says pierced. Yours that specifically says wounded. Jesus being flogged, beaten with a cat o' nine tails, the stripes on his back, the stripes not only on his back but across his body from the flogging and the way it wrapped around him, um, the crown of thorns on his head, the nails in his hands and in his feet, the piercing in his side, all are part that crucifixion experience, that whole journey
Then
of
why did they change the why did they put the word pierce there then? Why didn't they just keep it the way it was? Why did they retrofit it?
well, I'm reading Pierce from the ESV, so
I know that's that again, that my question is why did they retrofit it? Why didn't they just keep what the Hebrew said? That's my question.
I'm going to step away from the ESV. I like that you pulled up the Hebrew. So I'm just saying, based on the chapter, verse 5, it says he was wounded. The
Hmm.
wounds, I mean,
I
wounding.
hear what you're saying. My question is, if that is the case,
Mhm.
why did they put pierced there and not just keep wounded? If wounded is enough to say that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy, why, when it goes to the Greek, did they change it to pierced? That's my question.
Miss Think, I have not done a study of why they wrote it that way. That's not like I've not studied why people wrote that. I mean, I'm reading the Bible. I haven't been reading about why they wrote the Bible this way, especially because the translation I read is the ESV. I read KJV, the NKJV, the Amplified. I don't read about why they did that, which maybe that would help to get a better understanding, but I would probably end up going to Bible college to do that understanding of why they wrote those things. But I'm not speaking about that. I'm speaking specifically to
But I am,
Jesus.
because that's not the prophecy. The prophecy doesn't say that he was pierced at all.
It says he
And
was
you're
wounded. And I just answered that,
right,
Thinker.
but you're literally saying that, oh, because he got flogged, that matches him being wounded, right? It because he had nails in his hands, that matches him being wounded, right?
Wait, so what
But
is a wound?
if that is enough, right? A wound is somebody like getting scratched, right? Right. A wound could be uh uh um a emotional wound, right? My question to you is, why did they change it when it got to the Greek? Instead of saying he was wounded because of our transgressions, why did they change it to he was pierced for our transgression? That's my question. Because Jesus was pierced after he died, right? Jesus was pierced. If
He was
wounded was
pierced multiple.
enough,
He was pierced
no,
multiple
he wasn't. He was
times.
pierced one time. No, he wasn't, Joshua.
What about nails driven through your hands isn't a piercing? Maybe because like
If
maybe,
it
and
like literally like
I
he
feel
was
like we're diving
literally
into
it says that he was
semantics.
no, you are the one diving into semantics, Joshua. You're doing that.
No, I did it. I'm really trying. I'm trying to stay aligned with you on literally just the
No, you're
interpretation or
not. You're doing
text you're
you're
reading.
doing a reinterpretation to fit your belief, and that's what Christians do. Like to say that the piercing is because they put nails in his hands. That's him being pierced,
I'm not using
right?
pierced
The
though. I'm trying
piercing
to
is
stay
in
away from pierced. I'm
John
trying to read
that
wounded.
John very specifically says that when after Jesus died and gave up the spirit, the centurion came around to break the legs of the two robbers on the cross. When they got to Jesus, they saw that Jesus was already dead, and then they pierced him in his side, and water and blood came out. The piercing is important to the story.
I was saying, or so you're telling me I'm a little confused. I was saying I want to go by the Hebrew because that's where you took me to because you said the translation I was using is not the original Hebrew. So I was like, okay, cool. I won't use this because I feel like that's not fair if I'm not staying on track with you. That's why I said I'm not going to use
No, that's not
pierced.
what you're doing. And I get that, but what you're doing is you're trying to say, oh, the wounded is him being pierced. The wounded is him, the nails going in his hands, right? And so my question is, if that is the case, why didn't they just keep the text as is? Why did they change it? That's my question.
I think it's because the whole gospel is more descriptive than just this one part. It says he was wounded because of our transgressions. Well, then I have in four different books a longer, detailed expression of that. It's not just he was wounded and that's one short verse like Jesus
Sure.
wept.
What's
It's
the
like
longer expression?
the details of how many times he was whipped, the details of the
Where does
crown
it
of
say how
thorns
many
being put
times he
onto his
was
head.
whipped? Where does it say that?
I need to go and dig that up, and I apologize, I'm not prepared with that one specifically. Um, I just feel like, I mean, I'm trying to understand where are you denying that? Because I guess I'm confused. I'm a little confused. I'm just trying to stay on
No,
track
I told you
with
I
you.
deal with objective facts, Joshua.
I
Like
know that's what I'm saying.
you
Like
said that it mentions how many times he was whipped. Where does it say how many times he was whipped?
I'm trying to pull that up for you. Hmm. But I feel like the goal is like I feel like anything I bring up, it's being denied. Even if I pull it
Joshua,
up.
this is what
So
I'm saying. This is why I went through the whole thing that I went through when I said this is objective fact and this is your interpretation.
I
Because
didn't
I
interpret the
only
word
deal with
wounded though,
facts.
thinker.
You are doing that right now, Joshua. You are doing that.
Wait,
And I don't
what is
hold
a
on,
wound?
hold on. Joshua, it- I already went through that with you. A wound could be an emotional wound. It could be a mental wound. A wound is a wound. But I'm not even trying to take that from you. What I said was if that is the case, they could have just kept it as wounded. Why did they change it to the word pierced? That's my question, right? And now you're making a claim that the stories say how many times Pilate flogged Jesus. And I'm asking you, show me where it says how many times he was flogged. That's all I'm asking. Like asking for references, right? And asking questions isn't rejecting you. It's called it's verification, it's validating.
No, I didn't mean that you were no, I wasn't referring to it in that way. What I meant was even just trying to get I feel like I'm jumping from one to the other without being able to finish the first one. So I'm
That well,
a
if
little
you make a
thrown.
claim, if you make a claim, right? You made a claim that it says that he was beat with 40 lashes. And you made that claim while you were making the case for the word wounded,
Hmm.
right? I didn't jump you to a different thing. You did when you made the claim.
I guess maybe the question is, because I forget where we even started, Thinker. What is the goal right now? What are we trying to, well, I guess maybe what are we even arguing? Because I feel like we're jumping deeper and deeper. And I'm like, okay, I feel like we've gotten far from where we started
Well, you made the
without me
claim that
actually having a
Jesus
chance to
fulfilled the
even to
prophecies.
fulfill where I started.
You made the claim that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies. I said no, he didn't, and
Hmm.
then you said yes, he did. I said no, no, he didn't. What they did was retrofit and reinterpret, and
Who
that's how we ended
retrofit
up here. The writers,
of the New Testament?
yes, of the Gospels, they pulled scriptures from the Hebrew scriptures, from the Septuagint, from the Targum. They used each other's resources. Mark was written first. As a matter of fact, Mark's text never even said anything about Jesus between the two robbers.
Hmm.
Matthew went and added to Mark's text to make it Jesus fit more of Isaiah 53. And then they've since had to take it out. I think it's Mark 16, Mark, maybe Mark chapter 14, verse 27 through 29. Verse 28 had to be taken completely out. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull it up and show you. Hold on, I got to sign into my Google Drive.
Oh my gosh, that beeping is going to drive me up the wall.
Did you find the scripture that lists how many times he was flogged?
No, and you know what? As I said that, I realized I made, and I apologize, I made a mistake because it's not in the text. It is a, how do you say? Um, it's a historical manner in the way flogging was done by the Romans.
Yeah.
So I do apologize. I spoke incorrectly about what was written in the text.
And that's why when people make claims, I ask, take me to it, right? But if I just had bypassed that, then over damn near 700 people would think that that was a fact.
And I appreciate that because I don't, yeah, thank you.
It's Mark 15:28. Let's see. All right. So here, Matthew added verse 28 to Mark 15. Is it Mark's text says, and when they crucified two rebels, one on his right and one on his left. Let me get my printed Bible. Hold on. Yeah. So okay, Matthew added it to make it be a prophecy. He added verse 28. So the original text before it's been corrected. No, that's not me. I don't know. Is that you beeping, Joshua?
I told you guys, yes. I've been beeping
Oh.
like they need to fix my thing, and it's like been annoying because now I look like one of those TikTokers who got their stuff beeping in the background when they're making a video. I'm like, I would never do that, you guys. My ceiling is just vaulted and I can't reach it.
It says, and with him they crucified two thieves, the one on his right hand and the other on his left. And the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, and he was numbered with the transgressor. So, verse 28, Matthew, as he's writing his gospel, using Mark, because Mark was first, he added to Mark's gospel, verse 28, which says, and the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, and he was numbered with the transgressors, which is in Isaiah 53, right? I think it's right here.
While you're pulling that up, I just gotta throw
Yeah.
myself under the bus because my God is a black woman said I'm one of those TikTokers now, and I'm like, see, this is why you don't judge people. Because me judging those folks with that beep in the background and look at me in front of what 700 people
It
beeping.
happens. It happens. It happens. Um, yeah. So Matthew added this part, uh, and was numbered with the transgressors to Mark. So to make Jesus hanging between the two robbers, to say that Jesus fulfilled that prophecy. So because it was never in the original book of Mark, it has been taken out. Let me go back. It has been taken out. So now in Mark 15:27, it jumps from it does 27 and 29 because Matthew added that at a later date to say that Jesus fulfilled that prophecy.
Thinker,
Are you there?
yeah, I can handle you getting on me. I can't handle them clowning on me about this beeping. But no, I think
Don't just turn the comments off. You know how to
I
turn the
need
comments
to.
off?
How? Wait, how do I
I
do that?
think I think you hold down. I think
Okay,
hold
okay.
down on your screen.
Uh,
Y'all leave him alone.
I told you I told you they coming for me because of the beeping. I don't know how to turn it off. I'll ignore them. I'll ignore them. No, I honestly, I that's again, that's something I don't know, like why that verse 28 is actually missing. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Those are things that I'm like, okay, that's something for me to dig into to better understand. Like, okay, why is that the case? I will say, does that cause me to get shaky about what I believe personally? Not really, because it's one thing that I'm like, okay, that's not taking away from the other aspects of that's not something that's driven me into what I believe, nor is it something I feel like shakes up what I believe.
I'm not trying to shake your faith.
Oh, I know
What
you're
I'm
not.
talking to you about, yeah, what I'm talking to you about is why I would, right, respond back with objective facts
Hmm.
for a claim that you make, right? An interpretation that you have created for yourself. You interpreting these scriptures to mean something to you, that's a personal thing. Like you have every right to do that. But what you don't have the right to do is to tell other people that that's the truth. And then, you know, get upset or accuse that person of doing something because they deal with facts. That's the whole point of this conversation. That's how we got here. We were talking about the structure of the conversations, right? And how we, most of the time, we're on two different lens. And then I even said, right, that I'm dealing with information. I'm attacking information, addressing information. But the believer, because it's their belief system, has become their identity, they think that I'm attacking them. And then in turn, they turn around and attack me. Like you kind of accused me of cherry picking prophecies, right? You accused me of being dismissive. You accused me of not letting you speak about the prophecy. And then when you started going through it, you realized that you actually had, right? So instead of like attacking the information, you kind of started attacking me. and my intentions, which I had mentioned happens earlier in the conversation when I talk to believers.
Did you feel like I was?
Yeah, I did.
I apologize. You know, my goal is not to. I mean, I feel like I know we're not friends. We don't know each other that way, so I don't want to pretend we have some parasocial friendship. But I do know that even in friendship conversations, sometimes there's challenge of communication. So I appreciate that you continue to keep this structured. I apologize. I did not mean to, especially in front of your audience, to make it be like, thinking you're wrong, because I don't. That's not my aim. Like I said, I do genuinely appreciate when you're challenging me to think and to answer honestly and to look at the facts.
Yeah, but not saying that I'm wrong is not the issue. It was the accusation of me cherry picking prophecies, right? It
Right.
was the accusation of me being dismissive of you, or the accusation of me not allowing you to address the prophecy, right? So you kind of attacked my character and my intention. I don't care if somebody says I'm wrong. I have been wrong before. That's not the issue. It's the character um, attack when we're just talking about information, and all I'm doing is attacking the information. I haven't attacked you one time.
I definitely did not. My intent did not land with my impact, clearly, because I definitely did not intend to attack, but I acknowledge that I definitely did not come across in the way that I intended. And that I am truly sorry.
I appreciate
Because I
that,
don't ever
but
I don't take you as a person who has attacked me. I've never taken it that way as far as our conversations before or tonight.
I appreciate that, but I think like it just goes back to the beginning of this conversation, as we were talking about the my experience with having these conversations with believers, right? And you may not even have realized that you were doing it because this is your belief and it's personal to you, right? And me saying, bringing up things that you may not have considered about your belief or studied about your belief, it may feel like that I'm attacking you personally. And I think that that's what some believers feel, right? When we're attacking the information, they feel like we are attacking them because their belief has become their identity. That's how we got here, because that's what we were talking about.
I don't think you were attacking me because of what you were just, where you were going at the facts. I think I felt at one point that I was not being able to get through um, a part of what I wanted to share. But that at the same time is how I misperceived what was going on. So that's why I was like, no, I misperceived and I apologize, and how I responded, because I responded on something that wasn't actually going on. That's a flaw of mine. So, but I think the reality is that I don't consider myself to come into these rooms to be a debater. I like that. I like that, especially in the past. I like having it as a conversation because, sorry, I look down at the comments, saw the word beat, but I'm like, y'all, leave me alone. I think that when we have conversation, it frees me up to not worry so much about hmm, the prospect of debate as much as me trying to understand. But but then again, I'm like, wait, but your room is about dealing with the facts, so I need to at least remember whose stage I'm on and what your goal is. Um, because for me, it's like I do like the aspect of conversation. I especially like getting to hear your story, because for me, I don't. I know a few deconstructionists. I might have said that before in the room. I don't know if I have. I only know a few. And so trying to understand their journey is important to me, because I want to be able to honor and respect either the journey they're on or the destination they've arrived at, or the tension in between the journey they're on and the destination they're trying to get to. Um, I find that when people engage in debate, there's a quick immediacy to dishonor the other person. And I will say, coming onto your stage, regardless of your audience, regardless of it being your stage, I always want to come to the room respecting you and respecting your mods, because I'm like, I'm not here to show up and be like, you're wrong. I disagree with you. You're evil. I don't believe in that. I just, I love having a conversation with you because one, you're thoughtful. I love thinking with you. You keep me on my absolute toes when it comes to what I truly know and believe. And so, long-winded way of saying, um, I think it's it's a territory that I have to continue learning how to navigate, especially when I come here, because if we were in the same room and it was just us, I feel like our conversation might be navigated differently. And I know that when there's a broader audience, there's almost like a debate atmosphere.
I mean, sometimes it does turn into like a debate when people come on the stage. Like I said, I match energy. I would rather it be a conversation, but if they come up here like that, I'm not gonna let anybody disrespect me in my space. And I never made that promise that I would. But again, like the type of just the way my mind works, I just deal with facts and not say like I think that people should keep their belief systems to themselves. And if Christians just kept their belief systems to themselves, then there wouldn't be as many deconstruction lives. Like I think people who have deconstructed from this religion stay quiet for as long as they could. And this religion affects our lives as we see just even today, right? It affects our lives. And I think people are just tired of it at this point. Like nobody's obligated to accept what you interpret from a late Bronze Age text as truth.
And that's why I think it's so important for me that's why I obviously am here and I like to listen to the guests you have. Obviously, I'd be jumping on the stage to chat with you, but I also like being able to hear how the conversation goes. Again, the debate parts are challenging for me because I don't like debating people. I hate watching the way debates are, the like modern day discourse is done as far as debates are concerned. I just feel like everyone's trying to dismiss the other person. I appreciate that your goal is to deal with the facts on the table. Um, but I also understand when people come into this room, to your life, right? Um, the immediate emotional charged, um, I guess you could say antagonism would probably be the best word, for lack of a better word, to kind of like drill into you in your space, like not only their belief system, but a judgment against you. Um, Obviously, that's no matter what room that's in, no matter what the belief system, it's problematic, right? But again, I'm like more so on the lens of I believe what I believe, and I'm going to say what I believe, and I'm going to espouse what I believe. But I also want to make sure that I'm learning and understanding from you what you believe, but also the journey, because you just said something too about there's a reason why people are deconstructing, and maybe that's one of the reasons I've struggled even in my journey in churches, because I've been in different denominations and kind of been in different types of churches, big and small. And for me personally, the journey I've had to, the conclusion I've come to is I don't believe it's safe or healthy to be in an environment where people are creating a culture of antagonism against people who have questions. Call it deconstructing or call it exploring or whatever. I don't think it's wise to create an atmosphere of antagonism for people who have questions or who are holding doubts and exercising those doubts. I think it's important that we give space and room for people to have them and to be prepared to answer with a wise and gentle response. That's my personal standpoint as a Christian.
Even if that response is truth, like, you shouldn't be lying to people. And like, if it is an interpretation, right, then it should be stated, this is my belief, this is my interpretation, right? It shouldn't be stated as fact if it's not a fact. That's that's what I think. Another thing, you know, that's important, that people choose for themselves.
And I think that in a along with exactly what you're saying, as a believer, and I know it's for other believers, but for as a believer, my goal, because I've told you guys out loud, I believe what the Bible says, right? And one of the very specific sections that I feel commanded to walk in is to approach my relationships with other people in love. Um, and what that looks like and means, I feel, is something that I have to cultivate and understand. And loving people is just as simple and easy as just saying, I'm going to respect you. I'm not going to disrespect you. I'm not going to walk into your home environment, whatever that looks like, and disrespect you. And if you tell me you feel disrespected, I'm not going to double down on it either and be like, well, that's how you feel. Right. And so I think that's one of the areas that I have to continue and am continuing to learn is I do believe these things to be true. But even if that is not even if, but while I believe those things to be true, someone else believes that it's not true. Am I going to love that person? Am I going to abide by what I say is true and what is true in the word that I believe? It says to walk in love. Am I going to dishonor them? Am I going to disrespect them? Am I going to treat them like they are less of a image bearing loved individual because I look at them as like, well, you're not like me? That's the stuff that I'm still learning how to do by also dismantling what I've been passed down, which is an attitude of superiority and judgment. So you could even say, for me, while I'm not deconstructing my faith, I think that what I've been deconstructing over the last decade, no, 8 years, is a Christianity that was passed on to me that I'm like, this isn't true Christianity, though. This is cosplaying Christianity, at least according to what the Bible is telling me Christianity is.
Yeah, and you'll have some believers coming here and say the Bible doesn't say anything about Christianity because Jesus didn't call himself a Christian or use the word Christianity. So, like, if like with you making a claim like that, there would be a believer. They'll say the Bible doesn't tell you anything about Christianity, where you see Christianity in the Bible. That's the whole point, right? Like, everybody's just going to see different things, and I just think that people should keep their beliefs to themselves.
But thinker, what if I don't want to? No, that's it.
No, and that's fine. Like, if you don't want to, just understand that when you choose to share it, you are opening your belief system up to be scrutinized, and you can't take offense to that. Right? If you come and tell someone, that this is your belief, and expect that person to accept that as truth, that person has every right to tear it apart to see if it's true. And you can't take offense to that because you opened it up to that.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that that's when I agree with you. I totally 100% agree with you. I think those are situations that I'm not going to even say avoided because I don't find myself going into situations like that. I mean, when I was a younger kid, a younger Koja kid, yes, I was in my middle school trying to get all these people right and fix them. When I was in high school, I was trying to fix the other boys at the Catholic high school who weren't really living the way I thought they should. I was trying to fix people because I didn't understand how I needed to conduct myself. And that's a part I think of what I've had to learn is what is God trying to do with me specifically? How do I conduct Joshua? Because I can't fix nobody else. I can't change anybody else. I can't even convert their thinking. I can't do that. That's not my place. So I don't find myself in situations where I'm debating anymore because my goal is to connect with people. And again, if that opportunity through the social equity, the connection that we've created allows me and affords me opportunity as it has in um, different relationships that I have with non-believers, atheists, they'll ask me like, uh, why are certain choices in your life this way as opposed to this one? And I won't get into the details of that right now because that's a whole nother separate conversation. But it allows me to actually express like, oh well, this is what I believe. Um, these are the areas of my life that have changed because of these not introductions, or implementations of my belief into my life. Um, or the other way happens where I find an opportunity with a friend or someone who seems open to me sharing the gospel with them. And I just leave it with them. And I offer to just ask if they want prayer or I'll let them know I'll pray for them. And I don't sit there and try to make them change their life because it's not for me. And maybe that's what I think maybe that's what you're saying. I could be wrong. Where sometimes I think people come into the room and they want to change everybody else because it's for themselves personally to feel comfortable. I used to
Mm-mm.
be that way, but I'm learning I don't have to be that way because it's not
No,
going to make me feel better to change somebody else.
no, like the conversation that I had with a young guy before you who believes in oneness and consciousness, right? Like we were able to have a conversation, and when he would state, you know, his belief and say as like a matter of factly, like this is what it is, I would say, well, that's what you believe, and he would like, yeah, that's what I believe. So it's like it's the it's different if you say this is what I believe, right? Then a person isn't so taken aback because you're not telling them that that's what they have to believe, and you're not stating it as an objective fact or an objective truth. Then a person won't necessarily. There are some people who are just do it for fun, but 9 times out of 10, a person's not going to like try to tear your belief system apart if you're not trying to push it on them. If you're just simply talking about what you believe, right? Um, they might think in their head, that's kind of a interesting belief, or that's kind of a crazy belief. But there's no need for them to try to tear it apart because you're not trying to give it to them or force it on them. And even if you are trying to give it to them, you're giving them an option, right, to consider your belief for themselves. But that's not usually how Christianity is passed around. In fact, like this religion was spread through violence, through the military and deceiving missionaries. A lot of people weren't given the option. But
And I think that those, oh, sorry.
go,
What were you gonna
no,
say?
go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say, and I definitely agree with you that when we look at the history, the Crusades, slavery, and obviously a colonization of, Asian territories, South American territories, we see a lot of the violent spread of um, Christian religion that was delivered and brought in a way that I'm like I would say that's not how that should have been done. Was it done? Yes. Was it done in the name of Christianity? Yes. Was it done with banners of Christianity? Yes. Do I believe that that is Christianity the way it's supposed to be done? No. Um, and it's disappointing, and it makes it so much harder to. I won't say it makes it harder. I would say that it's like I have to know that when I tell people I'm a believer, I have to live my life with like circumspect. So even the people that I've shared my faith with in terms of like just conversationally or opening up with them and sharing the gospel with them even, I recognize that specifically with the ones that I am in relationship with, whether it's coworkers or friends, they're watching my life now because I've told them I'm a Christian. And now I am living my, I mean, I'm not trying to do it for their eyes, right? But I recognize that I am a witness to them of a Christian. And similar to how you were expressing, when Christians come on the live and they behave a certain way and it's a pattern, it's like, dang, dude, like,
What happened? Are you there? Can y'all hear me? I don't know what happened. I think his call dropped. If you are in the guest request box and you want to come up, I think his call dropped. Y'all leave him alone about that smoke detector. Mandy, how are you? Mandy? All right. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose and you want to come up and have a conversation about one of the topics, please comment and let me know. It is crazy because I didn't hear it until somebody said something about it, and then it's like it got loud. It's crazy how it does that. Joshua's a pretty cool guy. I don't think he's being dishonest. He's pretty cool. You're welcome, Joshua. Thank you so much for the conversation. I'm just gonna go. Enoch.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
All right. How do we all know that everybody's just not following the devil? Because the real creator actually turned his back on mankind because they pretty much didn't.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Enoch. I don't know what you're talking about, friend. Are you a Christian?
No, I
Are
have a
you?
relationship with the creator.
So we're not talking about just like any old creator in here. We're talking about the creator of the
Bible?
Christian Bible. Yeah. If that's not the creator you're talking about, I have no issue with your creator. So we're good. Okay.
The creator of the Christian Bible, he's the evil one?
Enoch, if
Yes.
your creator is not the creator in this Bible, then you and I don't have much to discuss. I don't have an issue with your creator, so we're good.
Can I
Okay.
ask? Okay, no. Can I ask you your position on the creator?
No.
The Bible. You're saying the New Testament?
No, Enoch, what creator is your creator? The creator in this Bible?
No. They stole from
Okay,
that creator and made the Bible.
Okay, so then, no, I'm gonna move on to somebody else. I hope you have a good day. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Goodness gracious. Why do people make me have to do like rules? Like, don't just listen to the rules, please? Uh, Poppy. Joe?
Yeah, hi. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So, what's the
That's
discussion
good.
about today?
Uh, why did you join?
Why did I join?
Yeah.
Well, I just saw a bit of the I guess that poster that says, "Look, the devil belongs to the believers," and all the rest. And I was interested in the conversation and wanted to see
So, okay. So you want to talk about the devil belongs to believers?
No.
Uh,
Was this a discussion about, well, from the previous person, was it to
yeah,
do
no,
with
I don't discuss
Christianity?
previous. Yeah, like if you notice, there's only one person on stage at a time. So I
Yeah.
don't discuss that conversation with the next guest.
Okay.
If yeah, so when you come up here,
Mm-hmm.
one, you either have to be a current Christian, or if
Mm-hmm.
you call yourself a believer of the God of the Bible,
Yes.
uh,
Mhm.
or someone who is deconstructing or considering deconstructing away from Christianity, or deconstructing their belief they currently have, or someone who has already deconstructed and they're either a non-believer or an atheist of the God of the Christian Bible. No other God. I'm not interested in discussing any other God or any other belief system. Or do you fit one of those?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I am a Christian. Always
All
have
right.
been.
Okay. Which one of these topics did you want to discuss?
Um, let's go with God wanted robots and you agreed.
All right. Go ahead.
Does that mean that you're agreeing with that or myself?
No, I don't believe in this God. I'm talking to two believers that of this God.
Oh, okay. Understood. So I'll stay online, but I'll see you give someone else an opportunity. I get what you're saying now.
Okay.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Tundra? Hello, Tundra? All right. Lala, you there?
Yes.
You okay?
No.
Oh my
Are you
gosh.
okay?
Yeah. Yep. I don't. We don't have any choice but to be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We. It is what it is. I was
All right.
hoping that wasn't the case, but
Same.
it is what it is. Yeah. Let's
So
see.
just, yeah.
Huh?
Nothing.
It's just crazy. Like the dream. I just hope that second part of the dream don't actually happen.
You gotta tell me that dream again.
It's in the
Oh, it's
Discord.
Avion.
Who is Avion, girl?
Did you
Since my
just
name
switch
is
my name?
Lily.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
Hold
Did you
on.
switch my
Damn.
name again?
No, I
Sure did.
didn't.
I did.
Lala did.
Oh my God,
So we
Lala,
calling him Avion. Wait. What did he do? Because he partnered with Oso. So what did he do? Lala, like, are we calling him
He
Avion now?
called me Lily, said he was gonna change my name to Lily instead of Lala.
And so his name is now Avion.
It's Avion.
because she guilty by
Avion.
association. And look what she doing. She incriminated herself and changed my name. Oh my God.
It is what Lala say. Because you partnered with Oso. I could not. I
Hmm.
couldn't believe my eyes.
I granted,
Why?
yeah, it was it was a bit of a ignorant moment in my end because I don't even know Oso, so I just was like
Don't
bandwagon,
even try it. Don't even
bandwagon.
try it. It's
Oh,
too late.
oh no. Yeah, it's too late. You should not
It's,
have done that. Yeah, have y'all noticed that Oso hasn't been in here tonight?
yeah. Wonder
Uh
what's
huh.
up. Hmm.
I know what Oso ass is doing.
Hey,
He,
Ray Jr.
I know what
Why?
Oso doing, but I'm glad he wasn't here when I accidentally said Red Sea Scrolls. I'm glad because I would never be able to live that down. So I'm glad he wasn't here. Which topic did you want to discuss, Avion?
uh, I'm going to because we've already covered so many different topics, and 9 times out of 10, it's like I'm mostly just coming here just to get educated. So I guess I'll go with the last point, and that would be Gentiles weren't guilty of the law. I'd like just a little background to that, if I could get that.
Yeah. So just basically, the law was given to the Israelites. And like I think the first guy that came on tonight, picked that one too, and then decided that the Gentiles should have known the law of God even before this God gave the law to the Israelites. And so because of that, he believes that the Gentiles are guilty of the law of Moses, which is odd to me. But the law was given to the Israelites, and the Israelites are the ones that continue to sin against, the Mosaic law, and that caused them to go into exile, caused this God to sell them to the Philistines, to send them, like to scatter them abroad. Anytime they would, like a leader would do something evil by worshiping other gods, the God would bring down judgment, and then the Israelites would get scattered. Right, that's the pattern. Um, and so for Christians today who would be Gentiles to say that Jesus had to come and die for their sins because they couldn't keep the law, and Jesus had to show them, show that he could fulfill the law and then abolish the law because they couldn't keep the law. It makes no sense, because the law was that Gentiles were never in a blood covenant with this God. It was the Israelites. It was Abraham who initiated this blood covenant, and then Moses was given the law, right? And then David was entered into a covenant. Gentiles were never into a covenant with this God under this law. So to carry that debt, when Israelites don't carry that debt today, they don't go around saying that they're punished or they're born in sin because they couldn't keep their own law. It doesn't make sense to me that Christians are doing it. That's why I put that up there.
So so wow, okay, I did not know that. So when it came, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, when it came to when, oh my gosh, when it came down to when Christ and or Jesus got up on the cross, that was direct from what had happened previous to, or is it's an amalgamation of. Am I misunderstanding? I might be misunderstanding.
So Jesus was killed because the Israelites rejected him, right? According to the story,
Right.
he was sent for the Israelites, right? Um, and basically, as Jesus is talking to his disciples, he's prophesying that he will die, right? Um, that they're going to kill him. And so his initial mission was to come and restore the monarchy according to the prophecies of the Hebrews. And because the Israelites rejected him after his death, right, he's then brought to the Gentiles. But Jesus is saying that as he's talking to the Israelites and trying to do his mission, he gets tired of Israel, and then he changes to the Gentiles, right? But he also understands that the overall goal is still Israel. But Christianity teaches like the original sin concept, and the resurrection came after, like that concept came like extra biblically, right? So it doesn't quite make sense for Christians today to be saying that Jesus had to die for the sins of the world because Gentiles couldn't keep an Israelite law, a legal code that only those who lived in the land of Israel was bound to keep. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like a lot of, because what I'm noticing, the the odd consistency now is that a lot of the things that are being either interpreted or understood just plainly in the Bible are just not they're just not understood correctly. Just in point blank fashion, it's just not being understood correctly, which is fascinating because I went through my whole entire life like Jesus died on the cross for you, and I'm like, who the hell is Jesus? And I'm like, you know what I mean? And it's a fascinating set of situations.
Yeah. So like this is the thing, right? When Jesus says, "If I be lifted up, I bring all men unto me," and so essentially he's saying like, if when I die, right, that's gonna bring everybody into this new covenant. Paul says that the new covenant is unto the Gentiles because the Israelites were blinded; they fell off for a time, and that God is using the Gentiles to make the Israelites jealous, and in doing so, they will be able to partake in Abraham's and the reward, right, and the richness that God has set stored up for the Israelites. But the ultimate plan is for the Israelites to come back to God and be saved and accept Jesus Christ through eternal life, right? In I guess New Jerusalem. I don't know. Paul never really talked about New Jerusalem, but to marry the stories together extra biblically, this whole concept of original sin and the story that Jesus had to die because we as a people couldn't keep the law of God. It doesn't make sense because a legal code only governed the people of that land. So like it's more so just a question, uh, a thought that I had because of out of all the conversations that I have with Christians on this stage that try to push Jesus. They tell us that we need Jesus because we are sinful and that the law was too hard for us to keep. But Paul also says that as Gentiles, we were a law to ourselves and we were governing ourselves. And the law that we had on our heart already met the requirement of the law that this God was trying to get the Israelites to see. And that was love your neighbor as you love yourself. And he was basically saying that we didn't need a law as non-Israelites because we had our law was already written on our hearts, and that is our conscience that that is like the checks and balances of that law of respecting each other as humans. So it doesn't make sense to me for a Christian to be going around saying I'm a sinner and I couldn't keep the Mosaic law. That shit just doesn't make sense to me.
Because it's not applicable. It's not
Right.
applicable to. That's crazy business. Wow. That's crazy. That is wild to think about. Well, I don't have much else to bring up now. I guess I'll throw myself back into the chat and keep talking my talk. Lily, Stinker, enjoy the rest of your night. I'm just going to tune in the comments.
Thank you, Avion. Have a good
Yep,
night.
you too.
I think I like Aiden. I actually have a little cousin named Avion, But I think I like the name Aiden for him.
Aiden.
Look how you said it, Aiden. Let's see. I'm trying to get the box to open. Caps are for mods only. If you come in here and type in all caps, you will be muted for the first time, 5 minutes. Second time, you'll be blocked. Caps are for mods and for those with vision impairment. Do not do it. Jotham. What's up? Hi, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. That's good. Can I get an age check on you, please? 21. What year were you born?
2002.
Okay, awesome. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a pagan.
Okay. And so you do not believe in the God of the Bible. Have you deconstructed from Christianity?
I
were you
was
ever in Christianity?
Christian for a little bit. I was a Christian for a little bit, then I went to Satanism. Kindest people you'll ever meet, by the way.
Yeah,
and then
I have a couple of friends.
became a Norse pagan.
Okay. So the conversation tonight is for people who are currently believers in the God of the Bible. They are either deconstructing that belief system, or they have deconstructed that belief system and they still either have questions or something to add to one of the topics that we're talking about.
Yeah. I had a question based on something you said before about like the like from the phrase from like the Ten Commandments.
I'm gonna stop you really quick. Unfortunately, I don't allow people to come and ask questions during the week unless you are a community member. Like there are people in the comments with a badge next to their name, but I do it on Thursdays, right? So Thursday night is open forum and people can come up and ask questions. We also do like 3-on-3 conversations where 3 non-believers of the Christian God are having conversations with 3 believers of the Christian God, and I just sat back and chill and let y'all have the conversations. So Thursday nights are open forum if you want to wait until then. Okay, but it's really structured during the week with the one-on-ones. Okay.
Okay.
But I definitely appreciate you. I hope you come back on Thursday.
All right.
All right. It's great meeting you, Jotham. I hope you have a good night, okay?
You too.
Thank you. It's so funny. There's somebody in the guest request called name not really here, and I haven't picked on them because they're not really here.
I'm done.
Is there a markup account? I don't know who they are. It could be also, I don't know. They just gonna sit there.
No, that's hilarious.
I don't know who they are. Because Oso hasn't been in here all night. I guarantee you that's probably Oso.
It probably is. Y'all, can we get these? Come on now. Can we get these likes to 200,000? And Thinker, time is running out on her gift goal. And it's the on-air gift. So please, let's help her out with that.
Thank you. Peyton, hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
I'm going to say God can't stop sin or simply forgive.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. So I don't think I agree with you on the God can't stop sin. It's a human choice to sin. But God can forgive you for your sins. That's what I truly believe based off the Bible, but also based off the words that he proclaims. So I just kind of want to know, where do you form your basis of how he can simply not forgive?
I didn't say he could not forgive. I said that he could just simply forgive without a sacrifice, without blood. Oh, do you see the word "not" there?
Oh, okay, never mind. My bad. I didn't read it right. But yeah, I mean, God can't stop sin at the end of the day. It's a human choice. And forgiveness, I mean, you have a point there, but to be honest with you, I mean, the whole Bible was created off the sacrifice of blood to forgive sins. So
Yeah. So I think it's interesting that you're using the word "can't" as if it's impossible for him to just stop sin. Because I guess your free will blocks him from stopping sin.
I mean, so this is what I believe. I believe that God has all power, has all might. He has the will to do whatever he wants. But in doing so, he's able to also limit himself and put restrictions on himself. Even though he can still bypass those restrictions, he chooses not to.
So he can just stop sin then.
Yeah, I'm saying he probably won't, because that's
what you're saying now. That's not what you said a minute ago.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Right. Yeah, so he can stop sin. He just chooses not to. And then he does not need a sacrifice to forgive sin. He just chooses to kill shit. Or have shit killed for the sin to be forgiven. It's a choice.
Yeah, in the Old Testament, it was goats and lambs, but now... Yeah.
And in the New Testament, he killed his son or himself, however you want to say it. So again, it's a choice for the blood. He doesn't need it. He's choosing to spill blood.
Right, because he set that in stone. I mean, it would be unfair for him to just forgive just because he set it in stone in the Old Testament. He continued on in the New Testament.
What do you mean it would be unfair? What would be unfair?
Sure. So people in the Old Testament in those times who believed in Yeshua, they were forced to forgive sins via the blood of a lamb. And so we see this continue in the New Testament, where Jesus is called the Lamb, and where we can also see Prophet Elijah, where he refers to the blood of the Lamb as the holy sacrifice. So obviously Jesus is the Lamb, so it continues on a cycle, not only of tradition, but also that it continues the sacredness of a lamb's blood.
So you're saying that for God to just forgive sin without a lamb or Jesus dying would be unfair?
Yeah, I mean, it would be wrongful for them to have to kill a lamb unalive a lamb, and then use that blood. And then obviously we see that continue with Jesus Christ.
So there's a couple of ways that I could take this conversation, because I have several questions in mind. Because you mentioned the sacrifices and how, it's set in stone. I find it interesting, though, Jeremiah chapter 7, he says, I never talked to your ancestors when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, and never gave them a commandment concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. He says the only thing I told them was to obey my voice. So, there is a God in the Exodus that is telling them to do the burnt sacrifices, but Jeremiah says that the God says, I never said that. I never told y'all anything about burnt sacrifices.
Yes,
burnt offerings or sacrifices.
I'd like to highlight the part where you say when he was leading them out of Egypt, right? So whenever we're talking about them leading out of Egypt, we're also talking about, and just to put this into context, Jeremiah chapter 7 is actually talking about what happened at the rock of Moses. Whenever Moses goes up to the rocks to speak with the Lord privately, and then the
Are you
people.
sure?
I'm 100%. I'm looking at it right now.
And it says, read it to me.
Sure. Well, I don't know how to read it to you while I'm on my phone. Like, I can't just tab out, tab in every 5 seconds. But
Sure, give me just a second.
I mean, I can pull out my ESV Bible.
No, it's okay. Okay. All right. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Stand in the gate of the Lord's house and proclaim, there is word, and say, hear the word of the Lord, all you people of Judah, you who enter these gates to worship the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. Amend your ways and your doings, and let me dwell with you in this place. Do not trust in these deceptive words. This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord. For if you truly amend your ways and your doings, if you truly act justly one with another, if you do not oppress the alien and the orphan and the widow, or shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not go after other gods to your own hurt, then I will dwell with you in this place, in the land that I gave to your ancestors forever and ever. Here you are trusting in deceptive words to no avail. Will you steal, murder, commit adultery, swear falsely, make offers to Baal, and go after other gods that you have not known, and then come in and stand before me in this house which is called by my name, and say, we are safe, only to go on doing all these abominations? Has this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your sight? I too am watching, says the Lord. Go now to my place that was in Shiloh, where I made my name dwell at first, and see what I did to it, for the wickedness of my people Israel. And now, because you have done all these things, says the Lord, and when I spoke to you persistently, you did not listen, and when I called you, you did not answer. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Therefore, I will do to the house that is called by my name, in which you trust, and to the place that I gave to you and to your ancestors, just what I did to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight, just as I cast out all your kinsfolk, all the offspring of Ephraim. As for you, do not pray for this people, do not raise a cry or prayer on their behalf, and do not intercede with me, for I will not hear you. Do you not see what they are doing in the towns of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, the fathers kindle fire, and the women knead dough to make cakes for the Queen of Heaven. And they pour out drink offerings to other gods to provoke me to anger. Is it I whom they provoke, says the Lord? Is it not themselves to their own hurt? Therefore, thus says the Lord God, my anger and my wrath shall be poured out on this place, on the humans and animals, on the trees of the field, and the fruit of the ground. It will burn and not be quenched. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat the flesh. For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. But this command I gave them: obey my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. Walk only in the way that I command you, so that it may be well with you. Yet they did not obey or incline their ear. But in the stubbornness of their evil will, they walked in their own counsels and looked backward rather than forward. From the day that your ancestors came out of the land of Egypt until this day, I have persistently sent all my servants, the prophets, to them day after day, yet they did not listen to me or pay attention, but they stiffed their necks. They did worse than their ancestors did. So you shall speak all these words to them, but they will not listen to you. You shall call to them, but they will not answer you. You shall say to them, this is the nation that did not obey the voice of the Lord their God and did not accept discipline. Truth has perished. It is cut off from their lips. Cut off your hair and throw it away. Raise a lamentation on the bare heights of the Lord, for the Lord has rejected and forsaken the generation that provoked his wrath. For the people of Judah have done evil in my sight, says the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house that is called by my name, defiling it. And they go on building the high place of Topath, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind. Therefore the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when it will no more be called Topheth, or the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. But they will bury in Topheth until there is no more room. The corpses of this people will be food for the birds of the air and for the animals of the earth, and no one will frighten them away. And I will bring to an end the sound of mirth and gladness, the voice of the bride and bridegroom in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, for the land shall become a waste. Where do you see what they did on Sinai?
Sure. So I just want to. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So before I get on to that, I just want to make the point that this is talking about the fact that so this is, I mean, as you're reading it, I picked up on this, but it's kind of addressing the people of Israel, right? So the Lord is speaking to Jeremiah, in which he's telling the people of Israel that you can keep sinning, you can keep doing all these diabolical things and all these things that are against my law, but no matter how much you keep sacrificing the lambs or doing these rituals that are supposed to forgive sins, that regardless of how much you do it, if you don't have transformation and you don't stop doing these things, that these rituals won't work. They're nothing. They're meaningless.
I appreciate the sermon, but that wasn't my question, right?
Sure.
Jeremiah literally says that this God says, the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to your fathers or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. But we know that he did. In Exodus, he did tell them to make burnt offerings. But here Jeremiah says that God said, I didn't say that.
Can you give me the exact verse where he says that? I just want to make sure I look at it.
7:22 through 23.
22 to 20. Yeah. Right. So what I'm getting from this is that he's clearly saying, right, as you're saying, for I spoken not unto your fathers, nor, and I have a different translation, but it's going to be the same point. For I spoke not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But this thing commanded I them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people, and walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, and that it may be well unto you. Right? That's what we're talking about. So
Yeah.
I just want to mention that this isn't saying that he never said it. It's just saying that when
what does I spake not mean? I spake not to your fathers about. What does that mean?
That means
I spake not to your fathers concerning.
He didn't speak to him about it. But
wait, no. I'm trying to understand what does it mean when he says, I spake not to your fathers concerning that part? What does that mean? I spake not.
He never told them.
So if he says, I spake not to your fathers concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices, what does that mean?
That means he didn't really mind if you were doing burnt offerings. He wanted them to obey their voice, and he will lead them as their God, and they will be their people, and they will walk in the ways that I've commanded you, and it may be on to you.
So he's saying, I didn't speak to them about it because I didn't care about it? I didn't care if they did sacrifices? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, let me just give a little context. When they're leaving the land of Israel, they had not much but rations, and those rations have eventually depleted, and God sent manna.
But leaving the land of Israel or land of Egypt?
The land of Egypt.
Okay. But what
And
I'm asking you is, I'm just trying to understand basic reading comprehension here, right? Right.
right,
Words. I need to understand what the words mean.
I know, but
Right.
I
Hold
think
on. I know the history. I don't need to. We're going to go to Exodus here in just a second. I need to understand what the words mean here. How you are how you are comprehending the words, not interpreting them, comprehending. Right.
yeah, I think I'm
Okay.
comprehending them.
Now I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand how you are comprehending them. I know that you're comprehending them. I'm trying to understand how you're comprehending them. Does that make
I think
sense?
I think we're both interpreting two different things. To be
No.
honest with
Yeah,
you,
we're interpreting two different. I'm not trying to interpret comprehension, right? I'm not trying to interpret this text. I'm talking about comprehension, right?
right?
Okay. So when he says, right, for in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, what I comprehend is the day I brought them out of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you comprehend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I did not speak to your fathers or command them. What I comprehend is I didn't talk to your fathers or command them about a specific thing. Like I never talked to them about this thing. I never commanded this thing.
Mm-hmm.
What do you comprehend?
I'm comprehending that in the time where they're leaving Egypt, which is a survival.
No. Not context. Comprehend the words. When it says,
Yeah.
I did not speak to your fathers or command, those words. When somebody says, Peyton, I didn't speak to your father or command, right? Your father. I didn't speak to your father or command your father. What's the comprehension there? What does that mean?
That means they didn't speak to him about those things. Yeah.
Okay. So then he says concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. So what does concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices mean?
Meaning that he's not talking to them about that.
Or commanding them about that, right?
No concern. Right. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
word command
Right.
is there, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah.
okay. So that sentence right there, just basic reading comprehension for me says, the day I brought your fathers out of Egypt, I did not command or speak to them about burnt offerings or sacrifices. And
Mm-hmm.
you're saying that I'm understanding that wrong. I'm trying to understand how, just basic comprehension, how am I'm not asking about context. I know the history, right? We're going to go to Exodus in a minute because he actually did say it, right?
Yeah, but he also said it in Genesis way before the Exodus.
Hold on. I'm talking about the wilderness when he brought them out of Egypt. Okay.
Right, but
He puts a timestamp on this, Peyton. He puts a timestamp on this. There's no need to go to Genesis when the God is talking about the day he brought them out of Egypt. There's no need to go to Genesis. That's just confusing things, right? There's a timestamp here. This is the conversation he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is how you and I are understanding or comprehending something different. That's what I'm trying to understand here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
Okay.
I see the words, so it says, for I speak not to your fathers nor commanded, but then it brings up this part which I just highlighted, and it says, them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt. So we're talking about a specific time frame in which they didn't have to be concerned about this. Right. Do you not see this?
Okay, so you understand that to be saying that the time frame that he mentioned, which is when the day that he brought them up out of Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
is he's saying that they didn't have to be concerned about burnt offerings and sacrifices.
Yeah, because it's survival.
That's what you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's okay. All right, so the next thing says, but this command I gave them. So what do you understand by that word, but this command I gave them?
Sure. So whenever they're leading out of Egypt, he wants them to follow them to the promised land. And
No. Comprehension. Don't go to context. Don't go to history. Right now, we're just focused on basic reading comprehension. Right now, when he said we've come to the understanding that you understand this to be saying the day that they came out of Egypt, he didn't talk to them about burnt offerings and He's saying that they didn't have to be concerned. They didn't have to be concerned about burnt offerings and sacrifices, right? That's what you understand. I understand it for him to be saying, I did not speak to your fathers or command them about burnt offerings and sacrifices, right? Those are the two understandings here. Basic reading comprehension from the words on the page. All right, now moving forward in the paragraph, he says, but this command I gave them. Just that sentence right there, what does that mean? Comprehension.
It means he told them that, yeah, like he commanded them to do a certain thing.
Right. So he says, so I understand it when he says, but this command I gave them, is like saying, but I did give them this command. That's how I understand it. Is that how you understand it too?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then we can move forward. Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. All right. What basic reading comprehension? What do you hear there? Or understand there?
Hold on. I need to look at it. Meaning that if you listen and obey, that he's going to be your God.
Well, that's the command that he gave them, right? That's what he's saying.
Right.
He says, but this command I gave them. Then he says the command that he gave them the day they came out of Egypt. He says the command he gave them the day they came out of Egypt was not about burnt offering, not about sacrifices, but to obey his voice, and he will be their God, and they will be his people. Right? And then he says, and walk in all the way that I command you, that it may be well with you. That's the command that he said he gave them. Are we under that understanding? Okay, so now just basic comprehension, putting it all together, what is Jeremiah 7:22 through 23 saying?
Wait, so repeat that. I'm sorry.
Putting it all together, just basic reading comprehension, what is Jeremiah chapter 7:22 through 23 saying?
That he told them that he didn't command them to make sacrifices and burnt offerings, but to obey my voice, and that he will lead them.
Yeah. So we see the same thing. He's saying, I didn't talk to your ancestors about or command them about burnt offerings, right?
Yep.
But if we go to Exodus 20 and 24, I think it is.
I already had that pulled up.
Actually, let's read the whole chapter like we did with Jeremiah. Then God spoke all these words. This is where they get the 10 commandments, right? I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me, but showing steadfast love to the 1,000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not make wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. You shall not do any work, you, your son or your daughter, your male or female slave, your livestock, or the alien resident in your towns. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, but rested in the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and consecrated it. Honor your father and your mother, so that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. When all the people witnessed the thunder and the lightning, the sound of the trumpet and the mountain smoke, and they were afraid and trembled and stood at a distance and said to Moses, you speak to us and we will listen, but do not let God speak to us lest we die. Moses said to the people, do not be afraid, for God has come only to test you and to put the fear of him upon you, so that you do not sin. Then the people stood at a distance while Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. The Lord said to Moses, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, you have seen for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourselves gods of gold. You need make for me only an altar of earth and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your offerings of well-being, your sheep and your oxen, and every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. But if you make for me an altar of stone, do not build it of hewn stones. For if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed on it." So he did, in fact, talk to the ancestors when he brought them out of Egypt. He did, in fact, talk to them about burnt offerings and sacrifice. So that's my question. Why is Jeremiah saying that this God told him that conversation never happened?
Once again, I just want to Jeremiah chapter 7 as a whole is talking about, and you're just pulling a small part of it. Now, I know you read the whole thing, but there's a small part that you're pulling out of a very large chapter
Yeah,
where,
it's still a quote from the God. My question is, why is the God saying he didn't say this? That's my question.
because after that specific verses and this before it, we're talking about how he's saying that yes, you can do all these rituals, you can do all this, and yet if you act improperly and you sin and you continue to do these things, that it doesn't mean anything.
But he's not saying that though, right? After that, he says, "Yet they did not obey or incline their ear, but in their stubbornness of their evil will, they walked in their own counsel, right? And looked backward rather than forward. From the day that your ancestors came out of the land of Egypt until this day, I have persistently sent all my servants, the prophets, to them day after day, yet they did not listen to me or pay attention, but they stiffed their necks. They did worse than their ancestors did." So he doesn't say, "Oh, I didn't talk to them about burnt offerings and sacrifices because you can do all of these rituals. It doesn't mean anything." When Jeremiah starts talking about the rituals, he's talking about the Israelites building the altar to Molech and sacrificing their kids to Molech in the valley of Hinnom. Like, right? That's what he's talking about. But I'm not asking you what Jeremiah 7 is about, right? I'm asking you about the quotation of the God, right? The God says to Jeremiah, "I never said that. I never commanded them anything concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." That's a pretty direct statement. He says, "What I commanded was for them to obey my voice. And if they obey my voice, I'll be their God. They'll be my people. If they are to walk in my way that I command them, then everything will be good." That's what the God is telling Jeremiah. But we clearly see in Exodus, Moses is saying that the God is commanding burnt offerings and sacrifices in the wilderness when they were brought out of Egypt.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just want to reiterate that once again, this is talking about repentance and things of that nature.
I guess I guess, is it like, do you hear me saying, "Hey, can you tell me what Jeremiah 7 is talking about"? Like, is that what's translating?
I know, but you're pulling things out of context, which is just ignorant.
Oh, so it's time. Is it time to not attack the information and time to attack the person? Are we at that point in the conversation already?
I'm just saying, like, you need to read context and you need to use the context.
I just read 2 full chapters to you.
Yeah.
What other context do you need?
Sure.
I just
Jeremiah
read
chapter 7.
the entire chapter. Yeah, I just read the entire Jeremiah 7. The context of Jeremiah 7, I even said that when Jeremiah goes on and talks about the other sacrifices, he's talking about how the Israelites built the altar to Molech. The Israelites were sacrificing their children to Molech, right? And God is going to bring down punishment on them for that, right? That's what Jeremiah is talking about, right? I like literally read all of the context, but I am asking you about this quote because it's a very specific quote. I did not speak to your fathers nor command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices the day I brought them out of Egypt. That's pretty direct.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, he's just commanding them to. It's a hard time for the people of Israel whenever they're leaving Israel. They are simply having to survive. And so the biggest concern wasn't, oh, you need to burn a sacrifice. It was more so you need to survive. And if you follow my voice and listen to these things, that I will come after, like I will help you.
So then he just lied and said that he never commanded burnt offerings and sacrifices then to get them to just obey his voice. He just gaslight them and says, I never said that. Is that why he said he never said it?
Yeah, so the Ten Commandments, the verses in
the
Exodus.
10 Commandments. I'm not talking about the 10 Commandments.
I know, but I'm talking about the time. The verse that you pulled up is in the time of the Ten Commandments. We're talking about the relative time around the Ten Commandments. That's when that verse takes place in Exodus.
Yeah.
Right. So this, after I think it was, I don't know how many exact years it was of them already wandering. This was a one-time thing where God said to make an altar, like a sacrifice for the whole community to repent for their sins. I mean,
this is the law. This is the law. Right? He told them to build an altar. And anytime that they do this thing, that he would meet them there. It's not a one-time thing.
Yeah,
right?
He's telling them to build an altar, which is a one-time thing, to build an altar. And to
in
meet
every
them.
place. In every place. Why are you saying it's a one-time thing? He says, in every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. You need to make for me only an altar of earth and sacrifice on it burnt offerings, plural, and your offerings, plural, of well-being, your sheep and your oxen in every place. Why are you saying this is a one-time thing?
Because this isn't a lamb sacrifice. This is an altar towards livestock.
It's still burnt offerings and sacrifices. I never said the word lamb.
I know, but we're talking about the blood of the lamb.
No, I'm not.
That was my whole argument.
No, I said your God can forgive sin without blood. I never said anything about the blood of the lamb.
But obviously, we're looking at blood offerings.
Yeah, blood, not the blood of the lamb. I never said lamb. Look, I don't know why, but for some reason we're not gonna be able to deal with the direct quote of him saying that he didn't say it. But let's go to Mark chapter 2 right quick. Okay. When Jesus returned to Capernaum after some days, it was reported that he was at home. So many gathered around that there was no longer room for them, not even in front of the door, and he was speaking the word to them. Then some people came bringing to him a paralyzed man carried by 4 of them. You want to go on mute with the turning?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you could hear that. My bad.
It's okay, thank you. And when they could not bring him to Jesus because of the crowd, they removed the roof above him, and after having dug through it, they let down the mat on which the paralytic lay. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic, "Child, your sins are forgiven." Now some of the scribes were sitting there questioning in their hearts, "Why does this fellow speak this way? It is blasphemy. Who can forgive sins but God alone?" At once Jesus perceived in his spirit that they were discussing these questions among themselves, and he said to them, "Why do you raise such questions in your hearts? Which is easier, to say to the paralytic, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Stand up and take your mat and walk'? But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins," He said to the paralytic, I say to you, stand up, take your mat, and go to your home. And he stood up and immediately took the mat and went out before all of them, so that they were all amazed and glorified God, saying, we have never seen anything like this. So 2 things stick out to me here. Well, several things. His friends lower him because they had faith that Jesus could heal him.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, in turn, forgives the child's sins or the man's sins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No sacrifice done. Jesus didn't kill an animal, and Jesus is still alive. Jesus forgives sins. Then the man doesn't say that he believes. The man doesn't, or the child doesn't tell Jesus that he believes in Jesus. It's his friends, right? He says Jesus saw their faith, right? The child never speaks. And then Jesus, when the people say to Jesus, like, this is blasphemy, like, can nobody forgive sins but God? Jesus says, well, I'm doing this so that you can know that I have the authority to forgive sins on earth. Right? Still no blood. Right? So, like, he's forgiving sins without a blood sacrifice here. And then when the kid gets up or the man gets up and walks, like, Jesus doesn't tell him, like, to follow him. The man doesn't even really say thank you here. But he doesn't necessarily, we don't see that, he becomes a follower of Jesus here. The man just gets up and walks off.
His friends told him that he had faith in Jesus Christ.
Right, but the man doesn't profess that faith. The friends do. That's the point.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jesus is the blood of the Lamb. We see this in 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 19. He calls himself, I am the blood of the Lamb. And then, so obviously being the blood of the Lamb, he has the power to heal and the power to forgive because he is the blood of the Lamb.
Without actually there being blood. He can just do it.
There is blood to come.
But there is no blood yet. And there was no blood shed. Not of sheep, an oxen, a lamb, a goat, nothing.
Right, but
and
let me
ask
you this. If the blood of lamb was required for sin, what would stop the blood of a lamb from forgiving sin while being alive? Like,
exactly. So there was no need for a sacrifice. There's no need.
But there
if
was.
If he has the, no, it wasn't. If he could forgive sin, just because, he's God, and there's blood running in his veins, he didn't need to die. No blood had to be spilled.
Well, he obviously spills blood later on. I think all these people he forgives while on earth, he knew, just like the man on the cross next to him, he knew the blood was coming for him. So he had the ability to forgive.
Yeah, that's not my point, though. The fact is, right, that he can do it without spilling blood.
Yeah, but that's because Jesus knew that his blood was going to be spilled.
Well, that's what you believe. I don't care about what reason you put to it. The what. We're talking about the what, not the why. The what is that he can forgive sins without spilling blood. That's the point. Whatever why or justification you put to it, that's a personal thing that I'm not really here to discuss that, right? It's just,
no way
I'm just proving my stance that he can do it. Like, I don't care about why you say he can. He can do it. And he did in this book.
Then why debate? Because the whole point...
I didn't debate. I'm not debating. I made a stance. You said you don't agree with my stance.
That's a debate. When two people have stances and they conversate.
No, I made a stance. I'm just showing you, right, in the book that he did it. I don't have any, like, at the end, right, the book says he did it. What else is there to debate? Like, you're the one that want to debate the why. I'm not interested in that.
Well, that's because he's going to spill blood. But if you care enough to look at
that's not the stance. The stance is that he can do it, right? He can just simply forgive sins, and we see him doing it here. Like, he did.
I mean, if you don't want to talk about the why, then you can keep your stance. But
Yeah, that because it's. I mean, you can't say that he can't because he did.
once again,
You
there's
can
a
debate
why.
the why he did it. I don't care about the why.
But the why is the most important part.
That's important to you, not to me. I'm not arguing why he did it. I'm saying that he can do it without spilling blood. That's all I'm saying. You can say yes, he can, or no, he can't.
But the why, I don't understand why you don't want to talk about the why.
I don't care about the why. Your why, you're making it up. Like, why would I care about the why? You can't prove that
'Cause
why.
it's
You're
also in the
literally
same.
making it up.
It's in the same book that you're trying to talk about.
Sure, go ahead and say that the reason why Jesus forgave his sins because he knew blood was coming. What scripture is that?
Sure, 1 Peter 1:19.
It's going to talk about the paralytic man. It's gonna talk about this miracle and say Jesus healed the paralytic man because Jesus knew blood was coming. In 1 Peter.
No, but
Nope. That I'm not interested, right?
okay.
In your interpretation. Like, that's for you. That's a personal thing that you have created for yourself, right? At the end of the day, the stance says that he can forgive sins, right? He can just simply forgive. We see here that he did. So that point has been proven. Why he did it, that's up to you. Like, I don't care about that. Now, we can talk about whether your God can stop sin.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he limits himself from stopping it purposefully, but yeah.
But he can do it.
But he can. He just chooses not to.
Except when he wants to.
Yeah, except when he wants to, because that's because he's all
Yeah.
powerful. He doesn't have to follow a human code.
Yeah, there you go. He's just choosing to spill blood and choosing to allow sin. That's just that on that.
Yeah, because it's free will.
Well, whatever reason you want to put on it.
Okay, well, I mean, it's been good talking to you. I hope you know Jesus loves
I
you.
agree.
And
well, I don't care about your Jesus. I don't follow your Jesus. Have a good day, okay?
Yep.
That whole Jesus loves you was always a fuck you, bitch. It's never it's never genuine. You won't let me talk to you about my thoughts. Jesus loves you. That's what it sounds like to me. I doubt you were, Peyton. Kayla? Kayla? Is it Kayla? Okay, I don't
Yeah, it's
think.
Caleb.
Kayla?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
All right, thank you. And how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay. I'm kind of interested in the conversation that you just had with the other guy.
Unfortunately, I will not discuss that conversation with you. I will have a new conversation with you from your perspective, if you like.
All right.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
All right. And you want to have the same topic? The same conversation?
No, I was just analyzing like what you were talking about. I think what you said was Christ Himself. I don't know if that's okay. I can go on or
No, yes, go ahead. You want to go to Mark chapter 2. And you want to say that Jesus did not forgive sin without blood?
yeah, that's exactly what I want to talk about. Your
I
thought
just want to make
is
sure that I
Christ would have
hold on.
forgiven.
Wait. I just want to make sure that I understand. You want to go to Mark chapter 2 to prove that Jesus did not forgive sin without spilling blood in Mark chapter 2?
Maybe I want to give reason to why that happened first.
I don't care about the reason. Like, did you not hear me say that to Peyton?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not here to Like your reason is personal to you, right? And then
right?
there, it doesn't list a reason in here. That's a personal interpretation that you have created for yourself. I'm not interested in that.
Right. Uh, let me get to what
And
the
then
idea
on top
is.
of that, Jesus gives a reason in here. Why would I accept your reason over the reason that Jesus explicitly gave of why he did it in here?
It's like trying to share idea about why it would have been like that.
I don't care about the why. I'm not. I'm. Do you see something up here that says why does Jesus forgive sin without blood? Do you see a why in front of that?
So the idea is Christ only forgives with blood.
No,
That's
I
the
don't
idea.
think he only forgives with blood. I didn't know. I think that he can forgive without blood.
So now the question is, why was blood
No, there's no
spared?
why up there. There is no why up there.
No,
Do you see? Do you see a why? Do you see me asking why he did it?
I don't see the why, but trying to
I'm not
connect the
interested.
idea.
I'm not interested in the why. Like you can't pull me into a conversation I'm not interested in having.
All right. So what's the conversation? Maybe let me try and share something that you're interested in.
Well, you can pick another topic. Like I just had this conversation
Hmm.
and I told him the same thing.
You Christian?
No.
Okay. So like, where does the interest come in?
Just pick
Interest of
another
what?
topic.
Okay. I'm okay. Let me try and pick a topic here. There is the devil belongs to believers.
Okay.
Maybe let's talk about that.
Okay, go ahead. Give me just a second. Let me grab a bottle of water. Let me grab a bottle
All
of water.
right.
One moment.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So what makes you think that way
What makes
about
me
the
think
first
what
topic?
way? Are you
Like, for
asking me
example,
why I think that the devil belongs to believers?
yeah, sure.
Do you have to believe in the devil?
Do you have to believe in the devil?
Do you have to believe the devil is real?
Yeah, true.
Am I a believer?
It's not about believing, but it's the fact that he's real.
What? So show me the devil.
Seriously. There is
Yes.
a
you,
okay.
you use the word
Let
fact.
me.
You use the word fact. Show me the devil.
It's not about seeing. Like, I'm not talking about seeing. When
So
you
you
look
have to
at
believe.
there is, you have to believe to say the devil is there. Yeah, true.
Okay, so am I a believer?
You don't believe the devil exists.
Am I a believer?
I'm not sure about that. It's you to tell me, isn't it?
Did you not ask me if I believed in this God?
Wow, now this is hard.
Yeah, what's so hard about that? I don't believe in your
You,
God.
you know
I'm
what's
not a
happening? You know what's
believer.
happening?
Kayla. I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer.
You know what's
Therefore, if you
you know what's
have to
happening right now.
believe, Kayla, stop talking while I'm talking. Okay.
All
I'm
right.
not a believer. Listen, I'm not a believer. I don't believe in your God. If you have to believe that the devil exists or that the devil is real, then I not a believer. Therefore, the devil belongs to a believer.
Okay. Okay. So someone that does not exist. What you're saying is, I mean, someone who does not believe in it, the devil does not exist.
No.
Okay.
Where is the devil? Who is the devil?
Who is the devil? The devil is the devil.
Yeah, where is
It's
he?
Lucifer, in fact.
Where is he?
Where is he? You want to talk about spirituality and what's physical? Um, okay.
What? Where is the devil? Where is the devil? Like, if I'm supposed to just believe this devil exists, where is it?
I would ask the same question to say, where is your soul?
I don't know. I don't. How do I know I have one?
No, that's hard because if you try to find out about your soul and
Who said anything about a soul?
maybe
Like, why are you jumping to that?
that would give you an
But
idea.
why are you jumping to that if I'm asking you about the devil? Like, who said anything about a soul?
I'm trying to answer the question. Like,
No, you're
if you need
not.
to understand that, you need to.
Where is the devil, Kayla?
How am I supposed to explain that if I don't have an example that can make sense right now?
Wait, so
Like about
you have to use spirituality. You have to use something spiritual to describe where the devil is. Something that you cannot see, something
yeah,
that you
true.
cannot prove. So you have to use things that you cannot prove to describe where the devil is. Huh? Kayla?
The soul. If I'm
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
asking, I was asking to say, can anyone prove about the soul, the existence of the soul?
No, you can't. You cannot prove the existence of a soul. No.
Does that mean it does not exist?
That means that you can believe you have a soul. You can believe that you
What
don't.
do you believe? What do you believe?
I don't know if there is a soul.
You don't know.
I don't think about that.
You know what I would say about this?
Actually, let me tell you what I think the soul is. I think the soul is a collection of thoughts and personalities of a
Thoughts.
human. Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's a collection of thoughts and personalities that a human has, ideologies and beliefs that a human has. I think that is what humans are calling their soul. It's their collective. It's like their experiences that they have in life, their emotions, their feelings, their beliefs, their thoughts. That's what I think it is.
That's what I think. I've come to a realization to say there are things that we do not understand, but we just try to run away
Then
from.
why the
Things that
fuck
we
are you
cannot
asking me
explain.
about that? Then you should not have asked me about it. Like I told you that
Okay.
I'm not a believer, right? I told you that, right? I'm not a
I'm
believer.
just
I
trying to share
ask you
my
a question.
idea.
Hold on. I ask you a question about where the devil is because you know, um, claim that I should believe in a devil. I ask you
No.
where is the devil, and then you ask me about the soul. At
I was
first I'm
literally
like I
trying
never
to
really
give
just thought
sense.
about it. I'm talking, Kayla.
All right.
At first I'm like, you know what? I never really thought about that. Never really thought about it. So I don't know. Then I sat here for like a couple of seconds and thought about it. I tell you what I
Okay.
think the soul is, and now all of a sudden it's that people don't understand. But it's something that you cannot prove. You're right. An antichrist is somebody who does not call Jesus Christ. You're right. But I tell you what I think the soul is, right? And then you say, oh, you don't understand. You are the one who brought up soul when we're talking about the devil.
Yeah, trying to give sense to it. That's what I was trying to do.
That's what you were trained to
Like
do.
I was trying to like bring in a common understanding, like something we can both understand when you ask the question to say, where is
Why
it?
would you assume that I just understand the soul?
Say?
Why would you assume that I just understand the soul?
I don't assume. I was trying to give an idea of the question. I was trying to answer the question.
Just why is it really hard for you to explain where this devil is?
It's not hard. Like,
Then where
okay, there
is
are things
it?
that you would understand right now. Looking at the way you're bringing out your ideas, there's a certain way of understanding that you've built up yourself. And I'm just trying to bring up something common that both of
It's
us
not
can.
common. It's not common because you and I don't share a belief. I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
like
where is this devil?
that's why I brought up a soul because that's something that everybody like
Okay, move
knows.
past that. We don't share. That's not a common thing between you and I. Where is the devil?
Okay? Where is the devil? The devil is spiritual. If you accepted spirituality, then it will be easy for you.
But didn't I already say that? Didn't I already say that this devil is spiritual for you? Like you have to believe in it. I already said that. Why are you denying that? Like why are you arguing something that you actually agree with me
I
on?
am not. But if you said you have to believe in it for it to exist, definitely disqualifies that. But the thing is, even if you do not believe in
Hold
it, or
on,
you do,
Kayla. Do you have to believe in the devil?
you have to believe in devil. It's not about believing; it's about it existing, even if you do not
Okay,
believe
so
in it.
prove the devil exists. Where is the devil?
Why is the devil? There's nothing I can say that you would understand right now because you don't believe in what I'm saying. That's what
So
I
then
can
I
say right
do
now.
have to believe in the devil? Like do you realize that you are like contradicting yourself? I
Okay, like
you can't tell me where the devil is because I have to believe. But I don't have to believe for the devil and the devil for the devil to exist. You're contradicting yourself.
maybe I'm just short of words that I can use to try and explain what I want to say to you.
Let me ask you this: where's the devil in your life, Kayla?
Why is the devil in my life?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are certain negativities, things that you even know to say this is spiritual.
So negative things in your life are the devil. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, sure, that's what I'm trying to say. But there are
All
things that
right.
you
Now
also make.
name the negative things in your life, Kayla.
Oh, take for instance, you did something that is against your fellow's idea. For example, you did something bad to your partner,
Okay, you did
your
something
neighbor, or
bad
anything,
to your partner. Okay. Now, let's say you did something bad to your partner
and it affects them negatively.
and it affects them negatively. Okay. Now,
How would you?
hold on. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, like maybe let me try and make it general.
Uh-huh. Well, that is pretty general, but go ahead. I think you're about to make it more complicated.
Okay, how would you like? You know about good and bad, yeah?
Are you making this example general or are you about to switch to a different argument?
Nah, it's not a different argument. It's the same, but I'm just trying to like bring up something that can cater everything in that.
Are you sure that's what you're about to do?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
How would you rate, like, where would you put good and bad? Or how does someone describe to say this is good and this is bad?
What do you mean how? Are you asking like how I make decisions on whether my actions
Okay.
are good or
Where,
bad?
where, where, where do you base your good and bad ideas? Like, where do you draw
On
out to
different
say this is the,
things. On different
all right?
things.
I would have an
Experience.
example, even just one.
Experience.
I would
For
give
for
an
example,
example.
I'm giving you an example. Experience,
Oh,
right?
all right? Uh-huh.
One thing is when I was like hitting a child, right?
Okay.
I
Uh-huh.
okay, I think it's bad to whoop children,
Okay.
right? And from my experience, right, growing up and being whooped, it didn't do anything for me. It didn't make me a good kid. It actually did the opposite. And for my brothers and sisters too. Although we're decent humans today, we did the most shit growing up. I started
Okay.
with my children doing what was done to me. And then I realized one day and I said, why the fuck am I whipping them? Like it didn't help me. It did the opposite. So I decided not to whip my children. And my children are grown and none of them have done the shit that I have done growing up. My
Okay.
children graduated high school. My children are responsible adults. Um, they manage their finances a lot better than I did. I didn't have to beat my children to become good, respectable, grown
Okay.
adults. So for me, hitting a child is bad. And I learned that from my experience.
May I ask a question?
Is it about good and bad?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
If I were like bullied, I was in school. I'm being bullied frequently. Over time, I built up like some kind of a defense way of trying to avoid that. Became harsh and all, just trying to avoid that so that I can be just okay and happy. What's wrong about that? Like something that can even affect others, same people that are bullying me. Maybe end up killing someone even.
I'm sorry, Dr. Board. Do you understand the question? I don't. I don't
I mean,
understand
Okay,
the
that's
question.
very
let me
kind
try
of
and
you to
ask.
think that I would understand it.
I'm
Let me
trying to
try and
figure
ask
out,
again.
like,
May I ask again?
please, and please make sure that it is relevant to the current conversation.
Okay. I was asking to say, if I were in school for some time and I was being bullied by a group of people with the way I am and all that, and I built this kind of ability where I'm trying to avoid that, defend myself and all, and the same behavior ends up maybe affecting the same people that bully the people that bully me, killing someone or anything like that. Is that wrong or bad? Looking at what you've
It
said,
depends. Were they
just
harming you when you had to defend yourself and
yeah, the
kill them,
word.
like physically? Did you? Was it
Okay, for
premeditated? Like, did you sit at home and think about how you gonna go kill him? And then when he killed him, like, it depends.
depends. That's what determines whether it's right or wrong.
Yes, there are also laws that tell you that that depends.
And therefore,
So,
the devil.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm just confused because I came in and you were going to show us the devil, and now we're talking about
No,
bullies.
like what I was just trying to talk about that is you like where do you base your right and wrongs? Because if you say there is no such thing as devil, then there is nothing that is wrong.
That's not true. That's not
Yeah,
true.
how does that follow?
Because like there has to be a force of wrong and right, isn't it?
I mean, certainly not according to certain voices in the Hebrew Bible, there doesn't.
Okay. Okay, this is big, but I guess I'll end here for now.
You can't show us where the devil is, right?
Now, I don't think there's anything I can explain right now
Do you think you
that would
did
make
a good job
sense.
explaining? Do you think you did a good job explaining?
Nah, not really good. Maybe if I sat down and thought about it that
But
much.
if the
Clearly, I
devil
would.
was real,
Sorry?
if the devil was real, shouldn't you just be able to say the devil is here, 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 and here?
No, like what I'm just trying to do here is we are
Wait, it's
different.
influence. It's influence the devil.
Influence.
Uh-huh.
What kind of influence?
Negative influence. Is that the devil?
Yeah. The devil comes in when you make a decision to say you want to be influenced or not.
So the devil controls your thoughts or influences your thoughts.
No. The devil presents the things that are able to lure you into something.
The devil talks to you and says, "Hey, here are two things that you can do. Choose one."
No.
The devil like jumps in your body and makes you do bad things.
No. It's not like hypnosis whereby you can just get into you and do
What
something that you
what
think.
does the devil do, Kalia?
What the devil does is tempts, if I would say that.
So what do you think influence mean? If he tempts you and
Hmm.
he's influencing you, right? He's putting things in. You're saying the devil comes and he like dangles stuff in front of you.
It's you who accepts or denies whatever it is that comes in front of you.
So the devil is dangling things in front of you and causing you to do bad.
Not causing. The first word is right. but not
So
cause it.
the devil tempts you to do bad.
He tempts, but you
He
decide whether
tempts
you
you
want
to
to
do
do it or
bad.
not. Yeah.
Okay. And then therefore the devil tempts you to do bad and you do bad when you are
No,
tempted.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. There's we've got self.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say that I go against this rule that I set for myself not to whip my children, not to hit my children, right?
Okay.
And
Uh-huh.
if I hit my children, did the devil make me do that?
You hate your children, the devil do that. See, um, why the reason depends on why you are whipping your children.
I
That's the
don't whoop
control
my
that you
children.
have to try and bring
I
up.
don't. I listen.
No,
I don't whoop. Hold on. Listen. I don't whoop my children. That is a law that I've created for myself. If I go against
there's
that
a
law,
reason.
if I go against that law, did the devil make me do it?
No,
Why?
there are things
Because it's
that
okay to whoop children.
there are things that already exist even if you didn't make them up. There are things
No,
that
no,
you
no. Wait,
found and
wait, wait. Why? Why? If I go against a moral law that I set for myself, and that's not to hit my children, not to cause harm on my children, and I go against that moral law and I cause physical harm on my children, on their body, that's not bad.
that does not have anything to do with it.
Wait, is it bad? It's my decision if I want to harm my children.
Is it bad that you want to harm your children? That's the
Is it
question.
bad if I hit my children? If I've set a law that I will not cause physical harm to my children, and I hit my children and cause physical harm to my children, is that a bad thing? Huh?
Depends with why you've done that.
That you got to have a reason to cause harm to your children.
Causing harm is not supposed to be something that you even plan, especially when you
But
have children.
who
You just plan to say, I'm going to cause harm to my.
right? But I've set a
Yes,
law for myself that I will not
that's yours.
hit my children.
That's yours. It just existed because of you. Like it's not something that is independent. It doesn't stand
Well,
on its
who
own. What
decides
I'm
that it's
trying to
okay
say
to hit?
is,
Who decides that it's okay to hit your children? Who made that decision that it's okay to hit your children?
when making a decision to say it's okay to hit my children or not, that's yours, and it does not have
Who
anything to do with
who
I think
made the
God did.
law
decision?
of God.
Well, God said to kill them.
It's you.
Who who
Say,
who made the decision that it's okay to hit your children?
I said that's your decision to make whether you want to hit your children, depending on the reason to why you want to do that.
You don't follow
That's
the
Like
fucking
if it
Bible?
was
wild.
me, you say
I'm sorry. What you said, Dr. Bowen?
I was just curious. So you don't follow the Bible?
me,
Yeah.
I do follow the Bible.
Oh, as Proverbs 13 seems pretty clear. Beat him with a wooden rod, right? If you love him.
And that is, it says if your child has done something that you do not like and you want to control them, put them in the right way, that's when you do that.
It also
Yeah.
says if they disrespect you, to stone them to death.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the
those were
Proverbs are.
those were laws.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I was about to say what I mean. I was about to conclude to what she said about stoning someone to death. May I?
Yeah.
Those were laws that depended on the kind of community that was. Because people back then had a different idea of certain things. So, like, if you talk about that, that was just trying to match the kind of um, mindset that people had back then. That's what I would say
I
about
mean,
that. Because right now,
all of
yeah,
this is matching the mindset that people had back then. So if you discredit the law in Deuteronomy that says to stone your child to death, if they
your child,
disrespect you, yes.
your
If they
child,
parent, yes, parents were to stone their child if they disrespected their parents, right? And that
I
was
don't
how
think
people
I've ever
lived
seen
back
anything
then.
like that.
Why do
I
you
don't
keep
think I've
doing
ever
that?
seen.
Like, why do you talk while I'm talking? Like, for some reason, is there this thing like in Christianity, like in church? Do y'all like talk when the preacher's preaching or something? Why is it that a lot of believers don't know how to have conversations?
I don't know how to have a conversation right now.
Because for some reason you talk while I'm talking. Like, you'll say what you need to say, and as soon as I start talking, you'll think that that means talk.
According to what I
Why?
think right now, according to what I think right now, I've been giving a lot of chances to like us have a very direct conversation whereby it's transparent. But what I think right now is you are like I said at first, I'm trying to bring up like ideas in which I can try and explain what you want to
And
hear.
that means that you talk while I talk?
Nah, I'm not doing that.
You are. Like, do you realize that that is the question that I asked you when you came off and asked something else and said something else? You didn't
What
even
was the
address
question?
what I said.
What did you say?
This You're like the third Christian tonight that has done that. And then when I ask you to address what I said, you don't know what I said because you were talking while I was talking. And then you don't see that as an issue. How can you have a conversation, a meaningful conversation, right? And resolve a what you think is a misunderstanding or believe is a misunderstanding on my part? How can I understand you if you talk when I'm talking and I talk when you're talking?
Don't you think that's less important to like? Why don't we just try and address something that is more important than that?
Go on mute. Dr. Bowen,
Yes, ma'am.
would you say that effective communication skills would be important in understanding one's belief system or questioning a text or an idea?
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Kalia, Dr. Bowen thinks that that is pretty important to have effective communication skills when you're discussing biblical texts. And I trust Dr. Bowen. You want to know why?
Uh, Not really.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Because
Okay.
a lot of what I learned, I learned from Dr. Bowen,
Okay.
who, who is a biblical scholar and a Syriologist with a PhD from John Hopkins.
I
Okay.
thought it was going to be because I'm ruggedly handsome, but I'll take that.
Yeah, well, that too. And you say miss me with that shit. I like it when you say that, but yeah, that's effective communication skills. But yeah, I think having effective communication skills in this conversation, Kayla, is really important if we're going to understand each other. Other than that, we might as well not have a conversation.
Yeah, true.
Thank
But I
you.
think I think I have brought enough ideas about what I think.
You do.
Yeah, and I appreciate your word and everything you said.
Well, I hope you have a good day. I still don't know where the devil is. I still think that the devil belongs to believers because you have to believe. But I wish
Yeah.
you a beautiful day. Okay.
Well, thanks. But I would love to
You're welcome.
conclude to say,
No, you said everything that you needed to say. There's nothing to say. You never proved your point. No,
there's a way
there's
that I want
nothing
to
else for you
conclude
to say.
to the end of
No,
this.
you didn't.
Now,
Nope.
what I'm saying is, there is a way that I want to conclude to the end of this.
No, no, because you
Okay.
you started a conversation, could not finish it. Now you want to leave because I asked you to stop talking over me, and now you want to just say some more random shit. No, have a good day.
Thanks. Have a good day, too.
Thank you. What? I mean, if you're saying that we're addicted to drama in here, then obviously you are too, because you're here. Uh, let's see. Adrian,
Hello.
hi. How are you?
All right. How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or thinking about it, or have you deconstructed and are an atheist or a non-believer?
Yes, I am a Christian. Yes,
Okay,
I am a
and
Christian.
all right. And which one of these topics did you want to discuss?
Um.
Avion.
Okay. I wanted to respond to if the devil is real or not.
Well, I didn't
Oh,
ask if the devil was real. That's not what that question says. The question says the devil belongs to believers. That's a completely different
okay.
question.
Okay. You
Right.
got the list right here. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me address why doesn't God stop harm
Okay, go ahead.
being done?
No, there's an entire, yeah, read the whole thing.
Why doesn't God stop harm doing?
Harm
Shoot,
done.
I can't even.
I'll read it for you.
Okay.
Why doesn't God stop harm done in his name?
In his name. Oh, okay. Um, we believers believe that God hates sin, right? And so um, he hates sin so much that he would crucify his own son to demonstrate that and also demonstrate the love of his people to want to turn from sin. That's just like if a country have rules that you should follow and you disobey them rules, there are consequences. So, uh, but then you have to look at the fact that God gives us free will. And so if you're born in sin, but then as you grow older, you get to know the difference between good and bad, then you have a choice to make. So God will want us to choose to do good. And then you have to go into the fleshly thinking versus the spiritual thinking. So uh, in our fleshly bodies, we're going to do wrong because we was born in it. So I feel like that's our purpose in life. And even if you're a non-believer and you know the difference between bad and good, you would want to do good. You wouldn't want to kill your mother or, like you say, do harm to your child. So uh, the things that goes on in this world, we're influenced. Look on TV, you see killing on TV every day.
I'm
Send
gonna
out
stop you
mute.
just for a second because I'm like you're kind of monologuing right now. and I was trying to say we were going to get to the topic, right? Because you're telling me why
Okay,
humans do
well,
things. I'm sorry. Hello, why are you
I'm,
talking while I'm talking?
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
You're talking about why humans do things. The question is about your God.
Hmm.
Yeah. So can you answer the question? The question is about your God.
Well, it's because God let things happen because when man do things, he wants them to choose to do right or wrong. In a nutshell.
So he just allows things to happen in his name because he wants men to choose right or wrong.
Explain that to me. When you say in his name, what do you mean by that?
For
Explain that to
example,
me.
sure.
Mhm.
For example, the Catholic Church, right? The priest, the popes, the leadership in the Catholic Church just paid out another $1 billion for SA, right? SA and children in the Catholic Church. That went on for decades, right?
Yes.
The God just
Okay.
allowed it to happen for a second time in his name.
No,
Leaders
did
of the
that in
God
God's
using their position, yes. Leaders of the God using their position, right? To position of authority, position of religious leadership to SA children in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
And he just allowed it to happen.
Okay. Well, when men that's in government tell a 19-year-old to go to war, did God just let that happen?
If he did it in God's name, if we're staying in the context of the question, yeah. But it
Oh,
also, yeah, like
see
if
that
we're
in
sticking
his
in context,
name.
I'm sorry. Like, yeah, like do you not know that the God does not like his name to be shitted on? Like he literally replaced the hearts of the Israelites because they said they defiled his name and did wickedness in his name. Is this a new concept for you?
No, you
So
you
why
are
are you acting
exactly
like it
right.
is?
You are exactly right. And so he let that happen too, right?
Oh, did he?
Did he let that happen?
Did he not do anything about it?
Did the people choose to do that?
They did choose, but did he do
Okay.
something about it?
Yeah, he can do something
Okay.
about it. He can do something about it right then, or he can do something about it when they die, like
Oh,
judge them and
wait.
give them
So
eternal.
hold on. Right,
Okay.
Adrian. The question is, why is the God not doing anything about the harm that's done in his name? Why is he not? That's the question that you chose. Uh, Dr. Bourne and Lala, I find it funny that when we're talking about what happened in the church, that there are believers in the comments saying that those popes let that happen. God didn't, right? Did
Oh,
he let it happen? God didn't. But just a minute ago, there was a believer on the stage claiming that when negative things happen, it's a devil doing it. So when it's done in God's name, the human is doing it and free will is responsible. But when a human does something, then the devil is responsible.
now I would say that the devil influenced people to do wrong.
I wasn't talking to you. I'm sorry. I was talking to my co-host. Dr. Bowen dropped. I think he had to go into work. I was talking
Oh,
to
okay.
Lala. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
waiting. Are you done with your explanation of why God doesn't stop harm in His name?
Well, yeah, like I said, it's because if God was to do something every time something negative happened, then you wouldn't know what wrong things are. So he let them. I mean, people people come to God because of the struggles and the hardships that they have.
Also,
Because
your
when you're
God
born, you
needs the
don't
harm to
know.
happen.
No.
Your God is using the harm of these children, right, being SA'd. Your God is using that harm so that
Okay.
people will know that SAing children is wrong. Am I understanding you correctly?
Okay. So do you believe in God or no?
No,
Okay. Do you believe that God exists or no?
no. But I
Okay.
also don't care if he
Why would
does
you even why would you even ask the question then, does
because
God
I
let
can.
things happen? Now, if
Because I
if
can.
God
Because
doesn't
Adrian,
exist, do you
Adrian, Adrian, Adrian.
okay, I
I
was
understand,
talking.
Adrian. No, you were not. No, you were not. You
Okay, go
asked me a
ahead.
question, and I'm answering
Okay.
your question.
Okay, and I
I
was
do,
just
Adrian. I
okay, go ahead.
understand that right now you want to attack me for asking a question that makes you uncomfortable, right? You want to attack
No, it don't
me
make
at
me
Adrian. I'm talking right now,
okay.
right? Instead of you addressing the question, you want to attack my purpose for asking it, my right to be able to ask such a question because I don't believe in your God, right? And I don't have to explain that to you. I can ask and propose any question that I freaking want to. But
Right.
your God is in this book, and your God, right, through your belief system affects my life because you believe in a God, right? You vote, you go out and you tell people what a God said. You treat people the way that you believe a God told you to treat people, right? So your God affects my life because you believe in it. So the question that I have for you today, Adrian, is about the God that you believe in. And that question is, why doesn't that God stop the harm that is done in its name?
That people do in his name, right?
No animals, Adrian. Goats.
Well, it's because of free will. He allows good and bad to happen in this world because of free will.
So your God is sitting
Still,
back,
and
allowing SAers the free will to SA children.
hey, if God didn't exist, do you believe good and bad will still be here on earth?
I'm sorry, did you hear my question?
Okay, go ahead. Say it again, please.
Your God is sitting back, allowing the free will of SAers to SA children in the church.
Well, if he didn't strike them dead right then, yes. But
So
has
then
that
what
happened
is
in the Bible?
do you think the children cried out to your God and asked your God to make it stop?
Yeah,
And your
probably.
God chose not to.
Probably. I yes. If
So
he
your
didn't do
God
nothing
respects
about
the
it
free
then,
will. Your God respects the free
and it
will
was
of
recorded,
SAers. Oh,
then
I'm talking, Adrian. Your God
well, I
respects
thought
the
you asked
free
me a
will.
question. I was
You
trying to
said
respond
yes.
to
You
you.
said yes
Okay.
already. Okay. Your God respects the free
Well, I want
will.
to finish.
And we don't need all of that. I asked you a question. You said yes. So now I'm following up.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Your God respects the free will of SAers over the prayers of the victims. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, like I say, in order, it has to be a way for you to come to the knowledge of God. Either you hear it by the word, or the Holy Spirit hits you because of the things that you're going through. Most, and I'm just saying this as a general statement, as a people, the suffering that we went through made us better. We
And
invented
what
stuff.
way?
And because of the conditions that we went through. A black man made an air condition because of the condition he was going through.
Okay, and how did
Okay.
that help? How did that help us as a
So
people?
hey, we was in cool air. I mean, what?
I know. How did
So
that help us
I'm
as a
saying,
people?
what I'm saying is, in our finite minds, if you believe in God, you
I
his
think I
ways
already
is not
told you that I don't. You're about to go to the
okay.
whole his
But
ways
what
are
I'm
not our ways. I'm asking you very direct questions. How did that help make us better people? Like, do you know what the graduation rate is for our community? Do
you
you
know
know what the
what?
wealth? Do
Because
you know
the
what the wealth?
devil
Do you know what the
influenced
median?
man to
Do you know
take
what the
our
median? Do you know
ideas.
what the median wealth is for our people? Oh, so is the devil
Yes.
stronger than your God? Is the devil stronger than your God?
No, not at all.
So then, why did you bring the devil up?
What you mean? I didn't bring the devil up to say that he was stronger than my God.
Why did you
I
bring the
said
devil up?
because he influenced people to do wrong.
But I asked you, like,
That's his purpose.
what I asked you what the graduation rate is for our community. What is the median uh income, household income for our community, right? I asked you things about our community and you said the devil, right, sent somebody to take it or do something. But why are you
Okay,
talking about
well,
the devil if hold on, Adrian, I'm talking. Why
okay.
are you talking about the devil if the suffering made us better people? Either the suffering made us better people or it didn't. Which is it?
If somebody is in the hood and going through and seeing folk killing each other and stuff and want to get out the hood, what would make them want to go to school to get out the hood?
Stop seeing people killing, probably. Wanting a better
Okay.
life,
Wouldn't you
probably.
say
Yeah.
that the seeing killing and being poor and going through things like that will make you want to change your life and have a better
For some
life?
people, for some, if that were the case, then every
You know
black
what?
person that lived in the hood. Adrian, please stop talking while I'm talking. I promise you, you can wait. And if you think that you're going to lose
I'm
what you're going to
sorry.
say, grab a pen and a piece of paper like I did.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
For some people, it may have that effect. And for some, it may not. There are several people that live in the hood, right? That
Yes.
get influenced by what happens in the hood, and
Yes.
they pick up and carry on more of what's happening in the hood because their surroundings influence them, right? Their situations influence them.
Right.
If you're
Exactly.
saying that a God is allowing that to happen because the outcome of the goal of your God is for that outcome to be that everybody that suffers knows this God and thereby becomes a better person, then your God is behind. He got a lot of work to catch up on.
Now, God wants you to know Him and believe in Him.
I know you already said that.
Yeah. But in a general sense, if let's say God don't exist, will there still be evil and good in the world?
Yes.
Okay. So people are still gonna die. People
Yes.
still gonna kill each other.
Yep.
People still gonna do stupid, crazy, evil things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if a man is going through things and it makes him want to do better, versus you looking at the kids now, because there's no discipline, there's no total family. Who is responsible for all of that if there is no God?
The parents, the people, the government, society, humans.
Humans. Okay. So who fault would it be that these things are going on then?
Humans.
Okay. So if you believe that there is no God, why even blame God? Because I believe that God exists, that these
I'm not
things
the
is
one
his
making the
fault.
claim that you have a powerful God. I'm not the one that's making the claim that
Okay.
a God judges someone for sin. I'm not the one that's trying to say that a God knows is in my everyday life and business that I must
Okay.
believe in a God. If your God exists, then what the fuck is he doing? Because other than that, humans are responsible for humans.
Okay, does the Bible teach you to love your neighbor?
So does Egypt.
Does the Bible teach
So
you to
does
put
so does
yourself?
hold on. So does Egypt.
Okay.
So does Babylon. So does Assyria and all of their laws and their legal code.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But you know what's
That's
so
true.
crazy? It's the neighbor. The neighbor that your God was talking about was another
Hmm.
Israelite. Your God was not talking about non-Israelites. Your God wanted them to love their own kind as
Yeah, that
themselves.
was in the Old Testament. Yes.
And in
Okay.
the new, Jesus repeated that. Jesus quoted the Levitical law to
Yeah, and
Israelites.
Jesus died and manifest the law. He said to even love your enemy.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, I love you. I love you. Even though you don't even believe in my God, I still love you as a person.
So
And
wait, am
even
I?
more
Hold on,
so
Adrian.
for the
Adrian.
fact
So are
that
you,
you are a black
Adrian? Are you
woman, I
professing
love
me?
you
Are
even
you,
more.
Adrian? Adrian? Are you professing me as an enemy?
No, no,
Then what the
no.
fuck are you talking about right
I'm
now?
saying the fact that you don't believe in the God that I believe in, I still love you
And
as
first
a
off, you don't know me,
person.
Adrian. Adrian, you don't know me. Okay, you don't love me.
Yeah, I
You
don't know
don't
you. That's
exactly. So
that
you
was
don't
making
you don't know me. So you don't love me. I actually don't like when people say that shit because it's fake. Love for me is actionable, right? And it's not something that you can just, you know, throw out to me. Of course, you're still going to do it because guess I'm gonna tell you why you're going to do it because you don't love me, and what matters to you more. My boundaries aren't gonna matter to you. That's how I know you don't love me. What matters to you more is your belief system and your comfortability. By the way, Paul said that Gentiles already knew that law even without your God. So there's that. And then anybody saying that we have to love because God loves us, that's an obligation. That's not love. That's a checkbox. And you're doing it because you want to go to heaven, not because you really love somebody. If you're talking, you're on mute, Adrian. Adrian, are you there? I'll give you a couple of seconds and then we'll move on.
You have to unmute. I sent you an invitation.
Ace Dollars, you are absolutely correct that if we can only base God off of a book, then we don't know God. You're absolutely correct. All right, Adrian, we're going to move on. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good day. Morgan? I need to go to the bathroom.
You want me to find someone?
Yeah, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I think Jesus is God commented and asked if he could come up.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
okay.
Do y'all mind, Fee?
Yeah, I'm good to go. Good morning, y'all.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'll be right back.
Jesus is God. You have to request. I don't see you. Royal vibes.
Oh, hey y'all. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, good morning. I have very little brain power right now. Like I have a 10-month-old and I've been up the whole day. So it's like almost midnight in Australia, so but I'll try. I'm sad that Thinker has left because I was hoping to have like a short conversation with her. But I'm willing to speak to any of y'all because I believe y'all believe the same, if I'm not wrong.
It depends on what you're referring to. But before we get started, what's
Okay.
your name? I see it's Chat. What do you want me to call you?
Okay, just call me Steph. My name's Steph,
Steph.
really.
Okay. Good morning, Steph. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. Are you a Christian,
Yes.
deconstructing, or you are a Christian? Okay.
I'm a
Which top?
Christian, but I'm a different type of Christian. So I'm a Christian who's willing to be challenged because it then allows me to go back and like look into things, you know.
Okay. Awesome.
So
You want to pick a topic?
of course, and what's your name? It
My
says
name's
nothing.
yes, Fee.
Fee, nice to
Yeah.
meet you, Fee. So I'll pick the God can stop sin or simply forgive, and these are really good topics, guys. It makes us go back and look. So yeah, we appreciate that. So yeah, that's why I came up. But I could speak about all of this, but I want to concentrate on this one for a little bit. So I do agree. Thinker did say, and Fee, I don't know where your stance is because I haven't heard you speak. I'm kind of new here, but I did hear her say that God can stop sin. Here, that Jesus didn't have to die. Do you believe the same?
Well, yeah, that's what the book says. I mean, there's a
Yes.
couple of instances in the book where sins were forgiven without the shedding of
Exactly.
blood. So yeah.
Exactly. The book does say that. And then the second part to her question, if I'm not wrong, was, so why did Jesus have to die? Like, if he could forgive, like, am I on the right track, or am I?
Well, I mean, you can just kind of approach it from your perspective, but you're correct, and I would agree. Like if we have instances where sins were forgiven without there being bloodshed in the form of animal or God as the son or whatever version he was when that happened, then yeah, I mean it's clearly possible. So why did this entire charade have to happen to begin with?
Okay. So that's why I'm here. So I'll quickly explain it from my point of view. And I apologize, English is not my first language, but I'll try. So, okay. So whenever we see blood in the Old Testament and the New, blood was shed because a covenant was being pretty much put up, if I may use that word. So when we saw Jesus forgiving sins, yes, before he died, we saw people in the Old Testament pretty much being declared righteous before Jesus died. We agree on that. But whenever we saw blood, it was because a covenant was being put up. So for in the case of Jesus Christ, the death of Christ did two things for us, right? So the first thing it did is it annulled the marriage covenant that we had, that is known as the Old Covenant, okay? So God in the Old Testament is married to Israel, okay, if you read the Old Testament. So now when God comes in the human flesh and dies, what that does is it releases that pretty much Israel from that old covenant and allows God now to start a new one. And the new one is now started through the sprinkling of the blood of God, who is Jesus Christ. Does that make sense?
No, I mean the words make sense, sure, but I guess my first question would be who set up the rules around how a covenant is made?
So that's God. God, pretty much a covenant has to be, so we have to consider certain things here, right? So God is spirit. The Bible says he's spirit, right? There are certain things, if you read the Old Testament, that shows you a reality of a spiritual realm, even if you don't believe in the God of the Bible or anything like that. If you just sticking to the book, it shows you that there's a spiritual reality. And that spirit, it says that blood actually speaks. And blood is pretty much what pays, is like a covering for people's sins. Like in the Old Testament, in the old law, there was the blood of the sheep and the goats, but in the new one, it's the blood of the Son himself.
So, I mean, I've read those scriptures,
Right.
just as much as you have. I guess I look at them from a very different perspective because
Okay.
it's 2024. We know what blood is. We know what it's made up of. We know how it functions. We know the parts of it, right? When these scriptures were written, they didn't know that. So, but according to you, your God did. So
Right.
either you have to believe that there's this some sort of mystical power that blood has. And this God who sets the rules for absolutely everything requires this particular liquid to be spilled in order to create a covenant or an agreement with humans. This doesn't make sense to me. Looking back to when these stories were written in the various versions of them and the stories that predated these stories that we're reading that they're based off of, I could fully understand humans who have no idea of what a microscope is, no idea how to determine anything in terms of biology and the things that we understand today. I can understand them saying, okay, a person died, they were stuck with a sword, this red stuff came out, this must be magic, it has power. And then all of these stories are birthed. That makes sense to me. But it does not make sense to me in any way, shape, form, or fashion that the most powerful being in the universe needs anything or something has to happen in a specific way. If you tell me, as I own my home, right?
Right.
If I'm setting the rules to what happens in my home, there's not a necessity that could exist if I'm the most powerful person and I'm just using this as an example. If I'm calling all the shots, why would I add in something this ridiculous? Why would I add in something that's going to cause harm to the things that I tell myself that I'm claiming to love? Why would I do that? So you read the story and you see, oh, well, this covenant is required because this has to happen. You said blood in the Old Testament was a sign of a covenant. You mentioned a marriage in the Old Testament. I'm not sure who the we were that you were referring to, but peeling back all of those layers at its core, this doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't follow logical sense. In 2024, it absolutely doesn't.
Okay.
And
So,
another thing I'm going to say that doesn't track is
okay.
your God was very adamant on how set apart the blood of a sacrifice for atonement for sin was or is. He's also very adamant that you should not eat or drink that blood. But then
Right.
Jesus kind of turns that on the head and says, slop it up. Even though he's being symbolic, he is
Yes.
symbolically saying to eat and drink blood when your God said it is an abomination, and that whoever does that, he will turn his face against. It's kind of
Right.
odd, you know.
Well, I'll try and address the two, but if I fail one, please just remind me to kind of address it, okay? So I'll start with the last one, right? Okay, let me start with the first one. So the way I see God, right? If the God of the Bible claims to be holy, that's the first thing. So if you're a holy person, you have to abide by a certain standard. And what's the standard? The standard is pretty much he has certain rules that even he abides by in the spirit realm, right? So so when he says, when my word goes out, it shall not return to me empty. Once his word goes out, if it comes back to him empty, it means that he's broken his own law. So the reality is that the Bible tells us he's holy. That's the first part, right? Then the second part.
Can I ask a quick question on the first part before
Yeah,
you go to the second part?
cool.
How does God establish his holiness?
All right. So we have to understand that by virtue of him being God, right? Pretty much, the Bible tells us. Okay, so you're pretty much asking how he establishes his holiness. So it pretty much just tells us that's who he is. He's good. He's holy. I pretty much there's parts of God that's hard to understand, I must say, because we are human and we're trying to understand an eternal being. I don't believe we can. We can only go by what is written, and what is written is that God is holy and he's good and he's pure and he abides in pure light. That's all we know about him, right? I can't add on to his word.
So he has a characteristic that is contingent upon the existence of a devil.
No. So here's the first part. I can explain that.
Right, but something can't be holy unless it's what's the definition of holy? Maybe that's the
So
piece that we're
something perfect, something pure, something good.
Okay, so something perfect, pure, and good can only be that way in contrast to something that's not, correct?
Exactly, right? So now where does the devil come in, right? So before Lucifer fell, he was also a holy being. He was with the holy angels. Okay?
Well,
but
hang on just a second.
Okay.
Because I think we're deviating from the point that I'm actually trying to ask about.
I was actually coming to it.
I don't think you were, because you're talking about the devil. So my point now is that you're talking about God's holiness.
Yeah.
And circling back to what this question is actually asking about the forgiveness of sins. Mm-hmm. There's a contingent factor. In order for God to be holy, there has to be a contingency of something not being holy. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that. But you remember, you're the one who brought up the devil. I was trying to explain to you how the devil now comes in.
Okay, go ahead. Maybe you'll get to it. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So I do agree with you that there has to be something in contrast to him that's not holy, right? So now what happened is that as much as before the Hasatan, the devil fell, he was one of the holy angels, right? But then he decided, because there was also that possibility, remember, God doesn't make robots, he makes people with free will. He then decided that he would raise up his throne above that of Yahweh's. The minute sin entered his heart, he had now become a sinful being and he had to be kicked out of heaven. So that's how the devil comes in. And now because the devil now had become that contrasted being to a holy being, he now became like the king of the other side, like the god of the other side, quote unquote. Okay, so that's part one.
I just want to correct, like, the definition of holy is what? What did you say it is?
Perfect, pure, and good.
Except that's not the definition of holy.
What's the definition of holy?
To be dedicated or consecrated to this God. For,
So,
like, it's sacred. It's sacred, right? Doesn't say anything about being perfect and pure. It's just that it's sacred to the God. It's dedicated to the God.
where
That's
does it say
holy.
that? No, it says things can be holy, right? But it says the source
They
of
are
holiness is a
consecrated.
good thing.
What are the Israelites a holy people?
No, they're not. They're only made holy through God by attaching themselves to
How
God.
are they made holy through God?
So when we become believers in Jesus Christ, first of all, we are grafted into Israel. We also become part of Israel, right? And when we become part of God now, by being grafted into God's family, that's when we become holy.
Then you are sacred and dedicated to the God.
Yes. Who
Let
is the
me pull up the
source?
hold on. Let me pull up the definition of holy.
Where are you pulling up the definition? In the
I'm gonna
dictionary?
go to Google. I'm gonna go to Google.
Okay.
Give me just a second.
I went to the Bible, but you could go
Yeah,
to
that's
Google.
okay. We can pull up the Bible too. Give me just a second.
Okay.
Definition. Okay, so holy, dedicated or consecrated to God, or for a religious purpose, sacred. Okay, let's go and see what the Bible says. Let's see. It doesn't have a definition. Leviticus 19:12 says, "You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy."
Holy. Yeah.
Yeah, but 1 Peter 1:15-16 says, "But just as he who called you is holy, so be holy in all you do. What is written, be holy, because I am holy." Hebrews
So,
says, "Make every effort to live in peace with everyone and to be holy. Without holiness, no one will see the Lord."
right.
So there isn't a definition in the Bible on what is considered to be holy.
So I'll tell you how I
But
arrived.
if you go to Google, the definition of holy on Google is
Dedicated to the Lord.
dedicated or consecrated to God. Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't say anything about perfectness or pure. I think that is a like a interpretation of holy that you're
Okay.
getting.
So I'll actually explain how I arrived at my answer, right? So God does tell us He's holy, as you've clearly read. But what does that mean? Anyone would ask that question, what does that mean? So pretty much as you read the Bible, God shows you His character. He assigns certain characters to Himself, right? So God is blameless. He's the source of good. No one is good except God, right?
In
He's
what
the,
in what scripture do you get that
Oh, I can show you. So
interpretation?
when Jesus, there's a man who comes to Jesus and calls him good teacher, and then he says to that man,
She's asking, where do you get the interpretation for holy? What scripture?
interpretation. Okay, so you won't get a sentence that says this is the meaning of holy, blah 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 blah. No, you deduce that from the characters of God, because
Right.
God says He's holy, and then He proceeds to show you His character. So if He's one thing,
Would the holiness of God be evident in the way He gave laws about how to own people or
in
how to?
who He actually is,
Right. So in by His actions, correct?
not just His actions, but also just His personality, who He is.
So I think that's very subjective, though, because apparently you read these scriptures about who God is, and you walk away with Him being this loving, kind,
Right,
benevolent being, right?
right.
I don't read that in this book. I read the scriptures where rapists are told to marry the person that they raped as a punishment. I read
Right.
where He tells people, He tells His chosen people where to buy their slaves from. I
Mm-hmm.
read where He has women sold into sex slavery. I read horrendous things in this book. I don't land at the conclusion that this is holy, set apart, and perfect. Not at all. So
All
I
right.
think to be able to reconcile those two stark differences, that's going to be problematic. And it goes back to what Thinker was saying about the definition of holy. And I think that's where that becomes really important here.
All right. So I'll quickly try and address what you just said, right? So there are two things you have to always keep in mind when reading the Bible, right? When God gave the Israelites those rules in the old law, He pretty much expected them to fulfill these rules at a very high standard. He was giving them the laws, not that the laws should be broken. He was expecting them to keep the laws, right? First things first. So He made the laws so harsh, hoping that no one would ever trespass. But they did. So how do we know that? He was hoping that they would never trespass the law. It's because constantly in the Old Testament, He's grieved, He cries out, and he's pretty much mourning that He's helped these people so much, yet they keep on transgressing against Him. So that's the first part. God never
But what
actually
does that have to
wanted
do
this
with your
to
God? What does that have to do with her question? Her question was
everything.
He holy when your God told them that they could own people?
So if you want, please try and listen with listening ears.
I am listening. She asked you a very specific
And
question.
I answered it. So let me
Oh,
reiterate.
So
Let me come
hold
again.
on. So wait. So it's considered holy. It's considered pure. It's considered good to own people.
And before you answer,
It's okay. It's okay.
okay,
Yeah,
right,
I match energy. Can
okay.
you answer that question? Can you answer that question, please?
You're on mute, so
Oh,
you can
sorry,
talk into the
somebody
mic.
muted me, yo. So you said you match energy. Like, is it something I did that brought up that? Is it something I said?
Yeah. If you don't know what you did, that's okay. Go ahead.
I really don't.
Is
And
it? Is
I
it?
apologize
Yeah.
if I
Yeah.
did
I'm
something.
not your child. I'm not your
Oh,
child.
wow.
So telling me to listen with listening ears, I'm not your child. We're both
Oh, that
adults here.
offended you. I
Yeah.
apologize.
No, it did not offend me. It offended Lala. She was getting ready to say something about it, and I told her that's okay. If you
Okay,
get
I
off, if you get
apologize,
sideways,
Lala.
I will match energy. But can you
Oh, so
answer
that was
her question?
okay. I can answer her question, but let me apologize to Lala. I'm a Christian. I didn't mean that offensively. Okay, so I was just trying to say,
What
hear me
does you
out.
being a Christian have to do with anything? That's not an apology. You like if she did,
It
you
has
didn't offend because you're like, are you apologizing only because you're a Christian?
yes. So first and
That well then
foremost,
no, thank
she's
you for the
human.
apology. No, but that's not how
But
you came.
you can
Hey,
ask me a
let's move
question,
on.
thinker,
No,
and then
let's
not
move on.
expect an answer.
No, let's move on. Nobody wants your Christian apology, your checkbox apology. Like, no, move on. Can you answer the question?
I still apologize, Lala. Whether you
Oh yeah, cross
you
a
never like
boundary.
the
We
question,
don't care. We
Yeah, I
don't
don't
want it.
accept
that's
it.
fine. That's fine. Even if you don't
Okay,
care, I
can you
apologize.
answer the question? Yeah, I know y'all
So
don't
I will
respect
answer.
boundaries.
I will answer.
Answer the question.
Yeah,
God
I was
damn.
about to. I was about to, and then you match the energies. So
Yeah,
okay. So now this is what I said, and I was hoping you'd
I
hear
didn't
me.
ask you what you said. I said, is it holy
I'm about to
and
answer
good
if you
and
let me
pure?
speak.
Stop.
Okay, I'll
Is
stop.
it holy, good, and pure to own people? Yes or no?
And I was about to answer. So here's the answer. Okay. So when God gave the laws to the Israelites in the Old Testament, He gave
I
them
don't hear a
laws.
yes or a no. Is it holy?
I'm about to
No,
answer.
very just yes or no. Is it holy, good, and pure to own people?
If that was what God was saying to do, then if that's what He meant, right? Then that wouldn't be holy. But there's what's
That
it
what do you
called?
mean if
There's
that's what he
context.
meant?
If you'd let me speak, you'd understand. But you're not letting me speak.
No,
You want me to veer off into
what
the
do you
answer that
mean?
you
What do
wanted.
you mean if that's what he meant? Are you saying he did not tell them that they could own humans?
Can I get like 30 seconds to speak? Or
No,
do you want me to
no,
be a echo
no.
chamber to what you're saying? Oh,
Are
yes,
you
yes.
saying
No,
are
no.
you saying he didn't tell them they could own humans?
Is this you matching energies? Like, I'd like to answer your
Are you going to
question.
answer are you saying that he did not tell them they could own humans?
I'm getting there. Can I just
I
speak for
don't
30
need the
seconds?
word salad. We don't need
But
the
he
word
asked me
salad.
the question. Can I answer her?
I asked you the question. I
You
did.
also
That's
asked me
my
the question.
question. But that's my
opinion. Bonjour, Tonal.
Ça qu'a fait, Tommy, quoi?
Ose, qui bon vive?
Eh?
Qui boy?
Moi, USA.
Ok, Biden ou ye ou bien ou nan pays à quelque temps?
Mon cher, m'papa de non, mais m'poko égal.
Ou poko ki ça?
M'poko légal.
Ok, parle avec mon frère.
Mon cher, moun yo gon...
Baby.
Jere pays a bien. Mwen pa remel.
Qui moun ki va
yeah, that was my fault. I didn't see the verification thing. It timed out due to inactivity. Normally it pops up on the front of the screen. It put it behind TikTok Studio. Like I didn't even see it counting down. Why is it doing that? TikTok sucks. Like they need to get their shit together. Like, do y'all see that? Like, why did it do that? I thought for a minute we got reported. Okay. I hope she comes back. The verification thing it popped up, but it was behind TikTok Studio instead of at the forefront. So I couldn't see it counting down. And then it shut down because it thought I wasn't here. Where is Lala? What was her name? Is this her child of Yah Lord?
Yeah, that's
okay.
her.
All right. Oh, let me put my back up on stage. Give me just a second.
You guys, can you please get these likes up? Let's hurry up and get them up to 25,000. Since we had to start all over again, please help us out with the team bracelets as well as the heart me's and help Thinker with her gift goal. And continue to share the live. Let's get these shares up to 100.
Okay, y'all good on YouTube? Okay, let me see. Hold on, let me get the backup account back on stage. It's not opening. Do you see can you see my backup account in the request?
It just popped up.
Got it.
Thank you. All right, there we go. Can you answer the question for me, child of Yah, Lord of Law, Lord of Yah?
Yeah.
Child of Yah, Lord.
My my bad. My name is Steph. Yeah, let's start again, yo. My bad. So so let me can I quickly put the answer this way? So it's like in 2024, there's laws that tell us we can't that tell men you can't grape women, right? These laws were also in the Old Testament. So the laws in 2024 don't mean that because those laws are there, you can now go grape women as a man, right?
Is there like
means that there's
hold
a standard.
on. Hey, let me look, we are very direct people in here, right? Very direct. So if we ask a question, please answer that question first and then go into your explanation. If you go into your
Okay.
explanation first, we're going to think that you're not answering our question.
Okay, my bad.
Okay?
Okay, so
Thank you.
yes. I think he's holy. Is that now?
No,
Can I
that
answer?
wasn't the question. Are you saying that the God of this Bible does not tell the Israelites that they can own people?
No, that's not what I said. So he does say that, right? But you asked me before, like, is God holy? Even though
I did
he
not. I
does
asked you, was it holy, good, and right to own people? You said he didn't mean it that way.
Yeah.
So my follow-up question was, are you saying, I said, what do you mean he didn't mean it that way? Are you saying that the God did not tell the Israelites that they could own people? In what way did he mean it?
All right. So I'm about to explain in what way he meant it. So when God pretty much had called them out of Egypt and now was making a new people for himself, he gave them a set of laws, hoping that they would never break these laws, right? How do we know he hoped that they would
Okay,
never?
do you think that you're answering my question right now? Do you think that you're answering my question right now by going all the way back to Egypt? No. I don't need you to go all the way back to Egypt. No. Okay. He told them that they could own slaves. You said not in that way. And what way were they allowed to own people? The right way to answer that is they were not. They had indentured servants, or they could own people, but they couldn't mistreat them. That's what?
You've now just asked me a different question that I'll also answer.
I did not. I said it. I said, is it good and right? No. Listen. I said, is it good and right to own people? You said,
No.
if the God allows them to do it, but you said yes, if the God allows it, but he did not mean it in that way. Yes, you did.
Yes,
and then my
that part I did
follow-up
say.
question was, what do you mean? Please stop talking while I'm talking. God. Yeah, this is why you think I'm asking a different question.
All right.
Okay? You said he did not mean it in that way.
I did.
My follow-up question, in what way did he mean for them to own people? That's the question. Your answer should start with that.
If you'd only let me complete my sentences, I'd get your answer.
I don't need you to go all the way back to Egypt. In what way did he tell them they could own people?
Okay.
In
Straight
what way?
to the answer. He never meant for them to own people.
Yes.
That's the answer.
And why are you saying that?
Okay.
Okay.
So
And why are you saying that when Leviticus 25? Hold on. Let me tell you. And why are you saying that? Because Leviticus 25 definitely tells them that they are to get their slaves from foreign nations, that they can keep them for life and pass them down to their children, that they can treat foreigners as slaves. Deuteronomy chapter 20 tells them that they can go into foreign lands and offer terms of peace. If they do not accept the terms of peace and become your slaves voluntarily, then they are to kill the men and take the women and children. So why are you saying that he never meant for them to own people?
Okay. So there's something you're clearly misunderstanding. Do you know how a slave was to be treated?
This is why I said start your answer with that. If you say, and not in that way, then your answer should have been, he did tell them they could own people, but they didn't treat them the way slaves are treated in North America or something like that.
Okay,
Do you
now
see
I
why?
have started it. So how are slaves meant to be treated then?
Okay. Now here's my response to that question. What the fuck does treatment have to do with owning somebody? Are you saying that owning someone is good as long as they are treated good?
There's one thing you're doing that's a bit incorrect, and if you allow me, I'll point it out. So you're reading the Bible with a westernized lens. You have to understand the Bible.
No, I'm not. It literally says exactly what I said. I quoted your book. No, I'm not.
Yes.
I quoted your book. What does treatment? Hey, hey. We're talking about owning people, not how you treat the people that you own. Owning people. You still own a person whether you treat them good, whether you treat them bad. The question is owning people good?
And that's why I told you, you understand own from a westernized lens. I'm about to break it down, what that context really
It's
meant.
literally property. They use the word property. Property. They are your property. You can pass them down to your children as an inheritance.
And yes, but
is that good?
So, if you'd allow me to answer, like I'm literally shutting up so that you'd answer. If you'd allow me to break down the context, maybe it would help you.
I want you to answer my question. I don't want you to go all around the world.
I'm not going all around. I've just said okay. If
you
you're
are,
looking at it
if
from
you go
your
back
lens,
to Egypt, you're
evil.
definitely going around the world.
Okay, let me help you out. If
I didn't, is it? So hold on. Listen to what you just said. If you look at it from your lens, then it's evil.
Yes.
When is it good to own a person as property?
I'm about to break it
when
down.
is it
if you
good?
let me speak.
Okay, go ahead and tell me that. Now I know that you think that there is a good time that you can own a person. My question is answered. Now explain when that good time is.
Okay. So culturally, I'm African, right? And my people also practice this thing, right? So in Israel, as well as my tribe, there was ownership of people, but not in an evil sense, right? So for example, the Bible talks about when a brother can't take care of himself, he could come, give himself to you they interpreted the word as a slave, okay? So he can come give himself to you as a slave, and then he'll work for you, but then you house him, you clothe him, you treat him like a son. And then on the 7th year, after 7 years, there was the year of Jubilee. In the year, and you are to be merciful to that slave, right? On the 7th year, on the year of Jubilee, you are then supposed to release this quote unquote slave by giving him, not just letting him walk back into poverty, but you are to give him property to start a life. That was the quote unquote slave that God had in mind, not the westernized slave that you.
Okay, this is why I quoted Bible. This is why I quoted the Bible, and why I also don't like when people say listen and you don't listen. I literally quoted the Bible. I literally said in the text that your God says you can own them for life. I am not talking about just indentured servitude. I'm not talking about just indentured servitude. At what point is it good to own a person, a chattel slave, as property? Your God literally says in Leviticus 25, that when the Israelites sold themselves into slavery, they were not to be treated as a slave. They were not to be treated as property, but there were people that could be treated as a slave and treated as property. When is that good is my question.
So again, I told you, if you're looking at it from a Western lens, even I agree with you, that's evil. But if you go back to these cultures, it's a bit different, is all I'm trying to say. So you are right. There's a time when you could.
How is it different? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm about to explain.
How is it different?
I'm about to
I don't need all the extra. I told you that we are very direct people in here.
And I'm gonna be direct too.
Tell me, when is it good to own a person for life?
I'm about to break down the culture to you. Okay? So here's what happened in that culture. So, for example, now if you are, so we've spoken about the year of Jubilee when you are to release the slave. And all these things are in the Bible. You could check them out. But
we're past that. Go, come on.
We're past that. Yeah, I'm going there. Just allow me. I speak at my own pace. I'm not as quick as you. So, but then there's times.
But I don't need the word salad.
So I come up here to have a conversation. You just want to be rude to me and like,
I've told you multiple times to be very direct. There's no need. I said this multiple times, and you are repeating. No, listen. The reason why, when I asked you the question, I went through Leviticus. I told you what Leviticus said. I've already talked about indentured servitude. I brought all of this up, and here you are repeating it again. I asked you a very direct question of when is it good to own a slave for life? Now you want to go and give me the history again instead of just saying it's good to own a slave for life in this instance.
Because you're asking that question since you don't understand the culture behind that. If you understood that,
do you see that's why I'm frustrated with you?
But
You think
you also
that I
realize I'm
don't know that
frustrated
in
with
the
you.
ancient Near East slavery? No. Stop. This is why I'm frustrated with you, because you think that you are the most intelligent thing on the stage.
Oh
You
wow,
think
that's
that
actually
I don't
you.
know, or like Fee doesn't
It's you
know.
yelling
Yes,
at
you
me. You think
constantly
you're
keep
intelligent.
saying you misunderstand because it's frustrating.
See,
You
you're the one
constantly keep
yelling.
saying you don't understand the culture. You don't understand the culture. You don't understand the culture.
But
I'm
you
asking you
don't.
a very direct question. First of all, you don't know what we don't understand.
And
The
you don't know
question
what we do
is, when
understand.
is
That's why
it
we are
good
pushing.
to own a person for life?
I was about to answer you,
When
but
is
you
it
won't
good
let
to
me
own a
speak.
person for life?
Can I
Answer
speak?
it, please. Get to it. We don't need you to explain the culture. We know the culture.
You clearly don't, because if you did, you wouldn't ask that question. You're reading the Bible with a westernized lens, and
Steph,
it won't help you.
Steph, can
Yes,
I ask you a
sorry.
Oh,
quick
sure.
question?
Tell me about the culture that makes it good to own a human for life.
I was trying to explain context to you, but you just won't let me speak. Like, here's the deal. Like,
I'm
even
sorry.
if I
I
was
asked you a
wrong,
very direct question. What
thinker,
about the culture made it good?
thinker. Like, even if I was wrong, if you just
What
get to
about the culture made it
me,
good?
maybe you could correct me,
I
but
tried.
you're
I
not even
tried.
doing that.
I tried.
You
What
haven't
about I
tried. You do
tried.
nothing
I
but
tried.
disrespectful to
What
me.
I did. What
Yeah.
about the culture makes it good?
I think Fee had a question for me.
Nope. What about the culture makes it good?
Yeah, if he was just
Are
going to
you
tell you
gonna let me speak?
this is thinker stage. You got to answer her question first, friend.
Okay. Is she gonna let me speak? Because how can I answer if she won't let me speak? It's better if you
I'm
just let
asking
me
you.
speak.
What about the culture makes it good?
I was just about to answer you. So there's a way. There's actually the Bible
Then
outlines.
answer it.
I'm I've just literally started. There's a way that the Bible tells you how now you could own the slave in perpetuity, right? It says that on the seventh year, if now you are to release the slave, but the slave comes back to you and says that I've become part of your family and I love being here, right? Me, my wife, and my children, we love being here. Now you would take the slave to the door. I'm explaining what happened.
Yeah.
It's actually the
Okay.
slave who
No.
has.
And no. Yeah. No. Let me read it. Let me read this to you because again, you assume that we don't know the culture. You're still talking about
No.
indentured servants. Okay. Yes, you are. Leviticus 25 verse 44. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, who and from their families who are with you and who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over them with harshness. This is foreign slaves, not Israelites. They
I
can
think.
buy them from nations around them. This is nothing to do with the year of Jubilee. This is nothing to do with the Israelites. My question to you is, at what point is it good to own humans for life and pass them down to your children?
So again, culture. If okay, so there was
What's
clearly
good about that culture?
what's good about any culture.
What's good about this in the
I'm
culture
telling you this
that
was a
makes this
practice.
good?
I'm telling you that was a practice that was practiced back then, where either people okay, let me remove the Israelites. Let me talk about the other nations, okay? So from those other nations, how are they meant to treat those slaves that they acquired that were property for life? How are they meant to treat them?
They had laws. I can bring up all their laws if you like.
Go right ahead, my
We can
sister.
bring up the Hittite. Which legal code do you want to look at? Which legal code do you want to look at?
Just any you bring up, we'll look at.
All right. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to my email. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finna bring up a book that Dr. Bowen sent me. His
That's
book,
fine.
which I need to go to my post office and pick up the actual signed book. But hold on. He sent me a PDF of the book, so I have to pull that up.
And Victor, while you're pulling that up, Steph, one thing I think you're also missing in this conversation, or maybe I'm not sure if you've thought about this, why would your God be beholden to the culture? If ultimately what you're saying is this God is the arbiter of the entire universe, he's giving us directions on how it is that we should live, and your book says he doesn't change, why would he be required to follow the customs of humans at a specific time? Either a thing is right or a thing is wrong. And I think we can all agree that owning another human being as I own my car is just simply wrong. It's immoral. It's not a humanitarian thing to do. So appealing to the culture of the time does not help the claim that this God is all powerful, definitely does not help the claim that you're making that this God is holy, using the definition of holy that you gave.
All right. So that's a fair statement to make. I wouldn't argue too much with that. But here's what I tell you. So the reason why I bring up culture is because you guys, you have to realize you're westernized. But if you're plugged into those cultures, those practices.
Oh my God! If you say that shit one more time. Like, I don't know why you think slavery
like these people
is
came
just so
from a
motherfucking different. Like
it
it doesn't fucking matter. Owning humans, slavery is slavery. Slavery is slavery. And if slavery existed, it does not. Slavery existed in the ancient Near East before your God told your precious Israelites to participate in that shit. And if slavery was such a good thing, a good and holy thing, then your God should have left the Israelites enslaved in Egypt.
You just made my point.
But he didn't, did he?
You just made my point for me. So that's
exactly. So he took them out of slavery in Egypt. He took them out of slavery in Egypt to make them slave masters.
Nah.
Hypocritical. And exactly is hypocritical. And exactly what Fee just said. You even asking about the laws of the Hittites and the Babylonians in Egypt. Your God copied their laws and made them harsher. Your God in Egypt, in Babylon, debt slavery, indentured servitude in Babylon was 3 years. Your God made it 6.
So here's a fallacy y'all always make by bringing that up, and let me tell you how. So you guys go like, your God copied Babylon and Egypt and whatnot because there's similarities, right? They look exactly the same. But you have to remember that our God was the God of Adam.
No,
and Eve.
because
So
your
our
God's
God
law
was
did not
God
exist.
Egypt
Your
and Babylon.
Your God didn't have a law when Adam and Eve. Your God had no law. You know where the Adam and Eve story came from? It came from Zoroastrianism.
God had a law.
That story was written in 500 BCE. Your God did not have a law. Your God, the code of Namu existed way before the Mosaic law.
Right. And you
the
know
Mosaic law did not exist until 12th century BCE. What law did Adam and Eve have? What slave laws did Adam and Eve have?
They didn't have a slave law, but they had a law. So and the
exactly.
law was, eat of every tree except for the tree of good and evil.
Don't eat of the tree. Right. That's a law. Like y'all, like literally, you want to talk about a fallacy. The fact that you want to call a commandment not to gain knowledge a law when we're talking about fucking slavery.
Not to get, is that how you see it? So you see, like
that's exactly what you just did.
No, that's not how I see it, because I view the Bible from an entirely different lens. You approach the Bible with hate.
We're talking about slavery and you bring up a fucking tree.
Oh wow.
We're talking about slavery and you bring up a tree.
All I hear is hate.
We're talking about slave laws. We're talking about slave law. We're talking about legal codes and you bring up a fucking tree.
No, you asked me.
You bring up a command not to eat from a tree and call it a law. Like for what? For what? How are we going to compare? You are the one who asked about Babylonians. You were the one who asked about the other laws in the ancient Near East.
You asked me what law Adam and Eve had.
You did that. You brought up no, I didn't. You asked about those laws, and I said I can bring them up if you want me to.
You can play this back.
You brought them up because you said when I said how is it good to own other humans and pass them down for life? You brought up the other nations. Slavery was already in the other nations. Then your question was how that stop. Because I don't fucking like liars. I don't like liars. I don't like liars, and I don't like people who think that they that everybody else is stupid around them, and that's how the fuck you've been acting since you've been on this damn stage.
You're acting way.
You literally said, you literally asked the question, how did the other nations treat their slaves? You asked that question, and now you're lying and saying you didn't.
You push till they agree with you.
I don't give a fuck if you agree with me. I just don't want your ass lying. You don't gotta agree with me.
We know you don't.
I don't need you to agree with me. The data agrees with me. I don't need you to agree with me.
It works both ways.
No, it doesn't.
It clearly does.
No, it doesn't. You haven't proven shit with any data. All you've been doing is running your mouth, and you were wrong. I tried to tell you multiple times. I tried to tell you multiple times that we are talking about chattel slavery. Your ass wouldn't listen. You wouldn't listen. You don't know the culture. You're misunderstanding because you don't know the culture. And you were wrong every time.
Right. According to the doctrine, someone keeps muting. You'll just. Someone keeps muting.
Hold on. Who is muting her? Who's muting her?
It's me. Her voice is annoying me.
Oh,
Lala, I'm sorry. Again.
No,
So
you can keep
God
it.
made me with this voice, Lala.
Steph, I think the biggest piece that is being misunderstood in this conversation is that the scripture that Thinker read for you, it clearly makes a distinction between how indentured Israelite servants are supposed to be treated.
It does.
And how chattel slavery, people who you can buy and own and pass down to your children.
As property.
It makes, yes, those are two completely different categories of servitude. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that, except you're missing one point, right?
What's the point
I brought up that point. Okay, I brought up that point previously. So even the Israelites could be owned in perpetuity. That's also part of, and I explained how you had to bring them to the door and make like a certain, I don't know what they call it, but pierce their ear. Once you did that, you held them in perpetuity. So I tried explaining things, but
why do you think that we don't know that? Why do you think we don't know that? The question was, when is it good?
Humility.
The question was, when is owning a human good? That's the question. You're not understanding that.
Here's when. Okay, so when that human being is actually part of your family, he does the same work that your sons do. He eats the same food that your sons eat. He pretty much, even slaves could inherit property from their masters when their masters died. If that's the type of slavery that God had in mind. So pretty much, quote unquote, there were slaves.
That's the type of slavery that's good. Now, what about Leviticus 25:44? Okay, so you believe that indentured servitude is good. Hold on, listen, stop. You believe indentured servitude is good. Now, what about Leviticus 44-46? Chattel slavery.
Okay, so
that's not Israelites. That's not your brothers. Those are foreigners. When is that good?
I've explained it to you. So even the foreigners you also had to be good to the foreigners. It's in the law that even the sojourner among you.
I didn't ask about their treatment. I didn't ask about the treatment. Listen,
so what are you asking
not the
about?
treatment. Not do you treat them good? If you would fucking listen, and this is probably the 50th time that I'm asking this question. I'm not asking you about the treatment. God damn. I am not asking you about how they were treated. Okay?
You've asked when it is
owning humans, period. Shut the entire fuck up or I'm going to take you down. This is fucking ridiculous.
Take me down.
This is ridiculous.
Take me down.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm done. Yeah. I can't fucking not. It's fucking ridiculous. That was the most frustrating conversation I have ever fucking had on this stage.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
It really was. Like, I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I kept pressing mute.
Because I just don't understand. And this is the second or third person that has come up this morning wanting to focus on the why. You skip right past the what in order to justify the why
Hmm.
for the goal of making your God look good. And the bottom line is this. If we as humans in 2024 can realize, you know what? These people are from another nation, they're from another country, their skin color may be different from mine, but they're a human being just like I am. And we need to treat each other with love and respect. That's not a hard concept to understand. But for them to be able to pull, well, you have to understand culture, and then they had this rules, and you had to treat them well. And how about we can just say, we should not own other human beings? We shouldn't treat each other like that. That's
Thank
just
you.
simply not okay. But they can't do that because to do that is to actually see that the God that they serve, that's supposed to be so holy, is nothing like that. It's literally human beings trying to decide what's good for them in that time. And the fact that it changes culture to culture tells you it's humans and it's not some all loving, all knowing deity. That's bullshit.
She would never address the chattel. Like she kept like this is the thing that like frustrates me. Like the whole if we ask a direct question, right? And I say, "Hey, we don't need all of that. We already know all of that. The question is this." I even said your next response should be the reason owning humans is good is because XYZ. She still, you don't know the context. I can't answer like that because you don't know the culture. You don't know like that was really pissing me off. And then she
Yeah.
would not address the part about chattel slavery. That was pissing me off. I repeated the question like 50 damn times. And fucking TikTok gave us a break. And she still came back annoying as fuck.
She was
And
using word salad as a
And
smokescreen.
and I find it interesting that the way she
they do that
started,
very well.
yeah, and she started by saying she likes these conversations because it pushes her to challenge her understanding. But I didn't see a challenge there. I could not I can't imagine a time where I enter in a conversation defending something as abhorrent as slavery and at the same time saying that the
I
conversation is
just,
challenging. That doesn't make any
I
sense to
know. I
me.
don't want to talk about it right now. Yeah, I'm on the thing.
And then the way I was like, the only reason why you're apologizing because you're a Christian. She was quick. She understands direct questions. Yes. She answered that quick, fast, and in a hurry. And then when I said, well, you can keep your apology. We don't want it. Well, I'm going to apologize anyway. And then Lala's like, no, I don't want it. Well, I'm apologizing anyway. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Like the disrespect there. Like, and we're supposed to like pretend like you're just this nice person. Fuck you. No.
Yeah,
Give a fuck if you are a Christian. Like, you're
anybody
disrespectful as fuck.
and anybody apologizing for slavery, like I can't make sense of that. Oh, well, they
And
treated them
that's,
like family, but they were slaves, but they were owned. I don't care what you call it. You could call me your play cousin, but if you own me, there's a power dynamic there. If I am your property that you can pass on to your children, I am not your family. And you can call it that if you want to.
You grown ass people in the comments asking me why I'm cursing. Like, y'all need to go ahead and scroll. Go to school or do some shit. Like, I don't know. Like, you're too grown asking that damn question. And you probably your music catalog probably got more cuss words than I've said in the last 10 minutes. Like, stop the bullshit. Mishi. Is it Mishi?
Oh, I didn't mean to be on here. My bad. Sorry.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good day. I'm not a Christian. I'm gonna be unchristian, like, because I'm not a Christian, and thank you for noticing that. Y'all are funny talking about I'm not it's unchristian like because I say fuck, but you'll get up here and defend a Christian's right or a believer's right to own a fucking slave. Like y'all will get up here and you would defend your God telling the Israelites to sacrifice 32 little virgins to him. Y'all would defend your God telling the Israelites to go into another land and genocide people. But lo and behold, somebody say fuck or ass or damn. Y'all are hypocritical.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
Yes,
I
how are
just want
you?
to say, I'm good, thanks. It's just weird that and I like the fact that you set the rule for your stage. To
Don't come up here and do that. I'm not interested. Like, seriously. Especially if you're a total stranger. If you're not a nerd, you can come on stage and say what you feel like you need to say. Thank you, baby. Other than that, I don't care. If you think it's disrespectful, you don't have to be here. That's all they're doing is hate watching. Like I don't have the patience today. I don't. I don't have to earn your respect. I don't know you. I don't have to sit here and listen to you. I don't know you.
Hello, good morning. I wanted to speak on one of these
Uh
subjects here.
Good morning. Are you a Christian, a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in
I can't take
Jesus.
anything out on your God because he doesn't exist to me. Total
I wanted
stranger.
to speak on this
Which topic?
subject. Where is it? God wanted robots, and you agreed to it. So,
Okay,
what
go
what does that
ahead.
exactly mean that God wanted robots?
He
Because
wanted people to follow his will and do his way and
yeah,
surrender their
that's
will to him to make the choice. And that's what he wants.
right. I just feel as though that's not necessarily true. If we in the
He
biblical
doesn't want people to
context,
do his will.
he does
God
not.
God doesn't want you to do his will? Oh,
No,
what scripture says that?
the actual verse in scripture I couldn't guide you to it, but in the book of Genesis,
Can you
right,
find it for me?
where human
No, no, no,
consciousness
not I'm
is
not
being
just talking about the book
developed,
of Genesis. No,
you
I'm
don't
not
want
talking
to do
about
that.
just the book of Genesis. Where in this Bible, like, do you think that concept only came from the book of Genesis? Like, where in this Bible
No,
does
I'm
this
not
God say
defending
that he
that.
does not want you to follow his will or his commands? Then what
Where
are you
he
defending? Because the stance says that God wanted robots and you agreed. So does your God not want you to follow his will, his command, his way,
no,
his laws?
not everybody.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Well,
The people
when the
that are
serpent
his
was
people.
placed, when the serpent was placed in the garden,
What the fuck?
this means
What
that
is
he
that? I don't
doesn't want
care about the
everyone to
garden.
follow his will.
Listen, I did it say everyone? Does that say everyone?
It kind of does. It doesn't
No, it
exclude
doesn't.
everyone.
It
It
says
said
God wanted robots and you. Are you a follower of this God?
yes. So
Okay, you agreed.
and
right?
I don't follow his will.
Is he a
And there's a
Muslim?
lot of people that
Hold
don't.
on. Nakalanzi, is he a Muslim?
Who are
Are you a
you?
Muslim?
See, I am
Because
a believer in
again, I
Christ.
asked, are you Christian? Deconstructing? Are you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible?
I'm a believer in the God of the Christian
This
Bible. Yes.
conversation is for Christians. This conversation is for Christians, people
Can you hear me?
deconstructing from Christianity, or atheists. Are
Are
you
you
a
hearing me?
Muslim?
I don't think you hear me when I'm talking. Are you talking to the
Yeah,
chat? Or
are
you
you
talking
a
to me?
Muslim? I'm
I
talking to
am a
you.
believer in the Christian God and the Bible. Yeah, I can
Are
talk
but
up here.
are you? Do you believe in? Do you believe in Allah? Do you believe in Allah?
I believe in God. Yes, I do. God,
Do you believe in Prophet Muhammad?
that he was a prophet. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
They are so stupid. Oh my gosh.
It's freaking ridiculous. Marissa said he is a Christlum. Kim, hi, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm here, present. Uh, I just have to. Every time they're
Are
asking,
you a Christian?
I'd rather, I'd
Are you?
rather
I'm sorry. Are
not.
you a Christian? I'm
I'd
sorry.
rather
No,
not answer
okay,
that.
then I'm gonna take you down. Okay.
No, 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 don't do
All
that.
right, I'm gonna take you down. Have a good day. Are you gonna be able to stop me?
What the hell is wrong with y'all?
What is happening this morning?
I'm getting, you
They
know
don't
what?
like
I'm
following
already
rules.
frustrated.
For some reason,
Y'all
they
are really,
me too. For like they have this spirit of privilege. Like they're not used to people having boundaries or setting rules. But goddamn, I don't give a fuck. I'm telling y'all, I don't. Like I can be nice or I can be a bitch,
and I don't give a
and that's
fuck
just that on
either.
that.
So that's two fucks that's not given. Fee, do you give a fuck? Shit.
If I had a fuck, I still wouldn't give it. So no, absolutely not.
What the fuck? Oh my
I'm
god.
tired.
MJ, how are you?
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me up. I am learning so much here on this live. I mean, I feel like the ultimate goal is to not be a slave in any way, shape, or form. You know, and listening to this, I'm thinking, how many of us don't even realize that we are actually still slaves to something, you know? And so at the end of the day, I think that the ultimate goal was to get us, humanity, to evolve to a point where we are no longer slaves. But to some degree, we are slaves to all of these discussions. We're slaves to politicians. We're slaves to certain types of foods, drugs, doctors. There's so many things that we are slaves to that in order to find ultimate freedom, it takes work. And I feel like I'm just at a place where I'm thinking, okay, this is way too much to comprehend. So the only thing I could do is dig into my world and figure out where I'm enslaved. If that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
it's a personal journey. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a personal journey, right? And you have to figure things out for yourself.
Right.
And unfortunately, there are people on this earth who don't even want you to do that,
Right.
you know?
And no, it's true because we all have
Because
a
people think that they're just because they have a belief.
right. Because we all have a different journey. We've all come from different backgrounds, and some of us have experienced more pain and suffering than others. And no one understands the level of pain or suffering that you've been through because they don't know you. And so then their judgment falls in and they become a slave to their judgment. You know, that's why I think the
Well,
ultimate.
I'm gonna speed this up. I'm gonna speed this up because I don't let people come up and just kind of like talk. There's a purpose. Like if you're gonna be on stage, there has to be a purpose. But I agree that your belief system should be your own belief system. You shouldn't be pushing it on other people. And unfortunately, there are people who have a belief system and they try to force it on others. And
Yeah.
so, so these discussions have to happen because of that. But I definitely thank you for coming up. Okay.
Alrighty, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. For those of you that's never been in here before, this room is not a open forum room to just come up and talk. There are 7 topics on the board. If you come on stage, unless you have that badge next to your name and you are a nerd, please come on stage and participate in one of the topics. Only a nerd can come on stage and change the topic. And we do open forums on Thursdays, right? So if you have like an off topic topic that you want to bring up or talk about, please wait until Thursday for that. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ashton, look at his
What you
comment.
laughing at? What he said? He said, I respect a lot, but I wanted to come up to get dropped. It feels like Six Flags. Oh my God, Ashton.
Not Six Flags.
Okay, that was a good one.
You know what I'm sorry. So you just brought somebody up.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I'm kind of bothered sometimes, and I understand why people say it, but I think it kind of waters down the actual devastation of what slavery is to say that we're all slaves to something. To utilize something or for a certain dynamic to be a part of a community is not to be a slave to a thing. And to be a slave of a person is not to be it's not the same as to be a slave to something, even in the context with which they're using it. So I would definitely appreciate if people were a lot more careful about how they're using that. You're watering down a brutal institution and you're trying to make it something that it's not in order to make this God look better. Call a thing a thing. Like don't conflate those two things because they are not even remotely close to being the same.
I agree. I am Love.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Good
Can you
morning.
hear
How are
me?
you?
I'm finding you.
Yes. How are you?
I can't complain. I've been watching your lives a lot. Like I come across them a lot. And I'm gonna get down. I just really wanted to get up here and because I'm a person who's trying to figure out. I am a considered an African American woman, and I am a mother of 3, and I'm 40 years old, and I'm still trying to figure out this whole concept of God, the devil. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, which I don't practice as an adult, but a lot of your topics leave a lot of room for me to think about what I'm actually doing and my choices of what I'm praising or what I'm not praising. And to be honest, I just wanted to say thank you. I'm going to get down and keep listening, but I wanted to say thank you because I definitely don't want to keep going forward with being blind and stupid and all this unnecessary, all these unnecessary feelings to have. But I just wanted to say thank you for doing this because you do it, and I come across you a lot, and it's waking me up in ways that I usually just keep conversation between myself and my journal. But your viewpoints and your ability to be able to stack facts on top just is helping a whole lot. So just wanted to say good looking and keep kicking butt. And I'm just in the comments and I followed you. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm Love. I appreciate that. I hope you
No
have a
problem.
beautiful day. Okay.
You too. Thank you, Mama.
And I am Love.
Yeah. Yes.
You're
I'm a
welcome.
fellow XJ Dub as well, and so is Justine that's in here. So you are in good company. I was in it for 30 years, born and raised. My dad was an elder.
My goodness, and the not to say it like this, but the type of damage that it leaves on you running around here is turn the other cheek, and it does a number on you when you enter the world and really see what everything is. So I need to be here, so I'm gonna stay here listening. So you guys just keep kicking butt. I'm gonna get down in the comments and send my let 'em cooks and all that good stuff. Okay.
Have a good
Thank
one.
you.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. I like those. Did Jesus is God come up already? I thought he came up
No,
when I went to go
when
get
they
use the
when I
bathroom.
was looking for them, they weren't in the queue. So yeah.
Okay.
Hey, how
Hi,
y'all
how are
doing?
you?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Okay.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
I want to discuss God can stop sin or simply forgive it. That's the topic I wanted to
All right, go
discuss.
ahead.
Okay, so sin is evil, correct? I mean, biblically speaking, would sin be considered evil?
Is that how you define it biblically?
Yeah.
Biblically, if you want to define it that way, yeah.
Okay. All right. So God needs sin to exist because
There's a lot of background noise. Jesus is God. Not sure what you're doing, but can you minimize that somehow?
you know what? I'm actually in the middle of something. Can I just come back up in like 5 minutes or something?
Sure. I can't promise you that we won't be in the middle of a conversation. Sometimes they may last like 2 hours. So, if you come back in that time and we don't have anybody, I'll bring you right up. Okay.
Oh, okay, well, can I just mute my mic and somebody else could come up? Or should I just drop and then rejoin when I'm
No,
ready?
no. Unfortunately, I don't let anyone hang out on stage. Unfortunately, I don't allow anyone to hang out on stage while there's another guest on stage.
Okay, all right, I'll try to rejoin again.
Okay. Thank you. Man, TikTok is moving slow. Okay, they're not there. If you are in the guest request box and you're trying to come on stage, can you comment for me? I see you, Aiden. We gotta let me bring up other people first, since you've been on stage already, and then if we go through everybody, then I'll bring you back up.
Is that Avion?
Austin.
Yeah. Good
I
morning.
think I like Aiden, but yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
Avion.
call him Avion.
Bilal, I think that's weird that you're back in my request box when I took you down. I think it's really weird that you are doing that.
And that's why I call
Austin,
you
hi.
Avion.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, an atheist, or a wait, I said all three, didn't
I am a
I? Yeah.
Christian.
Are you one of those?
I am a
Okay.
Christian.
And which topic did you want to discuss? Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss? Give me just a sec. Like, y'all think that setting boundaries is rude. I said no. You tried to cross that boundary. Do that took you out of the guest request box. That's not rude. Like, y'all's God, y'all's Jesus told y'all to turn the other cheek. Like, you can do that for yourself, right? You can turn the other cheek and let people slap the shit out of you over and over and over again, right? Your book tells you not to resist evil. right? When someone is doing something to you, your book tells you to let them just keep doing it. You can do that. We don't. There are boundaries, there are rules, and we enforce them. You can call them rude all you want, but that's just what it is. Which one did you want to do,
Uh,
Austin?
I'm actually interested in several of the topics, but I want to start with the number one, which is.
So I just want to let you know that you can only do one topic. So please pick a topic that you really want to do. Okay, you're not going to be able to do multiple topics.
Yeah, which is the devil belongs to believers. So
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I entirely disagree with that. Because the reason why sometimes we look at it that way is because the Christians, usually fight for that. Well, I can remember when I was I actually grew up in a family that actually do not it's not a Christian background. So I remember my grandfather also used to, pray some prayer against bad spirit, which he considered as devil as a then. So I see no reason why this should be classified as for Christian alone, because in the book of Job, chapter 1, the Bible says when the children of God were gathered, that the devil was also there, and God called on him and asked him, where are you going? Where are you from? And all that. And he said that he is going to and fro looking for whom to devour. So he did not specifically say that he was looking. And then there was nothing of Christianity. You see it? So there was nothing of Christianity because that was of old. Jesus have not come to die to establish the roots of Christianity. So, but then devil was already there. So what's your take on this?
Where does it say the devil belongs to Christians up there?
Yeah, the devil belongs to Christians. So, okay. Oh, sorry, to believers.
Wait. Where does it say that the devil belongs to Christians up there?
I just say believers, but I know that Christians are usually referred to as believers.
Believers are referred to as believers.
Okay.
Believers are.
I think you're right, because there are actual several personalities that believe in one thing or the other, though. So, but when I first saw that, I assumed it was Christians alone.
Well, I don't know why you assume that, but you're saying you do agree that the devil belongs to believers.
To an extent, if it's not classified only to Christians, because I said I'm a Christian.
Okay, thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, can I take another
Have a good day. No. Have a good day.
I think that's a perfect example of, please, read the question. He spent the entire time arguing a point that wasn't even made.
And I literally said, make sure that you answer, that you can only do one. Make sure that you pick one that you really want to do. Jackie? Hello, Jackie. Are you there?
Good morning. How you doing? Good morning,
Okay.
Jackie. I'm
I'm
going
good. How are you?
to
Oh, wait.
read this. Oh
I don't know if she's
no.
talking to us. I'm just going to, yeah, I'm going to take it down. I don't know what that was. Mm. How do I pronounce your name?
Oh,
Is it Shipra?
it is, but I didn't choose to join the live. I'm confused.
That's okay. TikTok will just throw you in the limelight and say it's your time to shine.
Okay.
That's okay. I can take you down. I hope you have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thank you. Okay, so not there. Thank you, Christina. One more day to go. Are you rested? Are you rested and ready to get back to the shenanigans? There aren't any comments about politics. There shouldn't be. And there shouldn't be any political comments. Y'all hear that? Y'all see that? What she said?
Mm-mm.
She said I'm going live at 11:30 and I'm gonna make them regret it. She get her live back today.
She said I'm gonna. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Emily's not there. If you are in the guest request box and you want to be there on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up on stage. Did anybody check on Bash? He went to Ari and Sister Slab and JC004. Are y'all in the guest request box on purpose? Oh, okay, I see.
Ari said,
Wait, is
yeah.
this our Ari?
I don't see a nerd badge.
Hi.
No, that's a different Ari.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
my gosh, I can't believe I'm
Hi,
on.
how
This is
are
my
you?
first live. I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me
That's
well?
good. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist? Yes.
Okay, great. So I am a Christian.
Oh, okay.
I've had a tumultuous journey in the faith. Actually, I had a 10-year gap in my Christian journey, and I recently got baptized, I guess, in September. I came back to it, and yeah, I'm very grateful. I just stumbled on this live and I saw your questions. I thought the conversation were interesting. I can tell you guys are very educated. You've said that you've read the word. I'm not sure about your background, but looking at the topics, what I thought was interesting is believers don't like the Old
Can you pick a
Testament.
topic?
Yeah, believers don't like the
Okay.
Old Testament. I started reading the Old Testament from the beginning a few months ago. I'm not quite there yet, but I think I've read the first let's say 7 books of the Old Testament, and I didn't really know what to expect, but I just went into it because I was like, I want to get to know God. I want to get to know what the Bible says about God. Who is he? Let me just go from the start and start reading. And I was reading and I was shocked. I was really surprised. I did not think I was going to enjoy it the way I enjoyed it. It is not the easiest read sometimes, but I was very surprised what I found actually. So I'm a believer, I guess, and I did enjoy the Old Testament. I think it's a great collection, and it shows a lot that is unexpected sometimes.
So which part did you like? The part where they chopped up the woman in 12 pieces, where they sent her out to be raped all night? And then the Levite chopped her body up into 12 pieces and sent her out to like the 12 tribes of Israel. Like that part was like really cool.
Yeah, that's a great point. So there's a difference between endorsement and description, in my view. One thing is endorsement.
No, you said it was really cool that you liked it, right?
Yeah,
no, I didn't say you was endorsing it. What I asked, like you said, it was a really cool book. Like it was really, like I'm asking, like what parts did you like? Like I'm asking, like was that one of the cool parts?
So yeah, I told you that I started reading because I wanted to get to know more of who God is. So if you want to get
right,
to
I
know
got that.
someone,
I heard
yeah,
you.
so
Ari,
can I answer the question?
I heard Ari. No, you're not answering my question.
Ooh.
I asked you about when the Levite chopped up the woman's body, the concubine's body, after sending her out to be raped all night. What I asked was that one of the cool parts that you read?
So I think there's a little bit of a lag. So you might not be hearing me when I'm speaking. I think there's a few seconds lag. So I'm answering your question. You asked me what I liked, and then you asked me specifically, did I like that part? So what I can tell you in me answering, can I answer? I'm going to answer your question. So just wait a couple of seconds. So
yeah, but you like you going like no. You're saying, you're reminding me, right, that you read the Bible because you wanted to get to know God. I heard all of that. I don't need you to repeat that. Yeah, I heard that. I asked you like what was one of the enjoyable parts of the Old Testament, and I asked about that specific story. Like, was that an enjoyable story for you?
Okay, so yeah, no, it wasn't great. It's not, I'm a woman, obviously, so that description of those events was gruesome. There's many gruesome things in the Bible, in the Old Testament.
Yeah. So what was particularly enjoyable in the Old Testament?
The reason why I read it and the reason why I enjoyed it, because I got to know more about God's character and the story.
So tell me about the God's character.
Yeah. Okay, so
like tell me, that's what I'm asking you for specifics. Ari, so let me explain. I'm a very direct person, right? I'm very direct. So when I ask a question, like that's what I really mean. Like I'm not asking a vague question, right? So what I'm asking is like when you read the Old Testament, I would like to know.
I'll answer you.
Can I finish? Like I'm gonna finish. Let me finish because I'm trying to tell you how to answer me, how I communicate. Okay. Right? I don't need, I'm not asking you a vague question, right? I already know why you read the Old Testament, right? I don't need you to explain that again. What I would like to know is what you found in the text, the stories that you found in the Old Testament to be enjoyable. Yeah. That helped you understand this God's character.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I can list, I guess, the top couple of things that I found. First of all, God's faithfulness and God's, I guess, intentionality and care when he was creating the world, when he created humans, and I guess his heart behind wanting to be behind his people in a sense. And first and foremost, his faithfulness. If you read through the Genesis, if you read through what the Israelites have gone through, and you look at how God responded throughout every single situation, these people kept portraying him again and again and again, and he kept staying by their side, pleading with them, calling them to himself. So faithfulness is one of the greatest attributes of God. And in the Old Testament, in reading through the book and how he relates with his people, that's one thing that I found more about and I enjoyed, to answer your question.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me see something. I think it's yeah. Let's see. I see you. Jesus is Lord. I got you next. Let's see. So this is one of the times that he was like pleading with them, like when they he was mad at him. Right.
What
Like they
chapter are
talked
you
to him like,
in?
they're his bride. Ezekiel 16.
Mm-hmm.
The word of the Lord came to me, mortal, make known to Jerusalem her abominations and say, thus says the Lord God to Jerusalem, your origin and your birth were in the land of the Canaanites. Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. As for your birth, on the day you were born, your navel cord was not cut, nor were you washed with water to cleanse you, nor rubbed with salt, nor wrapped in cloths. No eye pitied you to do any of these things for you out of compassion for you, but you were thrown out into the open field, for you were abhorred on the day you were born. I passed by you, and I saw you flaying about in your blood, as you lay in your blood. I said to you, live and grow up like a plant of the field. You grew up and became tall and arrived at full womanhood. Your breasts were formed and your hair had grown, yet you were naked and bare. I passed by you again and looked on you. You were at the age for love. I spread the edge of my cloak over you and covered your nakedness. I pledged myself to you and entered into a covenant with you, says the Lord God, and you became mine. Then I bathed you with water and washed off the blood from you and anointed you with oil. I clothed you with embroidered cloth and with sandals of fine leather. I bound you in fine linen and covered you with rich fabric. I adorned you with ornaments. I put bracelets on your arms, a chain on your neck, a ring on your nose, earrings in your ears, and a beautiful crown upon your head. You were adorned with gold and silver, while your clothing was of fine linen, rich fabric, and embroidered cloth. You had choice flour and honey and oil for food. You grew exceedingly beautiful, fit to be a queen. And your fame spread among the nations on account of your beauty, for it was perfect because of my splendor that I had bestowed upon you, says the Lord God. But you trusted in your beauty and prostituted yourself because of your fame and lavished your prostitutions on any passerby. You took some of your garments and made for yourself colorful high places and on them prostituted yourself. Nothing like this has ever been or shall be. You also took your beautiful jewels of my gold and my silver that I had given you and made for yourself male images and with them prostituted yourself. And you took your embroidered garments to cover them and set my oil and my incense before them. Also, my bread that I gave you, I fed you with choice flour and oil and honey, and you set it before them as a pleasing odor. And so it was, says the Lord God. You took your sons and your daughters, whom you had borne to me, and these you sacrificed to them to be devoured, as if your prostitutions were not enough. You slaughtered my children and delivered them up as an offering to them. And in all your abominations and your prostitutions did you remember the days of your youth, when you were naked and bare, flaying about in your blood. After all your wickedness, woe to you, says the Lord God. You built yourself a platform and made yourself a lofty place in every square. At the head of every street, you built your lofty place and prostituted your beauty, offering yourself to every passerby and multiplying your prostitution. You prostituted yourself with Egyptians, your lustful neighbors, multiplying your prostitution to provoke me to anger. Therefore, I stretched out my hand against you and reduced your rations and gave you up to the will of your enemies, the daughters of the Philistines, who were ashamed of your lewd behavior. You prostituted yourself with the Assyrians because you were insatiable. You prostituted yourself with them, and still you were not satisfied. You multiplied your prostitution with Chaldea, the land of merchants, and even with this you were not satisfied. How sick is your heart, says the Lord God, that you did these things, the deeds of a brazen prostitute, building your platform at the head of every street and making your lofty place in every square. Yet you were not like a prostitute because you scorned payment. Adulterous wife who receives strangers instead of her husband. Gifts are given to prostitutes, but you gave your gifts to lovers, bribing them to come to you from all around from your prostitutions. So you were different from other women in your prostitutions. Nobody solicited you to prostitute. You prostituted yourself. You gave payment while no payment was given to you. You were different. Therefore, O prostitute, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord God, because your lust was poured out and your nakedness uncovered in your prostitution with your lovers, and because all your abominable idols, and because of the blood of your children that you gave to them, therefore I will gather all your lovers with whom you took pleasure, all those you loved and all those you hated. I'm going to gather them against you from all around and will uncover your nakedness so that they can see all of your nakedness. I will judge you as women who commit adultery and shed blood are judged and bring blood upon you in wrath and jealousy. I will deliver you into their hands, and they shall throw down your platform and break down your lofty places. They shall strip you of your clothes and take your beautiful objects and leave you naked and bare. They shall bring you a mob against you, and they shall stone you and cut you to pieces with their swords. They shall burn your houses and execute judgments on you in the sight of many women. I will stop you from prostituting yourself, and you shall also make no more payments. So I will satisfy my fury on you, and my jealousy shall turn away from you. I will be calm and will be angry no longer, because you have not remembered the days of your youth, but you have enraged me with all these things. Therefore I have returned your deeds upon your head, says the Lord God. Have you not committed lewdness beyond all your abominations? See, everyone who uses proverbs will use this proverb about you, like mother, like daughter. You are the daughter of your mother who loathed her husband and her children, and you are the sister of your sister who loathed her husbands and their children. Your mama was a Hittite, and your daddy was an Amorite. Your big sister is Samaria, who lived with her daughters to the north of you. Your little sister, who lived to the south of you, is Sodom with her daughters. You not only followed after their ways and acted according to their abominations, within a very little time, you were more corrupt than they were in all their ways. As I live, says the Lord God, your sister Sodom and her daughters haven't even done half the stuff that you and your daughters have done. This was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, access of food, and prosperous ease, but they didn't aid the poor and needy. They were haughty and they did abominable things before me. Therefore, I removed them when I saw it. Samaria has not even committed half of your sins. You have committed more abominations than they, and have made your sisters appear righteous by their abominations that you have committed. Bear your disgrace, you also, for you have brought about for your sisters a more favorable judgment because of your sins, in which you acted more abominably than they. They are more in the right than you. So be ashamed, you also, and bear your disgrace, for you have made your sisters look righteous. I will restore their fortunes of Sodom and her daughters, and the fortunes of Samaria and her daughters, and I'll restore your own fortunes among with theirs, in order that you may bear your disgrace and be ashamed of all that you have done, becoming a consolation to them. As for your sister Sodom and her daughters shall return to their former state. Samaria and her daughters shall return to their former state, and you and your daughters shall return to your former state. Was not your sister Sodom a byword in your mouth in the day of your pride, before your wickedness was uncovered? Now you are a mockery to the daughters of Eden and all their neighbors, and to the daughters of the Philistines, those all around who despise you. You must bear the penalty of your lewdness and your abomination, says the Lord. Yea, thus says the Lord God, I will do with you as you have done, you who have despised the oath, breaking the covenant. Yet I will remember my covenant with you in the days of your youth, and I will establish with you an everlasting covenant. Then you will remember your ways and be ashamed when you received your older and younger sisters, and I give them to you as daughters, but not on account of my covenant with you. I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall know that I am the Lord, in order that you may remember and be confounded and never open your mouth again because of your shame when I forgive you all that you have done, says the Lord God. It sounds like an abusive ass relationship. Have you ever been in an abusive relationship?
I have. I've not had amazing boyfriends. Some were, verbally abusive, but I depend. Yeah, but I cannot say they were.
Did you recognize anything like with the abusive boyfriends? Like, did you recognize anything in that? The language?
So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put words in your mouth. What are you asking me? If I'm recognizing abusive language, you're saying that God is abusive in the way that he speaks about his people?
I'm asking, did you recognize anything in there? I already told you when I finished reading, I told you what I thought about it. I'm asking, did you recognize anything?
No, I do not believe God is abusive.
This isn't Sebastian's sister, Lisa. I've met Lisa. Oh, never mind. Damn. I'm okay. Hey, Lisa. I thought you were saying that Ari was you. I see you. Okay, hold on. Let me follow you. Let me follow you right quick. I'm like, that ain't Sebastian's sister. I met Lisa. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Wait, where did she go?
It's been a long night.
It's been a long night. I thought there was somebody trying to say Ari was Lisa. I'm like, no, that's not. I met Lisa.
You don't see it?
I got you. I'm following you now. Huh? Yeah, I see it now. Okay. No, okay, so what I'm saying is, right. I can't forget about you. So I'm saying I told you how I felt about it, like right after I finished reading it. I do see and notice abusive language, the narcissistic tactics, right? The name calling, the shaming, and then like the love bombing immediately after. Right. I recognize it because I was in an abusive marriage, right? And I did deal with a narcissistic husband. And so I know like how that feeling of shame and like you owe me, I did all of this for you. And then you don't deserve this. This woman is beautiful, more prettier than you and blah, blah, blah. Like I've noticed that when reading that, the first time I read that, it triggered me because it's very narcissistic and abusive.
Yeah, I can 100% see.
Yeah, I was asking, did you notice any of that?
Yeah, so I can 100%, especially if you had that history of abuse, how you could read this text and then get triggered by that language, because I can see where you're coming from for sure. The reason why I said that I didn't recognize that because I put it in the context of everything that I guess the book in the Bible wants to say. So this is a metaphor to talk about Israel and the fact that it's like you get married, right? You get married to someone, you want them to be faithful to you. You'd appreciate if they didn't cheat on you. So the analogy, like the metaphor that God is using is comparing Israel, his people, like a bride who betrayed him. We were together. And we had this agreement between us that you expect your boyfriend, your spouse to be faithful, and then they're not. And then they turn their back. And that's why I guess that language is there. And I can see why it might seem a bit harsh when you say, I will strip you and this and this and that. It's the literal style conveys.
I mean, like, did you hear what? Like, did you hear? He compared her to a prostitute. He compared Israel to a prostitute, and a dirty woman.
Yeah. So the reason why I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
There's no love in that. Like, where's the love?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the reason why,
hold on, can I finish? Let me finish. Ari, let me finish and then you can respond. He compared her to a woman a dirty woman. He told them, nobody pays for your shit. You give it away for free. You pay for people to want you. Like he wanted to hurt them. He wanted to hurt their mind. He wanted them to feel shame so that they would come back. Like I don't know. Like you said, you've had just wonderful boyfriends.
No, I didn't
right?
say that.
And you've never had. I'm sorry. I thought you said you've had wonderful boyfriends that you. That's what I thought was your response,
No.
but I might have misunderstood you. But I don't know. Like, and when you are being shamed by another person, so that they make sure that you don't leave them, they tear your self-esteem down so far to where you think you don't deserve anything better, and that what you see, right? They will tell you that what you're doing is so bad that nobody should love you, right? That they are the only person in the world that loves you, because you're dirty, ugly, fat, right? You should be happy that that somebody wants you. That's literally what this God did here in this book. This is very abusive language. There's no love in this. And then to say that a God is justified, an all-knowing, all-powerful God is justified for having his baby feelings hurt, to that he crushes on humans because humans keep disappointing an all-powerful being.
Can I come into that? Give you my thoughts?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, okay. So, I think in the conversations earlier. Okay, let me not come back because I don't want to misinterpret what you say, but I don't know how you stand on the concept of free will or anything like that. The whole point is that we have a choice. We can make a choice. Like in our society.
But why are we talking about free will? I'm talking about your God. I'm not. Why are we talking about free will when I'm talking about how your God spoke here? Like, what does free will have to do with how your God chose to speak here?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gathering that because when I try to answer, I try to like lay a foundation and then go into my answer. But I think you don't appreciate that. You just want me to like go straight to what exactly will answer your question. So, I think like what I believe is that a prostitute, like the fact that he called Israel a prostitute, is because a prostitute in like our understanding is a woman that has many different partners, many different lovers. And in this literature analogy is like idolatry is when you should be committed to one person, but instead of being committed to one person, you turn to this, you turn to that, you turn to that, you turn to that. And God compares the sins of Israel to Sodom and Gomorrah, to like turning to gluttony, pride, arrogance, sexual immorality. You mentioned how gruesome it was, that woman being assaulted and cut up in pieces. That's the type of stuff that God doesn't actually condone. If you read the whole book, there was an uproar to that. People wanted to go to war over what was done to that woman. So if you see your people, Israel, turning to do that type of stuff, God is going to be like, you need to be self-aware. So you're talking about shame, and I see what you did about is less about making them feel shame and more about making them aware of what they're doing. Turning a mirror to themselves and see, look at what you've done. Look at what you're choosing over me. Look at what you're turning to. So it's not, I want to make you feel bad because you're bad. You only should have me. It's not creating shame to bring you down. Is telling you what you're doing. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing that, you're doing that. It's reality, and it's wanting them to be self-aware.
All right. So in this book, when you were reading the Old Testament, did you recognize a theme from this God when it came to women? Whenever the God spoke about Israel as a woman, did you recognize a theme when he spoke of Israel as a woman?
I don't know where you're going with. I don't think I recognize any specific theme. Maybe if you have, you can let me know.
So whenever Israel disappointed the God, or the God was mad at Israel, they were an adulterous, dirty woman.
Yeah.
When the God loves Israel, they are his son. When they did bad, they was his wife.
Where do you see
When
that?
they did good, did you not hear me? Like the question that I asked? As you are reading through the book, right, through the Old Testament, did you recognize a theme?
So I think you're trying to say that
Hosea, like in
when
the book of Hosea, and the book of Hosea. Well, I'm not trying to say, I am saying, when he's mad at Israel, they are an adulterous
that's
woman
not
or
true. I'm
whore
sorry. I
or
don't agree with
prostitute.
that. I read the whole book of Hosea
Well,
and
I
I
mean, I
don't
can give you
see
the
what you're
scriptures.
saying about when he's angry, they're a woman, and when he's happy with them, they're a man. If you could show that,
Yeah,
that'd be
that's
great.
okay. I
But
can
I
back up
don't see
what I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But let's first I'm going to give you some scriptures, and then we can read Hosea. Hosea 1, you are familiar, where he tells the prophet to marry a whore, right, and have children with them.
Yeah.
Right, and then he tells them to name them. The reason why he tells them to do that is because Israel is the whore, right? Okay. Jeremiah, when he talks about Israel's unfaithfulness, he compares that to a man divorcing his wife who has gone astray with another man in Jeremiah chapter 3. Right? Ezekiel 23, he basically tells her that Israel, that they are an adulterous woman. He's going to let her get raped. Right? In Isaiah, right, he talks about Israel's unfaithfulness and calls Israel a whore. It says Israel has become an adulterous woman and calls Israel a whore again. And then in Revelation, the whore, the enemy of God is a woman, and she's called a whore. Right? She's the great prostitute in Revelations.
Okay.
Here's Hosea. The word of the Lord that came to Hosea, son of Beeri, in the days of King Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah of Judah, and in the days of King Jeroboam, son of Joash of Israel. When the Lord first spake through Hosea, the Lord said, Hosea, go take for yourself a wife of prostitution and have children of prostitution, for the land commits great prostitution by forsaking the Lord. So he went and took Gomer, daughter of Diblaim, and she conceived and bore him a son. And the Lord said to him, name him Jezreel, for in a little while I will punish the house of Jehu for the blood of Jezreel, and I will put an end to the kingdom of the house of Israel. On that day I will break the bow of Israel in the valley of Jezreel. She conceived again and bore a daughter. Then the Lord said to him, name her Lo-Ruhamah, for I will no longer have pity on the house of Israel or forgive them, but I will have pity on the house of Judah, and I will save them by the Lord their God. I will not save them by bow or by sword or by war or by horses or by horsemen. When she had weaned Lo-Ruhamah, she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said, name him Lo-Ami, for you are not my people, and I am not your God. Yet the number of the people of Israel shall be like the sand of the sea, which can be neither measured nor numbered. And in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, it shall be said to them, children of the living God, the people of Judah and the people of Israel shall be gathered together, and they shall appoint for themselves one head, and they shall rise up from the land, for the great shall be the day of Jezreel. Second. Say to your brothers, Ami, and to your sisters, Ruhamah, plead with your mother, plead, for she is not my wife, and I am not her husband, that she may put away her prostitution from her face, and her adultery from between her breasts, or I will strip her naked and expose her as in the day she was born, and make her like a wilderness, and turn her into a parched land, and kill her with thirst. Upon her children also I will have no pity, because they are children of prostitution. For their mother has prostituted herself. She who conceived them has acted shamefully. For she said, I will go after my lovers, then give me my bread and my water, my wool and my flax, my oil and my drink. Therefore I will hedge up her way with thorns, and I will build a wall against her, so that she cannot find her paths. She shall pursue her lovers, but not overtake them, and she shall seek them, but shall not find them. Then she shall say, I will go and return to my first husband, for it was better with me than now. She did not know that it was I who gave her the grain, the wine, the oil, and who lavished her upon her silver and gold that they used for Baal. Therefore I will take back my grain in its time, and my wine in its season, and I will take away my wool and my flax, which were to cover her nakedness. Now I will uncover her shame in the sight of her lovers, and no one shall rescue her out of my hand. I will put an end to all her mirth, her festivals, her new moons, her Sabbaths, and all her appointed festivals. I will lay waste her vines and her fig trees, of which she said, These are my pay, for my lovers have given me. I will make them a forest, and the wild animals shall devour them. I will punish her for the festival days of the Baals, to whom she offered incense and decked herself with her rings and jewelry, and went after her lovers and forgot me, says the Lord. Therefore I will now allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. From there I will give her her vineyards and make the valley of Achor a door of hope. There she will respond as in the days of her youth, as at the time when she came out of the land of Egypt. On that day, says the Lord, you will call me my husband, and no longer will you call me my Baal. For I will remove the names of the Baals from her mouth, and they shall be mentioned by name no more. I will make for you a covenant on that day with the wild animals, the birds of the air, and the creeping things of the ground, and I will abolish the bow, the sword, and war from the land, and I will make you lie down in safety, and I will take you for my wife forever. I will take you for my wife in righteousness and in justice, in steadfast love and in mercy. I will take you for my wife in faithfulness, and you shall know the Lord. On that day I will answer, says the Lord, I will answer the heavens, and they shall answer the earth, and the earth shall answer the grain, the wine, and the oil, and they shall answer Jezreel. And I will sow him for myself in the land, and I will have pity on Lo Ramah. And I will say, Lo Ami, you are my people, and he shall say, you are my God.
Mm. Thank you for reading that. Okay.
Do you think that the way that this God spoke about women in this book contributes to the misogyny, the sexism that women experience in this religion and in this world?
I believe that people have weaponized this language and misinterpreted it to hurt women throughout history. Yes, I believe that. I do not believe that the way God talks about women, like assuming that I'm a believer in God, is negative, because he created women, and he loves women as much as he loves men. But 100% women have been hurt.
I don't think it's as much. I don't think it's as much as he loves the men. Like, he actually put a value on women in Leviticus 27. It's less than men. So not as much.
Well, when we go to when he created women, if you believe in the Bible and how it told the story, I think the fact that, I don't know if you're familiar with Genesis, when Adam was created, God says, I will make you a helper. But actually in the Hebrew, that word is more like a rescuer. It is the same word that God uses to describe himself. And then what he did is that he presented Adam with all the animals. You can name all the animals. And then he still said to him, but I will make you a helper. And when he created Eve, Adam said, oh, finally, you brought me someone who is like me. And in presenting all the animal to him first, he made him realize the value of a woman, because you would, I think it's like you don't know what you have until you've experienced things that are so, you know what I'm trying to say? Or maybe I'm not explaining it.
But are you forgetting? Are you forgetting the curse? Are you forgetting her curse? What did he turn and do?
Yeah, he cursed.
In that same story,
the curse on humanity.
No. What curse did she get?
Your pregnancies will be more painful. Your offspring will be struck by the serpent, and the serpent, etc. All of that. Is that what you're referring to? Is that why you say that God hates? More. Okay, let's go to it.
No, there's one more. What did he say about what is her pleasure in life? What did he say her pleasure would be in life? Her desire would be?
Oh, for your man.
And then who would be over her?
Her husband. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is not, because so my interpretation of that
is it a curse? Is it a curse? Was it a curse to put the man over her? Was that a punishment?
It wasn't. It was a consequence. It was just how things unfolded.
No. Was it a curse? Was it a part of her curse? Hold on. Was it a part of her curse?
Like, okay, let's pull it up and see for ourselves.
Yeah, we can. I don't have a problem going with the text, but I don't have a problem going with the text. But here's my question: How are you saying that? Yeah, I'm gonna go to the text. But how are you saying that her pregnancies are a curse? But
because it's a consequence.
This man being over her is not. Wait, hold on. Let me finish asking my question, and then you can answer. How are you saying that her pregnancies are a curse, but this man being over her is not a curse, right? But only a consequence.
Wait a minute.
Like, what are the difference? What's the difference between?
What I said before.
Ari. There, like, honestly, I think this is my second time saying, let me finish, and then you can respond. Right? There's no need for both of us to be talking at the same time. But you did say that it was a consequence. And so I'm trying to understand how the pregnancies, right, can be a curse. The crushing the head of the serpent and the serpent crushing her heel is a curse. But yet this man being over her and her desire being the man, only a consequence. What's the difference? Now I'm done asking my question.
Dr. Brown also said she blew right past Leviticus 27.
Exactly, she did.
I sent you an invitation to unmute.
Can you answer that? How are they different? You're on mute, Ari.
Oh, you muted me.
I didn't mute you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, apologies. Okay, so let me apologize if I misspoke. One is a curse, one is a consequence. Let's just say that I apologize for misspeaking. Let's look at the text and let's see exactly what it is, because I didn't have the text in front of me and I was trying to recall it in my mind. But now that we have it, maybe we can look at it and see if they both were or not. Does that sound good?
Yeah, so you're saying that the reason why you said one was a consequence and one was a part of the curse is because you didn't have the text? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that in my view, the whole thing is a consequence of what happened. And like, maybe we can use the word curse
is
and
the consequence
kind of as synonyms, just like the earth. The earth is cursed. According to the Bible, the earth is cursed as a consequence of what happened. So these two things, I don't see why you create such
is it a punishment
between them. Okay, so
is it a punishment?
Is a better description of where you're going. I think it is. In a sense, it is a consequence.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. So the women are cursed with pains and okay, but the women, right, are now cursed with pains, exceedingly great pains in childbirth. Right? that's a curse that passed on from generation to generation, correct? From what?
Let's keep
From
reading.
woman to woman? No. I'm asking you a question. It's a curse, right? That is passed on from woman to woman because of Eve, correct?
Yes.
No, is it a curse or just a consequence?
I think a curse can be a consequence of what happened. So I think it can be both.
The curse
honestly.
is the consequence, right?
Yeah.
Well, the consequence would be the curse. But you're saying let's read it and see if it's just a consequence or a curse. So I'm trying to figure out, like, if we see here, right, that women were given exceedingly great pains. Is that just a curse or a consequence to you?
It is both. The text says it is both.
So the curse is the consequence. Okay. So this whole thing is a curse, right? This is to the woman, he said, I will make your pains in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children. Yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. So that's a part of the same sentence. So all of that would be a curse, which is a consequence of her actions.
Yeah, like you just said, it is both. Yeah.
Okay, so the men, going back to the question that I asked, right? The men, her punishment was for the men to rule over her. Her desire to be for the man. She's no longer equal anymore, is she? She's no longer the rescuer anymore, is she?
No, I don't believe that's the case, to be honest.
What is she still his equal?
You cannot unequal someone. Like, what makes us valuable is that we're made in the image of God, and we're basically human beings. She doesn't stop being a human being made in the image of God because of the curse. The curse.
I didn't ask you if she was a human. I didn't ask you if she was human. I asked you, was she his equal in the world? If he shall rule over her, is a slave equal to the master?
I think you're collating two things that it's kind of it doesn't make sense what you're trying to say. Like, you're trying to force me into a point.
What do you think this part mean?
Which one?
I mean, you can. I'm asking you. Is she equal to him if he rules over her?
Yeah, equal to him in nature.
If he rules over her, so they're equal. Okay.
Human
All right.
beings
So
are
let's go to
equal.
Leviticus 27 and let's see. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if they're equal. If they
Like you mentioned
God.
slavery and mastery. I mean, you wouldn't believe that.
I'm not talking about slavery.
But you mentioned it earlier. You mentioned slavery and mastery. So you wouldn't tell me that a slave is less human, less equal than a master because he's a slave. They're both human beings and equal, but one is a slave, one is a master because of historical X, Y, and Z. So that's what I'm trying to say. She's not less of a creature.
Do you know what the word? Do you know what the Hebrew word for? Do you know what the Hebrew word for husband is? Do you know what the word for husband is in Hebrew?
No, please tell me.
Master, owner.
But again, like,
That's the word for
owner
husband.
is not more human than a slave.
The word for husband, right? So when a woman would say, "This is my husband," they would say, "This is my owner, my Baal, my Lord, my master."
When I go to work, I say, "This is my boss." It doesn't make me any less valuable than him because he has a different role.
Are you gaslighting me?
No, I'm not. You're very intelligent, and I know that you
Do
get
you
what
know?
I'm
Do you know what the
saying.
word
So
for wife is?
you're just so
Do you know what?
convinced.
No, I don't. I thought you were gaslighting me. Do you know what the word? Do you know? No, I just don't. I just deal with facts. Do you know what the word wife means in Hebrew?
Please tell me.
I mean, the word wife is? It's just woman. It's not Lord, it's not master, it's just woman.
Well, according to the Bible, when God refers to
But
women in his
here,
creation, it
let's
says,
look,
I will make
let's,
you a rescuer.
except she got punished and is no longer that, according to this God. In that
It's a
story.
consequence of actions. But
It doesn't matter if it's a consequence, it still happened. Yeah, you can call it a consequence. It still happened,
So, but
and it
your
changed
point,
her
we got
status.
here
And it
because I
changed her.
said,
Hold on, Ari. It happened. It was a consequence, but it changed her status from rescuer, right? She's no longer his rescuer. He is now her Lord, her master. It changed. That's the point that you are failing to engage with. That's why I asked if you're trying to gaslight me. Are you there?
oh, sorry, my mic got deactivated. So yeah, I was saying that we got here because I said that God loves women as much as men, and you said no. Let me show you in the scriptures why he doesn't.
I said I don't know if they're. I said I don't think he loves them as much. That's what I said. I didn't say no. I said, well, I don't think he loves them as much. I said Leviticus 25 says he values them less than men. That's what I said. And you brought up Adam and Eve.
Okay, perfect. Well,
Definitely would not have even
Bible,
thought of Adam and Eve for that. I didn't need to go to Adam and Eve to talk about how this God values women. He does it here and puts a value on women here.
Okay, let's read it. Let's see.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them, when a person makes an explicit vow to the Lord concerning the equivalent for a human being, the equivalent for a male shall be from 20 to 60 years of age. The equivalent shall be 50 shekels of silver by the sanctuary shekel. If a person is a female, the equivalent is 30 shekels. So a male is worth 50 shekels of silver if they're between the ages of 20 to 60. If a female is between the ages of 20 and 60, she's only worth 30 shekels of silver. If the age is from 5 to 20 years of age, the equivalent is 20 shekels for a male and 10 shekels for a female. If the age is from 1 month to 5 years, the equivalent for a male is 5 shekels of silver, and for a female, the equivalent is 3 shekels of silver. And if the person is 60 years old or over, then the equivalent for a male is 15 shekels, and for a female, 10 shekels. If any cannot afford the equivalent, they shall be brought before the priest, and the priest shall assess them, and the priest shall assess them according to what each one making a vow can afford.
So women have to pay less than men, basically.
Not pay. This is what you pay for them.
Yeah, less.
When you vow a human to the Lord, not women don't pay. This is people coming to buy their humans back from this God, from the sanctuary. If you vow a human to the Lord, right, of an Israelite, to buy them back, to redeem them back, this is what you pay the sanctuary to get them back. If you were to vow a woman between the ages of 20 and 20 and 60, then you're to get that woman back, to get your family member back, you have to pay the temple 30 shekels of silver. To get the man back, you have to pay the temple 50 shekels of silver, because the man was valued more than the woman.
I don't see this interpretation. There's responsibility, right? Like, for example, not to go back to Adam and Eve,
votive offerings.
Yeah, for the offerings. So it's the men are more
the offerings. This is the equivalent of when a what did you just say?
In the Bible,
did you just say men are more responsible?
More responsible for sin. If you let me finish a sentence, maybe I can. Like, I don't mean to be rude, but you've been talking a lot, and
this isn't about sin.
To get,
this isn't about a sin offering.
I'm trying to get my answer
This
in
isn't
a
about a sin
structured
offering.
way. My answers are a bit layered, but I'm getting there. I'm not going to take too much of your time. What I'm trying to say is that in the Bible, men and women are equal in nature, but a man has more responsibility for the sin. Eve is the one that ate the fruit first, but God still, throughout the New Testament as well, says Adam's first sin, Adam's sin. He holds the man
Why are you
responsible.
trying to explain something? Have you ever read this before? Have you ever read about the votive offerings
I
before?
read Leviticus, and what you like, it's funny because what you're trying to say is that women are worth less because of this, but that's not what I'm reading from this
That's what
text.
the
Not gonna
damn
lie.
Bible is. You know what? Dr. Brown is right.
It,
She's not understanding the text.
Dr. Bowen, yeah,
What I
Dr.
just told
Bowen,
you is that
a
men and women
scholar
have
is in
different
the, a
level of
scholar is in the,
responsibility. So
I'm
why
sorry,
is it
Ari,
absurd that one
a
has to
scho-
pay more and one
Ari,
has to
this
pay
has
less?
nothing to do with sin.
It's
Ari,
an
this is
offering for
not about
what?
sin. This is not it's not, if you would allow somebody to tell you, it literally says votive offerings. These are vows that people are making to the temple, and they're vowing humans to the temple. And then to go and get their human back, they have to pay the temple to redeem them. They're making a vow. They were told they were supposed to vow their firstborn to God. And in order to get them back, they had to redeem them by paying money to
Okay.
get them back, to redeem them. Here's the crazy thing, Ari. This is how you know this isn't about sin. Okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. We're going to go down to verse 27, 28, and 29. Nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction for the Lord, be it human or animal or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. And then it goes on to talk about tithing. This is not about sin offerings. The devoted to destruction are if they go into like the Canaanite land, the Assyrian land, the Midianite land, the Amalekites land, and they take humans as captive, and they give this God humans as a part of their tithes. They are not allowed to buy them back like they can their family. They can't pay these fees to get their devoted humans back from like a foreign land. You know what they have to do if they give a tithe of the captives that they get? They cannot be ransomed. They have to put them to death. This has nothing to do with a sin offering.
Can I
This is a sacrificial offering. Can I finish? This is a sacrificial offering of their enemies, their captives that they vow to the Lord. These are firstborn offerings where they offer their firstborns. Then you have your animal offerings that you offer to the Lord, which they were supposed to also redeem. And if they could not pay to redeem the firstborn of their animals, they had to break the animal's neck if they couldn't afford to pay to redeem the animal from the temple after offering it. All of this, their land, they had to offer the land. If a person consecrates to the Lord any inherited land holding, its assessment shall be in accordance with its seed requirements, 50 shekels of silver. This is if they give land to the temple and to redeem it back. This is how much you have to pay in Jubilee to come get it back. This has nothing to do with sin. This is all free will offering. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to jump in to say that you're absolutely right. You're correct. I was wrong. I reread the text again, I have my Bible open, and you had the right interpretation in the fact that it's not a sin offering, it's a vow offering. I agree with you. So you're right. I was wrong. I'm not scared to admit that I'm wrong, but I will still say that I do not honestly believe that this is a strong enough reason for you to say that God doesn't love women as much as men. I don't think it's outrageous. But
I
as much you said, as much
you
like
said
you
that
said
they
they're
were
not
equal.
equal. Okay, yeah. So I
Yeah,
don't think that
they're
this
not
is a
as
strong enough.
equal. They're not.
I do not as equal. Okay, I mean honestly, nothing
Does not value women as much as men.
monetarily.
How many prophets? How many prophets of women did this God have? Let me step back for a second. When were the women allowed to get inheritance of land? When they separated, when they divided up the land after this book says that they conquered Canaan, the women, what land did they get?
I really do want to answer with a more layered answer. My answer is I do not know these amounts, but what I can tell you is that there's nothing wrong with roles. Not in the weird sense of, oh, a woman should be lesser than, not in that weird sense. It's just about you get to do certain things and
Who's talking
someone
about
else
roles
gets to
though?
do certain things. It rolls because you're equating a woman getting to do everything that a man does with being valued as much. And I
I
do
didn't
not
say
believe that.
do. What did I say do? What did I say do? What were they doing? Because I asked you about inheritance. A father giving their child inheritance, not doing something. You want to talk about this father valuing his children all the same. Except when did his girl children get inheritance?
Girl,
That's where I'm
I
going,
do
Dr.
not
Bowen.
know about inheritance, but
Did
you're
you call me
trying to
girl?
get hung up on these details, but you're
Wait,
missing the
wait, wait.
overarching
Did you call
point.
me girl?
I did.
Wait.
If that's
First off,
offensive to you.
don't disrespect me like that again. Yeah, don't do that again. We're not friends, right? Two, you are the one who said that you read the Old Testament and you enjoyed it and it helped you see God's nature. We're talking about the Old Testament and now you're getting to this point of being frustrated because I'm
No, I'm not
asking you questions
frustrated.
about this God's
You're
personality.
not
Yes, you
asking me
are.
about God's nature. You're asking me about these detail,
When
like
did he give because
questions that don't.
you're claiming that he values men and women the same. And he
And
doesn't value men and women that he does not value
what do
men
you
and women the
define as
same.
value? Can I ask you, like value to you, what
Oh,
is
it's
it that
okay.
we both
Let's
get the same
read.
things or no? I want to get your definition of value because then maybe we can
What
get
do
on the
you
same
mean? What do you
page.
think value mean? Like, do you think that again? If women, and if he saw women and men as equal, as you say, when he divided the land amongst his so-called children of Israel, the women didn't get shit. In fact, the women had to fight. The daughters of Zelophehad were the first social justice movement for women in this book. The men met when their father died. The men met amongst themselves and were going to give their father's land away to other people because they were women. And they had to speak up and fight for their right to inherit their father's land.
I personally,
Exodus 21.
value.
These are the ordinance that you shall set before. What do you say, Lala?
I said I personally don't believe he values women at all.
Ooh, I disagree with that. I really disagree with that, and I'm sorry you feel that way.
You ain't gotta be sorry, especially when you want little girls offered up to you. Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say? You little girls?
Yeah, he had them take little girl virgins for themselves and then offer 32 of them to him as a sacrifice. But anyway, Exodus 21. These are the ordinances that you shall set. Well, you said you read the book, so that's why I was asking, like, what did you enjoy about it? But
Yeah,
we're
but
in
we're not
Exodus
arguing God's
21.
faithfulness.
These
We're
are the
arguing.
ordinances. I didn't say. You just want to talk about his faithfulness, right? These are all about God. We've been all over this. We've been in Genesis. We've been in Leviticus. We've been in Exodus. And then what she just brought up is in Deuteronomy. Like we can
Can I ask you a
go through
question,
it.
if you don't mind? Like a kind of side note question.
Sure, go ahead. Like,
I
wait,
mean,
is it about me personally or is it about the text? Wait,
it's
it depends
kind
on,
of
it
about
depends.
you. If
Is it
it's
about me
you and
personally?
your
Is it already about,
thoughts.
wait, then no, you can't, because I'm gonna tell you what you do. Nope, I'm gonna tell you why. Because when Christians cannot deal with the text, right? When they can't attack the information that's been brought to them, they want to attack the person,
I will never attack
right?
you.
I haven't
I
attacked
will
you
never
once,
attack you. I will
right?
never attack you.
No, what I mean when I say attack, what I mean when I say attack is you want to start talking about me as a person. Why don't you believe? What made you not believe? Why do you think this way?
Yeah, because I
Right? When
think
we're talking about the information.
it informs the lenses through which we read the text. I think I'm reading the text through some lenses.
That's
You're
okay. So
reading
then
the
tell
text
me
through
how
some
you read
lenses.
this text. Tell me how you read this one. Okay.
I think you would agree with
And
this.
just tell me, like, am I crazy? Oh,
No, I
sure.
think
Just tell me, like, how do you read this one? And then tell me if I'm just hating on your God. Okay. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the seventh he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person, then the master shall bring him before God. He shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with a daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife. And if he does not do these three things for her, she shall go out without debt, without payment of money. Now, am I just looking at that through hateful eyes? Is there something rose colory that I should be happy about and enjoyable about, or see God's faithfulness in that?
this is a paragraph, but you can tell us why you see God unfaithfulness, or you see like God loving less. Maybe you can tell us about that, because you cannot like take a little paragraph and make it.
I read 2 paragraphs actually. Actually, I read 4, not a little one. I read 11 verses.
So yeah, my point still stands. I don't think. I mean, it's not like you're making an argument. You're explaining your opinion, right, and backing it up with scripture. I strongly believe that God loves men and loves women, and he made us in his image both equally. The fact that in culture and in the Bible era, things were different, and even to this day, things are different between men and women, is not to say that God hates women, or not that you said that, but it doesn't say to me anything that we've read that God doesn't value women as much as men, in a sense of his love and care and appreciation for the women that he created.
So why do men go free in 7 years, but the women did not? Why were the women slaves for life when they were sold? Only the men were allowed to go out free after 6 years. Why?
This is Exodus, 20.
Exodus 21.
Yeah. I don't have an answer to that. But I do not think it means that.
Why were the daughters sold into slavery and not the boys? Why were the daughters the ones sold into slavery? Why isn't there something that says when you sell your little boys into slavery, the women can use them for sex? The women here are used for sex. Like literally, the servants, when they were sold into slavery, a Israelite's wife, if she was barren, she could take a slave and force a slave to sleep with her Israelite husband and get pregnant and carry a baby for her. The slave's body became the mistress's, the Israelite wife's body to have
I
babies
was
for
talking
her.
about Sarah and
That's what Sarah did. That's what and Hagar and Rebecca, right? I mean,
did God
is it
tell them
Rachel?
to do that?
Rachel, right? No, nope.
Yeah.
That actually was a law that they were allowed to do that. They could take the body of the concubine and have the concubine sleep with their husband and have a baby for them. And because if the Israelite woman did not have a baby within 2 years, then the husband could just go and take another wife. Right? So they had 2 years to have a baby. So they would just have their servants, force their servants to sleep with their husbands for them. But why isn't there a law that says the men can do that? Why isn't
The
there a
law, when you
law
say
in
the
here
law,
that
you
says
mean
to how to check men? This is the law. This is the Mosaic law that I just read to you. So in the Mosaic law, there is also a law for women that they must be virgins on their wedding night, and if they're not, if they don't bleed right on a blanket or a sheet, then they can, be stoned to death. But why isn't there a law that tests if a man or a boy is a virgin on their wedding night? Why is it only women?
I obviously I'm not very historic or have like the biggest niche Bible knowledge, but I think it might be because of fear of a woman maybe giving birth to someone who may not be in that lineage in a sense. So to avoid having people from
What does giving birth have to do with being a virgin? What does giving birth have to do with being a virgin on your wedding night?
Well, I'm just trying to give you an explanation from like a possible explanation. I'm not saying that this is authoritative. I don't think I have that answer for you, but I'm thinking, it could be because if you're not a virgin, it means that you had sex. If you had sex, it means that you might have gotten pregnant. You might already be pregnant, early stages. And if you didn't do it with your husband, you might have done it with someone else from a different tribe, family, and that kind of taint in a sense.
Can men have children? Can men have children outside of wedlock?
Yeah, but it's not about the
men
wedlock.
can get women pregnant, though, right? It's about but men can have babies, right? Like the bloodline didn't go through the mom. The bloodline went through the man.
Yeah, but man can
what
only be
what does
born
that have
by
to do
women.
with being a virgin?
Man can only be born by women, so
right. But the man can. But the Israelite men can go and get somebody pregnant. It doesn't. If the Israelite woman got pregnant, right? First off, she was sold to an Israelite. Where else would she be that when she got pregnant, the bloodline would be somewhere else?
There's different tribes in Israel.
She would get sold to another Israelite.
The tribe of X, Y, and Z, Benjamin.
They married each other. They married each other. Don't you know when the Levite chopped up his concubine, and this God damn near killed all the Benjamites? The Israelites went and killed the parents and the little brothers of one of their tribes, took all the little girls, about 400 little girls, and tried to give them to the tribe of Benjamin to wife. And Benjamin was like, we don't want them. They're low grade. And then they went to a Jewish festival, hid in the forest, in the grass, and kidnapped other little girls from a Jewish festival from a different tribe because they were of higher value, and kidnapped them and took them back to the land of Benjamin. And that was their plan. That was the Israelites' plan to restore the 12 tribes. It's kidnapping little girls and taking them back to their home and wifing them while they were at a Jewish festival. As they came off stage, the men hid in the woods, and as the little girls come off stage, they kidnapped them one by one. And then they said, if their fathers or their brothers come and say, give me my sister back or give me my daughter back, then say to them, your best bet is to let us have them.
And that's what God said.
That's what God allowed the Israelites to do to fix the problem where he damn near almost wiped out a whole entire tribe down to 600 Benjamites.
So can I ask you, if you don't, well, that was a consequence of what they did to that woman, right? That was a catalyst for what happened.
No, it was a consequence of what? Nope. No, because the Levite did it to the woman. The God killed the Benjamites because the Levite told the God that the Benjamites tried to kill him and that they raped his concubine all night. But the Levite is the one who sent his concubine out and told them to rape her all night. It was the Levite who chopped her body up.
Right.
And then your God killed damn near all of the tribe of Benjamin, not the Levite. The Levite was not of the tribe of Benjamin. Now, the tribe of Benjamin was going to sexually assault the Levite. The tribe of Benjamin honestly got what the fuck they deserve. Threatening to sexually assault somebody, to sodomize somebody, that's wrong. But the Levite, right, instead of defending himself, sent his concubine out and said, don't sexually assault me, sexually assault my concubine. Do it all night. Have fun. Literally his words. Do it all night.
But that's not.
They bring her back half dead. She falls. When she puts her hand on the door thresh and falls, he's like, get up, let's go. She doesn't answer. He picks her up, put her on his donkey, goes all the way back home to Israel and chops her body up into 12 pieces, sends her out by 12 different messengers to the 12 tribes of Israel.
So when you read that,
like, hey, we need to have a meeting.
What God allowed.
Benjamin tried to essay me. I'm telling you. You said you read it. You told me you read it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I
do you remember that?
The whole Testament, okay. And I do remember that, but you will understand because I'm sure you've also read the books of the Bible. They are thick, full of information, and I read them this year, but it's not like I remember every single detail. And you're very well versed in.
Then you should have said that when I asked you.
I do remember what you're talking about. I do. Like,
well, we talked about this in the beginning.
Talked about what?
Yeah. So but now, like you said that you enjoyed it, right? So now you're like, I don't remember every detail.
See, but you can't do that though. I told you why I enjoyed it, and then your first immediate question was, "Oh, did you enjoy the part where they sexually assaulted and chopped up a woman?" That immediately is a bit disingenuous because you're not trying to have a.
How is that disingenuous? No, you can't tell me how to have a conversation because you came up here expecting to gaslight me and into saying that your God is faithful, right? Like how is that disingenuous? You were the one who came up here and was like, "Oh, I read the book and I enjoyed it and this and that," and I said, "Oh, it was cool." Well, I think it's crazy. The topic that she picked was believers don't like the Old Testament, and she came up here saying how she loved the Old Testament. And now it's don't talk to me about the things in the Old Testament. Don't bring up those things. Let's just talk about how God is faithful. What?
Oh my gosh, she wanted surface level shit. Talk about surface level, like, lovey-dovey shit. And girl, that God didn't even want you. He settled for you.
I didn't kick her. She ran. I did not kick her. She left on her own. The fuck? What would I kick her for mid-sentence? I was literally talking when she left. I'm sorry, Lala. What'd you say?
I don't even remember.
I hate when people like that's crazy. Like you literally can see she went on teacup and left.
Yeah.
Jesus is God. Oh man, I wanted to keep my word and bring him back up, but that's why I can't promise you that we'll be able to when you come back. I don't know if you're still here. Jesus is God. Try to request again. Librarian Dragon at home. I studied at home, but one of my teachers is in the comments. Maybe two of them, maybe three of them. I thought I saw Justin in here too. Is Bash in here?
I haven't seen Bash in a minute.
I haven't seen Bash since he went to go check on the election results.
And never came back.
I think he got pissed. Never came back. I think he got pissed. Yeah. It's gonna be okay, Shaky Decky. We gonna make it. Thank you, librarian. I appreciate that. Still learning, still studying. Ruth Davis, hi, how are you?
I joined on accident. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I'll take you down. I hope you have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Stay strong, Justine. Hi, how are you?
I'm blessed. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. I've been on since 1 second. I've been on since 11 p.m. Central, and I have 20 minutes left of this live. So, which topic did you want to discuss?
To where you said, what was it? God needs humans to talk and to do for him. And
okay, go ahead.
When you go to Exodus 20, when they were supposed to go up to the mount. They were supposed to go up to the mount to God, but they said they don't want to go up to God. And he said that he told them they said let Moses speak to us.
Hold on, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Hold on, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, go ahead.
So they told him instead of going up to the mount, they decided to let Moses speak to them. And Moses became, and from that point, that's when man started to intercede for Israel, because they didn't want to go up and to speak to God face to face. So that's when man started to intercede for God and became an intercessor between men from that point, because that's what man chose. So yeah, that's
okay.
So he don't. So that's not how it was at the beginning.
Okay, let's say it wasn't, but that doesn't say, that says that he uses or needs, right, humans to speak for him. Even if you say that that's not how it was in the beginning, it's how it is now. Now what?
Now that's just he. That's what he gave to them. Like he don't like if he wanted to. When he wanted to have them speak face to like. Are you saying that isn't like? Because I'm trying to understand why you're. Are you saying that because that makes him less of a god or something? Like, are you trying to like what like? What is the strength like of your
So
argument?
do you speak for God? Do you speak for God?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes him less of a god to me.
So so what? So how did they, that's what they chose? Like that's literally what they chose. They said we don't want to.
Okay. Okay.
He gave them what they wanted. He
Who
don't
told you
have
that?
to.
Who
He
told
don't. Huh?
who told you that? Who told you that's what they chose?
Exodus 20. It's in Exodus
Who wrote
20.
Exodus 20?
Who
Who
wrote
wrote
Moses?
Exodus 20?
Moses.
No, first off, no, Moses didn't. But let's say Moses did. What is Moses?
He's a prophet.
And a prophet is what? An animal, a tree,
It's a human.
a car. What is a prophet? A what?
It's a human.
A human.
Yeah, that's what
So a
you.
human wrote Exodus 20, right? A human wrote Exodus 20. A human told you that this is what the Israelites chose, right? Therefore, you believe it because a human wrote it and put it in a book. That's still humans talking for your God and telling you that a God said this and a God did that.
Correct. And then not only
Yeah.
that, and
So
not only,
even if you say, hold on, even if you say that's what they chose, you believe that because another human told you that.
right, 100%. But that's not the only reason for my belief. Also, there's things that's in the there's
I
things.
didn't ask you. I didn't ask you the reason for your belief. I did not
No,
ask you about your belief, did I?
but you're telling me
I did
that.
not. I don't want to hear about why you believe. I don't want to hear about why you believe in a God. That wasn't the question. I said make it make sense that a God has to use humans to talk for him.
And I
didn't ask you why you believe in a God.
right. And again, when I said that, then you moved it to saying that man wrote. I gave you the reason why he's using. He don't need them,
The
but
reason, and
that's
I
what they
said, okay, I said he do. Listen, I didn't disagree with you. I said even if that was the case, even if that's what happened, and that's what they chose, now what? He uses humans. That's the point.
But he don't need them, and that's what I
And
like.
you asked me, oh, he doesn't?
No, he doesn't need them, but that's what they chose,
So
and
then
that's
tell me a time. Oh, okay. Did you choose that? Did you choose that?
no, but that's what the covenant. That's
In
what
this
it.
new covenant, hold on. In this new covenant with Jesus, right? You're not under the old covenant anymore. Their choices don't affect you anymore. This new covenant, did you choose to not see Jesus, to not talk to Jesus,
Yeah.
or did it
I mean,
transfer from the old
he
covenant
chose
to the new?
no.
Did this? Can you see Jesus?
Nope.
Why not? Did you choose not to?
Did I choose not to? No. He's
Did
already.
the Israelites decision did the Israelites decision to not talk to the God of Israel transfer to the Gentiles as well under the new covenant? Is that the one thing that does transfer from the Old Testament to the new dispensation, that you still can't see your God because of the decision the Israelites made?
I don't get what you're. I don't like understand your question.
Sure. Are you familiar with the old dispensation and the new dispensation? Are you familiar with the old covenant and the new covenant?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, are you under the old covenant?
No,
Why aren't you under the old covenant?
because the old under the old, like I'm not under it. I still have to follow the laws, but I'm not under the covenant because we're not under the like the old covenant. The point with the old covenant is the old covenant saved you. The old covenant was your righteousness, and by the old covenant you are saved. That was the old
What
covenant.
laws are you referring to? When you say that you have to follow the laws of the old covenant, you do realize that they had three different covenants, right? And I know that you're probably most likely talking about the Ten Commandments, but the Israelites had three laws, three legal codes that they were bound by, right? And so, do you still follow those legal codes? Is that what you're saying?
What you talking about? The civil, moral, and dietary?
No, no, no. No, they had three legal codes. They had the Sinai Code, the Sinai Covenant. They had the Deuteronomy Renewal Covenant, and then they had the Holiness Code. They had three legal codes that they had to follow. The ceremonial and social laws; those were traditions of the elders. Those were not laws. But I'm talking about legal codes,
Like as far as
like
like
not eating blood, right?
right.
Like hold on, like the year of Jubilee, right? Like when to let a slave go free, a Israelite slave go free, like inheritance laws, like land laws, land transference laws, the laws that Jezebel and Naboth played with. Both of them kind of played with that law and ran and were on the thin line of the land transfer laws, right?
I mean, you
Those
can't.
laws that they had to that they were hold on. Those are laws that the Israelites had to follow. They were not ceremonial. They were laws that they had to follow. There is a
Right.
specific name for them. I can't remember. It starts with an E or something like that. But they had to follow those laws.
Right.
Are you saying that those are the laws that you follow?
I mean, though
Do you follow those laws?
specifically the law, like the Jubilee law, we can't keep that law because the Jews are not in the land. Those are after the Jubilee. That's when everything gets redeemed.
What laws out of the listen? What laws out of the three legal codes do you still follow?
I don't understand the like exact laws you're trying to like. I don't understand that you're breaking down the law.
Okay, you said I still follow. You said I still follow the laws of the Old Testament, but I'm not under the covenant. Those were the words you said out of your mouth.
Right.
What laws do you still follow in the Old Testament?
Oh,
That is my
just
question.
oh,
Out of the
like
three laws, the three legal codes, go ahead.
I mean, I could name you the laws. I don't to break them down into sections. I just understand that it says
I didn't ask you to break them into sections. I just said, what are the laws? I didn't ask you to
like the
break them down into
dietary.
sections. What
Do not
laws do you still follow?
like the dietary laws. Do not eat. We're not allowed to eat anything that has. We can only eat things that has fins and scales. You know, to not eat pig. To not you know, to not have intercourse with other men or any animals or like what else?
Are you a black Hebrew Israelite? Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Have a good day. All right. I don't think they're there. I don't, Spectre, I don't care if the God of Israel is real. It doesn't matter to me if the God is real or not. I don't debate that. I hope that answers your question. Priest, hi, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing. And
All right. Which topic did you want to discuss?
believers don't like the Old Testament, but
Okay.
they do the Old Testament as far as tithing's concerned, but they don't believe in the Old Testament. They want to use the financial part of it, saying that it's it's acceptable to do it today, like they did back then, but they don't understand the contextual part of it, how the system was. It was all about livestock, grain, and all that stuff. It was a supporting thing for the Levites and for the widows, the fatherless, and the homeless. But they use this as gain to pastor or their facility or their church in this per se. But they don't understand that tithing system wouldn't be effective like it was back then, but they use that as it is and try to use Malachi and saying you'll be cursed with a curse if you don't tithe. But then context, it says, no, that wasn't for the people, that was for the Levite, because the priest is the one that broke the connection with God and about the tithe. He was cursed, but not the people. So I was just saying that Christians don't like the Old Testament. Believers don't like the Old Testament, but they use certain Old Testament theology with their religion. So
I agree with you. Like it's almost like it's the things that benefit them. Like if it's gonna put money in their pocket, if it's gonna help them be bigoted towards a specific group of people, whether that be, members of the LGBTQIA or women, even give them power over children. Like if it benefits them, then they will deal with the Old Testament. But if it shines a light on their religion or their God negatively, then they pretend like it doesn't exist, or they like straight up like will deny it. I had a conversation with somebody today, and Jeremiah, Jeremiah is saying that the God is explicitly saying that I never had this conversation with your ancestors in the wilderness about burnt offerings and sacrifices. Like it says it like verbatim. But the believer couldn't bring himself to just admit it or even address that part of the statement. That there is I wouldn't necessarily call it a contradiction, but in Exodus there is a God saying, build me an altar and offer me burnt offerings and sacrifices.
right.
And in Jeremiah there's a God saying, I never said that. Now the reality is that there are multiple gods in the book, right?
Yes.
And so we know that, like, from studying it, but from a believer's perspective, they see one God, one voice. And so they don't allow themselves to engage with these thoughts and say, well, why is this God? Why is God now saying he never said that when I can clearly read right here he said it? And they just completely deny it. And then they try to like gaslight you and manipulate you into thinking that you're crazy. Like for just having basic reading comprehension. Yeah, I agree 100%.
And I was going to say too, with the conversation you had with the other man, and I don't think he understands that. And you were talking about the other.
I don't allow that. I don't allow people to come. I don't allow people to come on stage and talk about other people when they're not on stage.
I got you.
So
Okay.
if
Okay.
we can
Oh, no
refrain from
problem.
that conversation.
All due
Yeah,
respect.
thank
All
you.
due respect. All due respect. Yeah, but yeah, the Old Testament is, far as believers don't believe in it, and they said that, well, okay, we under a new covenant, so on and so forth, but that second covenant, first covenant, and there was other covenants, but that main covenant that he said, I divorced you. I mean, who divorced you? Who took you, told you to leave me? But I didn't divorce you, divorced yourself from me. But then it was never reinstated. But according to the New Testament, it said that it was reinstated by Jesus, but because they took partake of the communion or whatever. But according to the Old Testament, that sacrifice was not acceptable in regards to the Old Testament, but they saying it was. But dealing with human sacrifice, and even Old Testament talks about there was I can't remember what king that sacrificed his son, but he did. But that wasn't nothing to do with Israel or the Levites, but there, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. In the
Yeah, you're talking
Old
about the
Testament,
Moabite king.
yes. In the
In the
in
Old Testament, yeah,
talks against human sacrifice. That's not acceptable. But animal, yeah, but not human. But then here comes Jesus jump on the scene and saying, okay, it's acceptable. But he was bruised and he was beaten and he was broken. Just the lamb had to be perfect, without blemish. But then Jesus was with blemish, but he was accepted. So stuff like that, they don't read. They're not reading contextually what it's saying and historically what it's saying either. So that's my thought.
yeah. They'll say like it doesn't matter, right? Like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's God. God can do whatever God wants to do. God can change the rules. And like my thing is like if let's say like
Mm-hmm.
this did happen in history. There are some things that actually happened. Some things I questioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say this happened in history, and they take the Jews at that time this text that's been written and is now in rotation, and they take it to them and they say, "Hey, your Messiah has come and gone."
Mm-hmm.
Right? He was killed by the Romans, and they're reading the text and they're like, "Wait, this don't sound like what we were raised up on."
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, yeah, you know that there are people today calling themselves Christ.
Yes.
Right? That's like somebody trying to go to those people today, not
Mm-hmm.
trying to go to Christians today and be like, hey, this guy that says his name is Christ is your Messiah returned. And then, people in the future saying that the Christians missed out on their Messiah because they were too blind to see that the Messiah actually came. You know, that's the same thing. And then the Christians are like, nope, because mine says that he's gonna like shoot through the sky and the sun will be darkened and the moon
Right.
will give no light and all of
Right.
these things are supposed to happen. None
Right.
of that has happened yet. So there's no way that this person is the Messiah. That's
And
what
heaven and earth shall
the
pass,
Jews
like
would
he
have done
says.
because
Heaven and earth
Jesus
will
didn't
pass.
fit their prophecy.
Mm-hmm. No, he don't fit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jesus, yeah, like the Jews, they were waiting on a militant king. Like their prophecy of a Messiah had absolutely nothing to do with a human being half God, like being born of a virgin,
A
half
demigod.
God,
Yeah.
half man. That fits more, yeah, and that fits more with like Roman and Greek mythology,
As well
right?
as Egyptian
That's the
mythology
Roman
too.
and the
Yes.
Greek gods,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
yeah, and so that immediately would have been a no for them. And then the Messiah that they were waiting on uh, was supposed to sit on a real throne. Like he was supposed to help build a real kingdom, not a spiritual kingdom, right?
Right.
Not this metaphorical kingdom that is inside of you. So they would have rejected that, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So like there's things that like you honestly can't blame somebody for saying this is what I was raised on. This is my religious beliefs that I was
Mm-hmm.
raised on from a child. Now you're trying to tell me that what I'm reading in my text, I have to reinterpret it and see this man as this thing, even though the words don't match up. And then you tell me that I'm crazy or I'm blind. A God has blinded me because the words don't say what you're telling me to my mind that they say? Like the
Well, that's
manipulation, it's just over and over and over again with the reinterpretation.
exactly, and that's when the
Go
infallible
ahead.
comes in. The infallible word. That's they say. Well, if it's an infallible word, I had to
Mm-hmm.
believe, just believe by faith. I'm believing, but they don't want to read it for what it is, but they just rather believe it.
Yeah, and then they'll say something is wrong with you because you can't believe the lie. Like you can't look at the, like it says God is faithful, intentionally created humans, and they'll say it doesn't say God is faithful, it says God is unfaithful. Like, and you're like, no, that says faithful, but it doesn't really mean faithful, right? And because you don't allow for that, something's wrong with you. You're evil. The devil has your mind. The devil has you because you won't allow me to manipulate your mind. You have this
Wow.
block on your mind and I can't infiltrate it. I can't. You're evil. Like that's the crazy thing.
And that's a whole nother subject in itself when you're
That's the
talking
crazy
about
thing.
it. When we're talking about the devil, I mean, okay, how did he come to existence? Where? I mean, even with his three names. I mean, we know the story about the angels being kicked out of heaven, and there was a war and blah blah blah. That's not even scriptural. I believe that's a folklore. They believe they didn't conjure up that stuff somewhere and made a story out of it. But then now he's Satan, but he was an angel. It's like, okay, how does he change? But stuff like that. And then they said, well, the devil, his job is to turn us away. He's on my mind. He's on my left shoulder, and then God is on my right shoulder. That kind of concept thing. But that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But I don't believe in devils exist or demons. I don't. I see in scripture, but they have a different meaning what a demon and devil is. It wasn't an entity. It was some of a idolatry, an image that they worship. And they call it a devil. You know what I'm saying? So people not reading, but they believing, but not reading.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what that first question is about up there, right? The devil belongs to the believers because they need that devil to exist, right? In
Yes,
order for the story to make sense, in order for their whole entire journey to make sense. If the devil don't exist and the shit just falls apart, then what is it all
yes,
for? Who do I blame, right, for me believing that I'm sinful if the devil ain't real? And like, they don't like that question when they come up here. They're like, "What do you mean the devil belongs to us?" And I'll just say basically, like, I'm not a believer. Like, you got to believe that the devil exists, right? Yep.
hmm
Well, I'm not a believer. Like, it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to believers.
exactly. Because they
You
talk
have to
about him. They
believe
saying
this devil
yes.
exists.
Yeah, and they said he's alive. Why you keep saying he's alive? Then he exists to you because you're saying he's alive.
Hmm.
That makes a lot of sense, but they
Yeah,
don't
that's why
see it
they
like
sing
that.
songs to him.
Exactly, exactly. And
Yeah.
they praying the devil off of them or praying against the devil in that name and saying, but this is all your mind. This is something you dealing with. It ain't got nothing to do with the entity, but you created in your own mind and saying that it's a devil. See the
Yeah.
psychological.
They even talk to the devil. Like, Satan, the Lord rebuke you.
Yes, yes,
Not today, Satan.
yes.
Like,
Then
they don't
get
realize they
behind
have a
me.
relationship.
Exactly, exactly.
Yes, they have a whole ass relationship with this devil the same way they do this God.
Like he comes and goes. He comes and goes when he wants to, and then there he is. I think I better pray. I don't get that, man. I don't. I don't get that. But that religion is is
Yeah.
is something else. It is really something else. But I don't know. I don't know. When you read the book, and I have read it many times, and I know a lot of things about it, but when you read it and contextually read it, you see for what it is, and you say this is not what they're saying. This is what it says. But see, they have another. They said, well, you got to have another lens when you read it. You got to have your lens has got to be changed to see what it's saying. Like they say, well, I see Jesus in the Old Testament. He's not in there. Where do you see him at? But it says it because a certain word might say it that might trigger something they think they believe, but that's not how it is. That's not how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Even in Genesis, God said, "Let us make man." I said, "Who is the us?" And the Christian believer would say, "It's Jesus." But when you
It's
think about
Jesus,
it,
the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
yeah, that the Trinitarians, yeah, they come up with it, but there was no Trinitarians in the Old Testament. They were supposed to be monotheistic believers, but then they were
Well,
polytheistic believers too. Like you said, there was many gods, polytheistic.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep. But and they'll see it say like baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And they see that as that's the Trinity right there, right? Even though it listed as three different individuals, Paul doesn't talk about them as they're one one thing. Rarely, very rarely, you'll see Paul talk about the God of Israel and
true.
Jesus and the Holy Spirit, or yeah, like Paul, I think was a Gnostic, but I don't even think I don't think there's. Let me stop there because I don't even want to go there. But yeah, I agree. There is no Trinity in there, but they see it mentioned, so they like that's the Trinity right there.
Well, you know where else they think the Trinity is when it says in John, talking about the record bears three in heaven. Remember that verse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where they get the
The word
Trinity.
in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was
Yeah, that, and then when it says there bear three in heaven, the Father, the Son, and the Holy, something like that. I can't remember, but they said there bear three in heaven. So okay, three in heaven. So who's the
No, yeah,
three?
I know.
You remember that one?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think yeah, and I think they couple it with like in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word is God,
And
right?
word
And
became
so the
flesh.
Word,
Yeah.
yeah, so they couple it with that, yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
It's just I don't know, and then like trying to marry the two texts is very contradictory. So like the previous conversation,
Mm-hmm.
the guest was saying that Israel chose, right,
Mm-hmm.
to not hear the God, which they in the Bible they did say that they were scared, and but the 70 elders went up. So like I just let them have it because that wasn't the point, right? The
Mm-hmm.
point is that this God needs humans to talk for him. But he made me think of something that I never really thought about. Like
Okay.
if they had chosen not to hear the God, right?
Right.
And that's why only Moses could hear the God.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then that shouldn't that have ended when the old covenant ended, and when Jesus brought in the new covenant, then that means that they should be able to talk to their God whenever they want if that old covenant passed away.
Right. Right.
But because they need that, because the divine hiddenness, like this God just hides himself, they need that. They need that to also transfer to the new covenant. I'm interested in seeing how that conversation builds because I'm gonna add that next week because I'm interested to see how that builds. Why is it that in the old covenant they couldn't see the God? Shouldn't that have ended?
Okay.
That's gonna be my next question. Yeah,
But they heard him, but they
and
couldn't
see
see
how
him.
they
Yes.
marry those. No, they
Yeah.
never. They didn't hear him. They heard thunder. No, they
Okay.
never heard
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. It said it was similitude. Didn't it say similitude of a sound? But I think it was
No,
just.
it says they heard
No.
thunder. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
thunder.
that's right. That's right.
Moses always talked for him. Yeah,
That's true. That's true. That's true.
yeah.
I'm gonna read that again, though. Yeah, I'm gonna read it again. So, yeah, even when I just want to know why would Moses destroy the 3,000? That whatever they was it the calf and they was worshiping, he destroyed 3,000. Did God tell him to destroy them, or did Moses destroy them on his own? And thou shalt not
Three
murder. But
thousand what people or
yeah, you remember at the mount
you
when
talking about the
people.
tablets or?
No. When people were worshiping the calf, when Aaron built the calf, the golden calf, and they were dancing. Moses came down, and I think it's in I think Exodus 32 or 33. I can't remember. Then he destroyed the calf with the tablets, and then whatever was left over from the calf, the powder and the gold, he made the people drink it. The people that were worshiping the calf, and then the Levites destroyed them by the sword. He said, anybody that stands with the Lord on the Lord's side, that's when the Levites said, okay, we stand with you. And so then they destroyed the 3,000 after they drunk the golden powder from the calf. After Moses destroyed it, he destroyed them. You remember that?
Where he told them to kill.
He told,
No, wait. Are you talking about? Hold on, let me pull it up.
I think it's Exodus 32 or
What you
30.
say? Exodus 32.
I think it's 32 when they came down from the mount.
When he told them to kill each other with a sword or something.
Yes. He told the Levites.
It was 3,000.
It was 3,000. Remember that he killed 3,000 souls?
I don't remember how many it was.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm looking for it too. Okay.
The people out of control.
Okay, they were dancing.
Hopped in the delusion of Moses. Moses stood in the gate and come to me, and all the sons of Levi gathered around him and said to them, "Thus says the Lord."
Okay.
Put your sword on your side. Each of you go back and forth from the gate to gate.
Yeah, 28 verse. The 28 verse. 32, 28 verse. It says the mount.
Oh, I see. Where it says about 3,000 failed that day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, verse 28. Today you have been ordained for the service of the Lord, each one at the cost of a son or a brother.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't. I just realized that. Let's go take it off. When Moses saw that the people were out of control, for Aaron had lost control of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if God told him to do it. Yeah, God told him to do it. No, it wasn't Moses. It was the God of Israel.
What verse is the 27?
He said to them, yeah.
Oh, it is the 27. And okay, thus said the Lord God of Israel, let every man put his sword on his side. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
He said that Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me."
Yes.
And all the sons of Levi gathered around him. Yeah.
Right.
And then the sons of Levi did as Moses commanded. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he said it cost you a son or a brother to be ordained in the service of the Lord. Like, that's some shit right there.
I'm trying to show you the part when they made him. Moses made him drink the powder, the gold powder from the calf. He made him drink it. From the river. I can't remember that verse. It's in that chapter, but I don't remember where.
But it wasn't the God's punishment for them doing the calf, right? Because Moses talked him out of destroying them for that.
Yeah, he said I will get them later, but Moses was going to stand in place of them. He said, "Well, take me," but he said, "No, I will get them later." Yeah.
Let me see.
Okay, here it is. 20th verse in the 32 chapter.
Oh, yeah. He took the calf that had made, burned it with fire, ground it with powder, scattered on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. Moses said, "What would this people do upon them?" And they said, "Do not bring out that they are wicked, that they said to me, make us gods." But what happened to them when they drunk it, though?
That's what I like to know. I mean, you drink gold. I mean, you either gonna get sick or die. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, did they die from drinking, or he killed them after they drank it? It's more like
I don't think he killed them after they drank. I know they ended up. A lot of them ended up being killed after this for conspiring against Moses. Let me see.
oh, you're talking about the tribe of Kohath when the ground swallowed them up. You
Mm-hmm.
talking about that part? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I don't know. Let me see. Man, to leave Levi. You heard how short they wanted. It doesn't say. No, it doesn't say, because then it goes to Moses and begging God to let him see his face. I don't know what happened to them when they drunk that gold.
I don't think it says, because it don't, and then it goes to the part in the 27th verse about the sword on the side and let every man be dead, and his brother, his companion, every man his neighbor. So then maybe that was them. But how did they know? Did they count the people that did it? Because it was the whole camp. How they know it was 3,000?
I missed that because I did a calculation on how many of them died in the wilderness based on how many of them actually went into Canaan, because I was trying to see how many Amalekites actually killed them, and it wasn't enough Amalekites left. I mean, it wasn't enough Israelites left after the God had killed all of them, the ones that he swallowed up, right? That he had killed for that, and then the ones that died off in the wilderness from their age 20 and up, and
Yeah.
based off of the 600,000 plus, the men, the women, and the children, scholars estimate like 2.3 million, and so I had did the math on that to try to see how many Amalekites killed the Israelites. How many Israelites did the Amalekites kill? And I was trying to figure that number out, but it wasn't enough left because either 601 and 605,000 went into Canaan. So he damn near killed all of them that he took out of Israel, and I think only like 5,000 extra took out of Egypt. Only 5,000 new extra entered Canaan. So I'm like, who did the Amalekites kill? If
right.
600,000 left Egypt, 600,000 went to Canaan, and so I missed the 3,000 here. I didn't count them.
Okay.
But yeah,
okay.
I don't know, but it looks like he's saying that they killed them with a sword, though, right?
Yeah, it does.
That they stabbed their brother and sister. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But, I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know why he told them to. It just seems cruel to tell them to eat it. I don't know why he did that.
Oh well, you
to
talking
make
about
them drink the gold powder.
Make them drink the gold powder. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell happened to them with that. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I had you know about the bitter waters, right? In here.
Yeah.
The ingredients of the bitter
Yeah.
water had gold dust in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it had gold dust. Like according to research, it had temple water, dust particles. I mean gold particles in it, and ink, like what they use for ink, and that's what they made the women drink that would cause them to have a miscarriage, right?
Or a swelling belly. It was a swelling belly and a rotten thigh. I remember reading that the other night. Yes, that's true. It
said that it would make her protrude her, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she would protrude her womb out, right? So that was the like what they call the abortion thing, right? But
yeah, I know what you're saying.
It
I
had
heard
gold particles in it.
Yeah, I heard that before. Okay.
Yeah.
I never understood. You ever understood the jealousy part of that? Why would the husband and I read it said if the husband is sense something going on, and he said, well, I think you're cheating, and it's almost like you were saying, I'm gaslighting this person to see if they'll admit, but I'm not certain about me because I'm dealing with my insecurities, so I want to know what you're doing. But she might have not have done anything, and that's what it says. She might not have done anything, but she still got to go because he feels a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
He don't have to prove he don't have to prove why he's jealous. Yeah.
yeah,
I
that's
started to
kind of
bring that up when
misogynistic, ain't it?
when that girl Ari was on stage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like the
Let's
women
see
were
what it says
servants
about
to
her
these men,
thigh.
right? It's almost like
Oh,
women
they
were
were
servants.
definitely yeah. Marriage in here was was a contract. It was transactional. It wasn't about like it wasn't about courting and marrying who you love. Everything was contractual.
True.
Yeah,
Even when they went to war.
abusive.
Remember when they went to war and destroyed all them people, the men and children, and they brought the wives from the men that they killed and married them. They took them and cleaned them up, and then they consummated. And then if they didn't want them no more, they would send them out. This was from the women they captive of war. I said, what in the world is
Yeah, in
this? Yeah.
Deuteronomy 21.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And had
I could
to
go on and on all
par
day.
her nails and stuff.
Yeah, part her nail, shave her head, and then all this kind of stuff. And I guess to clean her up from whatever she was and make her look beautified. Then if he don't want her, he sends her out. No more. So it's really not a marriage. It was just like a concubine,
A test,
a test.
like a practice run. Yeah, like trying the product out. Like when he says if you're not satisfied with her or it's not pleased, it's like, oh, if you don't get a good enough nut, like if you don't like it and it's tight and dry, you can just let it go. Like I don't know what they mean by like you're not satisfied with her after you do it. Like what you know what I'm saying? Like what? And then Justin, Deconstruction Justin came on the live last week and he told us about diverting and a practice that they would do in ancient Israel to not break the hymen, that they would enter a certain way to
Okay.
not break the hymen so that they can have sex with a virgin, and they would return the virgin after that or return the woman and be like, oh, she's still a virgin. And
So without paying
kind of like a
the
return
dowry,
policy.
the bridal price, right? Without paying the bridal price to the father.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of slick.
That's
But
how they were diverting. It's crazy.
yeah, because
Yeah. It's in the Talmud.
oh, it's in the Talmud? Okay. Okay. And plus
Yeah, they talk about it in the Talmud.
okay. Yeah, I believe that. I have read the Talmud and the Kabbalah. Yeah, I read all that stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And then they have the 613 laws, but if you ever read the 613 laws, they repeat themselves. But it's not really 613, but they make it 613. I had read them all, and it's like it says the same thing in that last one. So what is the difference between this law and that law? So I don't know. So I don't know if there's 613 laws, and there was different laws.
There are, yeah, like they did have 3 different legal codes, right? Some of them, like of the legal codes, there were some that they had to like abide by, like there were no questions asked. There's a name for it. I can't remember the name.
It starts with a
It's
what?
called something. With an E. It starts with an E or a P.
Oh, P.
Yeah.
Perpetual.
There's a name.
Perpetual.
No, not perpetual. Like
Perpetual
it was
law.
like a no. It means mandatory. Like oh God. I have to like go to my notes. But there were laws that they could not break. Right. They were different from the ceremonial laws in these 3 legal codes.
Hmm.
And so they didn't have to follow like all 613, but there were a good number of them. No, not Eucharist. It's not Eucharist. Eucharist is the
That's
communion.
Catholic.
Um, yeah, it's not. Is it? I don't think. Hold on, let me find it because It's gonna drive me crazy
It's
now.
bothering you, ain't it?
Yeah, that word is gonna drive me crazy.
But see, I think out of the laws, there were certain laws for different things. I don't think, to me, I don't think Israel had to follow all 613, because there was priestly
No, they
laws.
didn't.
There was birth laws of woman having a child or a son. I mean, son or daughter. There was a law for that. Birth laws. There was discharge as far as transmitted. Disease laws about cleaning up, all that kind of stuff. There was priestly laws. Leviticus 21 talks about a priestly law. Levites had to follow a certain law because they couldn't marry out of their family. They had to marry into their family. They couldn't marry an Israelite and stuff like that. There was different laws for different orders of the camps and of the priests, men and women. Property laws, children laws, marriage laws, slave laws. You could let a slave go after so many years, but if he want to stay with you, then you got to do this to him, and he could stay with you as long as he wants to.
Yeah, there were. Hold on, let me see.
Okay.
They didn't have to follow all of them. You're
No.
right about that.
Immune the two. I'm trying to figure out the word you're looking for with a P.
I think it
Purification
starts with an E.
starts with E.
No,
P.
it's like a shit. Hold on.
Okay.
No, it doesn't start with an E. It's hala. It's halak.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's my son. In Hebrew, it's halak. These are mandatory laws. Halak. Halak. Hold on, let me see how to say it.
What's the letters? You know how to read Hebrew?
No, not yet.
Because
I'm gonna start taking classes with Dr. Bowen.
Okay, because I could read the letters if you
It's
know them.
HALAK.
Halak.
H halak. Okay, halak.
Halak.
Mandatory laws, binding, and you would get a transgression if you violated those laws. And then you have like a minhag, which were the traditions of the customs. So the halak laws, they had to follow.
Okay, I'm gonna
Those
look that
laws were
up.
considered. That's what would be considered a sin. Those laws.
Okay. I'm gonna look that up. What
Yeah.
verse is that at? Is there a verse particular that where
No, that's in the Talmud.
Okay, it's in the Talmud. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Talmud is Jewish tradition. Yeah.
Jewish tradition. Okay. I think I have seen that word before, but I didn't know what it was. I have seen it. Okay. Halak. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So like that's what
There's a
when
guy.
people when Christians say, "Oh, we sin." He said, "I'm Ashkenazi. I can tell you how to say it."
I
Let me
like to
see.
hear it.
Are you in the box? We usually have a rabbi in here, Rabbi Hannah or Rabbi Bert, that comes in here a lot and helps.
Oh, that's cool.
Let's see.
There he is.
Hello. I only have a second because I just.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. I only have a second because I'm just scrolling through and heading to work, but I thought I'd let you know how to say it. So it's in Hebrew. There's a lot of cha. So chalach.
A lot of ha.
Yeah. So the cha.
Oh, okay.
But
hala.
Yes. But have a nice day, guys. Just thought you might want to know how to say it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Stay blessed.
Thank you, you too. Yeah. Hala.
We was close. We didn't have that guttural. We didn't have that guttural. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some words.
But I'm about to take classes with Dr. Bowen. Huh?
Some language in the Jewish language had that guttural sound with the tongue and chalach, like ha, ya, kav, sheen, stuff like that. There's just certain words pronunciation of the H's and the ha, and then chet, stuff like that. I learned a little bit myself, but I don't speak like that. It's hard on my throat.
That's good. I think that's going to be difficult for me to grab. I don't know. I'm going to try. I can't wait for the class, for me to take the classes. I'm waiting for my my granddaughter to get here. Once all of that is done, so we had the talent show. My granddaughter's coming, and then I have a family thing that is happening. So I got to let that happen. It's something that we were not expecting. So I got to let that happen, and then, not let that happen. I shouldn't have said it that way. When that happens,
right?
Then and then I'm gonna start my Hebrew classes, but I can't wait for that.
Cool.
But yeah. Cool. But it is 10:34. I think Christina is live now. If y'all are looking for more deconstruction, Christina Carroll is live on her page, and she does the same type of format that I do as well. If somebody can put Christina's tag in the comments, it's time for me to retire for the night. I've been on for 11 and a half hours now. Thank you so much. I enjoyed this conversation as well. You're welcome back anytime.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Bye.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Bye. Next Bible study. So I'll be live again tonight at 11 p.m. Central. And tonight's Wednesday, 11 p.m. Central, y'all. Christina Carroll is live now. I think they just put her tag in the comments. If y'all want to continue the deconstruction conversations, go over to Christina Carroll. I'm gonna hop over there, chill in the comments, give me some rest, and listen to y'all talk. But we'll be back tonight at 11 p.m. I thank y'all so much for all the likes, the shares, and the comments. Thank y'all for getting this one up to 100,000, even though we had to start back over. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. Don't try to think about the next 4 years. Just breathe. So that song I sung on my page, breathe. Just breathe. And it'll be okay. Huh?
Okay.
What you say, Lala?
I said okay.
Yes, just breathe. Okay. All right. Oh, it's gonna be good. Huh?
It's gonna be good.
Yes, I promise you, we're gonna be okay.
All right.
We're gonna be okay. I'm gonna tell you the rest of it. I'm gonna send you the screenshots of the rest of the dream.
Okay.
We
Can you do it now?
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I got you. As soon as we hang up, I will send you the rest of the screenshots.
Okay.
All right. I'll see y'all. Y'all have a good one. Thank you, YouTube. Until next time, y'all.